Our tale kicks off with a young man who's already lived one whole life once, a tired salaryman stuck in modern Japan. He's all grown up now, Wendelin von Benubemeister, the eighth son of a broke noble house scrambling to carve out his place in a savage fantasy world. 7 years have slammed by since he reincarnated. Being the eighth son of a broke noble house is no glamorous life. His meals are tasteless and watery, and every single bite screams, "We're scraping by." Chasing a life free from poverty, he signed up for the adventurer's prep school. But the rules are brutal. You don't get to join the official guild or step into monster-heavy regions until you're 15. It's a long road, but it's his only shot. So when introductions hit, he steps up in front of his class, nerves buzzing, determination blazing, and then he introduces himself. Bendelun Benubo Meister. The name's still tasting strange on his tongue. He didn't ride in on his family name. He earned his way with raw talent, blasting through the scholarship exam thanks to a gift for magic and locking in his spot at the prestigious academy. Yeah, sure. That honor scholarship pays his tuition, but the living costs? Those hit different. He's got to earn his own keep now. And trust me, this life is about to feel like a non-stop grind. He quickly clicks with a fellow student, Erwin von Arnhem, cheerful as ever, with a bow hanging over his shoulder. Urin lays it out. Those classes end early so students can squeeze in part-time jobs just to make ends meet. And yep, he's in the same sinking ship. He's from a noble family with 8 sons, which basically means he's got absolutely zero chance of inheriting a thing. Wendelin's family is stuck in the same crushing financial nightmare. With no inheritance waiting for him, he's got one choice left. He has to hit the road and become an adventurer. When Wenwen spots a fellow kindred soul, he pushes to ditch the stiff no-titles rule, then grins and says, "Just call me Bell." Erwin grins at you and says, "Go on, call me Arrow." Now that their new alliance is locked in, they race to the agreed hunting grounds to rake in some cash. As Eru chatters on, Bell suddenly shoots his hand up and shuts him down. Silence hits then. He whispers, senses razor sharp, ready for anything. Bell shuts his eyes and blasts out a wave of pure magical power, shimmering as it surges outward. Eru's jaw drops as detection magic lights up the scene. He can't help it. He blurts out how incredible it is. Sure, every hunter needs this kind of skill, but watching it hit targets this cleanly, that's on a whole different level. Bell's eyes shoot open. He jerks his arm out and yells, pointing straight at a thick stand of trees. They shove through the leaves and bam, there it is, a giant tusked boar. And you're not just looking at any rabbit, this is a monster haul. Aro knocks another arrow, but Bell grins and cuts in. "I'll boost it." His hand blazing with power as he taps the arrowhead. They lock eyes, draw at the same time, and rip into the shot, an arrow crackling with magic hammers straight into the boar's side. But it wasn't the game-changing hit. Those words only made the boar snap in rage. It unleashes a furious roar and barrels straight toward them. So Bell snaps, "Eru, get ready!" And in a rush of pure focus, he fires back with one more boost, pouring his magic into the next shot. This time, the arrow flies dead on, buries itself between the beast's eyes with crushing force, and drops it instantly. Eru finally exhales the breath he didn't even know he was clutching, because with his perfect aim and a bow in hand, Bell's magic flips that lethal hunt into a sure win. Then Bell casually whips out a magic bag and stuffs the massive carcass inside, leaving Eru completely stunned. Fresh off their win, they refuse to slow down and keep hunting. Bell kicks his detection magic back on and boom. Right within a kilometer, a whole secret ecosystem pops into view, tiny rabbits and birds hiding in plain sight. Eru, feeling pure competitive fire, tosses out a challenge. "Let's see who can pull the biggest hunt." And with a grin, he says the loser buys dinner. Bell nods and accepts instantly, no second thoughts, no hesitation. The hunt's on, and Eru shows off his deadly archery skills while Bell fires razor-precise bursts of wind magic to drop every target. 2 hours later, they counted up the spoils. Bell snagged 6 rabbits, but Auric crushed it, bringing home a haul of rabbits plus guinea fowl. And just like that, Aru takes the win. Just as they start cutting back toward town, Bell slams to a halt as detection magic ignites again, and this time it's not animals. East of town, 500 meters, 2 humans, he blurts, panic sharp in his voice, and 12 Rishiki wolves. Eru's playful grin snaps away. Now he's serious. "Should we run and save them?" he blurts, because he's not sure they'll make it in time. No time for debate when the bell blares. It grabs Eru, and I pull out emergency measures. Before Eru can even blink, Bell slams enhancement magic into their bodies. They rocket ahead like a fired cannonball, and the world smears into a blur as they tear forward at an impossible speed. Eru can only scream, "Bell, what the hell was that?" They slam to a sudden stop in the clearing. Bell doesn't even blink. He's totally unfazed. And he just cuts through the moment. Time's running out. Come on, let's go. They hit the scene right at the last second. Those snarling wolves have two girls trapped in a deadly corner. Bell spots them from class, and before anyone can blink, he and Arrow launch a ruthless strike first. Arrow's arrow bites through the air and lands dead on, dropping one of the wolves in an instant. Bell has a way bigger scheme. First, he makes sure everyone's safe. Then he growls, slams his palm to the ground, and the plan begins. A colossal wall of mud blasts out of the ground, yanking the girls away from the frenzied pack. With the danger finally shut down, Bell whips his focus to the rest of the wolves. "This is it," he says. The ground shudders, and dozens of razor-thin earth spears burst up from beneath them, skewering the entire wolf pack in one brutal game-ending strike. The battlefield goes dead silent. Iru just stares, stunned out of his mind. He always knew Bell was good with magic, but this is a whole other beast. And it hits him right then. During that little hunting competition, she was holding back like crazy. Now that the threat's gone, the two girls we rescued stumble closer still, trembling with shock. Yep, those kids are their classmates. Bell shoots them a comforting smile and asks, "You all right?" That red-haired girl, Ina, locks eyes with him and instantly realizes, this is the 8th son of the Baumeister house. She's raised in a whole dynasty of spear-slinging instructors' vassals under a ruthless Margrave. As the third daughter, she's not content to just fit in. She's chasing her own dream of becoming an adventurer, blazing a path all her own. Louise, the prodigy of combat magic, beams and thanks Bell with pure, unstoppable excitement. Bell remembers that combat magic is its own kind of weapon, part martial arts, part magical power-up, all fused into one specialized art. He finally clocks it. Rue. Ina and Louise are all here for the exact same reason: to carve out a life where their birthright gives them nothing. With the crisis finally shut down, the brand new party hurries back into town, ready to cash in on their spoils. The haul is straight up jaw-dropping, then it's over. After they sell everything, each of them storms out clutching a fat pouch of silver coins. A ridiculous payday for just one afternoon's work. Because Ura won that bet, he's got everyone lined up for a ridiculously lavish dinner. Everyone gets treated tonight. The girls are totally smitten with Bell, their jaws dropping as his powerful magic blows their minds. Louis can't stop gushing way too much for Ana's liking, and it's mortifying her. Iru just lets out a bitter sigh, cursing the sheer unfairness of trying to compete with a mage. Finally, the question burst out, "How in the world did you learn magic that crazy?" And Iru blurts it out like she's reading every single person's mind. Bell admits he taught himself the basics, but then credits a secret special teacher for taking everything to the next level. Louise snaps that magic users are 1 in 1,000, and Bell is the only one with a magic scholarship. Then the whole room tightens. Everyone leans in, and the pressure spikes because they can't wait to hear his story. Bell freezes for a second, his mind snapping back to that weird childhood training. Finally, he gives in. Because it's not like he's got to hide it anymore. "Listen," he starts. "Have you heard of the talking corpse?" Eru's eyes snap wide. He's just heard the rumors, and they hit him like lightning. Bell stares them down and says, "Yeah, he was my magic teacher." And right then, Bell goes back 7 years and drags you into one unforgettable memory. As a kid, he wandered straight into a forbidden forest, and that's when he crossed paths with a mysterious, ghostly man named Alfred Ramford. Alfred finally spilled the truth. He wasn't alive anymore. He was a spirit, a ghostly echo of his old self. And now the only name people whisper for him is the terrifying, talking corpse. That's why Bell's own detection magic couldn't track him. Alfred didn't exist in the normal world at all. Alfred kept pacing and searching for a disciple with a monster stash of magic, someone worthy enough for him to hand over the 30 years of knowledge he'd been stockpiling. He clocked that spark in Bell, and Alfred swooped in with a deal: 1 week of brutal hands-on training meant to rocket Bell's growth past anything he could pull off on his own. For Bell, a desperate kid clawing for independence, this offer hit like fate. He just couldn't say no. Training hit Bell like nothing he'd ever imagined. Alfred would show up stacked with mountains of food, pulling off this slick ruse to convince Bell's family he was just out picnicking. Their very first lesson was vessel merging. He grabbed Bell's hands, and Alfred's massive magic surged into him, leveling out both of their reserves. Bell was shaking in fear that just one wrong breath could make him explode. Then Alfred's icy, ghost-cold hand clamped onto him, and the second it hit, he knew this wasn't a dream. It was real. The handoff went perfectly, and when Alfred saw Bell's potential, he nearly blew a gasket, because it was even bigger than he'd ever dared to hope. Over the next week, Alfred drilled everything into him until he could swing elemental magic swords that carved the air with flame, froze it with ice, and howled through it with wind. Even something small, like a stone sword, Alfred insisted it was a must-have for wiping out Earth-type monsters, straight out of an RPG. He dove into Alfred's personal grimoire, studying the exact theory of magic from its pages. After only 1 week of that brutal training, the young Bell blasted through a giant boulder with one spell like it was nothing. But when that power came, so did a warning. Alfred sat Bell down and told him how it all ended. He'd once been a legendary adventurer, gunned down while battling a monstrous beast, and one careless second was all it took to ruin his entire life. But the second he admitted it, meeting Bell and handing down his legacy filled his heart with a joy he'd never felt before. And just like that, the final lesson hit. This was why they'd gathered it all. Because Alfred had one mission: teach Bell holy magic. He finally spilled the truth. He wasn't just some ghost at all, but an undead zombie chained to this world, doomed to linger forever. His last wish hit like a punch: have his disciple Bell unleash holy magic to purify his body and let him have eternal rest. Heartbroken to the bone, Bell still nodded resolute to the end. For 2 brutal weeks, Bell wrestled with a deadly, nightmare-level magic lesson, forcing his own life force to power every spell. At last, he finally made it. He pulled it off. For his graduation gift, Alfred handed him his most prized treasure, an enchanted bag, packed with a lifetime of riches, gear, food, and wealth. When Bell poured his magic into it, his head got slammed with a towering inventory list so huge it nearly blew his mind. Alfred grinned proudly and told him it was a master's farewell present to his #1 pupil. The moment finally arrived. Alfred tipped his gaze to the sky, wearing peace on his face. And in a gentle whisper he said, "Your life starts right here. I need my wish to come true, like right now." Tears blasted down his face as Bell shot his hands up. He unleashed his holy magic, and a soothing, painless glow swallowed his master whole. Alfred's final words weren't a goodbye, they were a challenge. Leave your name in history. You'll become a great magician. And just like that, he vanished into nothingness, finally resting in peace. That unforgettable, gut-punching talk with his master, Alfred Ranford, lit the fuse. Because from that moment on, Bell's life as a magician truly began. After the celebratory meal on the frontier, the group's chatter somehow swerves into their new partnership, and Ian grins, telling Erwin he's the luckiest guy in the world, because Bell is standing right beside him. Erwin, the ultimate pragmatist, fires back hard. Sure, Bell might be a combat mage, but he uses a spear too, and that combo's legit. Yet Erwin argues that Aina and Louise have it even better. Louise cuts in and says, "Since both me and Ina are vanguards, our party lineup feels wildly out of balance." But Erwin just huffs at that idea. He swears that once you got a mage as insanely powerful as Bell, party balance stops mattering. Roles are pointless because his magic can cover every single gap. Blushing at all that praise, Bell just quietly takes small sips of his drink, staying right on the edge of being overwhelmed. Erwin's ambition surges, and he lays out his big plan. There are 4 of them, moving like one unit, ready to swap roles whenever the moment demands it. Erwin takes the bow for ranged hits. Bell steps in with his sword, and Erwin's dead sure that together they'll end up as the strongest party the whole school has ever seen. That night, after they stuffed themselves at the table, the crew split up and went their separate ways. As Aina and Louise head home, Louise suddenly goes unnervingly quiet, like all that earlier fire just vanished. Aina clocks it instantly and blurts, "So what's on your mind?" Louise straight up admits she's scared not for herself, but for Bell. Ever since the school saw his jaw-dropping magic for real, he's been the talk of every hallway, turning heads the second he steps in. Because he's not just any student. He's a deaded magic scholarship kid with a one-of-a-kind talent that nobody can ignore. Louise tells him, straight up, that every ambitious student is hunting for his spot in their party, and every noble family is lining up him as the perfect marriage pick, because once this starts, his value is only going to explode higher. Aina tries to break the tension, teasing Louise that she's basically telling everyone, "Cute girls like me? Yup, guys, go crazy." But Louise shrugs it off like it's nothing, insisting, "I'm just an average short person." Like that explains everything. She grabs Aina's attention and reminds her, "You're still just 12. You've been going way too hard on yourself." Then it all clicks for her. Pure genius. So simple it stuns her. She whips around to Aina with wide, determined eyes and blurts, "That's it. If we make an official party with Bell, we can make sure we stay right by his side. It's not just some wild adventure. It's a ruthless plan to lock in their future together." Without skipping a beat, she slams down the idea. They need to submit the party registration form right now. Ina's stunned, speechless, but Louise doesn't miss a beat. She brushes off her worries like they're nothing, saying if the boys don't buy it, they can just toss the form out because this is a low-risk gamble with a huge payoff. The very next day, school bells blared and the poor unsuspecting Belle and Erwin got yanked straight to the teacher's office. The teacher slams a party application form on the desk packed with their names and leaves them sitting there, completely stunned. To their shock, he doesn't even question. He grins and goes along with it, praising their call like it's genius. Because all four of them are top-ranking students, forming a ridiculously well-balanced power pack team. He hands them a couple of sealed envelopes, tells them to bring their absolute best, and then sends them on their way. As Erwin strides down the hall, he can't resist teasing the poor bewildered Belle. Then he leans in and asks, "So, which one's your type?" Belle's still trapped in that 25-year-old headspace, and the second he gets questioned, he panics blushing hard and swears he's not a Loa pecan, even though he's walking around with the exact same body age. Erwin bursts into a laugh and points out, like it's undeniable, that both girls are seriously, effortlessly attractive. Right on cue, Ina and Louise burst in out of nowhere, apologizing like, "We submitted the application without checking with you first." Erwin, still as practical as ever, just flashes a thumbs up like, "Let's try it and see." Because it's not like this is a forever deal. But Belle clocks that fighting the current is harder than riding it, so she just gives in and bam, their party is officially formed. Ina suddenly jolts back to those envelopes the teacher shoved into her hands, their invitation to Margrave Brehilder's garden party. Right on the spot, Louise demands Belle be sent away because he's under the Margraves' care. She flashes a clever point. Since Belle's staying at the Brehilder estate, he's basically getting VIP special treatment. So naturally, that means his whole party should be able to cash in on the perks too. Belle tries to shrug it off, saying it's not some big deal, just a casual get-together. But the vibe crashes instantly at a formal party. You don't just show up, you dress up, and the sudden weight of all those preparations fills the air like a storm cloud. Erwin spots his opening, hooks an arm around Belle, and since Belle's the one with the cash, he decides they're going on a shopping spree after school. Before they can catch their breath, they stumble into a lavish, high-end boutique straight up a luxury world miles away from their usual adventurer getup. While the boys get fitted for tailored suits, Belle suddenly freezes like culture hit him in the face. He realizes that back in his old life, he'd never once had anything custom-made, and that crazy price tag on just one suit makes his mind spin. He can't even imagine what the final bill would be for all of them. While everyone else is buzzing with excitement, Belle clocks Ina with a heavy, downcast look. He yanks her aside and asks what's wrong, and she finally confesses. She's terrified of how hard this will slash her savings meant for new equipment. In the blink of an eye, Belle shuts that down and tells her to drop it. This is a rare moment where she can dress up and just enjoy being a girl. And when he suggests she take styling tips from Louise, her face instantly floods with furious blush. Later, Ina can't decide she's caught between a stunning, ridiculously expensive necklace and a much more affordable one. Belle strides in with total confidence and declares that the pricey option is hands down the far better choice. When she asks why he keeps smiling, he leans in and says, "It's the gem same color as your eyes." He doesn't treat the purchase like a cost, he sells it like a victory lap, a way to mark the moment they officially become a party, and that one heartfelt line seals the deal instantly. That final bill is absolutely insane, but their excitement is sky high, and they decide to start this brand new partnership with a hunt the very next day. The brand new squad hurries to the school's request board, hunting for a job that pays big. The receptionist spots the perfect set of hiring a team of exactly 4. But there's one nasty catch. Another group of 4 already locked in the slots. So yeah, they're forced to team up with another group and surprise. The other 4 are also top 10 students. The mission sounds almost too easy. Sprint into the backyard and wipe out those vermin lurking in the orchard. When they finally show up, their rivals are waiting headed by the fiery twin-tail girl Aurelia. She spots Belle right away and barrels straight into the point with zero hesitation. She marches straight up to Louise and calls her out face to face. They turn the heat on their group, blasting them for stealing while Belle slipped out the back and formed a secret party with him behind everyone's backs. She fires back saying, "Since our team racks up grades just as good, then we're just as qualified to team up with him for that party." Louise snaps back that the teacher approved their application ages ago, then blasts them as cowards for trying to poach her member. As insults rain down, Belle scrambles to break the tension, but the air is so thick it could snap. Erwin, sharp as ever, fires off a challenge. "Let's settle this with a competition. Whoever wipes out the most vermin gets to officially team up with Belle." Straight up challenge, no games, and Belle immediately calls it the fairest deal. Both teams' girls snap into action at once, buzzing with fire, determined to prove they belong. The orchard owner leans in and tells him the truth: daytime birds aren't the real nightmare. It's the monsters that crawl out after dark. As soon as that hits, Belle's modern brain snaps into action. He demands the leftover scrap clothes and mirrors. He barrels into work and starts cooking up clever low-tech fixes for their daytime problem. He whips up a spinning, reflective bird repellent and a basic noisemaker, and the others stare in pure disbelief. But his masterpiece, this scarecrow, looks so brutally real that you'd swear it's an actual zombie. It blasts the girls into screaming chaos, and Belle stands there beaming like a proud parent. Sure, it's not pretty, but it works. As dusk creeps in, a screech tears through the sky. This is it. The real fight is about to explode. The students brace themselves as the night's vermin crawl down from the trees. They're monkeys. And there are just so many of them. Aina smirks and says straight up that monster slaying is where her team steals the spotlight. Then she tells the boys to back off. At Louise's signal, all 4 girls champions from both sides burst forward together like a single unstoppable force. The battlefield turns into pure chaos, and Anna's spear whips through the air like it's cutting through fate. Aurelia whirls her polearm and drives each strike with crushing force. They're deadly efficient, hacking a straight path through the monkey horde. Lewis swings in with a brutal kick, and the monkey gets launched into the air like a cannonball. But every time they knock one down, 2 more pop. Aurelia clenches her teeth and decides the only way to win is to drive deeper into the woods and find the edge. But in the pitch-black darkness, something far worse was already waiting then. 2 massive, glowing eyes snapped into view, and a deep growl rumbled through the trees. A monstrous bear bigger than anything they've ever seen crashes out of the shadows like a nightmare given teeth. Aurelia jolts into pure terror, like her blood turned to ice. The beast explodes forward, swiping her and her partner aside like they weigh nothing. The boys hear their screams echoing from far off. Pinned to the dirt, the 2 girls have no way out. They just stare in terror as the bear rises for the final, crushing strike. This is it. And just like that, 2 figures tore out of the trees, exploding into view. It's Aina and Louisa, and they flash in with blinding speed, slamming their coordinated strike into the bear's attack. Louise hammers a brutal kick into its head. And right after, Aina drives her spear deep into its side. And right as the moment hits, the boys roll in and catch their teammates laying it all on the line. Louise drives in another brutal kick, and it hits like a thunderclap. Blood exploded, splattering into the air like a violent burst, and Aina drives it home with one last crushing thrust. The colossal bear crumples to the ground, wiped out cold. Then Belle and Erwin just freeze, staring in stunned silence, blown away by that raw power. Louis dashes over, skidding to a stop as he checks on the 2 girls who just crumpled to the ground. Aurelia freezes for a beat shock, and pure humiliation blaze across her face. Then, with a reluctant nod, she finally lifts her gaze and throws in the towel. Yeah, I guess I have to admit it. You're definitely one of the Wendelins, all right. Right then, the rivalry collapses. And in its place, they finally give each other that hard-won, respect you can't ignore acknowledgement of their true power. But the very next day in class, the boys are still buzzing, replaying that fight like it's still happening. Erwin can't stop raving about just how ridiculously strong Aina and Louise are, and with them in the party, he feels totally safe. Like nothing can touch them. Then he whips around to Belle with a wicked grin and asks, all right, if you had to pick just one, who's it gonna be? The moment the question hits the air, Belle freezes solid, caught completely off guard, while the girls in the back crowd closer, hanging on his every word like their lives depend on it. Wendell and von Benubo Meister, Belle, to his friends are stuck in a weird limbo. And at just 12 years old, he's stuck wondering what comes next. In this world, aristocrats can't just toss their titles aside. Nope, they have to wait until adulthood before they're allowed to renounce them. So right now, he's stuck pretending to be a noble, even though it's the last thing he wants to be. His current mission? Slide into a high society garden party laughing and riding in a fancy carriage with his friends, Irina and Louise. Yet everything feels thrilling and totally confusing at the same time. Ira can't stop wondering if they got invited for the same reason as Belle, but Ina cuts in with a far more practical theory. She's convinced she and Louise only got that invite because their dads are retainers for the host Margrave Brigurator. And she's got a cheeky little grin as she drops the truth. Everyone's been talking about how insanely good they were at Adventurer Prep School. Their name's spreading fast, and now it looks like the Margrave wants to see these promising rookies up close for himself. They roll up to the estate, and the mansion's massive scale hits them so hard they can't even speak. This palace gleams under the blazing sun, screaming the Margrave's power and fortune for everyone to see. This isn't just a house, it's a loud, fearless message standing on its own. The garden party is pure spectacle every year. The region's biggest names pack into one lavish gathering. Nobles, guild leaders, and church officials, all rubbing shoulders like the night's about to explode. Iru says moments like this slam the truth into them. They're living nobility now, light years away from where they started. Of course, when you've got a pack of hungry adventurers, the real highlight is the food. and Iru, whose family is only a viscount, can't believe his eyes at this massive feast. But Ina and Louise waste zero time. They barrel straight into the meat, chasing that rare, pricey delicacy like it's treasure. Belle flashes them a warm smile and tells everyone to dig in and eat to their heart's content, because in his head he's already tallied it all, and he knows he can cover the price of those fancy outfits, so they might as well enjoy the perks. While his friends dig into the food, Belle's mind slips away because dread from his family's brutal future keeps crawling in, and part of him feels numb, like he's already checked out. 3 more years and then he'll finally be an adult, free to sever every tie. It's a clean, simple plan, and it's the only thing keeping him steady. But right when he starts thinking, a silky voice steps in and calls his thoughts a little too naive, cutting him off cold. Belle cranes her neck and spots a sharp-looking, confident man before she even gets a chance to ask who he is. Ina and Louise barrel over, whispering in frantic panic that he's being rude, and it hits her. This is the host himself, Margrave Amadeus Freitag von Breader. The Margrave doesn't even flinch at Belle's ignorance. He's oddly gracious, and he calmly explains that of course Belle wouldn't recognize him. He even straight up admits he's been wanting to invite someone from the Baumeister family for years, but he kept putting it off because he knew their money troubles would make that trip a nightmare. Then, he finally hits the real point. He leans in with a smug grin and says, "So I hear you're a magician. Am I right?" The invite wasn't meant for some poor noble's kid. It was meant for the mage. The Margrave leans in for a secret word, and when Belle realizes there's no escape, he nods and agrees. They slip out of the wild, bustling party and storm into the grand mansion, then climb that towering staircase straight into the Margrave's private quarters. Belle's head is spinning. What in the world could a guy like that possibly want from him? Inside the room, the Margrave toys with him. Doesn't he get it yet? He praises Belle's raw talent to his face, then drags his inexperience into the light. With a calm, commanding voice, he snaps, "Come out now." From behind a curtain, a rugged man in a mage's robe bursts into view. The Margrave steps forward and hails him as their chief magician, Brantark Ringstadt. Brantark throws his name out there, once an adventurer, now fully serving in the Margraves. Then bam, the Margrave drops a bombshell. Brantark taught Alfred Rainford Belle's ghostly master. Belle is completely stunned, and Brantark can't help but chuckle, because Belle's senses are still so dull, he can't feel the other mages. And that's exactly why Brantark was able to slip away unnoticed. Brantark acts cool as a cucumber, but those eyes stay razor sharp as he prods the bell. Sure, he doesn't trust what's going on. They finally flip the whole deck and lay their cards out, because now this negotiation is about to go down. Brantark can't stop himself, demands to hear what really happened in Alfred's final moments. Long ago, Alfred was ordered to shoulder a magic bag packed with mountains of supplies for the Margrave's expeditionary forces. So now, the Margrave adds yet another layer to the story. And just like that, the supplies were gone, because when Alfred died, the bag disappeared too. Belle spills the whole truth how to track down the undead Alfred, the brutal grind of his training, and the inheritance that landed in his hands. He asks if they really doubt his story, and they immediately shake their heads, no hesitation. Brantark snaps his confirmation into place right there, instantly. He tells her his insane power. He can feel the magical signatures of everyone he's ever met, and for years he's been stalking Alfred's lingering aura, until he finally realizes Alfred has already slipped into lichdom. He came to put his former student down for good, but Alfred's magical signature started twitching, and that meant he'd finally found a disciple. Before long, fresh rumors hit the streets. Some gifted magic user from the Backwater Baumeister family snagged a scholarship, and suddenly, everything made perfect sense. The final, undeniable proof hangs right off Belle's hip, the magic bag, and it belongs to Alfred. They demand their supplies back, and Belle doesn't hesitate. He agrees on the spot. Brantark guides him, and he finally sees it all. Then he hauls that mountain of goods into view. The Margrave scans the list, and the numbers hit him so hard his eyes go wide. Billions in today's money, just like that. To reward Belle, they hand him a jaw-dropping 20% of the entire total value. But the job isn't done, because the Margrave knows full well that, for a mage, money isn't the real prize. With those return supplies rolling in, their territory's finances finally got locked in tight and safe. Then they hand Belle an insane prize. He's allowed to inherit every last thing Alfred owned: money, locked in the guild bank, real estate, and the biggest hit of all, his mansion. Turns out the mansion sits right around the corner from the adventurer's school. It's a colossal, jaw-dropping fortress held in flawless shape by preservation magic. As Belle gapes at the gargoyle-crusted gate, it hits him hard. Those two powerhouses just dump their weight onto his shoulders, and they're doing it for their own gain. As Belle closes in on the gate, he spots it shut tight with a magic stone lock, one that's keyed to the owner's magical signature. Alfred ditched a memo that laid out the whole process step by step. To prove it's his, he has to rip out the old password, slam in a new one, and power it up with his magic. Bell slams his hand against the stone, and a burst of raw power rips through it as the ancient gate groans open. The instant he steps into the yard, the whole place erupts. Stone golems slam into action, the mansion's automated defenses instantly sniffing him out as an intruder. Bell's mind races as he obeys the memo. He slams his hand onto the magic stone again, registering himself as the new owner. The golems slam to a stop. Those glowing eyes flicker out for a split second, then they reboot and snap into motion, swapping Alfred Sama for the new owner, Wendell and Sama. Their hostile growl turns into a steady march as they file off. Exploring his brand new home feels like diving straight into a dream. The room stayed spotless, all thanks to preservation magic. It has everything right there: a library, a sleek modern kitchen, and to Bell's absolute delight, a real bathroom with a toilet that actually flushes. After the chaos of his family's rough home, this place hits him like paradise. A few days later, Bell cranks the excitement up and invites his friends over for an all-out tour. They're completely blown away. Louise can't stop staring at the magical appliances things, so far beyond her family's reach that it feels like she's looking at a whole other world. The chat slides into cooking, and Eru gushes over Bell's skills only to find out that Ina and Louise are cooking monsters too. Eru, meanwhile, straight up admits his cooking skills are basically non-existent. With a bright grin, Bell marches into the kitchen and starts happily cooking for the girls. They throw a huge feast to celebrate Bell's new place, clinking cups and shouting cheers for their fresh headquarters at least. That's what Oro calls it. It's basically a flimsy excuse for him to stick around, and Bell totally clocks it yet. He's still over the moon just having his friends there with him. Then Louis spots the bag Eru's been hauling around. He proudly drops his homemade yogurt like it's a victory trophy. A switch flips and Bell's mind his old life instincts blare, fermented milk, and he realizes it's been sitting in a bag, shaken and warming all day, like a bomb with the fuse already lit. But before he can shout or wait, the damage is done. The bag explodes, blasting thick, sticky, sour yogurt across everyone and everything like a chaotic mess. That smell is absolutely disgusting, like it's trying to ruin everything in the room. Right then, boom. A golem crashes through the room, and a system screams, "Irregularity dissected." When they realize Bell is totally unharmed, they drop the fight and stand down, no hesitation. The girls, totally covered in the mess, shout that they're going to take a bath and leave the boys stuck cleaning up the chaos. Yuru's mortified to the core, but Bell, always the loyal best friend, waves it all away like it's nothing. When the girls ask to use the bath, he nods and says yes. Then he zaps Eru to slam the brakes on his perverted thoughts. In the bath, the girls gawk in awe at the sheer luxury, like they've stepped into a dream. Louise snaps that the water still isn't hot enough, then watches the magical faucet try to recalibrate, only this time it's sucking up her own mana to make it happen. She wildly misjudges how much power she needs. Then a gigantic beam of energy blasts out of the faucet, and it slams the girls back with a horrified scream. The golems burst through the wall again, and this time their security was turned all the way up. Every human besides Wendell and Sama gets wiped out, and they surge forward, declaring an attack on the terrified girls. Bell barrels into the chaos at their screams, slamming himself between them and the golems. He has to tell his own security system again for the second time in one day that these people are his friends. He lets out a heavy sigh when the truth hits. Trying to teach the golems AI is basically a total dead end. That night, the girls slam down Bell's punishment. She's not going anywhere. They're making her stay over. While Bell and Eru soak in a bath, Eru starts teasing him hard about how the girls practically cling to him with hugs. And yeah, he flashes a grin because those cuties are absolutely adorable. Bell detonates into a frenzy, spraying water everywhere and screaming, "I'm not a lolicon." Later, he lies there wide awake, glancing over at the sleeping girls. He can't deny they're cute, but the second he thinks about it, anxiety spikes through him because he remembers the kind of women he always went for: mature, glamorous, and untouchable. So when did his taste flip this hard? He tries to talk himself out of it. Same age, so what's the big deal? For now, he shoves those messed up thoughts aside and forces himself to sleep in his chaotic new home. On her day off, Elise's brain sparks. She turns to Bell and blurts, "Take me somewhere." Bell's still clueless about romance, so when he offers help, she assumes she's just getting a tour guide because he happens to know the area better. "No, not like that," she pouts, then shoots her hand up like, "I want the lead." "A date, really?" She's caught totally off guard, laughs it off, and right as the tension hits, Ina and Erwin burst in, already chatting about what they've got planned for the day. Looks like today's a holiday, and the two of them are out the door hunting for brand new weapons. Bell snaps into action, pivots to Louise, and urges, Let's hit the shops, get me some fresh magic tools. The moment she sees it, her face ignites with a dazzling smile. And just like that, Belle nods. This is it. Their long-awaited holiday, so why not step out and soak up the fun together? They weave through the roar of the bustling town streets, pushing forward like every step matters. Belle steers them to a specialty magic shop, and the second they step inside, a stunning wall of enchanted gear hits them, sparkling artifacts, glowing trinkets, and heavy-duty magical devices everywhere, all bragging about the city's top-tier craftsmanship. They drift through the shop, eyeing every tool and flashy little trinket in the displays like they're hunting for something big. But when it's all said and done, they get nothing, no prizes, no wins, just empty hands. Later, over at an outdoor cafe, Louise leaned in and demanded to know why he hadn't bought a single thing. Belle stretches back and tells you the truth: his master's magic tools aren't just good, they're on a whole different level. They're haggling over prices, and Belle can't stop himself. He's mentally flipping every cost back into yen, shocked that even the simple stuff here costs a fortune. He wonders if those specialty goods are really worth the price, then snaps his focus right back to Louise. He leans in and asks her straight up if she's into combat magic tools. Louise shoots her a puzzled look, but Belle keeps going, telling him she's clocked it is magic has more space to grow. Shuri smirks, takes a sip of his drink, and says it like it's obvious. Only a magic user can truly spot another magic user. Ever since the entrance ceremony, he told me he could feel it. Her magical power was way beyond the average magician, and it hit him like it was stronger than anything he'd seen. He had this gut feeling like something big was behind it. This feels like a door swings wide for Louise, and she starts spilling her story because her family, the Ufal Bakehouse, has been training in combat magic for generations. From the moment she was a kid, she was a prodigy while her father and brother barely scraped by with average magic power, so that gap tore her away from everyone else at the dojo and left her feeling completely isolated. Belle leans in, eyes locked, and realizes, wow, how painfully awkward it must have been for all those adults to keep getting outshined by one tiny girl. Louise quickly sets the record straight: she wasn't really lonely at all. In the neighborhood, everyone knew Inishi had the same brutal problem. Her strength was out of control, huge, and impossible to hide. Her face tightens with regret as she remembers that night their party got cornered by a pack of wolves, and she's convinced that if she'd only pushed her magic power higher, none of it would have happened. That's why she's been training like her life depends on it. Not just for herself, but because Erwin and Ina are all around her, raising the bar every day. When she's with them, something ignites in her. She craves strength, refuses to slow down, and wants to chase her dreams right beside them. She playfully pokes Belle with a finger, teasing him like, be a proper escort. He flashes a smile and just nods along. Back at his jaw-dropping, lavish mansion, Belle checks his magic bag and realizes he's running low on his consumables, so he's got to restock them at. As he heads out, his golem gardener starts doing its job like it knows exactly where he's headed, then to the beach for a bit, and Belle shoots back like it's no big deal. The golem just froze, totally baffled. Wait, a beach? A heartbeat later, Belle focuses his mana and a blazing magic circle ignites right under his feet. He launches upward, blasting into the sky with flight magic and soaring high over his estate. The golem stares as he shrinks into a tiny dot, swallowed by the sky. From where he stands, Belle sweeps his eyes across the horizon, locking in his bearings in one quick scan. He spots the Lag Mountain range to the south, and immediately figures out exactly which way he has to go. With a wicked grin, he cranks himself into maximum overdrive. He blasts off like a rocket, charging straight for the beach. Bursting onto the shore, greeted by a sparkling ocean that glittered like it was calling his name, he barrels straight into work and tackles the first item on the list: salt. He yanks seawater into the sky with magic, hauling up a massive sphere, then tells himself the brutal truth: humans need salt to keep living. He figures he can cash in big just by selling the stuff, and he's even got handmade vases lined up, ready to pack it in. But this is just a side quest, because the real reason he even came on this trip is to craft miso, the one true staple of Japanese soul food. He still remembers that, in his past life as Shingo, he helped run the whole process. Back then it was brutal, but once magic was in play, the whole thing should have been way easier. He steps his powers into action, purifying, fermenting, and aging the ingredients in the blink of an eye. Then a final flash of light bursts through, and he's done. Success. But he's not done yet. Fresh fire in his chest. He locks onto an even tougher mission and sets out to make soy sauce. And once again, he storms through and somehow makes it work. To celebrate, he fires up the grill and cooks up fresh lobster and clams he hunted nearby. He dips a juicy bite of cooked shellfish into his freshly made soy sauce and snatches a taste. The flavor hits his tongue and detonates like fireworks so perfect it leaves him stunned, and suddenly a wave of nostalgia crashes over him, dragging up the taste of a home he swore he'd lost forever. That savory soy sauce hits like a blessing pulled straight from the ocean. Then it hits him this craving for Japanese food isn't just a quirk anymore. It feels like a full-blown curse dragging him under. In this whole world, he's probably the only magician who can conjure miso and soy sauce. The very next morning, he was back in his mansion fresh threats, waiting right outside the gates. Belle's already awake before the sun even thinks about rising, scrubbing rice and cooking up a meal in his huge kitchen. He flicks those chopsticks like a pro and cooks his miso soup to pure perfection. Before long, a proper Japanese breakfast is set on the table: grilled fish, fluffy tamagoyaki, and steaming soup. Itadaki Masuhi digs in and savors every bite like it's pure magic, because nothing hits quite like Japanese food in the morning. After he finished tearing into his meal, he yanks on his clothes, tightens his sword to his side, and feels it today is his to dominate. A few days later, the party rockets across the sky on a glorious magical airship, and from the deck they stare in stunned awe at a view so breathtaking it steals your breath. That ship is pure tech wizardry, an ancient heirloom from a dead magic civilization, lost for ages, then rediscovered and shoved into the modern age with a fresh magic retrofit. Their destination, the royal capital, looming just ahead. It all started mid-conversation, when someone brought up the coming summer break, and the plan for the trip took shape right there. While everyone plotted to snag part-time jobs for brand new gear, they were already thinking bigger than ever. Belle got a letter from his older brother, Eric's surprise. Eric was getting married, and he wanted Belle to show up in the capital with a few friends for the wedding. Before he even finished the last line, the whole place exploded with excitement. People were shouting, "We're going!" And just when they thought it couldn't get any wilder, their instructor, Brantark, stepped in and announced he'd be joining them, acting as their guardian and leader. Even so, Belle can't shake the feeling that Brantark's playing a game, trying to score a free ride to tour the capital and inspect it for the Margrave. Right now, they're tearing through the airship's lavish interior, soaking up every dazzling detail, while Ina and Erwin stare, mouths half open, at the stunning spear hanging on the wall. Belle spots Louise slipping away and realizes she's wandered off somewhere. Right when he's about to hunt for her, he hears a wild commotion erupting from the lower deck. Curious as hell, he leans over the railing and spots a massive crowd packed together in arm wrestling showdown in full swing. And, right in the middle of all that chaos stands Louise, daring anyone and everyone to battle for a massive cash prize. A burly guy steps up, grinning like he's about to stack her onto his 20-win streak. The match kicks off, and before anyone can even blink, Louise hammers his arm down on the table like it's nothing. The whole crowd erupts. She's insanely strong, like it's unreal. One challenger after another slams forward, and just as fast, they're cut down, hit after hit, without mercy. Before anyone can catch their breath, she's blazing through a 50-win streak, and the crowd is begging for anyone to finally bring her down. Then a distinguished, intimidating man steps forward and declares he'll be her next opponent. The match kicks off, and for the first time, you can see Louise fighting to keep her footing. With one last, brutal push, he finally overpowers her, and the whole crowd erupts like a storm because the girl's been beaten. But Belle, perched up top, clocks the truth instantly. He's fully sure she threw the match on purpose. Later, he spots her and drags the truth into the light, calling her out hard. She tries to act clueless, but Belle shuts that down instantly and sees right through her. He lays out her whole strategy, and she uses her winning streak to lure in a massive crowd. Then she purposely tanks the match right in front of everyone, slipping away unnoticed while the chaos hits. A sheepish grin blooms across her face, and just like Belle-kun, she goes, "Yep, you see through it all, don't you?" Then she slams a heavy pouch into his hands. She's paying back that loan covering their travel costs the only way she knows how. Belle can't believe her eyes. This place is packed with hundreds of silver coins, way more than enough for her, Ina, and Erwin. Everyone tells him, "We'll pay you back any day now." But Louise shoots him a sly grin and orders, "Just hang on to it for us." She snaps into a dramatic pose and boldly announces, "I'm a devilish woman." Belle can't shake the feeling that she's still a little too childish to pull off that look. Her playful grin slips for a second, and she confesses that her aristocratic pride won't let her stand in his debt. She tells him, "At least get some interest on that loan." But instead of bringing in more money, she leaned. She swoops in and plants a quick kiss right on his cheek. With a wink, she admits it'd be way too embarrassing to do it on the mouth, then she bolts down the hall in a flash. Belle just freezes in place, utterly stunned, while his heart pounds like it's trying to break out of his chest. A slow smile crawls across his face as that cute girl steals a kiss, and honestly, he has zero reason to complain. As he storms down the ship's corridor, a sudden, brutal wave of ominous magic crashes over him. He freezes. Then, just a heartbeat later, Brantark shows up, grim-faced, and you can tell he feels it too. It hits like an unstoppable force so huge it dwarfs anything any human could ever measure. It's not some wild creature, not even a run-of-the-mill magic beast. The worst part was this. Every inch of their flight path was engineered to dodge monster territory like it was a death trap. So, what the heck is this thing supposed to be? Out of nowhere, the airship jolts forward and rockets into insane speed. Brantark snatches the bellboy and barks, "Come with me," then yanks him hard toward the main deck. Passengers are in full panic mode, shouting, "Why did the route suddenly change?" Brantark steps straight into the chaos, and his voice booms over the crowd like thunder. He storms straight up to one of the ship's officers, and the second the officer lays eyes on him, he blanches. Recognizing the famous magician, Brantark Ringstat, with every eye locked on him. Brantark steps in, steadies the chaos, and tells the passengers, "Don't worry. I'll speak for you and figure out what's really happening." Bell stares in pure awe, because his master isn't just strong, he's transformed, standing there and commanding the whole crowd's respect without breaking a sweat. Brantark stares the officer down and declares, "Bell's my disciple, he's coming with me, and we're taking the bridge together." They reach the bridge, and the captain's face lights up with pure relief the moment he sees them. He tells them there's no point explaining it. This is something they've got to witness with their own eyes. Bell whips his gaze to the window, and his blood turns to ice. Right next to their ship, a monstrous, colossal dragon coils through the sky, its body stripped to pure bone. Brantark's face is bone pale, and just look at the shape and size, because this isn't some ordinary dragon. His voice plunges into a terrified whisper, an undead dragon. The ride starts off smooth and peaceful. A lazy cruise through the sky, until a massive shadow slams over the airship in an instant. It's a dragon. All wrong. Not made of flesh and scale at all, but a bone dragon. Its skeletal frame stands like a monument to death itself. Brantark's face drains of color, and even a veteran like him can't hide the terror in his eyes. He yells at the captain, "You think we can fight that thing straight up and win? Don't be an idiot." Through the ship's main window, the beast crowds the sky, an exploding silhouette tearing across the clouds. The captain snaps, "What can we do?" For a heartbeat, it looks like the answer is nothing. That dragon won't stop, so all they can do is brace, defend the ship, and pray. Then a wild idea ignites in Brantark's head, and he suddenly sees the one thing they need to survive. Then he stares at that dragon, and grim realization hits because it isn't alive. It's undead. And if it's undead, that screams one thing. Holy magic, finally, the ultimate crack in his armor. The captain's shoulders drop with instant relief, and he snaps his head toward Brantark, the famous magician. But Brantark just shakes his head. He's terrifyingly powerful. Yet holy magic isn't something he can summon. And the moment that truth lands, every single gaze in the room locks onto one target. Bell's body locks up like the whole room just froze mid-breath. He jabs a shaking finger at his own chest, and his voice splinters. "Wait, you mean me?" Reality slams into him like a punch. "This is insane," he blurts. "I've never even battled run-of-the-mill magical creatures." But Brantark shuts that down instantly, stares at Bell with stone-cold seriousness like, "For humans, there's a first time for everything." And somehow it sounds as casual as talking about the weather. Bell snaps completely, yanking his mentor by the collar and shaking him like he's about to explode. Because seriously, what kind of world hands an apprentice a legendary dragon as a first mission? Brantark yanks him straight back, and his voice hits like a hammer. "If you won't fight, every single one of us dies here." Then he lands the final crushing blow, eyes locking on Bell as his face eases for a moment. "Man, if Alfred were here," he says, dragging the late master's name into the air. "He'd flash that refreshing smile and tell you, 'I'll be right back.'" Those words hit Bell like a punch he couldn't dodge harder than any physical attack, and it felt downright unfair. Bell stares at the moment his master and all-or-nothing great magician throws his life on the line, and Bell realizes he has to become a successor who can actually carry that legacy. Inside the main cabin, the captain fired off a calm but urgent message to the passengers, doing everything he could to smother the panic that kept surging higher. Bell's friends finally catch up to him, and you can see pure terror mixed with steel in their eyes, because they know they're only stepping into danger, not fixing it. None of us are supposed to be standing in this place, no roles, no excuses. All they can do is throw their prayers at the sky and beg for his safety. The hatch to the outside deck groans as it swings wide, and the turbulent sky roars in like a storm with a heartbeat. Right when Bell's about to step out, Brantark snaps his hand onto his shoulder. When this is done, he drops his voice low and tells us, "All right, no more games. We're going back to training for real." Bell locked eyes with him like a dare, so don't you dare die. "I see you," Bell's stare said, and a spark of defiance flared up in his own chest. I'm not dying at this age. And with one breath, he dives off the ship, sealed inside a shimmering shield he conjured with his own hands. He's hovering in midair, just a tiny dot staring up at that colossal bone dragon looming behind him. Brantark's plan was terrifying in how simple it was. Blast off on magic, then dump every last drop of holy power he had into purifying the dragon. And Bell can't shake the feeling that this whole plan is kind of thrown together and doomed to wobble. But we don't have time to think. Lock in on the dragon. Brantark's voice is pounding in his head, and he says, "Leave the ship to me." He's got to trust his gut and just unleash his magic without thinking twice. Bell clenches his breath, then pours his magic into the air until a blinding orb of holy energy forms and flares bright. The dragon feels the danger hit first, then releases a chilling, silent roar. Its jaw stretches wide as it readies the strike. A brutal torrent of dark energy rips out of its mouth, howling straight for him. Bell's instincts scream into action. "Barrier!" he roars, slamming his shield up just before the danger hits. A violent blast hits him head-on, the kind of concussive force that feels like it could tear reality apart in one strike. The barrier's still up barely, but he can't breathe easy. "That was way too close," he mutters, heart slamming in his chest. That dark energy that missed him crashes onto the land below, carving a brutal trail and flattening an entire forest. But as he watches the destruction stack up, Bell realizes he can't waste time on some drawn-out fight. Brantark is holding the ship together. Yet the ground is getting annihilated, and Bell knows he has to smash this into a finish right now. Now he shuts out everything and clutches his resolve like it's the only thing keeping him standing. He has to slam all that holy magic together, compress it into one crushing, overwhelming strike. He sees it in his mind, and pure light wraps the whole bone dragon in a glowing cocoon. He rockets through the air, weaving past the dragon's sloppy, clumsy swipes. "Just give me a little more time. A little more power," he growls, then shoves his magic to the breaking point like maximum magic. He unleashes it all. Holy light ignites into a roaring supernova, blasting outward from his body in a colossal, silent shockwave. The dragon is nailed dead center, and the purifying energy makes its bones sizzle, crack, and scream as they break. But it's not finished. He's got to keep dumping magic into the spell until the beast is totally frozen in place. The ancient dragon bucks and thrashes like it's wrestling fate itself, fighting tooth and claw against the very end, closing in. And then, right at the end, its bones give one last terrifying shudder before they start to crumble apart, dissolving into nothingness as it crashes, screaming, straight toward the earth. Spent and weightless in the sky, Bell barely manages a whisper. "Bell!" From the ship, Brantark's booming voice slams into the air. "Geez, I thought I was going to crap myself. I still had to recover all the bones, and yeah, that would have been a total waste." With a shaky exhale, Bell fires up his magic to steady his barrier, then dives in to snatch up the falling skeletal remains using his magic bag. His final prize is the dragon's Korra, gigantic, crystal-bright magic stone that throbs with terrifying power. As he drifts back onto the ship's deck, his friends come charging over, piling into him with a huge, roaring group hug. "Not that at all, kid," Brantark grins, and Bell's legs almost give out. "Ugh, my magic's tapped out." Brantark just chuckles and messes up his own hair. "Yeah, that checks out." Flying while clinging to a barrier, squeezing his magic tighter and tighter, then snapping the dragon down with a holy spell like it was nothing. Only my disciple could pull off that kind of perfection. He stops, palms still resting on Bell's head, and pure admiration lights up his eyes. "You're something splendid," he whispers, Alfred Ranford's disciple. Later, safely inside a lavish cabin, the whole crew gapes in awe at the giant magic stone. Bell didn't just find any dragon, this was a legendary ancient beast. So ancient it had the kind of history that turned it undead, and he'd stumbled onto a super rare specimen. Irwin burst into laughter, admitting they were cursed to stumble into it, but damn, having Bell and Brantark with them makes it feel like pure luck. The tension melts away, and suddenly it's all laughter, pure relief in the air. Altirio, their merchant buddy, leans in, studies the stone like a pro, and says it'll sell for a pretty damn fortune. He tosses out a starting bid so absurdly huge that every person in the room goes silent, like that pile of gold could fuel their magical airship for a whole quarter of its life. Altirio and Brantark don't just know each other, they're longtime adventuring buddies, and with the same grin on their faces, they openly admit they were the ones who killed that old fire dragon, and that the ship's magic crystal came from the job they did. That legendary clash shattered Altirio so bad he had to hang up his sword and pivot into running the Merchants Guild. Bell, always the realist, points out this is teamwork. Brantark shielded the ship while he took on the dragon. So, yeah, they're splitting the profits. Brantark slams him with one loud, thunderous no, cutting him off instantly. He brushes off the whole achievement and the money like they're just noise, then demands just one thing: take 1/10 of the profit to pay him back for all his trouble. A mystery label he won't explain for a second, leaving Belle staring, totally baffled. Brantark isn't just helping. He's laying the groundwork, handing Belle the resources and the connections he'll need to crush whatever comes next. While his friends are already fast asleep, dreaming up every sweet they're gonna buy, Belle can't shake the gut feeling that Brantark is up to something shady. His mentor just shrugs it off with a laugh, and the whole crew bursts into cheers as they finally roll into the magnificent royal capital. But the second they touch down, it's not quiet at all. Royal knights swarm in, and a whole squadron greets them head-on. As everyone jumps off, Brantark bolts, then vanishes into the crowd like he was never there. Can't even wrap his head around what's happening. The massive port suddenly falls into an eerie, stunned silence. A knight in gleaming armor, riding a warhorse like a storm, jabs his fingers straight at him. Wendelin von Benubo-Meister's knightly voice rings out across the square, shaking the air like a battle call. Belle goes completely still, stunned beyond words. The night grinds on, and you're riding high after wiping out the ancient dragon, so yeah, we're celebrating your righteousness. Then a message arrives from His Majesty. He points straight at the royal palace. Suddenly you're standing there with an audience inside the royal castle. A tense meeting with the king, then the full weight of everything he's done finally crashes down on him. And in that instant, it all clicked. Brantark totally saw it coming. That stiff formal ceremony, the whole doom and manners routine, so he bolted. Belle, who gets rattled just by a job interview, is now being hauled straight to meet the king of the whole country. His friends frantically wave goodbye as guards escort him into a lavish royal carriage. That night, the woman sitting across from him flashes a smile, and she leans in to say His Majesty wants to talk to you. You just took down an ancient dragon, guarded a priceless national asset, and saved every single passenger on board. Yeah, if you ask me, that makes you a hero. And just when the pressure couldn't get any worse, the knight leans in and drops the real bomb. It turns out His Majesty has a request for you. A request, so what on earth could the king possibly want from him? As the carriage rattles forward, the royal castle bursts into view. A breathtaking giant of stone, so huge it almost feels impossible. It's absolutely massive, and Belle, just trying to live out his simple dream as an adventurer, is about to step into a world even scarier than any dragon's lair. And honestly, impressive doesn't even cut it. This thing is a full-on fortress, a giant monument of raw power that makes everything he's seen before look small. His mind instantly screams, this isn't even fair, compared to the biggest mansion he's ever seen, and this castle blows it out of the water 10 times over. Then a man in gleaming plate armor steps up and beckons them forward. As they march through those glittering, lavish halls, Wendling can't shake the feeling that he's the only bumpkin in a palace full of royalty. That sheer grandeur hits like a wall. He leans toward Ardolino and murmurs, "Why is Warren personally escorting us tonight?" Turns out, Warren doesn't just have a title. He's the commander of the Canuan Knights, sitting on serious power and unbelievable authority. Ardolino leans in and drops the real bombshell. He's Brantark's disciple too, the court magician. So yeah, that makes him one of the kingdom's most dangerous, capable guys. Warren catches him eavesdropping and fires off. "So, you know magic?" But Wendelin just shakes his head. Because the knights in his unit don't sling spells the normal way. Instead of normal soldiers, they're magic knights warriors who pour magic into their bodies and gear, transforming themselves into superhuman fighters. Warren leans in with a sharper question. Does he know a man named Alfred Ranford? Dylan's heart lurched, and he realized it all clicked because everything he knows traces back to Alfred. Meanwhile, Warren's face eases. He'd met Alfred once when he was younger, and the moment he saw him, he knew. This was a top-tier magician. He could feel an immense, impossible pressure lurking behind Alfred's calm smile. Warren whirls toward Wendland, and you can see it in his eyes. He totally gets it. Then he blurts out that he felt the very same massive magical presence from Wendland. Brantark already warned us. Wendland's magic capacity blows past even his own masters, and now it all clicks. That's why the king personally wants to meet him. They hit a towering wall of doors, guarded by stone-still sentinels, and then boom, this is it. The throne room. Wendland starts to panic, but Warren steps in and reassures him. Turns out the king is way more candid than anyone expected, and he's already briefed Warren on exactly what to do, so Wendland has nothing to worry about. Ardolino slams a last-minute crash course on royal etiquette into his hands, but Wendelin just waves it off. Being a poor noble's son means he got hammered on this stuff from birth, just in case. He sucks in a deep breath, then steps up as the doors swing wide. The throne room sprawls like a war zone, packed with the kingdom's most powerful elites, and every single one of them locks eyes with him. A royal announcer blazes in, announces their arrival, and hurries them straight to the king to receive honor for their legendary feat, the slaying of the ancient dragon. Ardolino snaps Wendelin down into a proper bow without wasting a second. A calm, royal voice slices through the silence. This is the 37th king of Helmet, and he commands them to lift their heads. Swendolin the king, right down to his name and age. When Wendelin says he's turning 12, the king's eyes narrow at just how young he is, and he can't help but wonder why age and magical talent never seem to line up. He praises Wendelin's insane power and tells how he unleashed flight, a holy light spell, and a magic barrier all at once to smash the beast. Hohenheim, draped in cardinal robes, drops the truth. Almost no magician can cast a holy light spell that powerful. So he pitches the idea, as the reward, they'll take Wendelin straight to the royal capital's main church for a proper baptism. This baptism isn't some run-of-the-mill ceremony. It's a privilege meant for royalty and the richest merchants, and you can't touch it without the main church's direct approval. Wendelin's being celebrated, but Ardolino can't help clocking the real move. This honor reeks of a setup to pull in a donation. But the cardinal shuts it down. This isn't about money, it's about recruitment. The second Wendelin, that power-packed figure, shows up. Every religious sect in the city scrambles to claim him. The king's minister leans in and basically tells him to swallow the Orthodox Church's offer, because trying to fight it will only hand him a migraine. Wendelin nods in agreement, and just like that, the whole thing is sealed. But the king isn't done. His eyes sharpen with a subtle edge, like he's spotted the next threat. And yeah, there's more coming. He's got one burning wish for Wendelin. He leans in and tells you Wendelin has already snagged the dragon's bones and the massive magic stone with them. The king is eager to buy those items straight from him. He spills the state secret, then points to the outskirts of the capital, where a wrecked magic airship from an ancient civilization still haunts the ruins. It's a massive ship 4 times bigger than the one they flew in right now. It's sitting totally dormant. Wendelin instantly clicks the puzzle together. Those dragon parts are the missing key to kick the ship back to life. The king confirms modern magic crystals are just too tiny and puny to run ancient tech. But a giant stone like the one Wendelin has? That's exactly what ancient machines were waiting for. Even the dragon's bone strength can be harnessed to swap in the ship's missing parts and armor. The king throws his offer into the room, and Wendelin leans in staring at that massive, shimmering magic stone laid down right before the throne. Of course he accepts. How in the world could he ever dare to refuse the king? The Minister of Finance nearly has a heart attack. Your Majesty, the prince. He sputters. Then the king stays stone calm and declares they'll pay 500 white gold coins for the items, and the minister looks like he's about to drop dead. Later, Ardolino would lay bare what went wrong, and he'd pin the ship's component prices at roughly 100 white gold coins. Those ultra-rare dragon bones added a whopping 300 more, pushing the total straight to an insane 500. King coolly corners his finance minister and demands the auction price, then watches him choke out the truth that it'll be even higher, meaning the king is going to have to dump thousands more into materials anyway. The king's move is pure genius. By grabbing that stone right now, he shields the whole kingdom from a massive cost and locks in a game-changing military weapon. He shuts down every last complaint from his budget-obsessed staff, dead in its tracks. Wendelin froze in shock. He'd always assumed kings dumped the boring details on someone else. But this king doesn't just talk, negotiates like a master. And that's exactly why his kingdom stays so rock solid. And the king drops the real reason for this huge ceremony. Wendelin didn't just seal away a dragon. His magic barrier stopped its dying breath from ever reaching the capital and triggering a full-blown catastrophe. Wendel's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. He had absolutely no clue the stakes were this high. For his pure act of heroism, the king crowns him the Dragon Slayer. And it's official. He rockets off his throne and drops down in a flash, and hands Wendelin a metal blade forged into twin dragons, the legendary dual dragon metal. As the court erupts in applause, Wendelin can barely wrap his mind around what's happening. But King Helmet, the 37th, slams out one final announcement that shakes the world. He declares Wendelin von Benubemeister the 6th Associate Baron. The words slam into the air, and Baron? Wendelin is completely thrown for a loop. Ardolino jabs him forward, whispering, "This is the oath I told you about." And Wendelin, still stuck in a daze, gets a sword shoved into his hands. He drops to his knees and murmurs the oath of fealty, whispering promises of his loyalty to the king and to the country. Standing in that massive throne room, he got his life flipped upside down just like that, forever. He's loaded with money, he's got a shiny medal, and now boom, he's officially an officer of the court. Later, a carriage roared out of the castle, hauling him away. The fresh metal on Wendelin's chest gleams so hard it almost steals the light like it's ready for war. Ardolino is bursting with joy, shouting that nobody's even been worthy of that medal for over 200 years. Wendelin can't even believe it. Yet he's still trying to process his new title, because now he's the head of the Ballmeister family, totally separate from his father. They're never handing him territory, so yeah, he'll be a mere cloth noble, but he's still walking away with a fat pension. The best part is he can still keep his spot in prep school. But the truth gets messy. He's now a 12-year-old baron, and that twist leaves him utterly baffled, just like everyone around him. He's leaped up the social ladder. His father's just a knight, stuck at the bottom of the aristocracy. But Wenland is now a baron, right in the middle ranks, and he's officially outranked his own father. He knows his father won't lift a finger, but Eric is still stuck in his head, haunting him. Two brothers share the same fight, but now Wendelin's been bumped up to a higher rank, and the moment it happens, that win feels strangely lonely. Just as his thoughts start to spiral, the world opens up. Right in front of him stands a breathtaking mansion, and there's his brother Eric, waiting there with a welcome smile. After a quick, warm chat, Ardolino slips away so the brothers can finally catch up. Eric grins at Wendelin and insists, "Let me meet my new family with you before we finally get settled." Inside, Wendelin locks eyes with Lutcher, the head of the Brandt family mid-hit. Eric's wife Marian stood there, and right beside her was the stunning Marianne. Wendelin's getting flustered by all the stiff formalities. But then the head of the house steps in and calms him down, saying everyone in the capital won't stop talking about his heroic deeds. Wendelin, ever the charmer, swoops in and showers his new sister-in-law with compliments about her beauty, and her whole face lights up. Because as an only child, the thought of finally getting a younger brother has her buzzing with excitement. Right then, his party win Luis and Ina burst into the room, ecstatic to find him already buzzing about the news they'd heard. He holds up the medal, announces his brand new title as Associate Baron, and the whole group is instantly stunned. Erwin's eyes flash with instant mischief. "You're kidding, right?" he asks, a sly grin exploding across his face. In the drawing room, Erwin snaps into action and lays out his pitch. He's begging Wendland to take him on as a vassal. He lays out his mess baying. The knight's younger son means his future is bleak, so he's stuck either crawling back to the fields or grinding as some low-rank adventurer, because in aristocratic circles, it's all about who you know. He practically throws himself at Wenman's feet, begging to be hired. Before Wendelin even gets a word out, Aina and Louise burst in, begging, pleading so they can get hired too. The adults in the room are left speechless like, "Wait, is this even allowed?" The head of the house lets out a chuckle. Okay, technically he shouldn't, but rejecting them the proper way would be such a nightmare for Wenland that he decides to just let it slide. He tells you these days, noble families don't dare to grow anymore. Money runs tight, and expansion just isn't in the cards. Eric says that now Wenland has a new status. He's about to get buried under merchant requests for connections, while women line up to be his mistress. Even if it's just in name, having a few trusted friends acting as retainers would be a massive help. The trio is bursting with joy. Ren vows to protect two people, and Ina jumps in, offering her services for free. Louis quips that they'd rather be retainers than some nobles' mistresses, because that guy sounds seriously weird. Then the head of the house leans in and declares, Aina and Louise are daughters of an aristocrat's vassal, so they're more than ready to marry into nobility. Louis winks, then smirks and says, "Fine, if that's how it has to be, they'll just be my concubines." She's quick on the uptake, and she's totally fine playing his mistress right up until she's finally an adult. Wendelin's totally flustered as she blurts that they'll shove that specific topic aside for now. But Louise refuses to back down. She tells him she's going to blossom into a stunning woman, and when she does, he's exactly the guy she's going to tease and ruin. Eric's wedding day is finally here, and the whole celebration is already roaring at full volume. A loud, friendly voice bursts through the air. Eretz and Wenland snaps around to see him grinning and waving like it's been years since they last met. Wendelin's deadpan, "It's only been 2 days," doesn't even slow Eric down. Eric just laughs, hauls Wendelin into a rough hug, and cheers him for rocketing into the big leagues as an associate to Baron. Eric, the generous big brother through and through, thrusts Wendell a heavy pouch of coins a share from their latest wild adventures. But when Wendelin peeks inside, his jaw drops so hard it should count as a weapon, because the amount is pure insanity, enough to bankroll a whole army or stockpile top-shelf liquor for life. And he can't wrap his head around it since Eric is handing over a fortune like it's nothing. As they stride through the loud, crowded courtyard, Eric's eyes narrow because a few crucial people are nowhere to be found. He sweeps his eyes across the crowd and worry creases his face because the bride's parents are nowhere to be found and everyone's alarm bells start ringing. Right then, Brantark swoops in and greets them with a big, warm smile. Eric barrels straight to the point, snapping, "Did the Baumeister family's donation finally show up yet?" The bride's mother looks wrecked as she admits she's fired off multiple letters, but not a single reply ever came back. The calm shatters in a heartbeat as a furious man storms in, face blazing red, and roars that Wendelin's father's dowry has already been paid. A wave of icy dread slams into the group because this isn't a simple mistake, it's a brutal public humiliation that could torch everything they've built. They track down Wendellin's other brothers, Paul and Helmut, and both are completely crushed. Like the fight just got ripped out of them. A dark cloud presses down on them, and Wendelin feels it in her bones. Something is terribly, horribly wrong. Paul fidgets with his collar and confirms their worst fear. He says their father somehow always one step ahead never once expected Eric to marry into the same family as Kurt, the oldest son. Every last coin the family had got drained into Kurt's wild, ridiculous cult, so there wasn't a cent left for Eric's dowry. And with Paul and Helmut serving as royal guards with zero inheritance, their father doesn't expect anything from them either. Wendellin's jaw drops. She can't believe the sheer incompetence and cold cruelty of what's happening. With no other path left, he strides forward and vows, "I'll pay the dowry myself." Without even a pause, Wendelin dives into his magic bag and starts dumping a king's ransom onto the ground stacks of luxurious furs, rolls of shimmering silk, glittering gemstones, fragrant spices, and even top-tier qualipins and supplies spilling out like they're conjured from nothing. Meanwhile, his brothers are left staring. Pure relief hits them hard as Wendelin pulls the family back from total disgrace. His friends hiss that this is a once-in-a-lifetime golden opening forge powerful connections, win real influence, and get a prize. Most nobles would murder to claim. Even Brantark admits it if you're an aristocrat with no solid family backing. Moments like this are exactly how you claw your way up the ladder. Brantark pauses and tells the whole story of the Baumeister family back generations ago. A second son with no future in the capital slipped into the wild frontier and founded a village from scratch. Tucked between jagged mountains and a wild magic forest, that land became the Baumeister territory. 4 generations later, Wendellin's dad, Arter, runs the family now, and everyone knows his bitter, infamous feud with his own parents. The bride's family is horrified because defying a Margrave is one thing, but they didn't even scrape together borrowed money for the dowry. And that lands as a sharper insult than anyone expected. But Brantark reassures everyone, saying the Margrave won't punish the whole family for one man's failure. Still, Wendelin can't shake the gut punch of his family's miserable reputation. Eric breathes a sigh of relief and vows that, because he saved them, the Brihadar family will repay him every last coin, no excuses. It's a brutal reminder that an aristocrat's pride isn't clean or simple, it's tangled, messy, and full of complications. With the dowry finally paid, the wedding rolls on without a hitch. Then the crowd erupts in applause, and the newlyweds get flooded with cheers and sweet wishes. Wendelin suddenly gets mobbed by guests, and even Ina and Louise are getting bombarded with attention too. By the time night drops, he's wiped out completely and utterly spent. Back in their room, Erwin smugly says how everyone loves him, and Wendelin groans that it's way more stressful than even her own wedding. Erwin starts drifting into fantasies about his future, but Wendelin snaps him back and says that with this new title, his life is about to get wildly complicated. And it's not even just him talking about all the girls lining up to be his partner. The talk suddenly snaps into something bigger, because the others bring up the real bombshell. Wendelin might get formally adopted by some high-ranking noble. Before he even has time to process what's happening, he's shoved into a formal meeting with the head of the Luckner Marquise family. Wendelin looks totally lost. He's never even heard of them. Then Eric steps in and says, "They're the parents of the Manjirbadan family, the people you met at the castle." Turns out the Marquis is the kingdom's Lord of Finance, and he erupts in hearty laughter because the royal budget is a total disaster, and he's genuinely blown away by what Wendelin can pull off. Suddenly, Erich's panic hits because the truth lands hard. The Luckner family doesn't just know Braybrooke Prep, they run it, and that's where Wendelin goes. Because Wendelin's scholarship is paid for by the Marquis, he's already locked in their debt. The Marquis flashes a warm smile full of purpose and tells Wendelin to seriously think about joining his family. Eric blurts out an apology for the sudden pressure, then admits the truth if this all goes through, they'll be closer than brothers. Wendelin stands there under the starry sky, frozen in place, feeling the whole world's weight crush down on his shoulders as he stares at the mansion. He's finally realizing one brutal truth: an aristocrat's life is never ever simple. For the rest of the vacation, he shoves it all to the back of his mind and soaks up the capital's sights and sounds like he's just a normal guy. Meanwhile, in the towering throne room, the air turns cold and heavy with dread. Palace Chief Magician Clement Christoph von Armstrong marches in and reports everything straight to the king. The scouting crew tore into the Palkania grasslands only to come back to another crushing failure. As long as ancient dragon Grandy keeps watch over the plains, humanity can't push one step further or claim new territory. The king grieves over how the last 1,000 years have barely budged his progress against the demon-held lands. a brutal, blood-soaked trail of doomed expeditions that just kept collapsing. That topic slams a gut punch of a memory into Armstrong's head, the late Margrave Breheritor, who chased a cure for his terminal illness so violently that he marched his forces straight to near annihilation. The king leans in and reminds him that, in that fight, Armstrong didn't just lose. He watched his best friend and deadly rival Alfred Ranford get taken. Swallowed by emotion, Armstrong shoots out an apology for his own outburst, but the king waves it off like it's nothing, reminding him that they've been best friends since childhood. Then the king drops the bombshell. Alfred's master, the legendary magician Brantark, is in the capital right now. Even crazier, he's picked up a brand new disciple. The same young guy who pulled off what entire armies couldn't. Armstrong's eyes blew wide with pure shock when the king finally confirmed it. The kid who wiped out that undead ancient dragon is Alfred's student. A spark of fire flares in Armstrong's eyes as he snaps. I have to meet this kid right now. Miles away, Wendelin suddenly erupts into a massive sneeze, wondering if some random person out there is talking about him like it's the biggest secret in the world. In the loud, bustling capital of Wendland, Wendland and his crew are out there soaking up every wild sight and sound. Their city sprawls so hard it's at least 5 times bigger than Berhobrook, their tiny hometown. But Eric quickly snaps the truth back, because even the capital has its own pile of problems. The world's getting crushed, prices skyrocket, food runs thin, and the water's nasty, and to survive, they're forced to fight for and develop the land all around them. The Palkenia grasslands are the wall standing between them and everything they want. The last big patch of land left that demons had terrorized. It's the lair of the Great Grande, the Elder Earth Dragon, and this thing has slaughtered adventurers and whole armies for centuries. If they could bring it down, the capital would finally burst into bloom. Wendell shrunk back in disbelief, wondering who on earth could ever drop a monster that huge, until Eric redirected them toward a full day of shopping. The boys storm the place and ogle the finest clothes and top-tier weapons like they're about to step into war. But right when Dylan soon steps in, Eric shoves himself to meet his fiancée Miriam. Eric shudders as she remembers that past shopping trip with her, an exhausting bargain-hunting sprint that felt like it would never end. Wendell and Chuckles trade a laugh, insisting women are the same in every single place. They're both convinced that if the girls would just shop together, chaos would finally loosen its grip and everything would feel way more peaceful. Right after they got back to the manor, their quiet, peaceful night gets ripped apart by a sudden interruption. Ina and the Louise sprint over, practically vibrating with excitement to show off their brand new dresses. They freeze in a dramatic pose and start fishing for compliments like it's mission critical. Wendelin, dead serious and practical, simply grins and praises how insanely good the capital's fashion looks, earning him a couple of deadpan stares. Irwin snaps that they're praising the outfits, not the girls, and then his stomach drops over just how much all that cost. Louise doesn't flinch. She's already plotting a hunting spree, ready to rake in cash for their next shopping trip. Miriam Eris's fiancé steps up to Wendelin and softly but firmly tells him, when a pretty girl dresses up, you don't hold back, you tell her she looks beautiful. Wendelin tries to follow that advice, flirting to both girls. You look amazing on you, like she's reading from a script. Irwin tries to help, but he fumbles and only manages to blurt that Louise's red dress looks great, while the truth is, she didn't even buy one. In unison, these girls are officially a lost cause. They basically tell the boys, shape up your common sense, because if you don't, you'll never get a passing grade with women. That night, Wendelin just crumples to the ground, groaning that the cruelest part of the whole world isn't the shopping, it's the exhausting aftercare that follows when women are involved. Rolls Arbor. Our story picks up with Wendelin still reeling from his crushing victory over the undead dragon, but the clock doesn't stop, because he's got no time to breathe. He's suddenly getting showered with praise by a guy named Brantark. Looks like he's an adventuring buddy, but then there's that second, terrifying presence looming right behind him. They're stunned, not only that he's Alfred's disciple, but that he pulled off that insane feat while staying unnervingly calm the whole time. Wendelin, still trying to play it cool, shrugs it off, yet his mind instantly flashes back to the exact moment he ended up here in the first place. One minute he was out shopping with his friends, and the next, palace messengers grabbed him without a word and whisked him away, like an invitation that turned into a full-on kidnapping. Before he even realized it, he was already at an army garrison on the edge of the city, and right there he gets introduced to the royal palace's chief magician, Master Christoph von Armstrong. And Wendelin's jaw drops to the floor. He was sure he'd get some long-bearded old wizard, but Armstrong stands there like a whole mountain, pure macho power. Like you couldn't possibly believe he's a magician. The staff he's hauling isn't just any weapon. It looks like a brutal warhammer made to crack skulls. Armstrong leans in close, flashes a sly grin, and taunts, "So, you nervous?" Then he drops the bomb and they're charging into battle together to reclaim the Palcania grasslands, now overrun by that grand agreed monster. Wendelin is totally stunned. He's a minor, and minors aren't even supposed to be allowed in demonic territory. But for nobles, the rules hit different now that he's the new head of the Baumeister family. He's been raised to a baron. And when the army gets mobilized, he steps up and answers the king's call. And this time, the king personally ordered him to join the garrison and take on a colossal dragon. Yeah, using his age as an excuse? That's dead on arrival? Then it hits him hard. He's been drafted. Seeing Wendelin's face crumble with defeat, the others just shrug him off, telling him to quit fighting and swallow his fate. Brantar jokes that Wendelin's legendary bad luck has to be contagious. This whole mess is so ridiculously absurd that all they can do is burst out laughing and brush it off. Soon enough, they're soaring over the endless Palcania grasslands, each one locked inside a shimmering protective magic bubble. Then there it is, sitting in the distance like a nightmare with eyes their target. And that grand grey dragon? It's insanely massive. A literal monster straight out of legend. Armstrong breaks into laughter and remarks on how ridiculously huge it is. During their pre-battle briefing, Brantark leans in and tells them the dragon is an earth attribute. So wind magic is the key that can crack it wide open. Every head whips to Wendelin. He drops the truth. His deadliest move is Cutter Tornado, but it takes a full 2 minutes to cast. That's a lifetime in a fight like this, but Armstrong doesn't even blink 2 minutes. He laughs, like, yeah, I've got this. But the closer they get, Wendelin starts to sweat buckets because the dragon is bigger than he ever imagined, and this is about to get brutally intense. Armstrong suddenly erupts in a thunderous roar. Magician, mobile armor, equip. Mana surges around him, ripping the air open as a suit of thick, menacing black plate armor materializes in front of his eyes. Wendelin just freezes, mouth hanging open in pure shock. What kind of magician is this guy? Brantar casually drops the truth. This isn't just any spell, it's a special kind of materialization magic. Armstrong's staff snaps into a monstrous warhammer, and the armor around him hits with defense so brutal it makes a regular magic barrier look like nothing but a soap bubble. Without a second to waste, Armstrong rockets forward and slams his hammer straight into the dragon's snarling mouth. The impact slams like thunder, and enraged beast bellows and lunges, snapping at the armored magician with vicious rage. Wendelin stared, completely hooked, eyes wide, breath caught in his chest. Two titans collide, punches and rage flying as they trade devastating blows. A dragon snaps its colossal tail like a whip, cracking Armstrong's armor, yet Armstrong doesn't flinch one bit. Armstrong lunges in and snatches the dragon's tail with raw, jaw-dropping power, lifts the whole creature clean off the ground, and starts whipping it around like it's just a toy, the motion getting wilder by the second. Wendelin can't even speak, so tell me, how much power does this man really have? Brantark snaps back that the armor is just for defense, while that insane physical strength? That's all Armstrong. Just then, Armstrong clutches the dragon and shouts, "Is the spell ready yet?" Wendell snaps out of his daze, mana whirls around him, and he growls, "I'm ready." He rips through the air with a thunderous yell and unleashes his ultimate move, Cutter Tornado. A monstrous tornado of razor-sharp wind blades bursts out of him, swallowing the poor dragon whole before it can even fight back. The beast gets torn apart. Its tough hide gets ripped open and shredded into ribbons. Brantark whistles, stunned by how brutally that spell just tore into everything. Wendelin calmly says it was a spell his master taught him, one that demands he shows demons zero mercy. The dragon crumbles to the ground, its life draining away as it bleeds out across the endless plains. Wendell didn't waste a second. He snapped into action, casting his magic with expert precision to scoop up the dragon's blood and shove the entire massive corpse straight into his magic bag. Armstrong can't hide his awe, straight up says that when it comes to raw magical power, Wendelin has already blown past his own master, Alfred. But he drops this game-changing advice: keep honing your magic. Just don't let it turn you self-obsessed or spiral you into self-esteem traps. It's a hard-earned lesson in humility from one of the strongest men he's ever faced, because with the big boss finally down, the grasslands are calm again, for now. Armstrong grins and declares, "We're done for today," then vows to spend tomorrow wiping out the rest of the demons. Wendelin's here as a guest, what'd you say? He freezes, then stammers out the words. He thought it was over then. Armstrong rips that hope apart, yelling that it's their duty to sweep the field clean before more people get slaughtered. He can barely contain himself. He's practically buzzing with excitement for tomorrow's work. When Lynn and Brantark just let out heavy sighs, their faces shouting, "Are we seriously doing this?" 10 days later, after a brutal mop-up mission, Wendelin and Armstrong are dragged into the king's presence. The king praises them to the skies for crushing the Palcania grasslands and bringing them to heel. He throws out a reward, but Wendelin tries to dodge it, saying the cash from selling the dragon parts already covered everything, and now that he's filthy rich, he doesn't even know what to do with himself anymore. But, but the king won't budge. He's dead set on one thing. Wendelin doesn't need promises. It needs a reputation that shakes the world. He lifts Armstrong up to a viscount and, right then and there, formally crowns Wenland as a baron. The king flashes a grin and declares that the kingdom's newest young prodigy has big shoes to fill. Humboldt can only accept one thing, nothing else. Free at last, Wendelin slams back into his party and starts demolishing a mountain of food on the spot. He admits he hasn't had a real decent meal in what feels like forever, like a whole month. He relives his miserable week of demon hunting, 7 straight days of no rest, sleeping in shifts, and getting stuck cooking everything because his 2 powerful allies bailed on the job. Summer vacation hit like a heat wave soaked in sweat, packed with dust, and stained with blood. With just 3 days of holiday left, the whole crew is itching to hit the streets and grab souvenirs before time runs out. But Wendelin digs in his heels. He's determined to hit the capital for some sightseeing. He knows he can teleport back whenever he wants, but he insists the real win is soaking up the moment right in front of him. Right as the tension was boiling over, a guy barrels in and interrupts him, apologizing as he goes. Wendelin Dono, your baptism is ready. Wendelin goes ice cold amid all that chaos. He totally blanked. They escort him straight to the church's head temple, a towering, breathtaking fortress that looms like nothing else. He's not the praying type, so all of this feels like pure drag. Cardinal Hohenheim himself steps in and greets him warmly, like the red carpet was rolled out just for him. Inside the cathedral, pure beauty hits you like a wave, absolutely breathtaking. The cardinal leans in, praising Wendelin like a miracle, and declares that wiping out not 1, but 2 dragons with holy magic can only mean God's protection is backing him. Wendelin flashes a polite smile, but deep down he's thinking, my magic has nothing to do with faith. Armstrong, right there beside him, leans in and quietly tells him to just go along with it, because the church is already calling their demon slaying a holy crusade. The baptism ceremony rolls on just like its planned prayers rise and the holy water splashes down. Wendelin then drops a huge donation, and the cardinal calls him into his office for a cup of tea. Once they drop into their seats, the cardinal snaps for Elise, bring the tea. The door swings open, and a young woman in a nun's habit steps inside like she owns the moment. Wendelin just freezes, speechless, no joke. She's hands down the most beautiful person he's ever laid eyes on. He's totally gone for her head over heels. Their gazes lock and she studies him with tender curiosity. So, you might be a magic holder? She asks in a soft, careful voice. The cardinal lets out a proud chuckle, announcing her as his granddaughter. His pride, his joy, the one he's bragging about. He tells her, you can use holy healing magic too, and admits he's been training to become a nun. Wendelin's jaw drops when he finally meets someone else with a gift this rare. Then the girl beams a radiant smile and introduces herself. Nice to meet you. I am Elise Katharina von Hohenheim. Welcome back, story lovers. Today, we jump straight into Baron Wendelin's new nightmare. Because, sure, slaying a dragon sounded hard, but surviving high society, that's the true final boss. We pick up right where Wendelin sits in a lavish room, staring across from a towering, intimidating man, the cardinal of the church. The cardinal proudly introduces his granddaughter, Elise von Hohenheim, trained in none yet the second Wendel. Locks eyes with her. He's struck dumb, because she stands there in the full robes of a sister, her otherworldly beauty pouring out pure, radiant grace. Wendelin, ever the pragmatist, can't shake the feeling that something's off. Why in the world would a girl with the rare, earth-shattering, holy healing magic be shipped off on a nun's path? The cardinal lets out a heavy sigh, saying her talent is nothing short of incredible. But as her grandfather, his biggest wish is the simple one. She gets to live in peace and happiness. He goes on to gush about her gentle heart and stunning looks, bragging that the line of men chasing her hand will stretch forever and that they'll all be ruthless competitors. Wendelin can't stop himself. He grins and points right at him. Like, so you hauled me all the way here just to brag about your incredible granddaughter, huh? The cardinal doesn't brush it off. She flat out admits that a swarm of powerful families is circling for her. Wendelin nods without hesitation. She's got that undeniable beauty that just hits you like lightning. For one blazing second, his past salaryman instincts slam back, and he starts breaking down the chaos like it's a corporate merger. But just as his thoughts start to line up, the cardinal locks eyes with him and hits him with the question. So, will you accept her as your wife? That question smacks Wendell like a ton of bricks. He'd only been trying to keep things polite, maybe even guessing it was some slick political move. But then it turns into a no-warning, straight-up marriage proposal. Before he even gets a word out, the cardinal slams the decision down, declaring the matter sealed, with a chilling finality. And then boom, those espers were dragged into it too. To top it all off, he drops that he already has the king's official blessing, saying the king himself thinks they'd make the perfect couple. Wendell just froze, completely speechless, his brain spinning as he realizes he's been steamrolled straight into an engagement with one of the most wanted women in the whole kingdom. Later, Wendelin returns to his party, and the whole group huddles up to figure out how to spend their final 2 days in the capital. He has to squirm through the awkward moment and admit he can't make it. He's got a prior appointment. Turns out the appointment is Elise herself. Showing up to see him, then he introduces his fiancée to the group, and the whole room freezes in silence. No matter where she steps in, everyone's eyes lock onto her like she's the only thing that matters. Erwin, never subtle for a second, blurts out exactly what's on his mind. Then he couldn't stop staring at her massive breasts. Elise, smooth as silk, tells him that since Wendelin's been way too busy to even see the capital, she's stepping in straight up because she's decided to be his personal tour guide. She steps right into her future wife role, then straight up tells him to ditch the formalities and call her Elise. Wendelin tries to keep things proper, insisting it's not appropriate, but he silences her with a bright, sweet smile that's absolutely, totally non-negotiable. He was like, nah, it's gonna be just like this. Their date gets set up in a blink, all thanks to a sharp-eyed butler named Sebastian sent by the cardinal to make sure everything runs perfectly. As this brand new couple strolls out, the rest of the party just stands there, reeling, trying to process the shock of the news. Erwin's practically turning green with envy, grumbling that he wants a fiancé of his own. Louis deadpans that if he wants one, he should probably go slaughter a dragon first. In sheer panic, Erwin blurts out to Ina, "Be my fiancé." And before the words even land, she shuts him down cold. Their teacher, Brantark, has to spell it out for them, because this engagement was a full-on political power move, orchestrated by the cardinal, sanctioned by the king himself. This isn't romance, it's strategy and control. Then Ina jumps in with a sharp question, grilling Brantark about the girl he was supposed to introduce to Wendelin from his own lord's territory. Red-faced, Brantark blurts out that his heart is only for Miss Anita, and the girls are left completely stunned and clueless. Then he whips around and tells the girls, sure, the official wife spot is locked, but the mistress position, that opening is wide open, and everyone's still in the running. This lights a fire under all of them. Then, shockingly, Ina steps up first, vows she'll give it everything she's got, and takes the challenge head-on. Louise darts after it, gripping the idea like a lifeline. If she can build a dojo for the Baumeister family, she'll lock in her family's spearmanship future. Erwin clocks it immediately. Snagging the powerful noble's favor puts her in the kind of steady income that doesn't wobble. And just like that, Ina locks in a brand new dream, to become Wendelin's mistress, build a combat magic dojo from the ground up, and rise as the first female master ever. The countdown hits 0 now, the race is on. Meanwhile, Wendelin and Elise dove headfirst into their very first date. They're hunting for fresh clothes for him. And, for the first time in ages, Wendelin's actually smiling he's sightseeing, stuffing himself with amazing food and soaking up time with a beautiful girl. He feels like a totally normal young guy, and honestly, it's a breath of fresh air until, mid-stroll, he stumbles on a shocking truth about Elise. She's Master Armstrong's niece, the guy who's basically all muscle and magic. He also learns she's known as the Saint of Hohenheim. She earned that name by pouring her heart into charity, healing the everyday people, and treating everyone with the same kindness no matter who they are. Staring down at the city, Wendelin finally meets him in the truth. He admits that, sure, everyone chants Dragon Slayer, but in his heart, he doesn't feel heroic at all. Because that title he never asked for drags him down with a weight he can't shake. This hits Elise so hard, it feels like it's crawling straight into her heart. At that moment, Sebastian the butler leaned in and whispered sharp advice to Wendelin. Because a gentleman always sweeps his lady off her feet with a gift on their very first date. With the dragon hunt fanning his pockets, Wendelin snaps into agreement like, yeah, he's in. Step into that jaw-dropping luxury jewelry store and let the sparkle hit you. Wendelin, fueled by everything he learned in his past life, realizes this social mission is a do-or-die showdown. The shopkeeper thrusts a special ring into his hands, one packed with a huge, dark magic stone built to gulp down magic and let the wearer unleash intermediate-level spells. Wendelin instantly realizes what it can truly do. Any non-mage can wield it, and even a mage can preload a spell, just waiting to explode in an emergency. It costs a jaw-dropping 3 platinum coins, an absolute fortune to nearly every noble out there. He asks to try it, pours a little mana into the ring, and boom, it bursts to life, with a dazzling, brilliant glow. That lease feels like pure unstoppable powers blasting out of it. Without even blinking, Wendelon shoots back. All right, I'll take it. Elise gasps at the sheer extravagance, practically refusing the moment she realizes how insanely expensive the gift is. But for Wendelin stacked with so much money he doesn't even know what to do with it. The price is basically nothing. He breaks down how it works. This thing can lock away her healing magic and turn into a lifesaver when danger hits, and she, with a warm smile, accepts it right away. Wendelin's not doing this for the drama. He's got a deeper play. Handing over something this valuable isn't just a gift. It's a loud public claim that seals the engagement, stamps them into high society, and puts Wendelin under the church's protection, all thanks to the cardinals pulling strings. It's pure political checkmate. The moment Elise steps back into her house, her grandpa clocks the gift's true meaning on the spot. He's blown away because Wendelin isn't just a powerhouse mage. He's a crafty political chess master who knows exactly how to twist power to his advantage. He leans in and asks Elise if her new fiancé comes with any complaints, and she shoots back, "Nope." In a quiet blink of time, Elise pauses and stares because she can't stop thinking about that boy, born to a poor noble house who just exploded into legend. But the moment he admitted his own pressure from his title, something clicked. She finally felt that real connection. Like she'd met the only person in the world who truly understood her burden. She's fully convinced that even if her magic vanishes, this kind man will still treat her the same, and she's sure they'll end up as the perfect match. Bell snatches the envelope, and when everyone begs him to, he cracks it open and reads it out loud. The news hit like a bomb. The master just yanked their graduation from the prep school, and now all four of them have to stay in the capital and train as real, full-fledged adventurers, because nobody saw this twist coming. Bell still doesn't trust it, but Burkhart leans in and swears the letter is 100% real, penned by the master himself. Burkhart lays out his logic, and wow, he's not wrong. He tells Bell, "For a kid like you to slay 2 dragons, there's literally nothing a prep school can still teach you." And it's not just Bell. He whips his head toward the others and calls it out. Their skills have already blown past what the instructors back at school ever could teach. Yeah, it's a straight punch, but he's dead on staying in the capital, where the resources are stronger and the battles hit harder. Will make you level up way faster than wasting 2 more years in some basic curriculum. Everything here hits different top-tier infrastructure, real experts, and opportunities stacked like it's on another level entirely. Bell thinks it through, and yeah, the upside is clear, but a cold knot of fear tightens in his stomach. The capital is a snake pit of political traps, and he's terrified of getting shoved in as a pawn in some noble's power game. Before the ink even dries, the chat shoots straight into the best part: meeting their brand new mentors. Irwin's eyes flare with excitement. The second he hears he'll be training under Master Warren, the head of the personal Knight Brigadier. Ina practically bursts with excitement because she's about to meet the Spearmasters inside the Imperial Knight Order. And when it comes to Bell, Burkhart only grins like he's already handing him the perfect teacher. Yeah, but first, what about their place back in Breburg? Burkhart waves it off like it's nothing, telling them they've got Bell's teleportation magic so they can drop into any time they want. And on top of that, in the capital, they're about to score a brand new house. No, an entire estate, all theirs. A few days later, the brand new training regiments hit and the real grind finally starts. As Irwin and Ina race toward the castle to drill with the Imperial Order, Belle and Louise are handed completely different instructions. They get yanked off in order to report to a military facility across town in a totally different part of the city. Louise, the eternal optimist, is convinced their powers are supposed to grow side by side. Belle isn't convinced for a second. He clocks it instantly. Their fight styles are complete opposites. He's a long-range artillery mage, while she's a no-mercy brawler in the thick of it. Training them together sounds pointless, but Louise lights up anyway. She's thrilled just to have any excuse to stay close to him. They finally reach their destination. And this isn't some little facility. It's a massive, colossal arena that towers over everything. They push through the gates, and the second they do, the whole world dwarfs them with its massive, unbelievable scale. This isn't some dusty little backwater. This is the real battlefield. Belle clocks it instantly. Whoever their teacher is, they're gotta be a big deal, because only someone truly important could run a space like this. Right as they're soaking it all in, a side door explodes open. A hulking figure steps out of the shadows, and Belle's blood freezes solid. It's Master Armstrong, the insanely jacked mage, bellowing with pure excitement. "So you finally come." Belle's soul practically rips out of his body. Of all the teachers in the world, it had to be him. Armstrong is bouncing with pure electricity, confessing he was so hyped for their first lesson he couldn't even fall asleep, while Belle sits there with a sick, sinking dread in his gut. Because this is about to be straight up hell. Louise is totally captivated. She remembers all the buzz about Armstrong's wild, muscular magic, the way he can summon his own magic armor and charge dragons up close like a monster hunter. Louise can't wait to learn it, but Belle is freaking out, because to her, that's a brawler's move, not a mage's. He spots his opening because this training isn't for him at all. It's built to sharpen Louise, the close combat specialist, to a razor edge. He scrambles to save face, insisting he'll step out and let her handle it. I specialize in long-range magical support, remember that? He says, flashing a weird little smile. Armstrong isn't buying a word of it. He slams a hand onto Belle's shoulder, and the impact jolts him into winning. You're not at your full potential yet, Armstrong declares, cutting straight to the truth. He tells them his magic mobile armor is the perfect workout for magic circulation. Any mage would level up fast, and then he seals it with the final punch. He brings up Belle's old master Alfred, saying Alfred was a genius with mind-bending spells but couldn't fight to save his life. If Alfred had learned his magic armor technique, he never would have died the way he did. Those words slammed into Belle like a punch to the chest. He was right. Alfred's one true downfall was his fragile body. Belle realizes he jumped the gun, and now he's wondering if this crazy training is the thing he's been missing. So he nods and agrees. Armstrong flashes a grin, and you can tell this training is doing him good too, because that walking mountain of a man hasn't hit his own magical limit yet. The thought that this monster could level up even more is straight up terrifying. The first lesson? You learn how to wrestle the magic flows into the right shape. Belle, Louise Armstrong, and a whole crowd of other mages grind through the entire day in relentless, high-intensity training. By the end, Armstrong's disciples are all sprawled on the ground, wrecked, utterly drained of mana. They snap their heads to Belle he's totally fine, and they can't help but wonder if he's some kind of monster. Even Louise, who's barely standing still as she soaks up the ambient magic, suddenly feels the world spin and wobble. Armstrong, of course, takes it all in stride and doesn't feel a thing. And that's the moment Belle snaps the whole thing into place. Armstrong's basically like him, a walking, bottomless pit of mana. Louise's eyes snap wide as the truth finally clicks. If he's anything like Belle, then his magic power still hasn't hit its full limit. Armstrong bursts into a loud laugh, and you can feel his power swelling with every single rep. He's fully recharged, locked in for round 2, and itching to start conjuring his armor. Belle can only freeze in absolute terror, watching that man's energy burn like a nightmare that won't end. Later on, the party lands in a wild quest, trudging through a creepy forest, side by side with Armstrong and Burkhart right on their heels. Belle can't wrap his head around it. Why would 2 top-tier masters bother overseeing a simple guild request? Burkhart tells them the truth. The pink hippopotamus thereafter is infamous for causing nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, Armstrong has that look like he'd rather bolt straight out of there. Turns out, Burkhart has no clue about the full story. He was basically just shoved into it, ordered by superiors to step in and help. That name Pink Hippopotamus sounds goofy and harmless, but he won't drop it, insisting he didn't come for laughs. They're here for a reason. Armstrong leans in and snaps the truth. This creature is a rare protected demon. They're not here to kill it, they're racing to haul it alive and move it into a safe protected zone. Belle exhales in relief. Easy protection quest, right? Then Twist slams in. Armstrong's grim face says the target is about to lay eggs way earlier than they should. A premature birth. And that's the real trouble. One mom hippo guarding her egg can unleash a terrifying stay-away curse on anyone she senses as a threat. Belle instantly realizes this is a mind control spell. Yeah, it's weird, and there's a brutal catch. For some reason, women are flat out banned from taking this quest. That's why the girls aren't here. Irwin's already clocked it, and the truth hits hard. They picked him solely because of how deadly he is in a fight. Armstrong suddenly snaps back to a past run-in with the spell shivers crawling over him like PTSD has its hands on his throat. Then he roars, "No way am I stepping into this quest." Even with terror screaming through his veins, he whips his head toward Belle and pins everything on him. Alfred's disciple. Belle's stomach flips. Yeah, this is about to go bad. They finally burst into the clearing. And there it is. This sparkling, super cute, super pink hippopotamus creature, right down to the name. Armstrong creeps forward, eyes sharp and cautious. The hippo just stares right back, stone cold and lifeless, like it's not even going to blink or react. Suddenly, its eyes blaze and a pulse of invisible energy hits the whole group, freezing them stone dead in an instant. Even Burkhart, the battle-tested veteran, still can't shake the spell's grip. Belle feels his consciousness slipping away as his mind gets yanked straight into the darkness. He jolts awake in his old high school classroom. A girl's voice snaps his original name, Shingo, right out of the air. He snaps his eyes open. He's back on Earth, and the moment he lands, everything changes. It's Shizuka, the prettiest girl in school, and she's nudging him awake after class. There alone, she slips in close and murmurs his first name like it's a spell, and his heartbeat goes wild because this feels exactly like a romance novel. She keeps closing the distance, step by step. Then she leans in and plants a fiery kiss on him. That feeling is unreal. He can't bear the thought of this moment ever ending. Right when he's drowning in that sweet illusion, a hand yanks his shoulder, and the whole spell snaps in an instant. Rage exploding in his chest, he whips around, ready to smash anyone who dared interrupt him, only to look up and lock eyes straight into Master Armstrong's worried stare. He snaps back to reality, and that gorgeous field vanishes. Now it's just his comrades' horrified faces staring at him. And when he looks around, Erwin and Burkhart are caught in some strange, unreal embrace too. The spell's horrifying truth slams into him like a nightmare he can't outrun. It clicks for him. At last, he finally gets it. That spell doesn't hijack your mind, it conjures a cruel illusion, shaped exactly by the darkest thing you want most. Now it's painfully obvious why they were banned. After a few more brutal misses, the whole party crumples mentally wrecked, emotionally drained. Burkhart's fighting to keep from puking, while the hippo just stares back, pure annoyed. That illusion yanked Belle and Erwin into an insanely awkward embrace. This is a full-blown disaster. They slump in defeated silence, completely shattered beyond words. Burkhart finally exhales. All right, let's head home, because hey, they at least gave it everything they had. He whips around to the others, everyone's stuck like him. Then he slumps and admits, this can't be done. I'm done. In the end, their whole mission collapsed into a total, humiliating disaster. A final note snaps the truth into place. After all that heartbreak, the pink hippo and her baby wandered into the protected safe zone all by themselves, and it turned out it was for nothing. While the capital sleeps in silence, the Margrave's mansion is alive with a secret meeting happening right behind those closed doors. Louise freezes when Aina slips into her room, grinning like trouble is already on the way. I need to talk to you, just you and me, and nobody else. Her mind snaps straight back to Belle's official birthday party the second it happens. It turned into a swanky, stuffy royal blowout, packed with nobles by the time it ended. Belle looked utterly wiped out. Seeing him run on fumes, Elise lit up with a brilliant idea, split off a second, smaller party with just their closest friends, and everyone snapped to it immediately. And that's exactly what this is all about right now. Aina and Louise plop down and start plotting their next move. Aina's got a massive plan. She's determined to hand Belle the one gift he wants more than anything in the whole world. Louise lets out a frustrated sigh, already imagining Belle's meek reply like, he can say our feelings are enough. But Aina refuses to play it safe. She's set on whipping up something truly special, the kind that'll leave him stunned and speechless. Louis fires off a blunt warning. Don't jack your hopes sky high, because when it all crashes, it hurts like hell, and somehow Aina's spirit stays unbreakable. They kick off the brainstorming session, and I swear, Elise is going to hit him with something intricate and handmade, embroidered by her own hands, because that's totally her signature style. But what could they possibly do? A wicked grin flashes across Aina's face. She shoots out, I've got the perfect plan. And her eyes gleam with pure mischief. With a sweeping, dramatic flourish, she thrusts a book into your hands. Louise freezes, completely baffled, because it's this fancy, outrageously expensive-looking novel. The one Aina swears she borrowed after the Margrave's party. But that title slams the brakes on both of them like it's carved with beast-level passion from a master who makes the night burn. That silence screams so loud it rattles your bones. The second Louise sees that title, her skin crawls, but Aina grabs her by the nerve and says they have to read it. They slowly crack open the book, and there right inside she muses that her master has seemed worn out by all of them lately. Louise's gut starts screaming trouble, but Aina just winks and tells her to keep reading. The table of contents is a total thrill ride, tossing you chapters on miniskirts, cat ears, and even butler costumes. But it's the final chapter that grabs them, Chapter 5, Asterisk, The Last Resort. And yeah, the title is Asterisk, Late Night Gift Strategy. They devoured the chapter in silence, and the moment it hit, shock and horror flashed across their faces. Louise blurts out, mortified to the core, isn't this the most embarrassing thing ever? But Aina just grins like she's nailed it. And honestly, it sounds perfect to me. Louis tries to fight back and beg for another way out, but Aina is absolutely certain if that book belonged to the Margrave, then it has to be a strategy that actually works. She calls it a power move, and honestly, Elise is the main wife, so they've got to claw and fight to secure their place. Before Louise can even protest, they're already knee-deep in arguing ribbon colors like the decision's been made. The moment the second party rolls around, it's everything the first one never even dared to be. It's a tiny crew of friends buzzing with laughter, and the whole place feels genuinely warm, like everyone belongs. Belle is surrounded by people who genuinely care about him, all of them piling love onto him like a mountain. His smile so bright it reaches his eyes, and the party is a total hit, but But hold up, the real showdown hasn't even started yet. That night, the hallway outside Belle's room goes dead silent. Aina and Louise slip inside, and Ina's chest puffs up as she brags that her combat skill wipes away every trace like a perfectly silent infiltration. Huddled behind the bed, they all wait. Louise is practically buzzing with embarrassment as she breathes. This is for Belle's sake. This is for Belle's sake. Right then, the door swings open, and a sleepy Belle stumbles in, yawning like it has no clue what's going on. He drops the candelabra onto the table, rubs the sleep out of his eyes, and then he spots them and his whole body locks up, his mind short-circuiting as he gapes at the two figures standing right by his bed. His mind reels, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. Striking a bold pose, Ina and Louise, barely covered by ribbons, place just right hand together. Rear your gift. Belle froze dead in his tracks, utterly speechless and shocked. Louise is blushing clear down to her toes, and that deadly silence is making her squirm into what kind of reaction is this supposed to be? In the blink of an eye, Belle slams through the gap and locks his arms tight around her. Belle, she snapped, then gasped, like she'd been hit, totally stunned. "Yeah, got it," he blurted out, burying his face into her shoulder, because he instantly knows Louise wouldn't pull something this daring by herself, so he thanks Ina for pushing her to do it. Louisa is still stuck in a daze, staring at reality like it might be a dream. Belle leans back a little, sincerity blazing across his face. "Yeah, I can't lie. This kind of thing really gets me going," he admits. "But you're still attractive even without all of this." Behind him, Ina pouts hard, like she's been left out of the moment. He leans in with a serious voice and admits he's been getting swayed by everyone's opinions lately, like that new noble title came with pressure he can't escape. But this right here wipes out every last doubt. He snaps his gaze from Louise to Aina, eyes burning with iron resolve. "I'm going to marry both of you." Later, once everyone's dressed and ready, Louise is still stuck trying to wrap her head around that sudden proposal. Aina strutted around with pure unapologetic smugness and insane off-the-wall plan, and somehow it hit harder than she ever dared to expect. Life keeps rolling. Belle's been promoted to a baron, but him and his crew are still holed up at the Margrave's estate. They burn through their days training, no breaks, just relentless grind, and they tore through their holidays roaming the city like it was an all-out adventure. But this deal can't hold forever. Once you're a baron, you're built for your own mansion. Elise lays out the brutal truth of real estate in the capital. Those aristocratic districts are packed to the brim, and every scrap of land was grabbed the moment the kingdom was founded. He's got no choice. He has to grab a pre-owned, second-hand house. The shock of his new station is hitting him hard. Now he's got to find a house, hire staff, and build an entirely new life from scratch. Armed with the fact that she has the best connections, he leans on Elise to track down a reputable real estate agent, and she lights up, eager to help. A few days later, they finally catch up with him, August Linianiang, a walking explosion of glitter and flair so over the top it practically drips suspicion. The whole party is on edge, side-eyeing him like something about him screams shady as hell. But at least it gives them real comfort, because this guy came straight from the Cardinal's own recommendation. August drags them to the first property, and oh boy, it's a total nightmare. A hulking, rotting mansion towers over them, blasting out a sinister, gut-churning aura. The group just can't scrape together a single good thing to say about it. August smiles and drops the truth. This place used to belong to an earl, and his own butlers murdered him for his cruelty. Ever since then, his vengeful wraith has been stalking the grounds, luring in other lost souls like they can't resist. The mansion's gate is barred with a blazing holy symbol from the church, desperation made visible, trying to keep the undead trapped inside. Belle snaps, "Why don't they purify it themselves?" And August grits his teeth. "Yeah, they tried once, and it backfired so hard it was a disaster. The real reason is a tightly locked secret meant to stop the public from laughing at them. That seal is so brutal, they can't even sneak a glimpse inside." Then the seller launches into their pitch. This mansion is pure beauty, valued at over $1 billion, and still they slap a price tag on it, just $10 million. Belle's eyes snapped wide with focus as the pieces clicked together in his mind. "Yeah, you knew, didn't you?" he snaps. "You dragged me here because you believed I could purify it, and from the very start it was all a trap." Belle, the ultimate realist, figures Elise could turn into the perfect running adventure, but it cuts him off on the spot. "No," she snaps. "I'm not going. Too dangerous, even for practice." The rest of the party nods along. So why on earth would her grandfather, the Cardinal, hand them over to a place this treacherous? The secret's finally out. Alyssa's agent reveal turns into the real shocker. Her grandpa, in disguise, steps forward and lays out his whole terrifying master plan. He's fully aware that with Wendellin's blowing up in fame, every noble house is going to scramble to lock him into a marriage. By buying that cursed mansion, Wendelin strikes gold twice. He scores a prime estate for cheap, and he plants a terrifying stronghold that shuts the meddling aristocrats out for good. It's a brilliant political chess match, pure trouble, and it's about to explode. Once Elise finally sees the whole picture, her resolve locks in like steel. If you say so, she snaps. I'll do it, but only if we purify this mansion for Wendell and Sama. Belle reaches out to her, and just like that he asks her to be his sensei and teach him purification magic. He flashes a real smile, and the moment she snaps right because of his whole face lights up, like he's finally seeing just how much she actually cares. Once the deal was sealed, they geared up and charged straight for the haunted estate. But Belle isn't finished. He whips around to the agent with a grin and asks, "So what are we getting out of this? How about a discount?" Then he flips on the charm with Elise, batting his eyelashes and asking sweet as sugar how many mansions he'd have to purify to earn one for free, swearing he'll give her anything, even if it means she'll be his future wife. Elise kicks things off by drilling him on the holy barrier basics, the shield meant to stop the wraith's physical onslaught. The second they cross onto the grounds, the spirits erupt from the shadows, slamming them with raw, unfiltered magical power. They unleash vicious howls at the intruders, spitting curses like fire. Bellarex throws up a blazing barrier of light, and Elise nods like, "Yep, that's exactly it. It's more than strong enough. I'm starting Purify Area right now," she says, cool as ice. The Earl's Wraith rockets forward, shrieking like a nightmare, yet it becomes this eerie calm because a soft wave of light rolls over the spirit. The second the rage hits, it evaporates instantly, then pure shock flashes across his face, and blissful peace. My body feels weightless like I'm being lifted straight into the heavens as it dissolves, whispering it all away. Elise reveals the truth: these spirits used to be human, and her magic is what lights their path straight into the afterlife. Now it's Belle's turn outside the gate. The party stares as a colossal blast of holy light detonates in the sky. Belle's purification is, while so powerful, it feels less like a guiding hand and more like a full-on annihilation, wiping the spirits out in one blink. His party keeps praising how warm and comfy his magic feels, but Elise can't shake the truth. He looks like a villain about to unleash an ultimate attack. A few days later, Belle collides with Brantak near the freshly purified mansion. He tells him the Cardinal paid him back for his work with a whole new mansion, bigger, grander, and honestly way more splendid. But Brantak's face hardens. "You're still naive," he growls, voice razor low. He's been hearing church rumors. People swear the mansion Belle was cursed too, and its ghost is the wraith of a maid who was brutally murdered there, and the story keeps getting worse. And this spirit? It rips its victims apart with brutal glee like it's got a taste for violence. Belle hadn't even gotten around to purifying that particular problem either. The morning kicks off calm and cozy, and Wenlin and his crew are cracking jokes about what their special training actually turns out to be. For Louise, it's simple food. If the training means grilling and cooking up meals, she's already convinced she'll get exactly what she wants. But their playful banter gets yanked to a stop by a strange conversation nearby. Someone's insisting that this nobleman's favorite food never changes, not matter the occasion. It's just some random gossip. But the second Wendell hears it, he's on edge. Then he and Louise snap their heads around at the same time, feeling someone there who goes there. Wendelin snaps his hand toward his weapon on instinct. Out of nowhere, this huge, arrogant-looking guy barrels in and declares himself Duke Romanus Alberto von Helter. Wendelin and his friends just freeze, stunned beyond words. This random guy shows up out of nowhere and starts hitting dramatic moves immediately, while the Duke straight up ignores them and zeroes in on Wendelin, barking for a duel. Before Wendelin can even blink, the Duke whips a white glove straight into his face. Wendelin, quick as lightning, slips aside the pathetic throw with ease. And that snap turns the Duke's face red with sputtering rage. "Why'd you dodge, coward? Cared?" he roars. Wendell was totally thrown off and blurted the one question that made sense. "Why do you want to duel with me?" The Duke's answer hit like crazy lightning. He wants to snatch his Alice-chan back. The Wendelin's party crashes in right away, trying to stop this madness before it spreads. Because Elise is Wendell's fiancée, so what right does some random stranger have to throw out a claim like that? But the Duke didn't roll in solo. His smug, glasses-wearing advisor stepped forward and delivered a cold truth. Under the law, duels between aristocrats are totally legal. The rules are shockingly merciless. Injure him, or even end him, and then he hurls another glove. But Wendell snatches it aside like it's nothing, dodging it clean. Wendelin's always the pragmatist, slices right through the noise. "All right, I'll accept. So what do I actually get for winning?" The advisor just smirks and promises him jaw-dropping fame if he can beat that Duke. Wendelin didn't give a damn about any of it. So the advisor clocked his total disinterest and slapped him with an ultimatum: answer by tomorrow. That night, the crew gathered and started tearing into how insane everything was, while Elise stepped in and snapped the missing pieces into place. Duke Helter had tried to marry her years ago, but her grandfather, the Cardinal, stood him down cold, and she swears that rejection was a brutal hit to the Duke's name and rank. Burkhart lays out the political chessboard. Duke Helter is the previous king's younger brother, and marrying Elise would have been a massive, no-hiding kind of power move. But the real gut punch hits when they find out the Duke already has 24 wives and he's drowning in debt too. This isn't just ambition, it's straight-up scumbag behavior. Elise's cheeks went hot as she admitted she'd secretly prayed her engagement to Wendlin would finally scare that old lech off for good. Their mentor Brantak chips in his 2 cents. Then, the moment he hears the terms, he locks onto Wendell with a confident, unwavering look. "I mean, just take the duel, come on," he says, grin blazing. He honestly looked thrilled, urging Wendlin to not slack off and take it too easy. Wendlin trusts his mentor's gut and steps up to take the challenge. That night, on a balcony overlooking the coming fight, Elise finds him eyes full of worry as she pleads for him to stop acting reckless, not for himself, but for her. But Wendlin's resolve is ironclad. He grabs her hands and stares her down without blinking. "You're already my fiancé," he declares. Voice rock solid. "I'll crush any fool who dares touch you, even if he wears the title of Duke." He swore to her he'd never hand her over to someone like that, and he vowed he wouldn't be reckless. Not for a second. Elise's eyes lit up like fireworks, bursting with pure relief and happiness. In Wendland, just getting this moment with her feels like a win so big it makes everything else worth it. She presses a soft kiss to his lips, then whispers, "I believe you'll win." That's all the fuel he needs to keep pushing. Duel day finally hits, and the arena explodes with noise as the crowd roars in pure anticipation. The announcer's voice booms, hyping the showdown between the legendary Dragon Slayer, Baron Ballmeister, and Duke Helter's chosen representative. Wendland snaps to it at once the catch clicks, and he realizes the Duke isn't battling himself at all. Across the arena, the Duke smirks and brags, because he's sure the greatest fighter is standing right beside him. Wendland is poised and ready, then he demands to know who his opponent is. The Duke just scoffs and flat out says he won't waste even a drop of his own energy on someone like him. Then a thunderous rumble storms the arena as a colossal iron gate crashes upward from the ground. From the dark, nothing heroic steps out, no knight, no warrior, just a hulking armored dragon charging into view, and Wendland's face snaps into a mask of absolute shock that this can't be real. He swore he'd be duking it out with a human, not whatever this is. The Duke's advisor just laughs, because the duel rules never said the representative had to be human. While the crowd erupts, Wendland's friends sit up in the stands like they own the place calm as can be, munching snacks like it's just another ordinary Tuesday. Wendlin can't believe the whole mess, so he glances at the Duke's party and drops a wild idea. "You guys should jump in this fight too." The advisor blasts back with a furious shout, commanding the dragon to tear into the enemy. The beast lunges. Wendlin's already in motion, and he blasts it with a crushing fire spell. It blasts the dragon's side boom, and somehow, it does 0 damage. Those flames smack its scales and just splatter away, harmless as rain. But this is exactly what Wendlin saw coming. He confirms his hunch, realizing its armor is forged for mithril. Then he snaps his strategy into place and slams down a crushing magic barrier. The dragon blasts a wild torrent of fire, but the shimmering shield drinks it up, and Wendlin walks away untouched. The Duke and his advisor just stood there, stunned. How in the world could their dragon's attack look that pathetic? The dragon, seething after its own failure, snaps its furious gaze away from Wendlin. So now it's hunting a new target. The very Dukes who dragged it here. And the second that beast slams in, their party erupts into raw, helpless screams. Right when the dragon is about to snatch them up, Wendlin shoots his hand up in the nick of time. He refuses to let them die here. If that wild dragon they illegally dragged into the duel devours them, their whole reputation will be crushed. Right then, the exact same magic barrier that once shielded Wendlin snaps into place around the Duke's group. They're safe, but they're totally clueless only. The Duke's advisor clocks it that Wendlin just saved their lives, and Wendlin can only facepalm at how clueless they're being. Right then, like they couldn't help proving how clueless they were, they started yelling at him, "Do something about the dragon." With a heavy sigh, Wendlin snaps into focus. Roger. He gathers his magic, and the ground erupts into a colossal, sharpened stone spear. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he hurls it straight at the dragon's head and drives it right through its only weak spot. The giant creature crumples to the ground, finally beaten. Wendlin doesn't waste a single thing. He snaps the valuable dragon corpse into his magic sack before anyone can even blink. The duel is finally over. Then Burkhart leads the royal guards in a furious storming of the arena, hauling the Duke and his cronies away for desecrating a sacred duel. While they're yanked off, screaming, Elise barrels into Wenlin's arms, and pure relief hits her like a wave. He pulls her in tight, clinging to that sweet victory like it's magic, letting all those warm, happy feelings wash over him. The whole arena falls silent as the hero pulls his love into a fierce embrace. Later, Wenwen's friends huddle up and replay the chaos in stunned silence. Because all that mess is now officially the king's headache to fix. You can almost feel the Duke's getting that pity like the world can't help but soften toward him. Burkhart shows zero mercy. He snaps that if it were up to him, he'd beat the man senseless, and the whole party shakes with pure terror at his words. Wenland just lets out a heavy sigh. Duke. Helter slid by this time. But this whole mess is a brutal wake-up call. From now on, he's got to be way more careful. Back in the capital, Bell and his crew finally feel like they're catching their breath until a casual chat drops a new threat right around the corner. This year, while Eric and Dabra kicked back with him, they dropped word of an upcoming martial arts tournament. Bell, totally clueless, freezes when he realizes this little festival isn't local at all. Dazer tells him it's a must-do event for every noble at least once in their lifetime. They're forced to take part. That realization slams into Bell like a freight train because there's no way out of this. This isn't some offer you can refuse. It's a duty with his name on it. Eric breaks down the tradition for you. No matter if a noble's main weapon is a spear or a bow, they still master swordsmanship, because it screams status and becomes the do-or-die backup when the battlefield turns brutal. Turns out both sides swore off certain brutal spells, the ones everyone knows could flip everything, so it locks the fight into ruthless close-quarters chaos, like inevitability with teeth. That's why swordmasters among the nobles earn massive respect everywhere they go. Eric exhales and admits that, when he was younger, he tried once then got knocked out almost immediately. Desire pauses and drops a crucial catch. If you're a noble with baron rank or higher, you can hire a proxy to fight in your place. Bell isn't important enough to buy that kind of help, so he's forced to handle it himself, and the idea grates on him already. The tournament he steps into is split into 4 brutal arenas: swordsmanship, spearmanship, archery, and the classic no-holds-barred fight-to-the-death hand-to-hand combat. A light bulb pops off in Belle's mind. Wait, she thinks if this is only a fight, can she just brute force it with her ridiculously overpowered magic? But Dacier instantly smashes that hope to pieces. No way. Magic is strictly forbidden. And when Belle's face crumples into sheer despair, you can almost hear her heart drop. Because this tournament isn't about tricks at all. It's about raw, no excuses fighting skill. The one thing Dacier is hopeless at. And right now, he's seconds from drawing his first blood up close. And it's going to be his own. He can't stop replaying how pathetic his sword training has been. For years, ever since he was 5, he's been swinging a blade, but somehow it always ends up awkward and totally useless in his hands. He never had to grind for it. He just pulled out his ultimate cheat code, magic. It was his go-to answer for everything, whether he was cutting down dragons or just barely making it through the day. But in this arena, the power he swears by is completely worthless and his magic confidence starts cracking. Then it hits him with a gut-dropping realization. This tournament isn't a test at all. It's a trap built to rip his biggest weakness wide open. And when he looks around, the others stare at him with raw pity and crushing disappointment. Later, the whole group storms out, and Erwin is out there training with pure, unshakable fire in his eyes. He announces his mission loud and clear: smash for 6 wins in the qualifying round. Bell, already resigned to losing, can only stare in stunned disbelief. Irwin is blazing with energy after training under a master swordsman. He feels a burning need to prove himself. He's not just battling for his own skin. He's fighting to prove every bit of training finally paid off. Dacer stands there, eyes locked in awe, admiring that spirit like it's burning brighter than anything else. Bell just lets out a heavy sigh, realizing his friends have been grinding like crazy, and he's already slipping into give-up mode. Then the tournament day finally crashes, in lights blazing, hearts racing. The Colosseum screams with beauty, but Bell doesn't care for a second. Tess, already lost in a daydream about his bento lunch. The squad breaks apart into their divisions. Elise, the ever-unstoppable powerhouse, charges into the hand-to-hand crew, while Ina, spear in hand, locks herself into the Sojutsu division. Erwin dives into the Kunjutsu because he has to and drags along a Bell who's fighting every step of the way into the sword division. The tournament's first round kicks off across a bunch of dojos around the city, and every loser gets sent back toward the main Colosseum. Just 2 hours later, the defeated Bell droops in his hands and waves weakly at his friends. He got wiped in his very first match. He spilled how cursed his luck truly was. Because his opponent wasn't just anyone. It was the captain of the Royal Knights. And the fight was basically over before it even started. Erwin tears through his first match like it's nothing, sealing a decisive win right away. The group just stares as Erwin steamrolls his opponents again and again. His training clearly turned him into a weapon, because he wipes out seasoned adventurers like it's nothing. Just a few minutes into the match, he snaps out a powerful pinpoint strike and sends his opponent's sword flying out of reach. As Erwin keeps mowing down the competition, the rest of the group finally decides it's time to break for food. 3 hours later, a worn-out Elisa finally trudges back to them. She looks totally wiped out, like every last drop of energy got stolen. She tells him that with her tiny frame and ruthless speed, she outplays stronger enemies without a single bit of magic, and it drains her body so hard it's almost unbearable. She ripped off an incredible 4-win streak. Then Ben got finally taken down by a seasoned veteran who hit her with the exact same fighting style she relied on. Everyone else is stunned because for a 13-year-old on her very first tournament to rip off a 4-win streak? That's basically unheard of. Like she's pulling off something only a high priest could match. To snap her out of it, Dacia shoves Belle forward and demands he use his magic heal his fiancée. Elise, the queen of teasing, leans in close and grins as she asks playfully if he wants to see the wound she's hiding under her clothes. That one joke totally rattles Belle, and the entire crew bursts into laughter. Soon after, they hook up with Ina. She stormed through all 6 qualifying matches and still came out with the win. But something's clearly shaking her because she can't shake the feeling she won't make it any farther. Her final opponent was a flashy showman who dubbed himself the Great Wheel Person. But Ina, the born strategist, clocked something way bigger than just a show-off. She dug around and uncovered the truth. His name was Roderick, a genuinely talented noble who was still drowning in the mess of a troubled family. He's a finance and law wizard, but his own relatives are squeezing him out step by step. Spotting a future ally for Belle, Ina snatched up his contact information before anyone else could. When it's Belle's time to spill his results, he grimaces and blurts that he'd rather not say a word about it. The hand-to-hand finals kick off, and Elise just stares on with an unbelievably bored look. She rolls her eyes and snaps. This is so boring. If magic were allowed, I'd wipe out at least half of these guys. Right then, Bern finally shows up and he looks utterly wrecked. Turns out, he even lost his final qualifying match too. And the kicker is that his opponent was Warren, their own master, making the group's curse to luck feel almost unreal. While the crowd goes wild, Belle is still stuck there like, why is everyone losing their minds? He spots a guy slapping down bets and suddenly understands the tournament's for charity, right up until it hits him. The whole angle thing is just a cover for a massive, no-rules gambling scheme. A couple days later, that dull tournament finally grinds to a stop, and the only one throwing a party is Elise, because she just scored big betting on it. Time skips ahead. Belle is now 15, and 2.5 brutal years of non-stop training have finally crushed into place. He and Elise crumple in a field, wiped out to the bone, while their mentor, Desier, looms over them like it's nothing, still standing there, totally unbothered. And that training has paid off in a way nobody could have predicted. Belle's magic reserves have skyrocketed, and he's just unlocked a whole arsenal of brand new skills. With Elise by his side, he mastered magical mobile armor, tear-through-the-sky high-speed flight, and raw physical upgrades. Elise even crafted her own self-healing spell paired with a meditation technique so personal that no high priest could ever copy it. She's crushed that she can't heal everyone, but Belle steps in and tells her this having a powerhouse on the team is an absolute game-changer. Their brutal backbreaking training is finally over. It's done. Since Ina's 15th birthday is tomorrow, they'll finally be able to register as official adventurers. But before they can breathe easy, they've got one last trial, a final exam, face-to-face with the very man who forged their skills. Dacier steps up in front of them, dead serious. "Come on," he taunts. "Give me your best shot." Belle's mind is spinning a mile a minute. How do they even play this right? A ruthless, cold plan snaps into place, and then he blurts out a shockingly bold choice. Elise. He whips back, laughs it off like it's no big deal. He grins, but the smile never really reaches his eyes. "I'm not holding a grudge," he insists. And then he adds, but deep down, it's the real truth. And he knows it for sure. He still remembers those 2.5 years of straight-up hell training like someone locked him in a military boot camp and never let up. Oh yeah, he's going to pay his master back with everything he has. At least, you're still on the same page as me. They slam their heads together and hatch a game plan fast. Belle steps in as the decoy, keeping Desi locked in place by blasting a non-stop, flashy wall of magic. Once Elise locks in, she charges forward to land the final blow. Belle grins, "Roger that. Let's light up this magic bullet minigun and make it roar." The moment hits and the battle erupts without warning. Belle clamps down his crushing magic, flooding the air with dozens of blazing, shimmering orbs that swarm around Dazer. With zero hesitation, he blasts his full salvo straight into the fight. The attack rips in with zero mercy, just non-stop blasts of explosive energy. Daisha laughs as his enchanted armor shrugs off the blast with zero effort. Then he turns to that kid trying to scratch his armor and taunts him right back. But Bell knows this isn't about one lucky strike, it's a grind. A straight-up attrition war. And he just has to keep stacking the pressure, hit after hit. 30 minutes later, the landscape has been blasted into a smoking crater. At last, a hairline crack rips through Dacier's defense, then the magic bullet slams through, smashes Gauntlet to pieces, and Bell fires off. Yash, it's reached its limit. Elucine he unleashes a full-throat scream that rips through the air. Fueled by her physical boost and her magical mobile armor, Elise rockets forward and becomes a blur. She blasts toward Dacier, breakneck speed, and her fist flares with raw, glowing power. With a thunderous boom, she drives her fist into his chest, cracking through his defenses and blasting him down onto the ground. The attack rips into the ground and tears a colossal crater into the earth. When the dust finally clears, Dacia staggers into view, and his magical defense is totally shattered. A huge, proud grin breaks across his face. Then he laughs, declaring, "You too! You made it!" But as they celebrate, he slaps a warning into the air. "Kid, me and you both still have a ton of training to do, and I can't wait for our rematch." With their latest heroics still sizzling in the air, Wendelin and his brand new party stride up to the towering Adventurers Guild headquarters. Now it's time to slap their status on the official record. Wendelin, way too seasoned to be a rookie, steps up to the registration counter and declares, "We're signing up as new adventurers," as his friends stand right behind him. All confidence, no hesitation. Right as the receptionist starts punching through the papers, she hits one name and just stops, eyes bulging with shock, because it's him, Wendelin Sama, the hero dragon slayer, and she can only stammer. Still buzzing with awe, she steps into the next form, her voice trembling with pure respect. Elise flashes a warm, gentle smile and says, "Yep, I'm Wendelin Sama's fiancé, and I've decided to chase this life as his adventurer." Wendelin jolts, because hearing her say it out loud still blindsides him. This girl who already lives with him, cooks for him, and leans on him is now locking her whole adventuring dream to his too, with her heart laid bare, and that kind of trust hits him so hard it almost overwhelms him. Still reeling for a second, the receptionist snaps out of it and jumps right back in a right. "Then, Dragon Busters," she says. "Like it's the perfect fit, even if it's a tiny bit too obvious." Wendell and Sama is the leader, and she confirms it with a sharp, no-nonsense nod. And the party's lineup is Erwin-san, Ina-san. "So you're listing the Summers?" "5 people, yeah, right?" Once everything's cleared, their registration finally clicks into place. Then she shoves a stack of adventurer manuals into their hands, giving them the official rundown on how the whole trade works. The fresh-faced Dragon Busters speed into a nearby cafe, cracking open their brand new handbooks to go over every last detail. The guild's registration was insanely fast, like they didn't even bother checking the hero who saved the capital. And when Wendell flips through the pages, a weird emptiness crawls in his chest. He's finally an adventurer, but it still doesn't feel real. These rules are basically common sense. Don't kill or steal from other people, don't step on someone else's mission, and for the love of everything, don't smash up the towns you roll through. Irwin gives a little chuckle like, it's all basic stuff. But Ina's already locked in on the practical details, pointing straight to the part about the rank system. Turns out an adventurer's rank gets decided by the quest they finish. Yeah, it's all about how many they pull off and what kind they are. Mostly hunting monsters or hauling back lost items. If they want to level up, they're going to have to jump into other adventurers' missions and give them a hand first. Suddenly, it all clicks for Wendland. He jabs a finger at a specific spot in the manual. And then, with a sharp exception, he declares that there are missions to hunt down sealed historic ruins. These aren't your run-of-the-mill jobs quests, get stamped and delivered straight from the kingdom to the guild, and then the guild matches them to the perfect party. Irwin looks totally unimpressed, so we're stuck hunting a whole pile of monsters just to get summoned later to study some ancient rocks. And, yeah, it sounds dull, but that's exactly how most high-level adventures go. But Brantark snaps up from his coffee. Cutting in right then, he looks you dead in the eyes and says, "Yeah, your situation's different." He slides that document across the table, and the second Wendelon grabs it, his eyes blow wide with shock. The rest of the party sprinted in, and their easy smiles vanished the second they spotted the official seal. Wendelin mutters through gritted teeth, "Yeah, sure," and his voice sounds razor-tight. Brantark confirms his gut feeling this is a forced mission. "If the kingdom calls for it," he says, "the guild doesn't get a choice. They assign it to you, and you have to start searching right away." Piece by piece, it all clicks. Winland finally realizes they weren't meant to be normal rookies at all, because no kingdom would hand a high priestess like Elise to some simple escort job. Aina blurts out, wondering if these fresh-faced newcomers can really step up and back the veterans when the stakes are this high. Brantark smirks. Your party's name is so infamous, they'd probably be begging you to step in. It finally hits everyone. Sir, they're fresh to the guild, but make no mistake, they're not greenhorns. The weight of it slams into Wendell and Hart. This isn't an assignment, it's a command. Wendell clenches his teeth and flips straight into tactical mode, because this call could wreck the search mission. Even with Brantark-san in play, we're not getting perfect odds. If things go south, we retreat on the spot. Brantark's grin drops dead, and cold seriousness takes over. He slams his fist onto the table and the whole room jolts. You fool, listen up. He roars. If you're dead, you get 0 pennies. So cherish your life, got it? If anything goes wrong, we run, understood. This is a brutal lesson you can't ignore, because this right here isn't a game. And just like that, their very first official mission kicks off when they roll up to Parkenia Meadows and stare at ancient ruins that feel like a monument from a lost age. At least, it points out, shocking as it is, that the whole place is weirdly peaceful. Brantark tells us that not too long ago, this place was a hotbed for academic research, and right here, a bunch of archaeology students were digging into secrets just recently. But then, one student brushed a weird stone on the wall by accident, and then they uncovered a secret trail that dove deep underground. And ever since that day, the place has been locked down with ruthless heavy guard. Then everything turns sinister. Brantark drops the truth about the Adventurers Guild, and boom. They fire off 11 parties to probe the new passage, and not a single one comes back. A cold dread hits the whole group, and he hardens his voice. No one came back. And if even one had survived, the priesthood wouldn't have had to drag them back. Breathless with urgency, the guild slammed together a second expedition, bigger, badder, and packed with their most elite, high-ranking adventurers. And even they disappeared without a trace. Every single one from that second wave vanished, and not one of them ever came back. Those were the wildest, most unforgettable adventures we ever lived. Brantark's voice turns grim as he says it. All of them are gone. There's only one answer for that kind of destruction. Brantark locks eyes with Wendelin, and suddenly, right there in that stare, there's a hatched dragon. After the kingdom's intermediate mages got wiped out in the last round of attempts, this crew is the final lifeline. Wendelin, Louise, and Elise. There are 3 mages pumping out magical power way beyond anything normal. Brantark can't stop gushing. He's stunned that in just one party, you've got 3 powerhouses standing there. Wendelin's scale hits us all at once. The mission's full weight slams down. So tell me, we're the only ones left, and we're the ones who have to face that dragon, right? Erwin lets out a shaky laugh to cut the tension, because, come on, with a name like Astris Dragonbusters, you'd think winning is basically guaranteed. With nothing left to argue about, they finally step forward. All right, let's go in. Wendelin's voice stays calm, but their first assignment as Dragonbusters is clear. Prove they can back up the name. At the entrance, the guards grin and warn them about the king's order. If things go bad, fall back fast. Then they exchange one last nod, and the whole party slips into the dark. They descend a long, twisting staircase as cool, damp air clings to their skin, while the stone walls faintly shimmer with an eerie glow that guides their steps. That silence creeps in like a warning, and you can't shake the feeling that something's about to snap. No monsters, no traps, nothing lurking in the shadows. Wendelin snaps a detection spell to shove his senses outward, then tells Louise to do the same, yet the outcome is mind-blowing. He feels 0, not even the tiniest rat scritching in the walls. At the foot of the stairs, the tunnel spills you into a gigantic chamber, and Be Thorough barks a warning, motioning them forward like, careful. The second they step out, their mouths fall open because the room is massive beyond belief. The cavern yawns on, stretching so far that even their light can't find the end, and the whole party can only stare in stunned awe. But the vast emptiness stretches on, dead silent in every direction. Then as they scan the darkness, Louise's razor-sharp eyes lock onto something out in the distance. With only one way left, they creep forward, eyes sharp, stepping carefully toward it. They stumble into something unreal, an enormous, ornate dragon statue on a throne, carved from dazzling crystalline metal that literally steals the light. It's a masterpiece, beautiful enough to make you gasp, terrifying enough to make you freeze. Brantark stares at it like it's magic, an absolutely stunning metal statue, right? He tells Wendelin, and after all that hype, all they've landed on is some art installation. Brantark's eyes suddenly drop to the ground at the statue's base, and there, splattered across the perfect stone, are dark, nasty blotches that don't belong. A chill wave of dread slams into him the moment he understands. Scorch marks. Everywhere. This thing just spawned out of nowhere. and it roasted the last adventurers alive. His eyes blow wide as he erupts in a scream. "Hey, you guys back up!" The air feels so heavy you could choke on it. Frontak, a battle-scarred veteran, roars that everyone better get ready to fight. Wenlin just stares baffled, because right in front of them sits this gigantic, fancy dragon. A statue, right? They mock the old man's paranoia until the dragon's eye snaps open and blasts out a blazing, terrifying light, and suddenly it isn't stone at all. It moves. Just as anyone tries to even understand what's going on, the golem dragon's jaw drops wide and it blasts out a brutal, non-stop wave of pure magical energy. "Hurry back!" Frantak screams, and now his earlier warning lands with terrifying proof. The party scrambles for cover as the blast rips through the chamber. This wasn't just decoration. It was a trap meant to spring shut, and it was powered by forgotten magic left behind by an ancient civilization's guardian, a golem dragon, stomping through the world like a living nightmare. Brantak freezes in place, his face drained of color because, after decades of adventuring, he's never seen anything like this. A monster forged for one job only, guarding this place with its life. Burkhart's blood turns to ice as the old story slams back into his mind how two full parties of adventurers teamed up like it was unstoppable and still got wiped out, their armor found crushed, right in the same kind of ruin, leaving nothing behind but silence. Wendelin's immense power can't stop it. Panic tightens like a knot in his stomach, because this is his first real life-or-death fight, and he's being thrown straight at a legendary party killer. An hour drags on, and the whole scene feels hopeless. This fight has turned into a vicious stalemate. Wendelin slumps against his staff, and you can tell things are about to get ugly. Elise lays it all out. Golem's outer shell is pure mithril, and it shrugs off their strongest attacks like they're nothing, while Brantak's magic barrier is the only thing holding that brutal Brax back, and it's only a matter of time before it cracks. Wendelin cracks a joke to break the tension. "So, what now?" Then, I'm like, okay, maybe I should ask it to stop breathing. Then it hits him. What if the whole thing is being powered by a magic crystal inside, and that's the real problem? Sure, they might be able to aim for it, but draining it would take an entire day of non-stop magic, and they don't have that kind of time. Then, after what feels like an eternity, like half a day of pure punishing assault, the dragon finally throttles down and powers off. The non-stop onslaught finally cuts out, and the whole party exhales like they made it through. But Wendelin won't relax. He snaps that it might be plugged into a reserve power source, just waiting to roar back to life any second. With a cocky grin, he just shrugs like, "Belle, don't worry, it's totally fine." She strolls right up to a panel on the golem's side, taps a switch, and slams it down. "There's a switch," she says, smiling as she cuts the power off. Wendelin's face freezes in pure, stunned disbelief. Because after all that terror and struggle, the Guardian was basically just a giant, deadly toy. Once the Guardian shuts off, their eyes snap to the gigantic door it was guarding. So what could be so insanely valuable that it needed a Guardian strong enough to look absolutely unreal? Burkhart jabs the door, and to everyone's shock, it bucks open on its own. No key, no problem. Brantak snaps at him for being careless, and right away Wendelin starts scanning ahead. "Still," he says, "my detection system finds nothing weird. Everything's clear." They stride through the doorway, and the room is totally empty, like the world just went silent. It's a dead-end. Burkhart snaps with disappointment, groaning that he thought he'd hit a mountain of treasure. But while the others bunch up, totally lost, horror crashes across Brantak's face. Then it clicks. "This is bad," he yells, panic exploding in his voice. "Get out of this room now." The room itself is a trap, and just like that, it's already over, because the stone floor beneath them suddenly explodes with magical light. An invisible force slammed down on them, like the world just grabbed their throats. "My leg! I can't move!" Burkhart screams as the enchantment clamps down on him, refusing to let him break free. Wenland can feel it hit him hard, like his feet got stuck to the floor with magical superglue because he was totally careless. Brantak snaps, cursing himself as he realizes his senses have gone dull since he retired. And damn it, he should have seen this coming. Wenland's mind stutters when that familiar tug of forced teleportation magic hits him. "No, this is really bad," he snaps, realizing they're hauling everyone off somewhere, and he has zero clue where. In a blink of pure light, the whole world rips apart around them. They smash down in a pile, groaning hard from that brutal landing. Brantak snaps into action, counts heads in a flash, and finally exhales. Everyone looks like they're still standing. He immediately starts dissecting that trap they just triggered. It's built to drink only the right kind of power to snap itself alive, and a regular non-mage could step on it without a scratch, but they'd never, ever make it past the golem dragon in the first place. Wendelin suddenly gets it, and the thought hits like a nightmare. This ruin wasn't built by chance. It was engineered to hunt down a specific kind of mage, a perfectly crafted death trap. They stumble into yet another stone room, and right above a set of stairs, a carved sign glares down, daring them to descend. Wendelin deciphers an ancient text, then it tells him to welcome the upside-down killing, and the words send a cold shiver straight down his spine. Brantak's expression turns grim because that death trip just got confirmed. Wendelin clicks the whole thing together in a blink. Usually adventurers crawl down into normal ruins, but with them turned upside down, they're trapped at the very bottom, and the only exit is to claw and fight their way back up to the surface. Brantak couldn't stop the thrill from sparking in his chest, already daydreaming about the treasure they might uncover, which makes Burkhart glare at him. Then Burkhart blurted out the only question that mattered. Why can't Wendelin just teleport them out? Wendelin snaps his head side to side, jaw tight. Those teleportation trap jumbled his sense of space, and now he can't lock onto the old coordinates to warp back. Whoever built this place must have known, because they laid out exactly how to shut down a powerful mage's abilities. They built this place to hunt down guys just like him and end them. Even with everything looking bleak, Elise insists the room feels weirdly safe-like, a sanctuary hiding in plain sight. On her signal, they stop, catch their breath, and refill their magic for the brutal fight that's coming next. 3 hours later, fresh and fired up, they kick off their climb up the mountain. They huff up the endless stairway, and when the door ahead slams open with a thunderous rumble, it reveals that familiar hall again. For a blink, they swear they've snapped back to the very beginning. Wendel's eyes snapped wide with pure horror. "No," he blurted. "We got our first hall and there wasn't even a door." A steady metallic stamping pounds from deep in the chamber like a countdown, and you just know something is about to burst in. A whole army steps into the nightmare, an army of armored golems, towering and stretching as far as the eye can reach, spilling out of the darkness like it's alive. Brantak confirms the nightmare is real. This isn't just trouble. It's a full golem war machine, packed with knights, swordsmen, archers, and spearmen. The sheer number of them is just too much to take in. Wendelin knows this isn't just an ordinary army. These constructs don't flinch, don't feel pain. They just surge forward and keep fighting until every last one is wiped out. The truth hits like a punch. If they want to live, they'll have to wipe out every single one of them. Brantak barks orders on the spot, stitching together a battle plan in real time. Erwin, Aina, and Louise take the front line because their raw combat skills are the only real shot at cutting through the golems' mithril bodies. Wendelin snaps the door shut behind them, confirms it's sealed and that teleportation is still a no-go, so they're trapped. Their plan is brutal to the bone. D4 trio cycling out to rest while the rest slam forward and hold the line. Brantak's math is grim. They can squeeze out only 3 hours of sleep a day. It's a brutal, nightmare work schedule. Basically a death march, but it's their only shot to make it out. With Elise pouring healing and relief magic into the team and Wendelin backing them up with magical support, they might finally find the strength to shove past their natural limits. The stage is set. 3 warriors step forward as the vanguard, ready to kick off everything. Wendelin and Brantak were the mid-guard, holding the line as the fight heated up. Elise stayed in the back with the rear guard, clutching everyone together as their dedicated healer. Wendelin clenched his jaw and said, "This is the plan." And the grim resolve in his eyes promised danger, because I sure as hell don't want to die anytime soon. Each of them locks in their resolve. Erwin is blazing with fire, determined to prove he's worth every step. Louise, Aina, and Elise clash in a full-on fight for the future they're chasing, for a world where they can finally marry Wendelin. Their passions turn into armor. With Brantak's final thunderclap command to wipe the enemies out, the 3 vanguards scream and slam straight into the sea of metal. The battlefield keeps roaring, like an endless wave of steel and stone crashing on and on. The party is sealed in from every side. An army of silent, glowing-eyed golems creeps forward with zero mercy. Wendelin, always the mastermind, has a plan. He shoots his hand up and shouts, "I'll cast a cover spell. Let's start by smashing the golems' march wide open." He fires off a brutal wind barrier, not to shield himself, but to slam the golems with a concussive blast that tears through their ranks in roaring waves. The constructs get thrown into full chaos, their perfect formation shattering into a wild, tangled mess. When Erwin spots the enemy splintering apart, a fierce grin rips across his face, battle lust burning bright. Oh yeah, now the fun really begins. Without even a heartbeat to spare, he charges straight into the chaos, and his sword becomes a screaming blur as it swings. He darts between the towering golems, thrusting his blade into their weak spots and cutting them down one by one. As the Titan's constructs crumple and splinter into dust, Erwin's excitement keeps surging higher and higher. Riding on his lead, Aina surges ahead, spear high like a blade about to strike. With a ferocious scream, she drove her weapon forward, and the strike blasted a golem's torso apart like it was nothing. She glides forward with razor focus, her ponytail snapping through the air as she drops yet another enemy. Fierce determination ignites behind her eyes, like she's ready to take on the world. She turns into a hurricane of chaos, flying through the enemy line, sleeping, spinning, and tearing them apart. Clearing a spot, she plants her feet and scans the battlefield like a hunter ready to strike. She locks eyes on the mounted golem commander and hurls her spear like a thunderbolt, smashing through the air. The projectile slams true, blasts the knight off his mount, and sends his steed crashing hard into the dirt. Ina nods, satisfied, and just like they planned it, their ranks erupt into full-blown chaos. She shouts to Louise, her comrade, aim for the knight golem leaders. They're the top targets buried deep inside enemy territory. Louise whips out a thunderous kick, blasting herself off one golem and soaring into the sky. She slams down onto its shield, and a fierce, determined shout bursts from her mouth, turning the enemy soldiers into nothing but stepping stones. She gracefully hops from one head to the next, a blur of motion streaking over the battlefield. She lands perfectly balanced on the very tip of the golem spear, grinning like she owns the battlefield, and all that brutal training with Armstrong is finally paying off. With another explosive burst forward, she rockets straight toward the commander. Her glowing, energy-charged fist crashes straight into the golem's core and rips it apart in a blinding flash. Up on their perch, the mages stare on as their three vanguards smash straight through the enemy line. Brantak looks pleased, but Wendland's composure snaps the second he spots an archer drawing a bead on him, mithril arrows. Panic hits. He realizes magic defenses won't save him. But then what? Just as the arrow lines up, Brantak lunges in front of it. Leave it to me. A barrier explodes from his hand, doesn't block the arrow at all. It ricochets the shot right back, blasting it into the golem ranks. Wendland freezes in shock. This is the exact wind magic system he relies on, only turned up to a level his mind can't even touch. He blurts out an urgent brand tactic to learn from it, and the other guy nods with a knowing grin. But they only get that chance after they claw their way through the ordeal. Right when they finally steady themselves, danger slams in again. Golems roar to life, and with giant shields they forge an unbreakable wall. "Hey, Irwin, are those shield soldiers?" Louise blurts, staring straight at them. Irwin's face hardens. Straight up admits they're just meat shields. They're built like a tank, sturdy as steel, pushing ahead and taking every hit without flinching. But Louise just flashes that grin and then, yup. She steps in like it's her specialty. She shot her palm forward and blasted out a pulse of raw power, an aftershock wave that hit like thunder. The energy surges straight through the golem's shield and smashes into its body head-on. The construct shatters into scrap, and its defenses instantly turn useless. The whole party gets blown away by Louise's technique. She calls it a family secret art that rides like a shockwave through any shield. And when she admits she still needs more power to fully unleash it, she still proves it's already more than enough for the moment. Irwin and Ina exchange shocked looks, and Ina grins at Louise. "Wow, that's incredible. You've really leveled up." Louise stares at the mountains of golem parts, her expression sharp with thought like, "The only bright side to this request is finally getting to put our different techniques to the test." They can't help but nod. This hellish dungeon is turning them into sharper, deadlier warriors, one brutal step at a time. After another brutal wave, the party finally grabs a much-needed breather, tending the wounded and blasting cures into the exhausted fighters. She shoves a drink into Irwin's hands, and the second he sips, he recoils at the taste until she grins and tells him this is Wendland's secret concoction, made to knock down fatigue by flooding him with salt and sugar. Brantak overhears it again, and he can't stop shaking his head at Wendland's weird, but somehow flawless know-how. With battle screams ripping through the distance, Brantak leans back and casually declares, "I'm going to sleep first." Everyone stares, stunned. How in the world could anyone fall asleep in all this chaos? They grab Elise's sleeve and beg her to cast sleeping magic on them, anything, just so they can finally crash and get some rest. Wendland turns the offer down fast, all because Elisa's well-being is all he can think about. "Hey, have you really been resting properly?" he asks, his voice trembling with real worry. She flashes him a reassuring smile, but you can still see the strain weighing on every single person. 5 days streak by in this brutal haze, non-stop fighting, punctuated only by quick, magically forced naps. Brantak cants Wendell hard, shaking him awake. Wendland feels totally hollow as magic should have bounced back, but instead he's stuck with zero motivation and no spark to push forward. "Mental fatigue," Brantak spits out, like it's the final truth. They've cleared 9 floors, and every single one looks exactly the same, packed with the same enemies. So there's zero triumph, just a brutal, soul-crushing grind. Wendland's so wrecked with fatigue that he grabs the barrier duty right there while he sits down. When Elise slides him lunch, his eyes almost spill over with tears. Sure, the burgers and sports drinks are handy at first, but after 5 brutal days straight, they taste like nothing at all. He breaks down, and the distance between his dreams and the real world just keeps widening until it hurts. His focus wavers and the barrier starts shrinking fast. He blurts an apology, explaining that the barrier's real job is to funnel the enemies so the vanguards can control the tide so. But the sickening truth hit them on day one right when the nightmare finally showed its real face. They spotted golems yanking away the shattered remains of their defeated brethren. At first, everyone figured it was just cleanup. But the terrifying truth hit hard. They weren't done at all. They were being hauled back to get repaired. This fight dragged on like it would never end. Our only shot at victory was smashing the core crystal lodged in every golem's head. They took forever to catch on, but once it clicked, they bulldozed through and fought their way up to the 10th floor. Worn out and getting crushed, Wendell slumped back, praising the fact that this was the final one. They march up to this huge, dread-soaked door like the universe is holding its breath. Is this truly the end? A crushing dark premonition hits them like a wave, only this time it feels like it might be real. As the doors groan open, a massive shadow surges out there. A draconic golem rules from a throne, its crystalline wings flashing with pure, terrifying menace. The whole party just freezes, staring in total shock. Tell me you're joking. After that brutal fight leaves everyone wrecked, the party finally stumbles into the next chamber, only to get ambushed by a towering dragon golem right in their faces. Exhaustion hits like a wall because they just crawled out of hell, and now they're being dragged right back in. Wendell grits his teeth, a nasty thought snapping into his head. Whoever built this place has to be twisted. He doesn't waste a second on complaints, though. He takes a deep breath and steels his team. All right, he growls. We push forward. This chapter is pure endurance, one brutal push after another, fighting off an unstoppable wave without ever backing down. The new dragon golem wastes 0 seconds, snapping a blinding sphere of energy to life in its maw. It blasts out a vicious breath attack, pure, brutal power that sears the air itself as it rips forward. Wendell hurls up a magic barrier at the last second, then the blast's brutal pressure bends the space around them like it's melting. This one hits harder than the last. He's straining just to keep the shield up, and Brantak, the veteran mage, has a face like doom. So we're stuck staring at it and asking, what now? Wait another half day until the mana finally runs dry? Wenlin snaps his head side to side. No way. They can't gamble on another brutal war of attrition. Wenlin's eyes swept over the brutal golem. Then he spotted a sharp glint flashing near its tail. A cable? It hits him like a shock. The wire's not running on its own. It's being fed power from somewhere else. This changes everything. Waiting around isn't happening. That thing runs on an endless power supply. The party snaps into strategy fast, because the cable is forged from mithril, so magic slides right off. So there's only one play left. Smash it with a physical attack. Worth a shot, Wendelin says, thrusting a specialized throwing spear into Louise's hands. She nods once, and determination snaps into her face as she plants her feet. Here I go. This plan is pure danger. She locks onto the timing, slams up the barrier, and yells as she pries open a hole. She needs a clean shot, and that means they've got to crack for just a second, because the only defense can't hold forever. With a savage roar, she throws the spear. With wind magic fueling it, the spear twists into a raging spiral vortex, then rockets forward dead straight, unleashing pure destruction. It rockets through the chamber, straight for the golem's power line. The strike lands clean snap. The cable gives way, the whole party explodes into cheers, and we scream, we did it! But their relief lasts only a blink, because the dragon golem, cut off from its power, still barrels on with a brutal, relentless attack. It's still moving, and firing now. It's just another brutal endurance test. A showdown powered by pure magical stamina. At least the outside mana supply has been cut off, just as the Brantak-sized system braces for yet another long, punishing fight. For half a day straight, they're trapped in a brutal deadlock. Wendelin and Brantak fight tooth and nail to hold that barrier, while the golems unleash an endless blaze of fury. Unlike the last one, this golem doesn't even blink. It stays razor-strong, and its attacks hit just as hard as they did at the start. Wendelin's sweating buckets, the reserves in his mana running dry, and the question hangs in the air. How much longer can we last? He's panting hard, like the end is breathing down his neck. Then out of nowhere, a fresh sound bursts from behind them. A rhythmic clank-clank march. They whirl in terror, spotting an entire army of tiny, night-drenched golems marching straight at their position. They're sealed in, no escape, no way out. Hey, this isn't fair. Erwin shoots a grim smile, and then he snaps. An attack from the back? But there's zero time to whine. He, Louise, and Ina snap their weapons up and get ready to strike, because this pincer attack is straight up dirty, and the three of us have to take them out anyway. They storm straight into the chaos, a desperate vanguard thrown against a legion that never seems to tire. But this is a losing war. Every golem they smash, another crawls into the fight, and Louise fights them off. Realizing the brutal truth, at this pace, we're getting wiped out. Watching his friends get crushed, Wendelin feels a freezing dread slam into his chest. This is seriously bad. His biggest blunder was betting the exact same play would work twice, and now they're trapped for good, with an unstoppable force crushing them from the front and a never-ending army closing in from behind. Stop wallowing, figure out what we do next. Brantak's razor-sharp voice slices right through the panic, and one thought keeps hammering. If we'd pushed the attack earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. He's right. Wendelin scans his exhausted crew, watching their steps drag, like their strength is seconds from giving out. His resolve hardens into steel, no turning back. He has one escape route. He'll have to crush the dragon golem as fast as he can. People might be saying that, sure. But Brantak isn't buying it, so what's your real concrete plan? Wendelin's eyes glitter with dangerous intent. I'll do it, he whispers, voice shaking with focus. Cancel that magical barrier. I let loose every ounce of my magic power and go straight for the attack. His plan is flat out insane, a high-stakes gamble. He's recreating the dragon golem's breath attack, using his own magic. They're going to shove the enemy's assault back with everything they've got and then crush its head with one brutal take-no-prisoners counter. He breaks down the theory. Since the golem's magic is non-attribute, he'll smash it with his own identical magic and trigger a furious surge of heat and force. So huge it. But here's the real problem. Brantak leans in and fires the one question that crushes everyone's hopes. How much magic power do you have left? Wendell flashes a confident grin. I've got only about 20% left in me. He digs out his final trump card, a razor-pure magicite crystal, then crushes it in his palm, and raw power surges through him, so he grins and says, then I'll use this to crank my powers up. With fresh fire burning in his chest, he yells, all right, let's do this. The moment of truth slams in. Wendelin growls. All right, first I'll break my magic barrier. Brantak starts pouring his energy into Wendelin's warning, and I snap. I can't keep this up for long, kid. He finally understood. Then they snapped back, right as they tossed aside their last and only defense. He locks in, sees the golem's breath in his mind, pure, wild chaos, and then unleashes it like a weapon. A brutal torrent of his own non-attribute magic erupts straight from his hands. It totally worked. He nailed the attack down to the last detail, perfectly copying it. Two beams slam together with earth-shaking impact, and a blinding flash detonates across the chamber. Kid, crank that power up, Brantak shouts over the roar, because if you don't, you're not landing it. Wendelin empties everything he's got, pouring out the last scraps of the magicite's power. But it still isn't enough. The golem's beam grinds forward, pinning him with a terrifying force. Come on, is it seriously still not enough? He clenches his teeth so hard his muscles scream in full revolt. If this keeps up, he'll blow through every last drop of magic, and then he'll be totally defenseless. His vision starts to swim, and his body buckles forward under the crushing weight of the strain. Kid? Get a grip. Brantak's voice is fading away like it's coming from the far end of the world. As his consciousness starts slipping away, a memory crashes through. It's his master, Alfred, drilling him on the real secrets of magic, how to adapt when everything shifts. Because that talent is priceless, and Alfred's voice just keeps echoing inside his head. He remembers it like it was burned into his bones. When the enemy's magic is a mystery, you don't guess, you strike back with the very same spell they're using. It grinds their momentum to a halt and throws their whole rhythm off. Alfred made it crystal clear. With rare non-attribute magic, you can't exploit any elemental weakness. You've got no choice. Pull it at full power and smash straight through, overpowering it. That memory hits him like a thunderclap, and suddenly everything clicks. I couldn't launch it back then, but I learned the truth. And then stab, he's back in the moment, eyes blazing wide as the truth hits him. Master, magic with no attributes. I used it. I was able to. Brr. Brantak spots the shift in him and freezes. What happened to you, kid? Did you really lose your mind? Then he drops the real bombshell. Since you can hold your breath that far, I don't need to crank up a magic barrier anymore. Truth is, Brantak had been secretly siphoning his own magicite energy straight into Wendelin the whole time. Brantak's face turns deadly serious as he declares, if it's come to this, then staying awake until I pass out is all we've got. This is their last, desperate play, no backing out, no second chances. Wendelin gets it. This is everything, or it's nothing. Louis calls for her, ready to help. But Wendelin snaps back. No, keep your focus on the golems right in front of you. Kid, keep blasting that magic. Brantak roars. With one final earth-shaking surge, Brantak dumps every last drop of his magic into Wendelin. Take it all, I'm giving you my full power. The rest is yours to handle. To meet. Demeem Treth as he crumples to the ground, utterly drained. Wenland suddenly gets slammed with raw power mana surges like a roaring river flooding through his body. This is it. Every ounce of Brantak's power fused into his own. Now he finally locks eyes on the moment his beam starts crushing through the golems, pushing forward step by step until it's closing in on their head. His teeth are locked tight, every inch of him driving toward this last brutal shove. Just a little more. I've got this. Just a little more. That pure blast crashes down like Thunderman versus Monster in a fight that won't let up. Gwendolyn clenches his teeth and shoves everything he's got into his counterattack. But the dragon golem's breath just keeps hammering forward, relentless. Damn it, his grip falters as he feels his own power slipping, and the golem's attack keeps climbing, slamming him back second by second until he realizes he's on the edge of total annihilation. Right behind him, a voice slices through the chaos Elise, panicked as she blares his name, like fear has her by the throat. Her sharp voice snaps him back and his eyes lock onto the ring on his finger, the one she handed him as a keepsake from their engagement. It's not just jewelry anymore. It's a magic stone with power. And in this crushing moment, he finally understands. It might be his only hope. A surge of grit surges through him, and he leans in to whisper, pouring his magic straight through the ring. The stone detonates in blinding light, blasting his spell up tenfold. Then the two Oppo energy beams crash together in a thunderous explosion that rattles the ruined foundations. For a heartbeat, it looks like he's pushed it back and trapped everything in a fragile standoff. Then it all shatters. The dragon golem bellows again, and its breath attack surges even harder, raw power crashing toward them like it's about to crush every last one of them. Panic slams into him. Wendland knows there's no way they're winning this fight. He whips around to Elise, voice cracking, and shouts, "Elise, get Brantark San and get out of here. Put as much distance as you can between us and this." He screams the exact same command at Uro and the others, but they just freeze in place, refusing to move. No, Elise snaps out her cry, voice iron steady. "Leaving you behind isn't happening, because that's just impossible." Gwendolyn realizes this isn't just a fight, it's a full-on battle of wills where both sides are out to smash each other. Ina throws her own magic into the fight, begging to help. But he snaps back, "Save it." This monster's force is so brutal her power wouldn't even scratch it. She watches in total helplessness as Erwin spits curses over the fact that they can't do a damn thing more. He's crunching the numbers in his head so close to victory it hurts. If he can shove his attack just one more meter forward, he'll smash the golem's head and end it right there. But his magic is draining by the second. He can see his own defeat with crystal clear precision, and that gut punch turns the whole situation into pure hopelessness. His thoughts start to slip, and Elise bursts into his mind, a gentle girl from a high-class family, already promised to escape Race's son. So why should she be dragged into death's grip beside him? She hasn't even scratched the surface of her life. Yet everything huge is still waiting for her. Death, huh? Somehow that thought feels way too far away. He can't stop wondering, once all this chaos is over, will he snap awake back in his old bed as Shingo Ikemiya? Maybe this whole wild ride as Wendell and Von Budo Meister, friends, fiancé, every insane adventure was nothing but a blazing, vivid dream. And once he wakes up, he's right back to being a second-rate salesman. Then Elise's voice, gentle, yet unbreakable, cuts through his fatal thoughts, and Wendell and Sama. He tries to tell her to pack it up and leave, insisting she'll find plenty of marriage chances out there. Then she snaps him shut mid-sentence. "No. I'm going to become Wendell and Sama's wife." Before he even gets a chance to react, she lunges forward. Her lips collided with his. The whole party freezes, mouths hanging open in stunned silence. Then, boom, magic detonates out of Wendeland like a crashing tidal wave, raw and overflowing, and the girls freeze in shock. One of them even blurting a jealous mutter under her breath. Elise stumbles backward, then crashes to the floor in a gut-punching collapse. Wendelin darts to her side. Totally baffled, he figured she couldn't hand out magic straight to him, and she just laughs, saying she can do it every week. She lifts her hand high, and the ring on her finger glints like a secret. "That's why," she tells me, "I used the Light of Miracle." Wendelin freezes in shock, because the Light of Miracle is a legendary spell, a top-tier healing offshoot reserved for people moments from death. Not only did it snap his physical body back to full power, it also dumped a massive surge of magic straight into him. She didn't just heal him, she threw a legendary spell purely to refill his mana tank. She makes it crystal clear. She's not empty of magic, she's just wiped out from throwing a spell that strong. A blind spot, huh? He registers it, and a grateful smile bursts across his face. "Thank you, Elise." Fueled by fresh power and iron resolve, he spins back toward his friends and says, "Guys, I'm sorry I quit." He stares at his party, confidence blazing in his eyes like fire right here, right now. Everything will be fine. He charges the dragon golem one last time, his magic storming together into a single blinding flash, and then he tells you, "I'll blow your head off," even as he's about to die. He bursts loose with every ounce of power, unleashing a savage, unstoppable torrent. The blast explodes into an enormous, roaring spear of destruction, swallowing the golem's breath attack like it's nothing. The golem's armored head starts to split, and that crushing pressure launches cracks that race across its whole body. It screams a silent, crushing roar as the light swallows it whole. A burst of pure magic detonates, and the entire sphere erupts in a deafening, cataclysmic explosion. The party huddles up, shielding their eyes from that blinding flash. As the light fades, the Draken Golem, the unbeatable guardian, shatters, collapses, and hits the ground completely obliterated. Silence crashes into the air for a split second, right before the whole place explodes into cheers of pure, unfiltered joy. They did it right there, no turning back. It's finally done, everything's over. As the adrenaline starts to drain, Aina suddenly snaps back to the golem soldiers they just battled. So, was that dragon really the dungeon boss? Just then, Brantart begins to stir, and Wendelin, leaning hard on Elise for support, cast him a weary, tired smile. Relief slammed into him like a wave, and I won. Brantark stared at the wreckage, then whipped his gaze back to the battered, exhausted boy. That proud grin? "I just knew you're amazing, kid." The whole party crowds in together, cheering like they'd just claimed the impossible after their hard-fought victory. But the price was crushing. "I'm right at the edge now," and as Wendell murmurs like he can barely keep his eyes open, everything blurs, and I'm about to black out. And just like that, Brantark and Irwin, along with him, poured every last drop of magic until it hit the limit. And all three of them collapsed into unconsciousness at the exact same time. The girls are left frozen in shock because their three strongest fighters have just been knocked clean out. With the mages knocked out cold, the girls are stuck hauling them, and Irwin's already grumbling because Wendelin's a brick, while Louise snaps back that he's still just a boy. Ina shoots back that she's hauling the heaviest one, then jabs a finger at the towering Brantark. They finally stumble upon a massive grand door, the lone doorway leading forward. Beyond the doorway, they don't find another dungeon floor. They hit a colossal, opulent hall that screams wealth. It's a spotless underground living area, preserved so perfectly by magic that not even a single speck of dust dares to exist. They plop the three battered men onto the fancy beds in the lavish bedrooms they stumble upon. With the boys finally laid up, the girls get a rare breath, and they start processing everything that just happened. Louise decides Elise deserves sleep beside Wenland, right after she proves her bravery. Everyone's on the same page. Elise's light of miracle is the spell that saved them all. Ina blurts out a burning question. Does that spell really need a kiss to work? It sounds completely insane, like it crawled out of a fairy tale, and it's probably going to smash right into the church's teachings. Louise snaps that Elise is using the chaos to swipe a kiss, then Elise doesn't even try to deny it. Irwin, barely awake, groans that Elise's devotion is so brutal it'll trap Wendelin for good, he'll never get out. He mutters in jealousy under his breath, then sinks back into sleep. Irwin snaps awake a little later and pushes the idea that they take watch in turns. But when he whips around, Ina is already curled up on Wendelin's other side, and he's totally frozen in shock as the girls, somehow, decide to take turns standing watch by falling asleep right beside him. Half a day later, Brantark snaps awake, first fully alert, and once Irwin's finally back on his feet, they team up and take over watch duty so the girls can finally sleep. Irwin strides up to the bed and then stops dead in his tracks as he finds Louise twisted in her sleep, sprawled in a dangerously compromising spot right on top of Wendell, and Brantark just grins like he already knows it, quietly pointing out how wildly popular that kid is. He shoos a panicked Irwin into bed and tells him to just sleep, then promises to track him to an awesome shop in the capital as his reward. Once everyone finally wakes up and feels rested, they waste no time charging into the ruins to really tear the place apart and uncover what's inside. After 1,000 years, this place is still brimming with ancient magic tech. Check out the water faucet that pours filtered water through glowing magic gems, and even the fridge and stove are humming like they were never touched. While everyone's starving, Elise steps up and offers to cook them a meal. They trip over what looks like a secret workshop, packed to the brim with eerie tools and wild alchemical gear. As he whips his eyes around, he spots a journal sitting there, waiting for him. She beckons Wendelin and Brantark over, like she's got trouble brewing. He took one look and realized it was the diary of the ruins creator, Earl Iskrobek. Wendelin remembers Istrabok, an ancient magic legend who built the blueprints that became the foundation of modern magic airships. Suddenly, Louise blazes out from the next room, and I'm like, dude, that's seriously the coolest thing ever. She snaps into motion and tells them to follow her, and they spill out onto a balcony staring down at a cavern so massive it feels unreal. Right beneath them lies a huge, forbidden underground dock hidden from everyone. And there were dozens more sleek, high-tech magic airships, glinting like fireflies in the dark. The whole group just goes silent, stunned, so Brantark, wise as ever, decides that chasing down that fleet of ancient, terrifying warships is a job for the kingdom, not them. Right now, they're throwing everything aside, rest up, then get food in their bellies. Later, they pry open the shut-down golems and find the truth. Each one runs on an artificial personality crystal, powered by a one-of-a-kind magic language that feels like computer code straight from Wenlin's old world. They can't stop asking who built all of this. Was he secretly hiding a terrifying power? Or was he just a lone genius with nobody around to share his creations with? And as the dust settles, they realize the truth will probably stay locked up in the dark forever. And once their first investigation was wrapped up, they finally had the answers they came for. Brantark finally steps up and declares he's headed back to the capital because he's about to assemble a proper research party the right way. He slams a teleportation item into action and vanishes in an instant. Wendelin and the rest were left in the dust for now, as I barreled forward. As Wendelin watched him vanish, he stared out from the ruins and froze when he saw the royal cap glittering in the distance. It was way closer than he'd ever dared to hope. A voice burst through the room yelling, "Dinner's ready!" Brantark's final command hit hard. "Stay on watch, lay low, and don't move a muscle until I'm back." And just like that, the immediate threat vanished, and the danger finally backed off. The whole party huddles down together and sinks into comfort warm, savory miso stew, washing the exhaustion out of their bodies, just long enough to savor a rare, peaceful breath before the next chapter of their adventure kicks in. The debriefing is underway, right in the heart of the kingdom. The king and his sharpest advisors huddle up as they lay out what happened on that recent expedition into the underground ruins and how close it came to going horribly wrong. But don't get comfy, this success doesn't feel like a win at all. A minister lays it out with a grim face. The Adventurers Guild had already sent 2 different parties into those ruins, and both were wiped out completely. Their losses crushed them so hard they were short on fighters, and that's exactly why they misjudged how many Wendelin would take. This wasn't just a mistake, it was tragedy turning into bad intel. But the king won't pin it all on the guild. Leans back and realizes something scary. In just the last couple of years, Wendelin and Louise have both skyrocketed into astonishing power. He even admits that if he'd known what was waiting down there, he'd have gone himself then. He swallows a heavy breath as the king accepts his part in all of this. Because the truth is, he only followed Armstrong's advice and rashly decided that one veteran instructor, Bruntak, was all they needed. Ringstadt, to his credit, straight up owns his mistakes, admitting that looking back, underestimating Wendelin's party and rolling out with too little backup nearly got all of them wiped out. But when everyone starts tossing the blame around, one man slices through the chaos. Finance Minister Luknar rises and jabs a finger straight at the guildmaster. He finally spills the truth. Ringstadt wasn't picked by the guild at all. He was assigned because that sneaky chief auditor meddled behind the scenes. The guildmaster is completely stunned. He sputters, begging it was just a routine administrative call. But the truth is already out in the open. And here's the bombshell: this chief auditor is actually the finance minister's younger brother. Luknar doesn't beat around the bush. He and his sibling despise each other, and the guy's got a truly rotten reputation. He snaps the pieces together for everyone in the room while his brother, trying to sabotage Luknar's faction, deliberately throws Wendelin's party off course by handing them an instructor who's wildly out of practice. Luknar tightens his grip on the guild officials, and they crumble on the spot, admitting they've hated noble interference for ages and were against Ringstadt's assignment from the very beginning. He swears to the gods that it's the truth, and the king looks like he's finally buying it. Luknar whips around to Ringstadt and growls that his brother's a total idiot when it comes to gambling. He probably saw this as a slick secret move to yank Luknar out of his spot as finance minister. Ringstadt fires the obvious question, like, surely the guild cleared him, right? Luknar just smirks because no one did. Turns out Rother got so thrilled at the thought of Wendelin dying that he rushed a letter to Wendelin's estranged older brother, spilling the tragedy like it had already happened. All of it sent a month and a half before it could have even gone down through expensive magical express mail. That arrogance is downright staggering. Once Ringstadt sees this undeniable proof, all he can do is stare in disbelief at how unbelievably stupid the whole plot is. But this guy's small-time gamble almost wiped them all out. Now that the politics got nailed down, the talk rockets straight to the insane discoveries hiding in the ruins. A perfectly intact magical airship sat there, plus a specialized dock, and inside a research workshop packed with priceless notes, where every single discovery shattered the limits even more than the last. First, the finance minister's expression hardens into pure dread because the kingdom has no choice but to Wendel in for these finds, and the price tag is so massive it's basically unbelievable. He lays it out plain that standard adventurer's contract taking 20% off every profit would wipe out the kingdom's entire financial system. The guild members instantly start sweating buckets. Lucknar steps in for the kill, eyes locked on his target, and because this is a special case, he can only guess the government's usual fee is 0%. Trapped and out of options, the guild officials have no choice but to say yes, practically stumbling over themselves to snap up that generous offer. As they scurry off, Ringstat stares them down, disgust burning in his eyes. Sure, they used to be fearless adventurers, but now they're nothing more than spineless old men hiding behind managerial titles. He clenches his fist and swears right then and there that he'll never, ever end up like them. The meeting doesn't stop just because the guild storms out. It keeps going, tense and loud. Armstrong snaps that anyone who signed off on the royal decree without the right backups deserves the blame, and the king's advisor agrees. The king himself steps up and owns it all, admitting he's far from perfect, and confessing that the order came from him the whole way down. To smash the payment crisis, the finance minister steps in with a brilliant plan. The ruins stay officially Baron Baumeisters, but the kingdom runs them and pays him a usage fee until the full reward money is finally covered. Then he grins at the ring like he's ready to dance. And you, my friend, got the shortest end of the stick. He makes it crystal clear, since he's the instructor. Ringstat doesn't get to siphon any of the party's earnings. He only walks away with the exact pay his guild contract says he'll get. They were scraping by on a measly 1,000 cents a day. The king winces, admitting that number is insultingly low for a week inside that death trap. Then he snaps that Ringstat's reward has to be pulled from the national budget. And yes, it'll come straight out of his own retirement fund. He orders Ringstat to keep this hidden from Wendelin, and then smirks, saying the kid's already drowning in absurdly good luck. And right then, Ringstat gets slammed by one brutal truth. Those 6 people in the party are still standing, while he's somehow the most unlucky one of all. He starts screaming inside, trapped in what he now calls a den of thieves, terrified that Wendelin will burn through that massive fortune on whatever he wants. At long last, the meeting finally wraps up. Then the king locks in a formal summoning for later. The very next day, Ringstat snatches his reward, but the whole moment feels haunted by a looming shadow. He can't stop thinking about Cardinal Hohenheim, who sat there in crushing silence through the whole meeting. One slip, and he stands to lose his granddaughter, his fiancée, and the church power he holds so tightly. The pressure crushed him, and just a week later, the cardinal quietly stepped down, claiming his health had finally broken. Meanwhile, Wendland and his whole crew finally sprint back home, dropping in after everything they went through. Just then, their brand new butler, Rodley, explodes into the room, throwing on a dramatic fit of reliefy barrels and yelling, "Master!" at the top of his lungs. He slams into Wendelin with a bone-crushing hug, sobbing like he'd been terrified the whole time. Choked up and sobbing, he wails that it took him 2 brutal 7-job interviews just to land the spot, and he can't stand the thought of losing it. Wendling gasps for air, and Eli offers to slam some recovery magic into him. Inside, Rodley breathes out and lays bare exactly why his panic hit so hard. Like, the second they vanished, a nasty rumor erupted and sprinted through the whole capital. Master Wendelin and his whole party were wiped out dead to the last soul. The whole group freezes in shock, and Wendelin blurts out, "Who would leak something this vicious?" But Rodley steps forward and admits his investigation zeroed in on one man, the chief auditor, straight up the finance minister's brother. Dewey asks if Rodley's father is the man in front of them, and he answers ice cold, then spits out that anyone who abandons their child isn't a real father. Wendelin cracks jokes about getting killed off like it's no big deal, but Rodley snaps into seriousness. The chief auditor's hate for the finance minister probably spilled straight into Wendelin too, since Wendelin rides in the same faction. But Elise points it out, now that Wendelin's safe and back home, that rumor is dead in the water. Rodley grins, all sly confidence. "That's how nobles do it," he says. "If someone throws nasty rumors with bad intentions, you hit back the same way." Then he drops this brilliant counter move right when you think everything's over. He spilled a scorching new rumor. Baymeister's party didn't get wiped out by bad luck. It said the chief auditor used his political muscle to pull strings and sabotage them through the Adventurers Guild. This fresh story is exploding across the internet like wildfire, and everybody's locked in, watching it unfold. That rumor is doing its job. This chief auditor tried to take down Wenland, and in the process, he basically crashed his own plans and self-destructed. The very next day, on the way to the castle, Armstrong fumed about how some nobles were utterly hopeless. Wendelin shoots him a reminder he's noble too, and Armstrong immediately pivots, cutting the conversation off fast. Wendelin can't look away from his history book on the holy Mfarkat, the neighboring nation they barely know a thing about. He wonders how awesome it'd be to go, but Armstrong cuts in this truce only lets them travel to specific territories. He knows it because 10 years ago he was literally the goodwill ambassador who went there in person. Armstrong breaks down how this whole ambassador exchange tradition has been rocking for 2 straight centuries. Gwendolyn casually asks, "Has anyone ever defected before?" Armstrong's face snaps into instant panic the second that question lands. A cold sweat explodes across him. But just as he's about to speak, they burst into the royal meeting room. As Dylan just stands there, totally stunned, trying to figure out what he could have said that was so taboo, it set everything off. Back in the capital, Gwendolyn and his crew braced themselves before the king, spilling every terrifying detail from their very first mission. Gwendolyn didn't beat around the bush, he flat out said he fully expected them to die down there. To everyone's shock, the king dips his head slightly like he's admitting the truth. "I underestimated you," he says, and then offers you a real, heartfelt apology for dragging you into those dangers. His advisors are left staring in disbelief, but the king won't budge. He insists a real ruler has to own his mistakes, especially when his people pull off results this incredible despite him. He glares at the young adventurers and declares Gwendolyn's fortune for what it truly is: monstrous, curse-level luck, and says any normal party would have been wiped out before they even got started. Then the king finally takes a real breath, looking the whole party in the eye for the first time, except Elise. He leans in, marvels that she's blossomed into a real woman over the last 3 years, and then shoots a question: "Has Gwendolyn been treating her right?" Elise lets out a gentle smile and assures the king that he's truly a kind man, sending the royal stress right out the window. Then he turns to Irvin and Yenna and tells them straight Warren, their mentor, has huge hopes riding on them. That makes them blush with pride. Then he glances at Louise and admits, if you've caught Armstrong's eye, you've got to be dangerously talented. "What a lineup," he says with a grin. "I'm telling you, big things are coming." Once the small talk dies down, they finally lock onto the real prize, the underground ruins. Gwendolyn vows that the kingdom will take full ownership of everything, then drops the bombshell that they found an ancient airship maintenance dock, way beyond anything modern. Even better, there are already 7 airships docked and waiting, packed with glowing magic crystals and humming engines. Basically one quick round of maintenance away from blasting off. The king adds that they're already speeding up the research because Baron Shebark's library tipped them off with a way to mass-produce massive magic crystals. Now they're tearing into the last 2 dragon golems, hunting for any nasty hidden dangers. Gwendolyn flashes back to that massive crystal that fueled a golem, and the king slams in another mind-blowing twist. This is a whole automated golem repair workshop, powered by its own colossal sub-battery crystal. Then you've got the golem army, at least 10,000 of them, so packed and overwhelming that the soldiers can't even agree on the numbers, struggling just to count them right. Gwendolyn points out that every golem runs on a wild mix of man-made and magic crystals. The king confirms the Mages Guild is already clocked, especially the dragon golem's blueprint. Loaded with magic absorption panels, a tech the modern mages are only just starting to test in prototype form. The king compares it to slapping solar panels on every street lamp so the whole town can sip less energy and run smarter. And the last prize in the treasure trove is a teleportation sigil. Mages from the guild are scrambling for it, ready to burn through a fortune just to lock up the monopoly and use it to move people one day. The king finally admits he messed up again, then he orders them straight into danger. But Gwendolyn just shrugs and says they tripped into the trap still. For a team on their debut mission, pulling that off was straight up unheard of. The king slams down his final decree: this kingdom is buying every last inch of that discovery. And Gwendolyn humbly accepts it. Soon the party rushes to the Adventurers Guild HQ to pry out every last detail of their reward. The receptionist starts rattling off the crown's shopping list: thousands of soldier golems, 2 dragon golems forged from mithril and orichalcum, 7 working airships, and even that magic absorption panel tech, all stacked like a threat. The list keeps piling up until the teleportation sigil gets bought by the Mages Guild. So Gwendolyn clenches up and demands the bottom line. Bracing for impact. The number she blurts out is so insane it basically fries their brains. 20,000 platinum coins per person. Oh, and here's the catch: paying a fortune that huge would wreck the kingdom's economy, so they don't drop it all at once. They stretch the payments over 20 years. Still, Gwendolyn snaps the numbers in his head and goes, "Wait, this is basically $2 trillion yen?" And yeah, it screams scam. Because that's just way too much money to be real. Louis leans in and points out the weirdest part this time: the guild's usual 20% tax never got applied. The receptionist tells him Brancart isn't getting paid like everyone else because he's officially registered as the instructor. His wages are handled as a separate, fixed amount. The guild's stepping in to cover his reward because anyone who gets kicked out of that legendary hall by the usual instructors would come out with practically nothing. Right then, Brancart himself stormed onto the scene, looking darker than anyone expected. He tells the kids he doesn't need a single coin and says an old man like him can't possibly burn through it all anyway. He leans in and growls a stern warning, "Don't let that fortune turn you soft." The party just erupts in laughter, tossing jokes around like, seriously, only a total brain-dead idiot would go bankrupt with cash like this. Wendell daydreamed about what he could do with all that loot, and then his mansion in solid gold loomed over everything. Brancart snapped his head side to side, admitting he used to think Wendelin had the worst luck, always getting tossed into impossible messes. But turns out that same brutal curse just shoved him right into a gold mine. From this day forward, he throws his chest out and proudly declares, "You're all top class." Soon after, a fancy formal invitation lands in Wendelin's hand straight from the Mages Guild. They're dying to buy his magic circle spell, and they formally invite him to join their ranks. He shows up outside Brancart's headquarters right across the street from their rival, the Guild of Magical Tools. Wendelin figures they've got to get along since they're neighbors. But Brancart slams that theory shut on the spot, pure drama, and absolutely not what Wendelin expected. Brancart lays it all on him. Mages Guild is ancient, but the Magical Tools Guild is newer, built to dig up and restore that old, forgotten tech. Since the government hands them both the money, they're locked in a nasty rivalry, clawing for every last budget dollar and every inch of influence. They started yelling over who could churn out the better results. Right now, everyone's obsessed with magical tools. So the Mages Guild is panicking, trying to snatch powerful names like Wendland to crank up their prestige. Wendelin didn't care a single bit about their political bickering, but Bransard pushes him to just jump in, get it over with, and end the non-stop hounding for good. Right inside, they're met by the Guild's president, Bern Wallach, a true nobleman with a commanding presence. But before Wendelin can even blink at the paperwork, a sharp-looking woman with glasses strides right up. And nope, she just shuts him down, shoves a card into his hand, and says, "This is your honorary officer's license." They straight up tell him his baron status is all they need, basically cashing in on his famous name just to pull publicity. Brancart straight up explains, it's a no-pay gig, no real responsibilities attached. Wendelin finally gets it. The whole game is just to jack up their member count for free, with zero joining fees and no one to pay. The president swings open the doors and offers them a full tour of the facility. As they march along, Brancart leans in and hisses that the president runs the show like a manager, not a mage, and it fits a nobleman's son who's way better at paperwork than spellcasting. They barrel into the research lab, the guild's wheel-beating heart, where magic crackles in the air and the practicing mages are working at full intensity. Brancart just had to take a shot at the president, straight up saying that even if every researcher here disappeared tomorrow, the guild's leadership would still be fine. Suddenly, a cranky old researcher lunges in and yanks him by the robes. You're Baron Baumeister, the one who sold us that new magic circle spell." He introduces himself as Lucas Beckenbauer, top brass in the research department and a proudly loud magic fanatic. And he's been hearing the rumors that Wendelin's magic hits the same level as the legendary Alfred's. Without a word, he grabs Wendelin and hauls him deeper into the lab like, "You have to see this." And it's unbelievably incredible. He drags them to an upgraded version of Wendelin's teleportation circle, way better than the original. Beckenbauer practically bursts with excitement, revealing that their research gave them a wild accidental breakthrough, a reverse effect spell. Instead of throwing things out, this circle lets it yank anything back to itself from literally anywhere. Instead of rambling, he decides to prove it right then. He slaps his hands over the circle and triggers it to life. A blinding flash erupts, and right in the middle, an object suddenly rips itself into reality. It's a total scandal, women's underwear, right out there in the open. Beckenbauer snatches the frilly lace, feels it still warm on his fingers, and bursts out that the experiment is an absolute smash success. He proudly declares to everyone that he pulled off the panties removal while a female mage in the background just stands there, completely frozen, reeling from shock and embarrassment. Right as the researcher starts rambling, he tries to sell the spell's wild theoretical dream, tearing through time and slicing across dimensions. The mortified mage explodes forward and smashes him in the head, then screams, "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Beckenbauer tries to flex his authority, but it's obvious he's the one who's dead wrong. Trying to smash the painfully awkward silence, Wendell snaps that the spell is actually seriously interesting. Beckenbauer steadies himself, asks if you want to try, then warns you straight up it's risky as hell and rarely works. He breaks down his wild target choice because the spell demands you perfectly picture where the object is, so he picks something he could see right in front of him. Then the vibe flips too. Serious Wendelin leans in and asks if, at least in theory, it could yank something out of another dimension, like a parallel world. That little spark hits Wendelin like lightning because he isn't from here at all. He's from another world, and those legends aren't just stories to him anymore. He's living proof. "All right, I'm going for it," he declares, and determination lights up his voice like a spark. Beckenbauer squeeze out one final warning. This magic comes with a price tag so insane it'll blow your mind, and it spikes based on the object's weight and how far it has to travel. Snatching something from another world would be an absolute gamble, one wrong move, and it all goes up in flames. Wendell chose the safer move and stepped up into the circle, ready to spot something simple and right within reach. He shoves his magic into the sigil, and it detonates in a blinding burst of light, way stronger than before. The next thing is on its way. Right, let's jump into the next chapter. After a brutal run of battles, Bell finally gets a breath of rest, and, yeah, we both know that never lasts. Inside the Magus Guild, he's planted himself in front of a blazing summoning circle, ready to learn a new skill, while the air pops and crackles with mana, and those floor runes light up like they're alive. With one last burst of energy, something finally pops into existence right in the middle. Only it's not some monster or legendary weapon. It's a pair of panties with a tiny yellow bunny stitched on the back, and the whole group just freezes, staring in total shock. Brantark and Beckenbauer huddled beside him, crouching low to get a better look, and straight up froze in pure confusion. And Bell, mortified to his core, can only fumble for an answer. He swears he was locked in on something, just half-heartedly thinking about whatever was inside one of those nearby mansions. Right before the full impact of that violation hits, the room's door gets kicked wide and slams open. Aina explodes into the room, cheeks blazing with rage and humiliation, and jams a trembling finger straight at Bell. "My panties!" she screams. She's totally thrown off, staring at him like, "How did you know I'd be here at the guild right now?" The others snap it together in seconds. This isn't a lucky guess. It's advanced magic at work. Summon with pinpoint precision. A specific item, from that specific person. Straight from the Upper Mansion District on Bell's very first try. And the way his power hits? It's straight up terrifying. Beckenbauer is stuck in his own weird analysis. He lifts the evidence and points out the contrast between Aina's icy calm and the unexpectedly adorable underwear she's wearing. There, he blurts out a question like, "Is this what they mean by agatmo?" That's the final straw for Anya. She explodes, yelling, "What do you think you're doing?" and snatches them right back from him. Then he snapped a harsh huff and slapped him clean out of his hand. Bell, all flustered, blurts out an apology to a still fuming Ina. Right in the middle of this painfully awkward moment, he blurts out that next time he'll take her underwear shopping to make up for it. And when everyone expects her to shut him down, she just turns red, nods softly, and agrees. Brantark slaps him on the shoulder, laughing like, "Yep, somehow you done it again. Another girl just fell right into your spell." Bell swears it's only because he's brand new to this, and he just can't control it right yet. Taking Ina's advice, he ditches the panties idea and goes for a whole new summon, trying again, with real determination. He shuts his eyes tight and focuses with everything he's got. The magic circle bursts back to life, blazing like it's about to explode with power. With a gentle poof, a brand new object suddenly pops into existence. And just like that, right on cue moments later, it happened. The door rockets open again, and this time it's Louise, looking every bit as mortified and furious as Aina was. Beckenbauer, still stubborn as ever, jumps back in his commentary. "So, Black, you're a little too grown up for my tastes," he sneers, flicking his eyes to her chest as he adds, "Looks like you don't even need a bra." That earns him a lightning-fast, brutal punch from Louise straight to the face, and he drops like a sack of bricks, out cold. Right after it all blows over, Bell fires off his usual sorry, then whisks himself into a shopping trip for a brand new set of underwear. And just like that, it works again. Louise lets out a shy, embarrassed blush as she quietly agrees. This is spiraling way out of control. Anna leans in and asks if Belle's got some secret hobby, and Belle fiercely shuts it down. To stop more trouble, she pushes him to call something from way out beyond a city so far it can't come anywhere near them. He nods and agrees, because he's done living in this disaster and he's determined to bury it for good. He's going to target something from the backwoods, right from a remote spot where nobody's close enough to ever catch him stealing clothes. He drops anchor on the northern seas of the Urquhart Empire and decides right then to summon up some seafood. He clenches his focus tight and dumps his magic straight into the circle. Everyone goes still. Breath caught in their chest, please. Don't let it be underwear. Bell better be something awesome. With a blinding flash, a massive shadow slams into view, an enormous bluefin tuna. Success because it's gigantic, brimming with magical energy, and Beckenbauer says it's worth an absolute fortune the moment it hits the market. Delia, whose parents run a fish shop, snaps into action the moment she steps in, carving up fish with razor-sharp, pro-level precision that leaves everyone staring in disbelief. That flavor hits like a knockout, and Beckenbauer finally admits it. Bell actually pulled something useful out of thin air. Furious about being stuck as a panty summoner, Bell decides it's time to wipe that reputation out for good no half measures. He hammers out spell after spell, and the ocean answers an insane feast, floods the deck with flounder, yellowtail, sea urchin, and everything else you can name. Soon, the whole guild digs into a mouth-watering seafood feast, and the place goes wild with happy cheers. But when Bell realizes his mana is running out, he grits his teeth and goes for one final summon, reaching back to that faraway northern sea. The magic circle flares and poof, it spits out another brand new item. It's a daring pair of purple lacy panties, slipping into the spotlight like a secret. Bell? Gone straight up impossible. He was trying to nail the exact middle of the ocean, so how in the world did that even happen? Beckenbauer, the guy who swears he's an underwear expert, studies them up close, and the moment he sees the silk's insane quality and the razor-clean stitching, he realizes this is way beyond anything anyone around here could ever make. Then he spots it. An embroidered family crest. Small but loud with power. The Duke Philip family's mark. From one of the mightiest aristocratic houses in a neighboring country. Bell went from annoying locals to stealing panties on an international level, and now he's panicking, begging his friends for help on how to pull off a theft from a high-ranking noblewoman only, to get nothing but blank, dumbfounded stares. Beckenbauer doesn't even blink at the looming diplomatic disaster. He just shoves his glasses up, shrugs off the politics, and declares the summoning experiment a roaring success. Yeah, he's got no other move, so Bell hammers the evidence into his magic bag and swears he'll never, ever talk about it again. The official record barely had room to say it, because summoning seafood was an absolute roaring success. Even so, this whole ordeal paid off. Bell was so impressed by her skills that she later helped Delia open her very own branch of her family's fish shop. Then the whole story turns ice-cold serious inside a lavish mansion. Erwin, Ina, and Louise sit down with Margaret of Bleikreuter. They've come to talk about the insane reward they got for wiping out the dragon golem, and for them, that money isn't a blessing at all, it's a curse. Erwin warns that if his jealous brothers ever learned about his inheritance, they'd go full psycho and try to have him assassinated. And for Ina and Louise, this is a whole different nightmare, because they're noble-born women, they can't just strike out on their own, and their families will try to grab that money the moment it's in reach, using it for whatever they want. The Margrave leans in, waits just long enough to make it hurt, then drops the bad news. Refusing the reward is totally off the table, but he lets it slip. There's still another way. Right then, Brantark bursts into the room. He's got the answer. He yanks out the official adventurer's manual, slaps his finger on Article 27, Paragraph A, and declares the money disbursement objection system. He explains that this system usually gets parties to settle pay disputes before they spiral out of control. Most folks grumble because they're getting paid peanuts, but Brantark points out the rules never say you can't file a complaint for getting way too much. Their plan is simple. Using this loophole, they can file an official objection and legally hand over their entire reward share to Wendland. The three of them burst into pure joy. This is the perfect escape from everything trapping them. A few days later, Brantark sits down with the Margrave to lay it all out. And the best part is, the plan hit exactly as promised. He admits, though, that Ella's the healer never filed a complaint, and the Margrave isn't even shaken. As the daughter of a high-ranking church official, she has nothing to fear over some big money. He even suspects she handed her funds to Wendland right from the start. Then the convo snaps into something sinister. Brantark starts to realize they weren't just talking. They've been caught in a bigger, darker plan. He suddenly realizes the king and his ministers might have cooked this plan from the start, because they needed an answer for the capital's dead economy and the slums swelling bigger every day. Then this terrifying magician from some wild, undeveloped frontier territory suddenly bursts out of nowhere. The kingdom wants to tame his wild, massive lands, but they're broke, and they don't have the guts to gamble on it themselves. So they cooked up a scheme to trap this young, wide-eyed baron into raking in a jaw-dropping fortune. Their plan is pure genius and icy ruthless. They shove Wendelin into a quest to carve out his own territory, burning through every coin of his reward. If he pulls it off, the kingdom walks away with a fully developed territory for free. If he crashes, it's still his money gone, and the kingdom loses nothing. Everything's sliding right into place while Wendelin, totally clueless, is getting dragged into footing the bill for a massive national project. To keep everything on rails, the Margrave drops one final demand. Brantark has to ride alongside Wendelin on his next adventure. The game of nobles is way more deadly than any dungeon, and Bell's right in the blast radius, whether he realizes it yet or not. In the capital's grand halls, power moves like gears grinding steel, crushing whoever steps wrong. And General Edgar Cool Eyes, razor-sharp mustache, sharper strategy, just sits there, studying the whole shifting battlefield. He can feel Margaret Bleikreuter sliding into the finance minister's orbit. And he's sure this isn't random? It's part of some bigger, colder game. And right at the heart of that game sits the capital's brand new obsession, Baron Wendelin von Beinebomeister. Edgar's run into this young man a few times already because he's Wendelin's godfather, and that respect automatically goes to Paul and Hermudo's circle. Now this connection locks him into a grim professional duty because he has to arrange the newlyweds' nighttime clothes. But his interest goes way beyond family ties because a fresh report just hit his desk, revealing a colossal ancient underground military base, packed with magic flying ships and terrifying dragon golems. The kingdom has to lock down this asset, but their money is running on fumes. Edgar smirks and says that's exactly when Baron Baumeister steps in to save the day. Even the king's in on it. He spots the insane fortune Wendelin just coughed up to the kingdom as a reward so massive it bends reality, and it even more than refunds every penny for the new base. There's only one reason a man would toss away a fortune like that, to buy the kingdom's full backing so he can develop that wild southern region and turn it into his own domain. Edgar spots the opening at once the Baron is loaded and feared, but that power has cracks because he barely has any vassals backing him. Yeah, you've got that sharp young swordsman Erwin, but he's never truly led before, and the rest of his party is full of talent, just not the kind that runs things. They're adventurers, not administrators. Edgar weighs his choices. If he grabs the whole job himself, resentment will explode. So he thinks of a smarter move. Talk to Count Armstrong, the one person with a solid reputation with the young Baron. But Edgar doesn't sit around waiting for results. He grabs them by the throat and makes them happen. He slaps the southern map open on his desk, dives into the official documents, and studies how Wendelin's feudal home is rooted in his family's ancient backwater estate. No, Edgar snaps back, a predator's glare flashing in his eye. Like, at this stage, they might as well hand him the entire estate. He dug into the family's past and boy, it was grim. A once aristocratic bloodline, now broke and barely holding on. Arthur, the father, was the fifth-generation lord. But the real bomb in the house was the eldest brother, Kurt. Edgar can already see the disaster coming. An angry older brother with nothing to lose always blows everything up. Kurt would try to hit Wenland and claw back what he calls his birthright. And Edgar knows that means he gets his perfect opening. So he's gearing up a security escort to bring the young Baron safely in. To pull it off, he's got to unleash his trump card, a person who can lock down his power from the inside. The general strides through his mansion, roaring for Lady Wilma as he goes. A maid pops in and tells him she's in the kitchen, just got back from a hunt. He steps inside and finds her looming over a freshly caught deer, nothing like the usual noble ladies at all. She's a hunter to her core, always ready to track, strike, and never back down. Without warning, Edgar unleashes a bombshell. From now on, I want you to call me father. Wilma snaps her gaze up, totally stunned. And just like that, it hits her so hard she can't even find her voice. He tells her that adopting her is just a pile of paperwork, nothing complicated at all. And his whole plan hinges on one thing: getting her married, no matter what it takes. As they dig into a feast of freshly cooked venison, the mountain of meat on the table practically screams that Wilma's cooking skills are deadly. She digs in, savoring that sweet, hard-earned taste of a hunt that actually paid off. And just like that, Jur casually drops the name Baron Baumeister. Of course she knows who he is. Seriously, everyone in this place does. Edgar lays it out: this Baron's trapped in a delicate, high-society mess where one wrong move could shatter everything. Now's the perfect moment to slip her in as his security and use that cover to get her where she needs to go. Wilma tilted her head, and the whole move felt like she'd taken the longest route just to get to the point. For the last 2.5 years, Edgar's been laying out this brutal political chess match, and the nobles have been scrambling nonstop trying to marry their daughters into Wenland. But the top spots were already locked in. Cardinal Homenheim took the official wife, and Margrave Blakeruder brought in 2 concubine candidates. He says the real kicker is that every single one of them is already a proven adventurer, so cramming in one more candidate won't be easy. If she's going to be his wife, she'll need serious firepower just to keep pace with his lifestyle. And Wilma wants in, but she's still underage. Shame. Edgar snaps back. Your kind of fighting power would have been a lifesaver right now. Relax, this is all part of my plan, he says, leaning in like it's a secret. And his eyes promise big things are coming for you. And there's honestly nobody out there with battle power anywhere close to yours, not even a girl. Her mission is simple: start as an escort, slip into the Baron's party, and forge a bond so strong they can't look away. Wilma gives in with a quiet nod, then agrees to try. This slick plan lets Edgar worm into Wenland's circle, and when Wilma's pushed to become a concubine while still being the adopted daughter, it hands him the perfect excuse to get close. He smirks, because even the king knows better than to mess with the cardinals, and that tiny move is pure genius, aimed at grabbing power without raising a single alarm. He leans in and asks Wilma if she can't stand the Baron, and she shoots back, shaking her head like, no way. And right then, her eyes practically sparkle. She tells him, I've got a dragon hunter, and whispers that maybe he'll let her try dragon meat someday, which is definitely a huge win. She'll hold back her opinion until she actually meets him. Edgar leans in and says Wennon just hates the stuffy, stuck-up aristocratic scene. And for her, that man's an absolute provider. He'll never let her go hungry. And to Wilma, that sounds like pure perfection. She's buzzing to finally meet him, but that dream hits a wall. She's still too young to step into demon-swarmed lands, and it stings. Edgar shuts the worry down, telling her to give it everything she's got for the future of both their households. Meanwhile, miles away from the capital's cutthroat politics, Wendland and his crew are back doing what they do best, and they're out in the demon-ridden outskirts of Bleachbrook, cracking their training like it's life or death. Erwin and Inna rip through battle like a hurricane, smashing into monstrous beasts with unshakable, ferocious determination. Gwendolyn and Elise stay safely back, staring in awe as that blazing spirit burns through everything in sight. Elise can't believe it. This adventure kickoff is wildly unusual, and the fact it came straight from the king feels almost impossible. Ruse usually tore into their first hunt like clockwork, stalking monsters one by one in woods like this, all because the guild ordered it. These aren't just some giant beasts, they're twisted by magic, bulked up bigger and stronger than ever, and every single one has a magic stone tucked inside. As that giant bear monster explodes into the air to tear them apart, you're hit with one brutal truth: one wrong move out here and you're dead. After a grueling, hard-won day, Wenwen throws in the towel because that's the cruel truth of being an adventurer, risking everything on the hope that a reward is waiting. Up in the treetops, Louise and Catherine keep their eyes wide, poised to spring into action the second anything goes wrong. Elise realizes that even with Ina and Erwin being tough, outsiders who crashed a famous party instantly become the NB's next target. People whisper that they just got blasted with pure luck. Elise steps in to defend them, firing back that a party that pulled off all that hard work and still got denied the majority of the reward doesn't deserve this kind of brutal criticism. But Katharina shuts it down. Even that tiny slice they marked off still turns into a fortune big enough to make everyone else seethe with envy. Right then, Erwin practically beams as he pulls out the brand new sword he snagged with his hard-earned money. Wendell kept tossing jokes around that if he ever had kids, he'd hire a top-tier swordsman to train them. And Erwin instantly froze his hand up, smirking as he reminds him, "Yeah, I guess you're my vassal now." That fun, easy vibe snaps the second Erwin fires his million-dollar question. With all that money, why isn't Wendell building up his territory? Wendland's smile drops to stone, then he lays it out. The danger is massive. If the kingdom catches wind of you pouring huge money into land deals without their say-so, they'll yank every last thing away from you. Erwin never pictured the political nightmare waiting for him. Running a territory is already brutal, and one wrong move can drive tenants out and leave you broke, a gamble almost nobody dares to make. After training grinds to a stop and all the heavy talk finally dies down, the whole party, starving Erwin, even shoots them an apology for all his complaining. Gwendolyn suddenly declares it's time to leave. All right, we're coming back fast. Instant teleportation. Under a sky packed with stars, they roll back into town like nothing ever happened. Right when they're about to hit the road and sell their loot, a familiar voice snaps through the air. Brantak is here. He flashes a grin and invites the whole crew to the Blackgrader estate for dinner. While everyone else in the party is giddy about a free, fancy feast, Wendell and Spine get a cold jolt because they both know these invites never mean just food, and something horrible is coming. It won't bring us back. Back in the capital, Wendland and his crew end up sharing a meal with Marger of Blaker, of the most powerful men in the whole kingdom. The Margrave surveys Wendland with proud, godfather-level confidence, knowing the young baron's name is already setting the whole place abuzz. The talk snaps straight to Wendland's latest rampages, and the Margrave can't help but smirk after wiping out a full-fledged dragon. Stomping the rest of the monsters has to feel like training wheels. But Wendland, the ultimate pragmatist, won't play hero. He shrugs it off with a modest, no-stakes answer, and says it all depends on the situation, because experience is screaming at him. Cocky confidence gets you killed, even if you're built like a monster. The vibe flips the moment the Margrave brings up Wendland's late master, Alfred. Then his voice drops, heavy with grief, as he remembers a man so terrifyingly strong that not a single monster in the magic forest could ever dream of beating him. Alfred didn't get crushed by a beast. He went down fighting for his lord and comrades, swallowed whole by a relentless wave of enemies, dying like a hero, but leaving behind a brutal, heartbreaking tragedy. Once the polite talk is done, the Margrave finally drops the real reason he called Wendolyn. He demands an extermination job, and orders it kept off the books, hidden from the Adventurers Guild. The second he brings up that settlement with Wendellin's father, the whole room snaps to attention, because this just turned personal. The Margrave rips open the grim truth 15 years ago, a disastrous expedition into the magic forest, tied to his own family and Wendellin's master, went terribly, terribly wrong. A whole squad of 2,000 men vanished, and their bodies were never found. And the mission he spits out so plainly is this: march into that forest and cleanse whatever's left of them. Brantak gets it instantly. Those soldiers won't just be dead after 15 years. There's something far worse. The weak-willed would have rotted into zombies and ghouls, but the ones with massive pride, especially when the master took hold, could have twisted into terrifying wraiths. With that many evil spirits packed into one spot, the forest is basically a cursed nightmare so bad that this party can't afford anything but the holy magic they've got in abundance. Elise's terrifyingly powerful spells. The Margrave admits it's a logistical nightmare to pull off, since the magic forest is remote and downright deadly to reach. But Wendelin can just teleport, so distance might as well not exist. Still, Wendelin freezes marching into his family's territory unannounced. Is a political taboo so huge it's basically asking for war. But the Margrave brushes off his worries, promising that his father would never dare refuse a request from someone of his rank, especially when the mission is dressed up as protecting his territory. He pulled a masterstroke of politics, and suddenly his father had nowhere left to stand. They don't need an army at all, just a tiny elite squad that can handle everything. Then the real bombshell hits. There's a second reason for all this secrecy, because if some adventurers centuries from now dig up this undead legion and trace it back to a blunder by the Bleichreiter family, it'll scorch their legacy forever. Wendelin totally gets it. These massive noble houses live and die by reputation, and that pressure rolls through generations like it never stops. Elise, all calm and compassion, tells him there's zero real reason to refuse. Wendell felt small again, like that familiar dread had crawled back in because his destiny always seems to get shoved around by the big, ruthless plans of powerful adults. With the victory sealed, the Margrave just smirks, then tells him to sit back and savor the meal. For now, Wendelin throws caution to the wind and does exactly that, devouring top-tier food he used to only fantasize about as a kid. The very next day, the squad regroups, and the party marches in ready to face their brutal assignment. Erwin scans their tiny crew, and a jitter hits his chest too. We seriously have enough people for this? Brantak leans in and reassures him bringing a huge army would only drag every monster in that forest straight to their doorstep, so only a tight elite squad will do. And honestly, with their experience and with Elise and Wendelin backing them up, they've got all the firepower they need to crush 2,000 undead. Brantak then points out Wendelin's secret weapon extended diffusion magicinase taught by his master. It's a ridiculously rare skill so powerful it feels unreal. It's basically area of effect magic. Turbocharged one fire mage can scorch an entire legion off the map, while a wind user could unleash a monstrous tornado. But the real magic is the synergy. Wendelin can tap it to supercharge someone else's magic, then turn one healing spell into life-saving power across the whole battlefield. And just like that, the whole strategy clicks into place. Elise summons one massive purification spell, one blast powerful enough to cleanse everything in its path. Then Wendelin will unleash his diffusion magic, washing the whole forest in holy light and purging every last impurity in one brutal sweep, while the rest of the party just has to hold off danger and keep the two mages safe as the ritual hits its peak. It's a mission that demands insane power and total secrecy, so their little crew is the only team crazy enough, or qualified enough to pull it off. Right when Wendelin is seconds from teleporting everyone, Brantak slams the brakes and stops him. They've got one last stop to hit before they plunge into the forest. And Wendelin's smile drops the second he hears where they're headed to meet his father. That chilling dread that you can almost feel in your bones? They hit you with the real reason. This isn't just courtesy, it's business. They've got to strike deals for any valuable materials, herbs, or artifacts they uncover. It's just the usual deal for adventurers running missions by the noble's rules inside his territory. Wendelin just lets out a heavy sigh because the idea of facing a family he's basically walked away from crushes his spirit. Irwin drops a comforting hand on his shoulder and reminds him, we're in the same sinking boat. Two younger sons, cast aside, with nothing left but the no inheritance fate. It's a bittersweet winter when officially tossed his inheritance aside to chase his dream as an adventurer, and now he's built a fortune doing exactly that. That prompts Ina to turn to Wendelin and demand, so what's your status? He tells them, flat out, that when the king handed him his barony, he filed every required form to cut his ties to the Baumeister family for good fully, officially, and with his inheritance rights erased. Legally speaking, he's totally on his own, no strings, no limits. Honestly, he can't shake the truth. He feels zero love or bond for his parents or siblings, like they're strangers wearing the same faces. Ransack slaps him on the back, tells him to lift his chin and step in with pride. Now you're a success, so walk in there and own the room. And yeah, he even tosses in a joke if Wendellin's really gonna grow up, he better learn to drink like an adult. Wendelin sucked in a shaky breath, then dragged himself forward with a heavy heart as he rallied his party. Alright, let's move one flash of light, and boom, they're standing right in front of the house he hasn't laid eyes on in 3 brutal years. The party spills out onto the snow-dusted grounds of the Baumeister estate, staring up at a massive mansion that's rough around the edges, but still absolutely grand. They can feel the crushing weight of the moon hanging in the air right away, like the land's magic is about to explode. Wenlin just stands there, calm as can be, while the girls practically shake with pure excitement. Time to greet your mom and dad, they chirp already, calling themselves his 3 wives. Wendelin shuts it down right away. No hesitation. His face turns stone-cold serious as he says, absolutely not. He lays out this tense political mess, and then boom, his older brother, the heir, only has 1 wife, so why on earth is Wenlam showing up with 3 noble fiancés? Irwin clocks it right away, and just like that, he makes a power move that hits like a thunderclap. Brantek spells it out plain and simple like. He's 1 step away from teasing his brother for being broke. Wendelin rides around as a baron, while his own father is just a knight. And rubbing it in like that would be brutally rude, spark a massive incident, and set the whole place on fire. He flashes back to the pressure cooker days of his old life in Japan, the endless social tightrope, the non-stop judgment, and even though he's in a new world, those brutal rules still hit him like déjà vu. He steals himself a light, let's go all in, and give it everything we've got. Right as they come into view, the door swings open, and an old servant named Helena steps out, stunned to find him there. Wendell and Sama. The reunion hits like a heartfelt hug. She lights up as she hears about his wild legends, from slaying dragons to raiding dungeon after dungeon. Before long, Robs and the other servants crowd in, just as thrilled to see the boy they once knew back on his feet, now fully grown. They're stunned by just how far he's come. This legendary wizard has a reputation that reaches everyone. Then they finally clock the beautiful girls right there with him. This has to be your fiancé, they burst out. Their praise never stops, like everyone's shouting queen. And honestly, I'm already buzzing imagining their future kids. Because that house is going to be pure chaos in the best way. Full of life. As Dylan's thoughts start spiraling, they're about to lock onto the wrong idea entirely. They're convinced he's finally back for good here to plant his new life and to pull his whole family into town. He shoots his hands up fast, fumbling his words. No, I've got my own house. Living here isn't. But they won't hear him. Some even push him to sell his place in the capital so he can rule from here instead. Hoping to dodge the talk at last, he blurts it out. Wait, I didn't come here for this. I'm an adventurer, so please, call my father. It works just like that, and Helena bolts straight out to tell the master of the house. The meeting kicks off in a huge, freezing hall, where the cold hangs in the air like a warning. 3 years of silence stretch between them like a weight on the chest so awkward it chokes the air. What are they even supposed to say? Wendelin takes a deep breath and decides to get it over with. Excuse me. Today I came all the way from Margrave Bly Kruder-sama with a request for you. Then, as he talks, the door suddenly blasts open. It's his eldest brother. Kurt, his face frozen in raw disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Wedge, why are you still alive? He yells, pure panic exploding out of his throat. The whole party freezes in shock. Kurt, this person is my guest. Their father barks, but the damage is already done. Wenlin gapes at his brother, totally lost. Bro, what are you talking about? Kurt stammers, snaps to attention after what he just blurted out. And their father steps in, saying a rumor had already slipped into the town center. A terrifying rumor spread like wildfire. Baron Wenlin von Benubomeister and his crew had been wiped out in a dungeon. And it all traced back to a single source. The younger brother of a lord from a nearby territory. The father lays it all out how utterly cut off they are, because messages from the capital take at least a month and a half just to crawl back by normal travel. An adventurer could shave the whole journey down to nothing. And that's exactly how the rumor lit up. Wenlin's mind is racing. He blurts out the question that chills the soul. About my death, when did you hear it? Yesterday. In that split second, Wenlin stares at his brother's face, shock, rage, panic exploding in his eyes, and it all clicks, instantly. That look said it all. He was alive, and that should have been the impossible. But somehow he stood right there. Disappointment crashed in. His brother didn't even grieve that he'd lost him. He was probably drowning in frustration over the inheritance laws because not a single cent of Wendelin's massive fortune would ever land in his hands, not even after he was gone. Wendelin just stands there, stone calm and silent because he's already lined this up, legally and financially, down to the last detail. He just knew this kind of rumor was only a matter of time before it finally blew up. But knowing it and watching it happen are worlds apart. When he sees the cold, greedy letdown in his own brothers' faces, sadness crashes into him, and suddenly he starts to wonder if coming here today was nothing but a total waste. We kick things off with Kurt Baumeister, the acting head of the family, staring down the territory's finances like it's a battlefield while his chief tainer, Klaus, slaps this year's tax collection report into his hands. Kurt blurts out a quick, "Thanks," but his mind is already sprinting somewhere else. First, wheat gets harvested, then the tax gets slapped on and Klaus takes over the whole brutal calculation headache. Then they haul the flowers over those brutal mountains to sell them because those blossoms are basically their lifeline for surviving on poor, struggling land. As Klaus studies the numbers, a heavy sigh escapes him. He wishes Wendell and Sama were here, because the sales price drop is worse than anyone expected. Kurt's eyes snap narrow on the spot. Was that slip an accident? Or a sharp little jab? He can't shake his father's warning. Klaus is no man you ever trust. Suddenly, the tax report in his hands doesn't feel like paperwork anymore. It feels like a weapon aimed straight at his chest. His father's words keep slamming into his head. Keep a close eye on Kurt and Klaus. And even so, Kurt knows exactly what's really going on. His father is a selfish man. He married a young woman, then vanished from his responsibilities. He kept his armies right by his side for his protection, while everyone else was left to battle for survival on their own. He sits there doing nothing, but his hand never leaves the air, always begging for his cut of the profits. Kurt's resentment has been simmering for years, fed by one nightmare brother after another, like Paul III's son, who busted his back as a pioneer, just to vanish right after his engagement. Then his father, saying Kurt was getting too old, dumped every last responsibility straight onto Kurt's shoulders. Then comes Helman, the second son, and Kurt can't dodge the truth. Helman's stronger, reads people better, and stays fair in a way Kurt can't match. Yeah, he might look a little scary, but the kids love him because he's a natural leader and somehow steals the spotlight every time. So his father quickly shipped Helman off to the chief staff's house, cutting him out of the race like he was the biggest rival on the board. And who could ever forget Eric, the fifth son, who knew everything, yet still chose a bow over a sword, and at just 15, he detonated a massive scandal. In the middle of a packed meeting, right in front of everyone, the boy genius ripped into Klaus's tax report and exposed a brutal miscalculation. And just like that, rumors lit up the whole town. People started whispering that maybe Eric should be the next heir, not Kurt. Kurt still clenches his fist to this day, swearing Klaus did that on purpose just to tear him down and undermine him. Eric finally got his chance and left to train as a junior officer, and for a little while, Kurt could finally breathe easy. Then the real nightmare arrived. Wendell, the most troublesome brother of all, the eighth son, born after their father hit 40. Right before he hit 6, this kid flipped his whole life on its head by blurting out, "I want to use magic." That one sentence lit up their father's eyes again, giving Kurt a glimpse of hope that made his stomach turn. Back then, Wendell did the delivering, running off into the forest as a kid, hunting game and hauling back supplies that kept the whole family fed. He was a prodigy, an unstoppable force of nature that everyone had to notice. Kurt still remembers pitching the idea of using Wendland's magic to save the territory. Then his father shut it down and saw it totally differently. "Don't be ridiculous," his father spat, instantly clocking the boy not as a resource, but as a weapon for politics. It was a simple plan, and it was downright terrifying. Wendell would wipe out the pests, crank up food production, and make everyone cheer. The harder Wendland pushed, the more the people started craving him like they couldn't get enough. That idea would spread like wildfire across the whole territory, and making Wendland the next owner would be the safest move. In a world at peace, one terrifying mage could be worth more than the heir of an entire sword family. Kurt felt a wave of relief when his other brothers finally vanished, but then he realized this threat was different because it was closing in under his very own roof. The ultimate humiliation hit when his own father snapped that his real goal was to drag Wendland out of the house. That look of pure pity in his father's eyes made Kurt's blood boil, because it wasn't advice at all. It was a cold, brutal verdict. He would never be good enough. So when Wendland finally left for adventurer school at 12, it should have felt like a huge sigh of relief. But the reports that came back were pure nightmare. Wendland didn't just pass. He absolutely soared through his exams, and he even killed a bone dragon. Every win piled another nail into Kurt's coffin, stomping his hopes flat for good. Then, out of nowhere, a letter dropped into his hands. From the kingdom itself came the news adventurer Wendelin von Benubemeister had vanished inside a dungeon for a full week, and now everyone was sure he was dead. When those words hit, a slow, predatory grin crawled across Kurt's face. Because this wasn't a tragedy at all. This was his opening. We slam back into the present, and the so-called dead man is standing right in front of him. God damn it, Kurt. The thought hits him in his gut. This is all wrong. In a blink of an eye, every hope shattered. Wineland didn't just survive. He stormed back to snatch it all away. Their dad waves the group in and demands they hear him out because Duke Blycratter just made a formal request. The mission hits hard, drive out thousands of undead from the nearby demon forest. Kurt scoffs and shoots Wendell in a glare, like, you planning to borrow our men again? Erwin slams the conversation shut with a sharp no, and tells them they're taking care of everything themselves. Durazio Chime steps in and basically says, with a dragon slayer and a saint at the party, a couple thousand undead are no big deal. Kurt stood there, fuming and completely speechless. Then Wendelin finally cuts through the noise and goes straight for the real reason they're here, the payment. The class gets called in, and the talks kick off right away. Wendelin slams his demands on the table first. Every piece of armor and every weapon from the 2,000 undead gets handed to his party. After years of neglect, most of it will crumble into nothing, but you might still dig up a few priceless pieces that survived the mess. Next, Duke Blycratter orders them to haul back the relics left behind by the fallen soldiers, and Wenland demands a brutal 50% slice of the profits for the job. The whole room goes dead silent, and everyone's left reeling at his totally reckless demand. Kurt can't even process. At 50% is a jaw-dropping fee, way past what anyone in a territory like theirs should ever pay. Wendelin traps Kurt and Klaus right there, then presses them for their opinion. Klaus the Snake through and through tosses out that 30% isn't terrible, and in one sly move, he basically nods along with Kurt. Yeah, that offer is absolutely insane. But Wendelin won't budge, so he smirks, eyes locked in steel. Then I'll take that offer. Then he demands the money for the relics right then and there, cash in hand, slapping down a brutal warning, don't you dare fake the numbers. Suddenly, two of Wendelin's own men lunged in and seized him, their faces hidden behind masks of pure rage. Erwin stands there like one bad breath from launching a punch. Right when Kurt finally starts to enjoy the show, Hellman, his brother, storms into the room like a bomb exploding. Kurt shouts, "Don't be ridiculous, Hellman." But Hellman isn't here. To bicker, he slams the claim that, as the head of the Branch family, he gets to decide what happens with the relics. These relics were handed down from his ancestors, yet he's demanding the right to tear into them himself. But their father cuts him off in icy tones, saying there's no need at all. Every funeral and memorial for the war dead is already finished. Then it lands on everyone in the room like a punch to the chest. Wenland's party stares at each other, then the terrifying truth slams into their minds. They already handed over condolence money to the family, and now, in their eyes, everything the dead left behind is nothing but trash. Elise tells them straight, if the dead aren't properly purified, their souls can't rest yet in a broken, poor land. These ceremonies are a luxury they simply can't pay for. Kurt just smirks and flat out calls her a spoiled princess. That's it, Kurt Dono. Stop spitting reckless stuff already, please. Wenland snaps, voice trembling with pure rage. Their father snaps at him on the spot for his tone. But Wendelin's done playing little brother. His voice sinks into a dangerous calm as he snaps. I'm not just your younger brother. I'm Baron Ballmeister. The Heaven Independent House. The words slam into the air like a death sentence were declared. Kurtz's face contorts with pure, breathless shock. Negotiations on with Lord Ballmeister, and Wendelin's authority is ironclad, so tell me, why are you, all weak and shameless, daring to insult my fiancé right now? He jerks his hand back, but it's too late, the message is already out. He whips around to his companions and admits it. Yeah, he's no good brother, is he? They all nod, like that truth couldn't be denied. Once the negotiations finally end, Wendelin steps forward and declares, we're out of here. See you when the job's finished. Klaus offers him a warm room for the night, but Wendell refuses. He insists they're camping instead. Klaus lunges forward, but their father steps in, snapping the moment down and pointing to the public image. He pushes for a deal. Wendelin can stay at Hellman's place, no strings attached. Wendelin nods in agreement, and the tense meeting finally grinds to a stop. That negotiation was pure brutality, but when it all finally ended, Wendelin walked out with exactly what he came for. Vel flashes his brother Hellman a small, shaky bow like he's sorry before Hellman grins back at him and says, don't apologize to me, brother. It's not your place to be sorry. Hellman lets out this quiet chuckle and messes up his own hair. Yeah, you're right. But brother Kurt has been acting strange for the last 2 or 3 years. With the whole party finally gathered, Hellman snaps into a confident grin and announces it's time for a history lesson. All right, everyone, let me lay out our family situation, he says. And Vel gives him that approving nod. He jabs a finger toward the road ahead, and I followed this house is from the Baumeister branch family I married into, a line that's been the head yeoman for generations. His face darkens past Vel, and I knew the old family head was my late uncle, and his 3 sons. They all died in that magic forest expedition. And when the words hit, the whole group goes dead silent. I knew it. He mutters under his breath. This tale feels way too smooth, too perfectly wrapped up, and he can practically feel his party's doubts hitting him in waves. This wasn't just tragedy. It was a cold political play. In the flashback, Grimm marches onto a battlefield choking with corpses. Then the male relatives who were forced into the expedition get wiped out in a single, brutal sweep. Hellman lays out the brutal truth, cut out the kids, and Kurt is the only grown man from the main family. Me, the second son, was already full-grown during the expedition, and brother Eric was too. That chilling truth just sat in the air. Everyone in the main family already knew the expedition was doomed. Vel's father stared back with a cold, loaded look. So they never sent a soul from their side. And sure enough, after the branch family's men all died like they expected, the main family swooped in fast, marrying one of their own sons into the bloodline to seize control. Bell chews on it, his thoughts sprinting like crazy. Was this just a conspiracy or the brutal truth? His father always played it safe, but this icy, calculated move feels on a whole other level. And yeah, he could believe it. The idea that his father might have let an entire branch of their family get wiped out just to lock in power? That thought is downright chilling. Erwin doesn't waste a second and goes straight for the jugular. How did you slide in and make them trust you? He demands from Hellman. Hellman lets out a shaky, self-deprecating laugh and admits, from the Brant's family's eyes, I was just a vanguard my father sent to seize control, and everyone treated me like a thorn in their side. So, how'd you pull that off? Bell demanded. Hellman's face tightened, and he said, it was simple. I had to put the Branch family first, no matter what it meant for the main family. With that one simple declaration, he basically staked his claim, instantly winning the trust of his new family, while lighting a permanent fire of rage in his brother Kurt. Bell starts replaying his own memories of his family's pettiness, and it hits him hard his father wouldn't even pay him for his work. Maybe, he thinks, his dad was too scared to sit down and negotiate with him. But Louise drags him right back to reality. That excuse is still painfully pathetic. The comment shatters the heavy tension, and the whole crew lets out a much-needed laugh. All right, Hellman goes, this is it, welcome to the Baumeister Branch family. Their new home dwarfs the main family's estate as they step inside, and the moment the door swings open, a bright, cheerful woman greets them. I'm back, Hellman calls out. Welcome back, master. The servant beams. Her gaze snaps to Vel, and she flashes him a wink. Wait, could that be the legendary dragon slayer everyone's talking about? Hellman shouts that she's his wife, Mara Rain, then lays out the whole mess with Kurt, and she only lets out a heavy sigh, like, seriously? While he's still stuck with that useless eldest son, an asshole. Even when he's all grown up, Vel freezes at how casually she disrespects the head of the main family, but she shrugs it off like nothing. It's fine. And she even says it right in his face. They're ushered into a cozy sitting room, light years away from the Spartan main house. Maureen, Neeson, and Vel burst into apologies for the sudden drop-in, but she's grinning like nothing happened. Meanwhile, I'm welcoming you all with open arms. And then you guys go and pick a fight with Kurt. To her, helping the adventurers hunt down the relics her father and grandfather left behind is as obvious as breathing. Brantark's still boiling over from that earlier treatment, but Maureen snaps him out of it fast. She shoves a goblet into his hands and cheers him up. Thanks. He takes a sip, then his eyes blow wide with shock. Honeyed wine, he blurts out like he can't believe it. Vel is still reeling ease. Only ever tasted his father's brutal hard bread and bland, tasteless soup. So the idea of getting something this luxurious served to him feels totally unreal. Hellman grins as he tells it like it's a secret. Yeah, I learned it the hard way the moment I married into this branch family. Unlike the main family, this branch actually sits down for real meals because they hunt, farm, and gather for food, and they're not so obsessed with hoarding every last coin. Myra Rain flexes like it's bragging, and I'm deadly with a bow turns. Out my younger sisters can do it too. Hellman nods, like the truth suddenly clicks this. Main family's obsessed with money, plain and simple. And he fires off a sharp jab at his father's miserly ways. Before dinner even hits, the party finally kicks back and takes a breath. In the capital, the girls trade fashion gossip and latest trends, while the men finally crack and breathe out after everything. Suddenly, BL gets boxed in by a bunch of wide-eyed kids. Whoa, look at that! A real dragon slayer is here. They whisper with pure awe, like he's a legend. Their eyes gleam bright, pure admiration burning in every glance. Bell's breath catches. A weird chill rolling through his chest because, yeah, he's 25 in this world. But his mind feels like it's 35, and right now he's finally becoming an uncle. So Hellman brings in his eldest son, Leon. Bell discovers the other kids aren't random at all. They're from branch families tied to him. Families he never even knew existed. He finally gets it. His dad's family political paranoia never let him breathe, so he was locked out from ever building a real connection with those relatives. Back then, he always felt it was the safest move to keep his distance from them, especially with Kurt's suspicions hanging over everything. But now, it's a whole new game. Who even cares about Brother Kurt's suspicions anymore? Because he's thinking. With a grin blazing on his face, he plunges his hand into his magic sack. Bam. Worry is gone for good. He yanks out this mountain of beautifully wrapped presents, and the kids' faces explode with pure, sparkling joy. Word slashes through the school like wildfire, and before you know it, more kids pop up out of thin air. Vel grins as he lines up, grabbing a present in order like he's the real Santa Claus. Even in the middle of this happy moment, he still keeps the noble etiquette locked in his mind. Leon, the heir, gets his present first, then Carrara, then the other kids line up and receive theirs, one by one, based on rank. Thanks, Uncle Wendelin. Leon chirps, and right then, Belle feels the air go awkward and thick. Getting called uncle is definitely going to take some getting used to. The kids clutching their gifts step forward with a brand new demand. Tell us how you beat the dragon. Belle, unable to ignore their pleading faces, bursts into the tale. While he's captivating his little crowd, the room door swings open, and a man steps in, staring with an impressed grin. It's Klaus, the head of the Branch family. Finally, Belle gasps, because there he is, staring right at her. Klaus finally spills the truthies. The one who pushed for them to stay here. And he pressured Belle's father to give in. He made a calculated move to tear open the tension, spark chaos, and cash in on the rift inside the main family. He knew that would crank Kurt's worry to max, and that Belle's father would never ever dare to turn down his idea. This guy isn't some simple village elder, he's playing political chess at master level. So tell me what you want me to do, now. Belle says, no beating around the bush. Klaus splashes this sly, cunning smirk, but don't get it twisted. It's nothing that's meant to be dangerous. Belle's stomach drops, alarm bells scream in his head, and of course it's as bad as he feared. This guy's a crafty old fox, and something tells him disaster is coming. Klaus's favor? It's weirdly boring, like, no big drama at all. I'm counting on you, Bendelin-sama, and your party to hawk your wares in this domain. Abhazer. Belle and the whole crew finally exhaled in one loud burst of relief. Because this mission felt nothing like the brutal political nightmare he'd braced for. Klaus breaks it down. Yeah. These people are stocked with food, but they're starving for everything else. Spices, accessories, and anything to keep the fun alive. All they ever manage to bring in again and again is salt, the one must-have that keeps everything from falling apart. Vel instantly sees the real money crisis. Those little merchant crews hauling supplies for 8 people only show up here 3 times a year. Their wagons are packed tight, so every inch counts and the salt comes first. No luxuries allowed. They're only making this trip because Margaret Brayfield is footing the bill. Vel blurts it out. Can't stop feeling guilty because the expedition wrecked the forest of demons. He knows guilt only lights the fuse for a little while. Once Brithhild thinks the debt is cleared, and once Kurt steps in, those subsidies get yanked right out. The merchant groups were going to get wiped out, and the whole domain was going to be sealed off like a fortress. No one in, no one out. And the absolute worst case is Kurt getting shoved into the role of the head of the family. Belle leans in and demands to know how the domain kept standing long before the merchants ever showed up. Klaus explains that back then, they'd send a whole crew to Brightsburg selling furs there and coming back with salt. But that whole system only worked when the population was small enough to keep it from collapsing. And since they can't spare a single hand from the fields, that brutal 3-month trek through monster-ridden mountains is just too dangerous to even attempt. Klaus cranes forward and snaps his real pitch. Vendelin, Sama, please hold that bazaar once a month. Belle sees it instantly. This isn't even a real problem. I just instant teleport using my magic sack, but he hesitates. This isn't how adventurers are supposed to work, and it definitely sets Kurt off. But Klaus is already one step ahead, shrugs, and says he's got a way to secure Arder-sama's permission, then casually reveals Belle's father has already approved it. Belle whirled toward his crew, and Elise, always the calm heart in the chaos, spoke up fast. We should try to hold a bazaar. Everyone jumps in right away. This is their shot to do real good, lend a hand to the people, and maybe even pocket a little profit. But Erwin yanks Belle aside and whispers something only he can hear. For safety, accept the offer, he hissed urgently, because even if you're a powerhouse magician, you still can't stop assassins from slipping through. He tells me that even though Kurt's alone, he could still be surrounded by ruthless loyalists who'd follow him to the end. Here, the older folks are stubbornly conservative, and they'll sniff Belle out like a threat the second they lay eyes on him. Erwin tells you to sell your goods to the citizens so they'll sing your praises, because if they don't, they'll start seeing Brother Kurt's claim to the main family as a big roadblock. Winning over the people means their safety is basically locked in, and Yeah, it's a masterstroke of political strategy. Vel nods hard, and the logic finally clicks. You're right. If we want to fully lock ourselves into this domain, then we should start doing real good for the people living here. His decision is sealed. Got it, he snaps, and then vows, I'll hold the bazaar. The second he agrees, Hellman's wife slides up beside him, sweetheart. You're asking for help, right? All right, I've got you. Erwin just shakes his head and laughs. Brother Hellman is straight up being controlled by his wife. The job ahead is a monster, only 5 of them, and they've got to set up a whole bazaar before dinner. Like that's even possible. But the Brandt's family jumps in right away. Hellman and his wife throw out the mats, and Brantark even steps in after he buys up their whole stash of honeyed wine. The kids, buzzing with excitement, crash into the chaos and eagerly lend a hand hauling the supplies with everyone else. Seeing everyone team up, hauling out jars of salt and all those supplies, Vela gets hit with this warm, nostalgic rush, like she's back in a simpler time. It hits him hard, like those summer festival days from his past life, when he jumped in and helped however he could. But the real game changer is Vel's magic sack. It turns hauling that mountain of goods into effortless magic. Feels like no time passed at all. And suddenly, everything's ready. Vel surveys the makeshift marketplace, spots the rows of goods, and flashes a determined grin at his new family. Because all the hard prep is finished, and now the real adventure finally kicks off. With everything finally set, Klaus, the village headman, just stares in disbelief, stunned by how wildly good and how much cargo Vendolin managed to haul in. From sparkling glassware to roaring, vibrant potions, this far-off patch of nowhere has never witnessed a stash like this. Vel wastes zero time and goes straight for the truth. Any complaints from the main family? He demands. Klaus calms him down fast, saying he struck a deal with Vel's father. Vel's getting 20% of the profits. Vel thinks, honestly, 20% doesn't feel too bad as taxes go. Then Klaus drops the other shoe. Vel's greedy older brother, Kurt, comes in demanding a massive 30% cut, and Klaus has to slam him into line. Meanwhile, Vel feels his annoyance spike because, of course, Kurt's trying to wring out every last coin. And, yeah, he's still probably nursing the grudge from when Vel humiliated him back then. Now that the politics are finally settled, the bazaar throws open its gates and the crowd shows up in a way that's almost unbelievable. A massive wave of locals crashes into the area, way bigger than Vel's team ever thought they'd face. Klaus doesn't even blink. He explains that for these villagers, there's practically nothing to do. They grind for work, pay their taxes, squeeze out savings. Sure, they've got money, but not a single place to spend it. For years, their money kept coming in steady, while their spending stayed brutally low, so they piled up a solid stash of savings. Spotting all those hungry, eager faces in the crowd, Vel flashes his slickest merchant grin. Right, time to kick the show into gear. The second the bazaar gates creak open, the villagers rush in like a tide, swarming every stall. Like Vel predicted, the salt instantly became a runaway bestseller. He's stuck with a basic necessity he can't make himself. So he stares at the price tag. He's undercutting the traveling merchants by a hair, yet it's still way too expensive. Truth is, his teleportation magic makes production and transport cost him literally nothing, so he could dump the price for a measly pittance. But that would wreck the market and hand his brother Kurt a fresh excuse to explode. So he keeps it competitive, but fair. Next up, sugar. A woman strolls in and wants answers. What's that weird white powder? Vale has to spill the truth. It's refined sugar here in this backwater. They're used to the crude, black, unrefined kind, so even plain white sugar is treated like a luxury. Even though the price matches the capital, the woman snatches it up without a second thought, her face brightening as she imagines the smiles her kids will have. Meanwhile, Elise and the crew are racking up non-stop wins, hawking all kinds of other goods and watching sales skyrocket. Bright-dyed cloth, wild spices, rich wines. Everything from everyday essentials to rare treasures is getting ripped off the shelves as fast as it hits them. Belle scans the shelves stuffed with sewing kits and kitchen gear, and then, boom, sudden realization hits her like a truck. Half of these were gifts from other nobles, all trying to butter him up, so now he's stuck feeling weird selling stuff he got for free. Then a way more powerful idea slams into him like a bolt of lightning. With his magic, salt and sugar cost him nothing, and the rest of the supplies were outright gifts, so he sells every last thing at market price, meaning every sale is basically pure profit. A wicked, brilliant grin snaps across his face. The bazaar was an absolute roar of success since dawn to dusk. Families rushed in and snapped up everything they'd only dreamed about, from picture books for their kids to top-tier tools so good they made the local blacksmith's work look downright shabby. But as the day winds down, Klaus drops a harsh truth. This insane sales boom won't last, and the villagers are burning through their life savings. If you want a real, lasting economy, It can't be a one-way street. He's telling Vel that next time, she should lift a few local products too, like that honeydew wine helmet. So the money loops right back into the community. The sun dips out of sight, but the villagers keep shopping like they refuse to let the day end. Vel stares at Klaus. Stunned, this old headman isn't just running the village. He's got a killer mind for trade. That night, the crew returns to the house and it's packed to the brim with an insane mountain of bronze coins. Louise shocked everyone. She had a natural gift for counting money, her hands flying with quiet, focused grace while everyone stared in awe. While the others groan through the grind, she's totally locked in, calm, focused, and somehow peaceful, like it's effortless. Brantard drops back in right when they're mid-talk about those insane profits. He finally fesses up. Yeah, he'd been out there scouting the main family's residence. Good news, Kurt hasn't made a move yet. Bad news, something else is already bubbling up and it's not good. Brantard tells everyone that the local craftsmen, especially the blacksmiths, are going ballistic because they spotted those top-tier goods at the bazaar, and now sheer terror has them shaking. They're painfully aware their own products don't stand a chance. Why would anyone settle for a clunky little pot from some back alley maker when the city has a perfectly crafted one for a price that won't hurt? Vel sighs. It's the ultimate showdown, new money coming in hot and trying to shake the old guard. And he knows he can't afford to mess this up. After hours of brutal counting, they finally slam the last number down and finish. That grand total is blowing minds over 812,000 cents. Orwin crunches the numbers in a flash and realizes that averages out to well over 1,000 cents per person, kids included. He thinks it means the villagers are broke, but Louise shuts that down fast. She tells him, no, they're not poor, they're just different. Bailey remembers handing a few kids money as a reward. Earlier then, they just stared at it, totally baffled, like they couldn't even understand what they were seeing. Irwin clicks the pieces into place, and in a city like Brechburg, kids would grab that money and bolt straight to the snack stalls. But right here, there's nowhere to use it. People don't even know the value of money because they've never been part of an economy. So this isn't just poverty, it's total economic isolation. The villagers sniffed out that the salt was a steal, but they had zero clue how the bigger money system even worked. They're straight up outside the kingdom's money-making machine. They hand over the cash to their lord, no questions asked, end of story. It's not that they're short on money, they realize the real killer is that the cash isn't moving. He grimaces hard because he can't shake the feeling that his dad and Kurt see nothing wrong with this scheme, just squeezing wealth out of their own people. Aina blurts out that Klaus is the only one in the whole domain who actually gets it. Hearing that, Klaus lets out a tired little smile and shrugs. Yeah, compared to all of you, I'm the one who's kinda weird. Then he leans in and asks, would you be willing to hear my story? Long ago, he leaned in and said, listen, I didn't just live a normal life. I served in the military. That's back 40 years ago, when he was only 20, still nowhere near the man he'd become. Because he was the second son with nothing to inherit, he and others like him had no choice but to turn to trading out of sheer desperation, loading whatever they could cram into carts and braving the deadly mountain road to Bratesburg. They'd trek over there just to hawk their goods, grab a sack of salt, then march back home over 3 brutal times a year. All they could ship out was a sad, rust-choked chunk of iron ore so cheap and worthless, it felt like it wasn't even real. It was a life soaked in despair, where hope for a brighter future was nothing but a distant dream. As Klaus remembers the worst moments of that life, a dark cloud settles over his face. On a single trip, his friend got jumped by vicious, wild animals' deep wounds, infection spreading fast, and it was tetanus, basically a death sentence with no cure. No saw the slow, agonizing end closing in, then ripped off a lock of his own hair and begged Klaus for one last mercy. With a crushing heart, Klaus drove home the final blow. Klaus blurted, voice cracking with emotion, thanks for putting an end to me. The room goes dead quiet, and Klaus finally breaks it, admitting his short military career was pure misery, a nasty little border fight between minor lords and the Baumeister family head got a brutal message. He had to step in and take part. They scrambled together a sad little army of just 6 men, mostly second and third sons, just like him. It was a pointless bloodbath one. Wrong strike on a soldier meant the lord had to cough up money to the family, so hurting or killing them was pure financial pain. During his service, a real battle finally erupted, and Klaus cut down a few enemy soldiers, even earning a citation. But that brutal hardship didn't just vanish. A few years later, his older brother was taken by a deadly illness. No kids left behind, so bam, Klaus was suddenly thrown into becoming the new head man. He decided right then and there that he was going to change everything. He spent years badgering Margrefe Brayfield until he finally won him over, and twice a year the domain got merchant caravans rolling in to flood it with salt. He'd never forget the smiles lighting up every villager's face that day, because for the first time, they were finally safe. No more dangerous mountain crossing haunting their lives. As Klaus kept talking, Vel finally got it. This wasn't just some cute little bazaar for laughs. It was his whole life's work, the payoff of a lifetime of fighting to drag prosperity back to his people. Vel came in thinking it was only a festival. But now he can see the raw, buried problems of this far-off land, and the incredible heart of the old man right in front of him. All right, hold up. Because we're diving straight into the Baumeister family's dark secrets, and it gets brutal from here. The group plops down with Klaus, the village headman, and he lays out a grim, ugly history from the past. He opens with how the village is slowly, steadily growing like a tiny spark of hope burning in these brutal lands. But Wendlin can feel there's more to this story, so he presses. What else happened? And boom, the truth crashes in. Klaus drops a history Wendlin never heard, saying his mother, Leela, was once engaged to someone else before she married his father, Artur. Right before Wendlin can even blink, Klaus drops a new bombshell. He used to have a son, his successor, and when those words land, the past hits like a weight, stealing the color from Wendlin's face. The whole party instantly gets the meaning that they blurt out, "Did you die?" Klaus's worst fears hit like a hammer his face, twisted by a memory he can't outrun. He's back to that awful day in vivid detail. His son and his daughter's fiancé went hunting with Artur, Wendelin's father, and then both of them plunged off a cliff, only to be found dead, their bodies packed with arrows. Artur's official tale was a cover story, just a brutal hunting accident where they stumbled and fell mid-chase, trying to bring down their prey. But Klaus knows better. That cliff is infamous for getting people killed. Locals warn everyone away, so there's no way any seasoned hunters would have been that reckless. Hellman, Wendelin's older brother, drops into the conversation with a grim look. Only 8 years old Ben, and yet he still remembers it so sharply it might as well be happening again. He claims their father stood his ground, swearing it was nothing but an accident and that there was no more to it. Wendelin instantly pops a hole in that whole tale, because if you force the story and slap a gag order on people, it only makes everyone more suspicious, not less. Hellman nods and admits it. Nobody's hearts are truly sold, but they've got no choice except to swallow the Lord's word. Then it all gets buried so hard that years later, when Wendlin is born, he's never even heard the rumors. Their investigation slammed into a dead end. Those villagers who stumbled upon the bodies had answers, but none that actually added up. But the logic hits like a hammer, because one of Wendelin's own companions snaps out the truth. If just one of them had died, you could shrug it off as a tragic accident, but when both drop at the exact same moment, that's no coincidence. That's a conspiracy. Wendelin pieces it all together, and a chill dread slams into his chest. If his father truly wants to profit from this, it won't be enough to take just one. He'd have to wipe them. From the very start, the whole village had their eyes on Artur, because he was the only one who seemed to benefit from the tragedy. Wendelin has to finally spit out the question that's been haunting him. "Do you suspect my father?" Klaus locks eyes with him, voice icy and unshakable. "Yeah, I do." The direct accusation slams through the room, freezing everyone in shocked silence. The story turns even darker right after the funeral. Klaus gets hauled in by Artur, who flat out demands he let the marriage to Leela go through, insisting Klaus should act like this was the plan from day one. Helpless, Klaus had no choice. He was forced to obey. The fallout hit in an instant. Village headman turned on him on the spot, screaming that he sold his own daughter to curry favor with the Lord. But Artur's depravity didn't end there at all. Klaus drops the bomb that Wendelin's own father had a weakness for women, and it kept dragging them into one disaster after another. He stacked his mistake on top of more babies with other women, and it fell to Klaus to mop up the chaos, finding a way to get those women and their kids out of the domain so nobody could ever start an inheritance fight. Wendelin is absolutely devastated when he finally uncovers just how deep his father's corruption goes. Artur pushed hard for Leela, the village beauty everyone talked about, and now that her fiancé and his own son were out of the way, nothing could block his path anymore. Even so, Wendelin can't quite swallow it. Sure, he gets the motive, but planning a double murder feels way too reckless, far too loud and fearless for the father he thinks he knows. "I don't think my father's got the guts to do it," he says, practically begging you to believe him. Klaus tells them Artur has two faces: the cool, calculating lord who craves stability, and the shadowy push for Kurt's succession. And that beast of a man who snaps the moment a woman he wants gets too close. With no real proof, it turns into a brutal he said, she said, just one man's claim versus the other. But for Klaus, the emotional gut punch is all he needs. He admits his feelings yank him around, yet he's dead sure Artur's guilty. And for years, he's been working in the shadows, quietly tugging every string to erode the Baumeister family's power. Like it's his own secret rebellion. That finally makes sense why brilliant Eric fled to the capital, and why his other brothers got sent away. So why did Hellman end up married into that branch family famously hell-bent on going against the main house? Klaus's whole long game had been set up from the start, and Hellman, rather than snapping, just took the shock in stride. When Klaus asks if Hellman wishes he'd stayed, Hellman just shrugs an easy casual, nope. He knew staying under Kurt meant scraping by for years on low pay, with marriage out of reach, yet somehow he was totally content with how it all turned out. The whole conversation snaps to a new angle. Dren questions Klaus about who should take the next head role, and Klaus shoots back that the guy is nothing but filth. Wendelin's jaw drops at how brutally honest he is, and Klaus finally snaps no more holding back. He finally spills the truth, his ultimate plan, and pushes for Wendelin to rise up, crowned as its own lord, where this land can grow and flourish. Wendelin protests that he's head of a different family now, but Klaus just dismisses it. Those nobles in the capital don't care about any of that. He reaches out to Wendelin, planting the truth in his mind. You hate your father too, because what his parent did should never stain the child. And right there, Wendelin finally sees what Klaus was really planning all along. This isn't some revenge story. Klaus is a total pragmatist, a man who's borne this whole domain for decades, drowning in the guilt of what happened in his past. He just wants this land to bloom and thrive, and if he has to pay for it with his own life, he doesn't care, as long as the goal gets done. With those crushing words still smoldering in the air, he storms out of the party, ready to wrestle the truth. The next day, everything flips, because this is the real mission now, and they tear into the enchanted forest. They're still out on the outskirts, but a normal trek would take a whole month on foot, so you can see just how priceless Wendelin's teleportation magic really is. Wendelin can't stop replaying Klaus's wish because there's not a shred of desire in him to become a lord, and the thought of spending his whole life wrestling this endless wilderness feels brutally exhausting. But the central government has a ruthless plan. Artergon and Herman will seize the main domain, and Wendelin will be dumped in charge of forging the new territory. Elise makes it crystal clear he won't shoulder this by himself. Her grandfather and a crew of powerful allies will bring the muscle and the resources. Wendell clocks the political nightmare the second it hits. When that much cash starts flowing, corruption's basically waiting in the wings. So he knows he'll need a truly competent, trustworthy representative to keep everything from falling apart. And just like that, the perfect candidate pops into my head: Roderick. The group finally clicks. This isn't just a project. It's a political trap. The government is using it to prop up smart but overlooked nobles. And in the process, building a brand new faction that'll stay loyal to them. Being noble is a brutal uphill battle in this world. Elise lays it out straight. Wendelin's job is to stand like a rock and immovable figurehead and the powerhouse at the center of everything this operation is built on. Wendelin thinks it through and smirks. There's a real upside here. He can study the nobles up close, and if it blows up in his face, he's strong enough to pack his bags and vanish from the country. Elise Beams heard him, and then she declared, loud and fearless, "As your wife, I'll follow you anywhere, even if it meant walking straight into exile." A flustered Wendelin scrambles to backpedal, but the party clocks her ironclad loyalty and can't stop laughing, even as it sends a chill down their spines. The others snap to attention and swear their loyalty on the spot, itching to follow him anywhere he goes. Then it spirals into a hilarious back and forth over who actually has the most common sense. This is a rare moment where Wendelin can breathe and reflect, because his party is a wild blend. The overpowered mage with an outsider's gaze, Elise, the saint who smiles sweetly but has a terrifying edge, and Louise, the deceptively tough warrior who hides real power behind that calm facade. They've survived plenty of chaos, but instead of spiraling over what if, they lock in and stay laser-focused on the mission right in front of them. They plunge deeper into the forest until they finally stumbled onto the same trail the old troops followed 15 years ago. Wendelin shot his hand up, magic flaring as it sensed something up ahead. Then the moment hit. We're here. And beyond that gate, there's a terrifying sight: an enormous horde of undead, their evil presence hanging in the air like a curse. The Reshivers felt that terrifying, crushing evil closing in. Wendelin locks in with a fierce stare and barks the order. All right, we're starting now. He rips open a massive cloth, and there it is. A magic circle crafted to supercharge purification magic. Then, he rips out several magically amplified megaphones, and the air practically crackles with power. So the plan's locked in, and the party's already cranking up their megaphones. There's no battle, just everyone gearing up to cheer for the undead. Are we really watching Operation This Weird? The plan is simple. A little unorthodox to grab the undead's attention by being as obnoxious as you can. Belle's two companions crank up magic-infused megaphones and start a non-stop shouting war, slinging vicious insults at the long-dead Margrave Brayfield, and one spits that he's a loser, blamed for the deaths of 2,000 men, while the other grins and shrugs, failure, they say, like it's just a talent gone bad. Vel even fires back, blaming the Margrave for his master's death like it's all his fault. Elise peers out from the edge of the woods, squinting with suspicion, praying this crazy plan really will work. Brantark leans in and tells her, "Don't worry, sure. The undead look mindless, but something from who they used to be still clings to them. And when people start sneering, they're sharp enough to clock the disrespect." And yeah, he's right, those insults land dead on, and out of the forest shadows, the undead army starts to crawl to life. Eyes burning with a cold, hateful glow. They lurch ahead, a nauseating army of rot and rust, sprinting toward the taunts like moths to a blazing flame. As the shambling horde crawls out of the trees, the whole party on the hill snaps into action. Scout troops are here. Once the bait snaps the hook, Vel fires the signal. Elise's hands blaze with holy power, and she kicks off her chant, then a glowing magic circle unfurls from beneath her feet, pulsing like it's alive. A second later, it erupts outward, spreading through the forest in a silent, sparkling surge that purifies everything in its wake. The undead soldiers stagger in total shock as sacred energy crashes over their bodies, swallowing them before they can even react. They don't even get a chance to scream. Holy light swallows them up the instant it touches them, and they vanish where they stand. The party tightens up, bracing for a hit that they swear is about to slam. Then it never does. The zombie wave just evaporates, turning into sparkling particles before they can even reach him. The undead legion's front line crumples in an instant, turning into scattered, clattering armor piles on the ground. On that hill, the knights just freeze, sword still up, staring in stunned disbelief at a victory so anticlimactic it feels unreal. "Are you serious? They're way too weak," one of them blurts out, totally baffled. But everyone else just nods like, "Yeah, that was way too easy." The zombies march straight into the spell and boom, got vaporized on the spot. After the first wave is wiped out, Brantark barks the order, start hauling the armor back from the fallen. They cleaned up around 800 grunts, but Vel's already eyeing the real jackpot because the best part is still coming. He can't stop wondering if the higher-ups or even Margaret Braychild himself are hauling something priceless. They finally saw it. Wave 1 wasn't a battle at all, it was cannon fodder. Now we bait the big boss to show up, then we fire off a purification spell so massive that wipes everything out in one brutal single shot. Elise nods with confidence, saying she's got more than enough magic to take it all on. And they've baited the hook, now the trap is set. 10 minutes later, the main target finally crawls out of the shadows. This one's different. Its armor's more ornate, but it looks downright evil, like pure menace walking around. And it's the old Margaret of Brifhild, twisted into a cruel mockery of what he used to be. And now at the very end, everything comes together. As the party gets ready, Brantark watches a once proud man get crushed into something unrecognizable. Yna coldly cuts in. Sure, her brother calls the man kind, but kindness doesn't stop wars. Belm snaps out of the noise, hones his senses, and slams a detection spell into the air. His eyes snapped wide with terror because this wasn't just the Margrave in front of him. Over 1,000 zombies were lurking in the trees, packed inside a 200-meter radius. Brantark fires him a confident nod, like, "You got this." Vel snaps his gaze to Alice. "All right, are you ready?" This time, they don't pull punches. Vel channels his own mana straight into Elise's spell, and he's aiming to blow that purification radius all the way up to a massive 500 meters. With their hands blazing in sync, they unleash a blinding surge of holy power that swallows the entire forest in light, a tiny sun igniting and blasting through the dark. The outcome is total annihilation. One blink, and the 1,000-strong army gets erased into nothing. The rest of the party can only freeze in disbelief, really. One person just blurts, completely stunned. Brantark casts his own detection spell just to double-check, and it comes up empty. The whole area is totally clear. With the danger gone, Vel grabs Elise's attention and tells her she can finally stop the spell. Brantark snaps at them to move fast, because now that this spot's empty, who knows what other monsters will come crawling in. They immediately dive in, ripping through the wreckage to hunt for priceless armor. While they dig through those heaps of empty armor, Vel spots something that doesn't belong. They dug up heaps of armor from Margrave's troops, but not a single piece from the feudal lord soldiers, the ones who stood side by side with them in the fighting. Everyone finally sees it. He's right. And it's like those two armies got split apart the second they turned into zombies. Brantark snaps the puzzle into place. Turns out, the feudal lords were shoved into a war they couldn't win, and now their fury is locked onto the Margrave who led them straight into death. A grudge so vicious it refused to die even after he was already undead. And Vel gets it instantly. These zombies don't act out of nowhere. They're still driven by the instincts they carried in life. If there's a whole separate army of undead out there, and they're working off a grudge, Then this is way worse than they ever imagined. The worst part? The second army is just out of reach of their detection, so they're already hiding, waiting to strike. Brantar clenches his jaw and decides they'll keep it cautious, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. Bell pushes his detection magic to its absolute limit, and the moment the search area blasts far past the area in front of him, it confirms every dread. He spots the evidence, and it chills him to the bone. A few thousand zombies stacked right on the very edge of his range. But wait, those feudal lords weren't alone. Their troops just fused with a swarm of undead monsters. They're not just a bunch of monsters anymore. They're a swelling legion, and every creature they slaughter gets snapped into their ranks as a fresh undead recruit. But Brantark makes it crystal clear, for something like this to kick off, they need a leader, someone to command the whole charge. They clock it fast. Driving this vengeful army is Vel's own granduncle, the mastermind who set the whole tragedy in motion, while a sharp, intelligent enemy keeps a close eye on them. So Azina lays it out straight: this situation is in total trouble. Before they can even process what they're seeing, the forest erupts into chaos. Undead wyverns swarm down from the sky like a nightmare attack. Out of the trees, hulking monstrous boars and wolves come charging like a nightmare given teeth. The ambush snaps shut right on cue. Elise snaps up a purification barrier the moment it's needed. A towering wall of holy magic rose up, sealing them in and stopping their advance. But that's when it hits. Those stronger zombie monsters, crackling with dark energy, slip through the barrier like it wasn't even there. And that wall isn't holding back all of them. The party's frontline fighters charge straight into the chaos, and the knight roars as he swings his massive sword, slicing the monster clean in two. Louise snaps her magic armor into action, and her fists light up like they're packed with pure power, before unleashing a ferocious scream. He blasts a bat giant wolf into dust with one single thunderous punch. He tore through the pack with ruthless precision, shredding everything in his path. Inna moves like a dancer, slicing through beast after beast as her blade flashes into a silver blur. Her blows landed with surgical precision, each one deadly. While the ground troops clash below, Vel whips his focus upward and stares into the sky. He gathered a massive sphere of energy, and it practically hummed with power. And he blasts a devastating stream of magic that tears through the wyvern flock, shredding them to dust. The sky ignites with blinding explosions as the undead dragons get completely erased. He pauses to size up the horde because it's mostly undead monsters, not a single real human in the mix. The sight of zombified wyverns is a terrifying new term. Pure dread hits the moment you see them. The sheer wall of enemies is so massive it's almost unbelievable. Louise blurts out, "So? These are the only monsters Bel's master slaughtered before he died?" Bel can only grimace and finally swallow the truth. "Yeah, it really looks like that's what's going on." Brantark explains that Vel's master, Alfred, was a monster-level magician, and to keep his students safe, he unleashed a rare time-lag spell that pinned every one of those monsters down at the exact same moment. Louis is not exactly thrilled that his training turned into everyone else's problem. But Vel flips into full disciple mode and snarls his way into defending his master's legacy. All the girls can do is sigh as he gets totally swept away by his own admiration. Even after all that, he still had the nerve to insist this wasn't even close to the kind of chaos he'd survived before. A few hours later, the second wave finally gets wiped out for good. Then the forest goes stone-dead quiet. Yet one lone figure still stands, unmoving. This zombie is not like the others. He marched straight through Elise's deadliest purification wall, and not a single scratch marred him. Brantark spots the armor in a split second and realizes it belongs to the former yeoman of the Baumeister family. Bell leans in and tells the figure, "You died more than 15 years ago, and we're here to finally lay you to rest." To their shock, the zombie actually gets it, his voice rasping as he blurts out questions about his grandchild. Vel meets his eyes and tells him the truth. His successor was born, and now he's got a great-grandchild to a little girl who looks just like him. He leans in and tells the old man, loud and clear, that his family is living in pure happiness. Those words rip through the years of undeath and fury. Then the zombie's rigid stance finally starts to loosen. He crumples to his knees, his sword clattering onto the ground, and with only a sliver of breath left, he begs them to purify him. Brantark finally figures it out. This man's rage at his own death didn't fade. It forged him into a terrifying lich. But when Brantark hears his family is safe and thriving, that's the piece that breaks the curse and lets him truly let go. Vel lets out a faint smile, because right there, he finally sees it. This was his master's real plan all along, and he knew the man couldn't move on without the truth. That's why he sent Vel to perform this purification. In that instant, Vel understands his master better than ever, a truly gentle soul, even when he's fighting the undead. As the fighting dies, a brutal silence crushes the air. Vel stares down at his granduncle, his twisted soul clawing for freedom, and with a heart like stone he bows, "I'll cleanse you." The job gets done, but the real disaster, the Baumeister family's chaos, is only just about to explode. Belnios lifted his hands, and a warm, holy glow poured out like divine power. This isn't an enemy anymore. It's family lost and begging for peace. As Bel unleashes his magic, the whole party goes deathly still, eyes locked on him, silently begging that the lost soul finds its way back. They whisper, "Rest in peace." And the light surges brighter and brighter. The undead knight's corrupted body starts to break apart. No gruesome blast, just dissolving into a calm shower of shining, floating particles. His armor crashes onto the ground, hollow now that the last spark of his spear fades away into nothing, an eerily calm goodbye for a life that was nothing but tragedy. With the grim job finally finished, Vel snaps his focus to the armor and urges, "Let's bring this back to Marlinsan." Thinking of his brother Herman's wife, Brantark thrust a hand up Nose's face turned serious. "Hold on, wait a minute. Before all that, there's somewhere I've got to stop." With a snap of teleportation magic, they pop up no humble village in sight right inside the glittering opulent halls of Brand's mansion in the royal capital. Behind that scene are Vel's other brothers, Helmut, Paul, and Erichand. The air is thick with tension, like they've been trading every dirty secret from the family. Vel starts to speak, but Eric slams in and cuts the nonsense. "So tell me, was Klaas's story actually true?" Vel lays it all bare, the dirty truth, the secret successor, and how Leela got dragged into it too. And yeah, turns out his brothers were clocking it from the start. Turns out Brantark, always the mastermind, used his influence to drag them all here because he sensed something was horribly wrong back home. He fired off a messenger to Helmut, and the second they got the word, everyone teleported to the capital to rip open the truth behind this entire mess. The whole vibe shifts when Paul starts laying out the weird customs of their domain, saying it's got a pretty wild, promiscuous culture, but don't get it twisted, there are still rules you'd better follow. Turns out, once a successor came into the world, it wasn't rare for both husband and wife to go behind each other's backs. And it got even stranger. If a woman made the move, the man wasn't allowed to say no. Velv is getting a crushing headache just listening to all of this, and when it's finally over, everyone agrees on the ugly truth: this tangled mess only their father can untangle. "Sorry we couldn't help much," his brothers say, and they make it clear that what they're sharing is only speculation. Then they dump the whole burden straight onto Vel's shoulders, and basically told him, "Go find the truth yourself. After all, everyone says you've become a big deal, someone with real influence." They lay it out plain to him. Everyone in the domain is drowning in suffering, and they're pinning all their hope on Bel. They know that once he takes the reins, the real development can finally kick off, and the nightmare of waiting ends for good. Vel has to step up and become the next lord of the Baumeister's domain, because the message couldn't be any clearer. Vel just sighs and collapses in his chair, shoulders dropping, like even sprinting as far as he can, he still can't outrun his family's destiny. And sure enough, it all ends the same way. He mutters that to himself. Eric cracks a grin and tries to lift the tension, quizzing Paul about his work. And just like that, Paul detonates another bombshell. He's taken a leave of absence. "I just got a new job. I'm Vel's bodyguard." He admits he thought General Edgar would blow up with rage, but instead the man was shockingly supportive, even handing him a few skilled soldiers, and Vel just stands there stunned, because that general had to have crazy good intuition to see this whole situation coming. The very next morning, Vel steps outside and gets met by a whole platoon of bodyguards stationed in the mansion's backyard. Vel's eyes wide and overwhelmed, and Paul just shakes his head like no way. If anything happens to Cardinal Hamheim, Baron Ruckner, or General Edgar, they'll drop dead on the spot. So we'd better brace for the absolute worst. Paul kicks off the introductions, and up first is Sigurd von Victor Lummer, an insanely skilled swordsman from a proud knight family. He's got this shockingly humble vibe, straight up saying he geeks out over mages like Vel way more than any swordsman. Next up is Otmar Hussein Preptory. This loudmouth hammer user swings in like a one-man riot. He blurts out with pure adrenaline, "As the Baronet family's fourth son, this is my biggest shot ever. I'll guard Baron Baumeister with my life on the line." And Paul has to physically yank him back. Then there's Gothart Theodoric Phillips, quiet, unshakable, and deadly, moving through the chaos with knives and swords, like he's always one strike ahead. And then there was Rudy Ilvern Leister, this friendly 20-year veteran soldier, with battle-hardened calm. They're all tied to one big thing called the District Patrol. Paul explains that it's a centuries-old system the royal government used to keep tabs on the noble domains. Nowadays, it's basically a part-time hustle for the kids of struggling nobles just to scrape together a little extra cash. Honestly, the Baumeister domain is so trash and pointless that even the patrol never wastes a single step going there. Paul became the first ever to get orders to patrol the region, excuse so perfect it practically marched an armed escort straight into the middle of the problem. Right as Paul is about to reveal the last member, a tiny voice slices through the morning silence. Hey, I'm hungry. Everyone whips around when they spot a tiny girl gripping a battle axe almost as big as her own body. And yeah, this is the fifth bodyguard. Paul's panicking, and Vel can only gawk, because how is this tiny girl really going to protect him? Her name is Wilma Ohalt von Oskahan, say it with me, because this is where the story kicks off. One of the other guards muttered, stunned out of his mind she had just demolished 5 full portions for breakfast. And Vel isn't distracted by anything, she's locked in on the physics. How in the world is she gripping that colossal axe like it weighs absolutely nothing? He creeps toward her, careful as a shadow. Just call me Wilma, she blurts, meeting his eyes wide, and then drops the truth. I'm 13 and I'm starving. Elise, the ever-saintly girl, immediately thrust a few leftover cookies into their hands. Wilma bursts into cheerful munching, scarfing down food like a tiny, lively squirrel. And then she thrusts her hand out, begging for more. Right then, Paul drops the truth. This tiny girl is the strongest of their 5 bodyguards, and he even says Warren, their master swordsman, struggled to keep up with her. It's the kind of thing Vel has only ever stumbled upon in dusty books, because Wilma's got full-blown hero syndrome. It's a brutally rare genetic disorder that supercharges its host with insane muscle density woven together with magic-infused fibers. Brantark explains that this lets her unleash insane power for ages, burning almost no magic at all. Belle and Erwin get totally derailed by a blunt, brain-off comment about her body, way worse than Louise's. Then Louise whips around and hits them with a freezing, razor-sharp glare. Brantark yanks the conversation back on track and then drops the real truth. Her power density is straight-up unhinged. But this insane strength comes with a brutal price. She has to scarf down a mountain of calories just to keep her body alive. Or she'll starve before you know it. So that's why she's always blurting, I'm hungry. And Vel finally gets it. Feeling finally at ease, Wilma steps up and says, Edgar-sama ordered me to protect Duke Baumeister. Vel snaps all the puzzle pieces together. General Edgar sent her in as his secret weapon, the key to solving Belle's family crisis and locking him into a debt to the general. Classic power play. But Wilma's not done. Yet Edgar-sama just gave me one last job to pull off. With a stern look, she drops the truth. The village we're headed to has nothing to do, so at night I'll be Duke Baumeister's partner. The moment it finishes, the whole group goes still, then dead silence slams the room. Vel's completely frozen. What did you just say? His words tumble out in a stammer. She just nods along, saying the Baumeister domain is a snooze, and that the general gave her the green light. She only has to keep Vel entertained. While Vel spirals into a tiny meltdown, Elise can't stop giggling. She finds Vel adorable and immediately decides she's got to protect her. Louise and Aina are not buying it. Their eyes snap shut with irritation, because a brand new rival just showed up. A tiny axe-swinging, calorie-devouring monster. Wilma doesn't even notice the tension she sparked. She just stands there, ready for the next wild storm to slam straight into the Baumeister domain. With teleportation doing all the heavy lifting, it's easy to forget what Jalvas is really like then. In the blink of an eye, Wendelin and his crew land right in front of a grandma, not tucked anywhere in the mountains. For Wendland, it's a bittersweet homecoming while his companions just freeze in confusion, staring around in awe like, wait, that's really our house? Their lightning-fast arrival slams into the Royal Guard's expectations, and he blurts out that they didn't even get a chance to review the security plans for the whole trip. They crowd in fast, heads together, hashing out the details like it's non-negotiable, even though the trip happens in the blink of an eye. As they chat, Wendland yanks Elisa close, then his eyes slide over to that silent girl with the giant battle axe, Wilma. He needs Elisa's take on her, because Elise can cut straight to the truth, calling Wilma clever, even if she's still a little immature. She's the Baronet Ascahan family's 3rd daughter, born into a noble house that's famous for one thing, fighting for the crown, not for sitting on a mountain of money. Wendland leans in, eyes locked, and you can feel it. He knows this story has more hiding in the shadows. Elise lays out the real problem. Wilma's got hero syndrome, a power that gives her monstrous strength, then charges her with a brutal price, an equally monstrous appetite. But if she didn't pack down massive meals, she'd literally waste away. And for her family, the price of feeding her was getting too high to survive. Becoming an adventurer wasn't some cute dream, it was the only way to stay alive. The Royal Guard catches it first, then jumps in with his own intel, and just like that, the rumors are confirmed. Wilma, he tells you, has always been stubbornly independent, refusing to ever feel like a burden. Even at 10 years old, she proved it in the most terrifying way. She snatched a weapon from her own home and strode straight up to General Edgar. The general saw her raw talent and pulled her in, backing her fully, paying for her training and covering every expense so she could finally shine. The guard breaks down the politics like it's a chess match. Sending Wilma to Wendelin isn't about romance at all. It's the smartest move. Wilma lands a powerful patron, and Wendelin gets a bodyguard with superhuman strength, so she could be useful and stay right beside him, with zero of that messy noble politics dragging them down. She's basically made for his adventuring party, like fate just clicked into place. Once everything clicks, and Wendell nods, it's go time to walk straight into the family. They step into the manor, and the moment they're inside, the welcome turns cold as ice. Paul greets them, but right before any warm talk can even start, another man cuts in. Kurt Wendland, the oldest brother and the heir. He claims it's just a district patrol, sure, but it's really a thin cover to keep a close watch on his younger brother now that he's suddenly famous. The air feels so tense you could slice it with a knife, and Kurt's fake clueless act about the troll matching the rumors only cranks the pressure even higher. This trip isn't some cozy family get-together, it's all business, straight up. Wendelin wastes no time. He blurts out that the mission is done, the enchanted forest is cleared, and the cursed armor is recovered. Kurt fights to hide his sneer, but it still slips out as a sharp, quiet twinge of disappointment. Wendelin steps up and vows to gather the families of the fallen soldiers, so the armor they recovered can be brought back home. Kurt shoots him down on the spot as greed practically drips out. "Our village is starving," he snaps. "So leave that armor right here." The message hits hard. He's trying to grab that armor and sell it. And Wendelin's face turns to stone. He cuts him off with a cold, steady voice. "I decline your offer." Kurt goes numb for half a second, then explodes. Rage surges, and he snarls, "Oh, how dare you!" But Wendelin snapped no more games and reminded Kurt that this mission came straight from our Gravebrief field, with one clear order: bring the armor back to the families himself. Then he lands the final blow, and Kurt can't ignore the truth. He's not in charge anymore. "Remember your place. I'm the next head of Baumeister's domain." Those words hang in the air like a direct slap to Kurt's authority. He just stands there, seething, and feeling completely powerless. Wendelin just claims his dominance and moves on like the whole thing never even happened. Paul glances at the wind's direction, then snaps into action and agrees with Wendelin's plan, promising he'll gather all the families that very evening. In a low, careful whisper, Wendell tells Paul to hand the whole thing to Klaus, his other brother, because the truth is, he doesn't trust Kurt one bit. Kurt, desperate to wrest control back, presses Wendelin for their plans. Then Wendelin begs to hunt in the territory for a few days, and Kurt shuts it down on the spot. Just as the argument is about to explode, Paul barrels in and snaps Wenland back to reality because he's got something way more important he has to do first. He rushes to greet his mother. This task can't wait. They track her down in her room, and there she is, wrapped in quiet grace that hits like a spell. She blurted out an apology for missing him earlier, admitting that his new status changed everything. The other brothers who tagged along spilled their own insecurities, confessing they felt worthless next to Wendland, then swore they weren't bitter the way Kurt was. A crushing wave of helplessness pins the whole family in place. His mother just listens, sad, understanding shining in her eyes. She shifts gears to brighter ground and asks, "So, what about your fiancé?" Wendelin can barely contain his grin. He's thrilled to say they're traveling with him on this trip. On his mom's command, he rushes to gather everyone together. Elise, Louise, and Anna step in, hands a little shaky as they square up to their future mother-in-law. But her smile glows warm and real, and just like that, tension melts off them. She steals a quiet glance at how smoothly they click, unlike her and the other mistresses in this house. The moment she sees Wilma, it clicks. She's the exact girl the nobles are shoving onto him. With a heavy sigh, she glares at the three fiancés and warns them that things get wild in this domain. So please, back Wendelin the right way. They swear right then and there they'll do it. Once the family greetings were finally out of the way, the party could finally breathe and relax. They tell them to hang tight in the domain for about a week while the armor gets hammered and processed. They refuse to stir up trouble, so they hunt down their own food and hole up in a separate house. Deep in the woods, Wilma wastes zero time and proves her worth on the spot, snatching wild strawberries at an insane speed. She sharpens survival skills just to stay alive, and even with the general backing her up, she still had to hunt and forage every day to silence that relentless hunger. Once they've stacked up enough plants, the crew ditches the foraging and goes straight into the hunt. When Dylan grabs his bow, a flood of nostalgia hits him as he pulls the string, and the moment he releases, his arrow flies true straight through and into the rabbit. His archery skills are still razor sharp, but as he sweeps the area with his eyes, one thing hits him hard. Someone's gone. Where the heck is Louise? A moment later, the answer drops, and right then, Louise spots a wild boar and charges in herself, no hesitation. They spot her in a clearing, laughing in her face as that massive beast looms closer. The boar rockets in like a tank of tusks and rage. But Louise flashes a grin, then she lunges straight into it and hammers a crushing punch into its snout. That massive beast screeches to a halt, then drops like a rock totally out cold. Everyone's standing there jaw dropped because her raw power hits like a punch. But don't blink, the excitement's far from done. "Where's Wilma?" someone blurts. One of the party members jabs a finger deeper into the woods and their jaws hit the floor. Wilma stands face to face with a monster so huge and ferocious that even the boar looks small beside Edie, a towering, raging bear. The whole party loses it. People scream at each other to get help for her, like panic is swallowing the room. Wilma doesn't even flinch. She just keeps it cool, muttering under her breath, "It's been a while since I had meat." In a blink, she springs skyward, hauling her massive battle axe high over her head. With one earth-shattering swing, she slams the axe down and splits the bear's head clean off. That massive body crashes into the ground, gone for good, forever silenced. The whole party just stands there staring in disbelief as their minds get absolutely wrecked. Wilma whips back to them, calm as a blade, her face never even twitches. Wendlin just shoves his head shake, eyes bright, and goes, "Man, today's packed with meat, pig out now, because later you can eat all you want." That night, they tear into a feast so legendary it feels unreal. The royal guards are staring, utterly stunned because they never saw a meal this insanely good coming. With bear miso stew, roasted birds, and a wild vegetable hot pot, they laid out a feast worthy of a king because their hunt paid off big time. Wendlin gives the credit to the amazing cooking. And he also can't ignore how Wilma somehow handled the butchering like a total pro. Elise grins and tells Wilma to keep eating till she's stuffed, and Wilma happily dives in. For now, with a feast on the table and friends all around, the troubles of the Baumeister domain feel light years away. Back in the Baumeister domain, the air feels electric with tension, then Brandhark bursts in, grinning like he just won, and tells Wendell that alcohol is banned for now. He lifts a bottle, and right away Wendlin's like, "Wait, why are you drinking that?" Brandhark just smirks and says it's honey water, a local specialty. Turns out it's a product from one of the Branch families. Right then, Herman Wendlin's older brother bursts in with his own crew, and a blonde guy named Paul wastes no time, teasing him like, "So I hear you're totally whipped by your wife." The guys start cracking jokes. Guys let women have their way until it's time to go hard. And right on cue, Herman's wife snaps, cutting the whole thing down like a slap of reality, making it a weirdly normal family moment tangled in the middle of all the chaos. With the yeomen and their families packed into the crowd, dread hits, maybe there won't be enough food. Wendlin's crew steps up to help. But Wendlin decides, "Nope, I'll just cook up more myself." Next morning, Kurt stalks up to Wendlin, his face twisted with irritation, and you can tell it's killing him to watch his brothers click so perfectly. Wendlin says they had to haul the Hairmen over for dinner because their own father wasn't going to let Kurt's invite from the day before slide. Kurt barrels straight in, demanding to know how long they're staying. Then Wendlin answers just as sharp, until the last payments from the main family finally hit the books. The whole tension kicked off the night before. Klaus demanded it, and the families of the men who died in the war were forced to gather together. They showed up to seize the armor hauled out of the enchanted forest, the last piece their fathers and husbands fought for, so they could finally bring it home. Kurt pushes back hard, saying the armor can't be reused like this, and then coldly suggests they should just melt the whole thing down. Then he drops the bombshell. Everything gets confiscated. He says the heir's valuable loot from the dead will get taxed at half its worth, but since they won't pay, he'll forgive it by hauling off only the broken armor and swords. The villagers are left speechless. This has never happened before, and they want to bury the armor where their loved one should have been. A last token of respect. But Kurt shuts it down at once. He calls their argument pure nonsense, insisting the metal can be melted and reforged into farming tools, which he claims will push the domain forward way better. He corners the headman and demands to know how much longer he plans to keep clinging to the mementos of the dead. The headman tries to defend himself, saying they paid for the armor with their own money. Yet Kurt keeps pressing, refusing to back down. He demands the armor on the spot, and the old man is left utterly stunned, straight-up greed, wearing the mask of practical reasons. Right when Kurt is about to push it too far, Wendlin cuts in steady voice. Sharp eyes tells him to stop interfering, admits the urge to reuse resources, then shuts it down the smart way. He'll buy the armor from the citizens at a fair, reasonable price. Wendlin spots the local blacksmith, Eckhart, standing right there with Kurt, and he instantly realizes this is one of Brandhark's spies sent to watch the bazaar. Wendell already knows his work falls short, while Eckhart sits on a monopoly in this cut-off field because no one else is even there to challenge him. For generations, his family has sworn loyalty to the Baumeisters, so That's the only reason he even has this position. Wendelin suddenly clocks Kurtz's scheme. If Kurtz takes the top spot, trade with other countries will explode, and Eckhart's shady operation will crumble. All so the corrupt machine stays alive. So if there's metal anywhere, we're totally fine, right? Wendelin asks with a sharp little glint in his eye. Before anyone can even blink, he snaps his hand up, and a brutal surge of magic explodes out of him. A massive, flawless cube of raw metal crashes into the ground ahead of them, and the entire world goes silent. Is this enough? Wendelin barks, and the sharpness of his voice slices through the stunned silence. Then he whips around to the blacksmith. You'd better be skilled with metal. I've seen your work, and you're not giving it your all. He tells Eckhart he's set on running a bazaar. For real, Ben warns him straight up. If he doesn't start sharpening his skills right now, real competition is going to crush his business. He orders him to forge the metal into top-tier farming gear, then reminds him not to skip the brutal 50% cut the moment he sells it. And the crowd, especially Eckhart, goes utterly silent. Back in the present, the standoff keeps raging. Kurt, totally outplayed, scrambles to save face and demands they turn the armor into cash so they can pay the tax. Wendelin straight up ignores him, swiveling toward his own party, and mutters that he's just some nobody adventurer, then demands he tell Margaret of Brithhild what's going down, because today they're about to lay it all out. He lays out the whole plan first. The families get the belongings of the deceased for the burial ceremony. While all that chaos unfolds, Kurt's out there supervising the construction of a brand new irrigation channel. Brilliant, right? Keep him busy, keep him out of the way. Later at the ceremony, Elise steps up and commands the sermon, her voice washing comfort over every grieving family. She tells them how their loved ones finally found peace, quiet, solemn, and heartbreakingly beautiful. Aina's jaw drops. She admits she never even knew Elise had the credentials to be a deacon. Wendelin blurts out that he doesn't know either, then shrugs, and admits it probably never even crossed his mind, because religion just doesn't interest him, and the subject never came up. He makes it crystal clear, sure, he donates to the church since it's the state religion, but don't mistake that for real faith. Louis can't tear his eyes away, he's locked in on those mouth-watering offerings. Brantark rolls into Wenlind and asks if he's gearing up for another dinner to poke Kurt again. Wenlind just smirks and says, yeah, but warns they'll have to wait until the memorial ceremony meal. He makes it crystal clear this isn't only about Kurt, it's about Kurt's followers too. The king can't just cut Kurt out of the line. Other nobles would freak out, but they've got a cleaner plan. Make Kurt unravel first, then everything falls into place. Brantark realizes it instantly. If Kurt keeps piling on more parties and pointing everyone toward a brighter path, his agitation will spiral higher and higher until he finally snaps and makes a fatal mistake. It's already working. Word hits the streets that Wendelin and Herman are hosting a memorial meal for the 77 people who died, and every family member gets an invite, so the whole village can't wait to rush in and help. Wendelin promises, I'll help hunt in the forest to make sure they've got enough food for the feast. Then boom, he drops a bombshell on Brantark. He and Wilma have to hit the sea first. When you think of the sea, what pops into your head? For Wilma, it's not waves or wonder, it's seafood. He tells them he's been chowing down on freshwater carp, catfish, the whole deal, and the taste yanks him back to his old world. But that muddy, fishy taste hits him, and he absolutely can't stand it. Saltwater fish are, no exaggeration, the absolute best. And with the goal locked in, they chase a massive catch that'll turn the feast into a legend. Wilma dares, so we're diving in and grabbing them barehanded. But Wendelin smirks and has a way better plan. He shoves a thick rope into her hands and orders her to grip it tight, like her life depends on it. She stares, totally baffled, as he summons a glowing magic bubble and lifts himself into the air, soaring out over the water. Then he whips out his secret weapon, a giant fishing net he snagged earlier, and the whole room is left staring. Because in this world, that twist feels absolutely wild. With the prep work finally locked in and done, the moment he signals, they all surge together and start pulling in sync. The net drags like a curse, then they see exactly why. When they haul it in, it's an enormous glittering mountain of fish dumped straight onto the shore. They're both staring in disbelief at the sheer mountain of it. They crank the whole thing over and over, snapping up fish so fast they end up with way more than enough. Then Wenland spots a rocky stretch right where he can hunt down lobster and other shellfish. Right before he even gets the chance to bring it up, Wilma lunges straight into the water. A heartbeat later, she breaks the surface boxed in by a whole swarm of giant crabs and lobsters. She raises it, and Wenland's jaw drops at the sheer size, then he charges in right behind her. They fire up the catch right there on the beach and cook it fresh. Wilma takes one fresh bite of that lobster and her face instantly lights up like fireworks. This is the very first time she's tasted something this delicious, and it's like Happiness is blasting through her. She's practically glowing with joy. After they finished eating, Wendelin decides it's time to tear out and head back. He blasts cleansing magic to scrub the salt water off them. And right as the grime fades, something slithers up out of the water. A colossal, snake-like nightmare erupts from the abyss, claws and coils twisting as it rises. Wilma freezes on the spot, her face turning into stone. Wenlin felt a cold shiver tear down his spine. It's a serpent. Before Wenlin can even register the danger, Wilma lunges forward with her battlesuit armed and ready. "I'll finish it," she says. Ice cold and unshakable. Unleashing her ultimate skill. Wendelin is absolutely stunned. She tells him the serpent probably slithered in for the scent of their huge catch, then steadies his nerves and says, "Leave it to me." Because she can feel this may be way too heavy for him to handle. With a quick, "got it," she tightens her grip and storms into battle. Wendelin stares in shock as her magic power suddenly rockets out of control. He'd always suspected her base magic was weak, but he's never seen her jack it up this fast. She clamps both hands on her massive battle axe, like it weighs the whole world, then launches forward into the fight. With a thunderous roar, the serpent hurls itself forward, but Wilma rockets into action, and in one smooth, deadly motion, she swings the axe. The blade bites down, and in one clean flash, the serpent's head pops free from its body. Wendelin can only gawk, mouth wide open, totally stunned. The massive sea serpent plows into the water behind them, shaking the whole sea as it crashes down. He just can't stop applauding. "That's incredible," he blurts out, stunned at how you swing a massive battle axe with that kind of skill. Then it hits him, this sweet, quiet girl who loves to eat flips the switch and turns into a stone-cold executioner on the battlefield. And just like that time she took down the bear, she's already plotting to drain the blood to make the meat taste even better. Then it clicks. She's General Edgar's secret trump card, no doubt about it. Back in the village, the memorial feast explodes into a total win. Everyone's celebrating like crazy. The food they brought didn't play around, it was a full-on feast, right there for the grieving families. They drag the sea serpent's head in and set it front and center, and everyone's jaw drops. Brantark even admits he never thought Wenlin would actually land a serpent, but he spots a silver lining on the spot. "This is it," he says with a slick grin, trying to get the citizens to believe you're nothing like that worthless eldest son. Even Wenlin's crew can't help but stare. Everyone admits Wilma's way more skilled than they ever dared to hope. Wendelin nods, and the moment hits, he's got a brand new duty now, protecting this incredible girl. Brantark leans in and asks, "So what's your next move, and when are you going to rile Kurt up again?" Wendell smirks and says, "That all depends on Kurt." Right then, a low murmur ripples through the crowd because a famous face has just shown up. When Dylan whips around and locks eyes with the woman he instantly knows, it's Emily Kurt's wife, his sister-in-law, and wow, she looks just as stunning and just as fearless as he remembers. The chapter kicks off with a cold, formal gathering. Then Wendelin's caught off guard when his sister-in-law, Amalie, Kurt's wife, shows up like a storm in the room. If she looks worn down, you can practically feel the quiet panic in the air. Wendell steps in to greet her, and suddenly the polite formality weighs like a ton on everyone. Wendelin tells us this isn't just a dinner, it's a memorial for the soldiers who died on the recent expedition, and while the main family usually hosts, his brother Herman has stepped in and taken over. Amelie shoots him a grateful smile, and you can feel the heavy, unsaid tension hanging between them. Wenlin's friend, watching from the sidelines, praises her like she's some fearless wife. But Wenlin knows the real story, and right then he snaps to himself. No, she's not the brave heroine type at all. He can still picture her sharp as a scholar, the well-educated daughter of a minor countryside baron, because back home, out of everyone in his family, she was the only one he truly clicked with before he left. Looks like his father and Kurt shoved her in his place as a token representative, because they'd rather not face him themselves. It's a textbook political play. But watching her get stuck right in the crossfire? That doesn't sit right with him at all. Seeing her there with her children, his heart instantly clenches. He rushes over and invites them to dinner. He even remembers their names? Carl and Oscar, and just like that, a spark of warmth cuts through the tense air. Emily's sighs hit him like a punch. He couldn't stop staring, amazed at how much she'd grown. And suddenly it felt like he could feel time crawling in as she got older. Yet behind that smile, her eyes scream one thing: fear. She's terrified for her kid's future, and in this family, that worry is more than justified. Wendelin finally snaps into action. He locks eyes with her and drops a chilling prophecy. A storm is coming soon, and she has to grab her kids and get out. No questions asked. This isn't a suggestion, it's a command, forged from grim certainty. As shock slams into her, he throws her a lifeline. He's got friends, powerful ones, who can carve out a future for her and the boys far from the collapse looming over Kurt's reign. The relief hits so hard she crumples into tears, thanking him over and over. His friend yanks him aside, shaking with disbelief. "You're really going to help them?" he blurts. Wendellin's face goes stone cold. Yeah, of course it does, because this move is make or break, and he needs Margrave Brithild's full support to pull it off. 1 week later, they're counting up the spoils from the forest purification like it's treasure after a war. Klaus, the administrator, slams the final numbers on the table, and they're shockingly low. Not because the hall is small, but because the money vanished into the wrong hands. True to their deal, the Baumeister family was promised a juicy 30% cut of the profits. But Klaus drops the bombshell. Every single coin of that massive debt the family owed Margrave Brithilda is wiped clean. The moment the news hits, shock blasts through the room. Then he snaps that the rest has to be handed back to the family. Wenwen's father, Archer, looks like someone just shoved the whole weight of a mountain off his shoulders. But Wendelin isn't finished while his father finally breathes out in relief. Wendelin pushes harder, like, "It's better we wipe these debts early, right?" And somehow his tone sounds totally reasonable. Then he slams the next point on the table. A whopping 20% tax on his party's adventurer earnings money they have to hand straight over to the domain. He's playing this like a cold-blooded pro, and he demands the monthly statements to make sure everything stays squeaky clean. The whole class is practically glowing with admiration. What a legendary move. Arthur is seething trapped in a corner. Wendellin's playing it by the book, and Klaus rides shotgun, backing him so hard he can provoke Kurt without even raising a hand. Wendelin clocks the truth the second he sees it. Klaus is just giving him a hand, not trying to stop him. The negotiation finally wraps up. Then Kurt's rage explodes, and he's left utterly powerless. As soon as Wendelin makes the first move on the chessboard, he and his crew ditch their old base and haul their operations straight into the Baumeister domain. Their goal is simple and merciless: crush Kurt under enough pressure that he either cracks completely or gets cut out of power. To pull this off, they'll need a real headquarters, so Elise takes them to an old, powerful magician who leads them to a calm, empty field. With a dramatic flourish, the old man hurls a spell Wendelin has never seen. Then a massive mansion erupts out of thin air right in front of him. He's a magic master at tearing spells apart and rebuilding them from scratch, so skilled he can even shift entire buildings. Wendellin's jaw drops at the magic until he realizes even this power has boundaries. Like it can't move anything buried underground. But one house won't cut it. At Wendelin's demand, the old mage rips open the sky and teleports in several more buildings, turning the wilderness into a proper, full-fledged compound. Everyone's jaws drop at how massive it is and how fast it all hits. Wendelin lays out the blueprint for the new estate: one grand house for his master, one for the security team, and the rest carved up for the party and staff. Then boom, another bombshell drops. Paul and every man under him have officially handed in their resignations. A flashback rips it all open. After their escort mission, a letter arrives straight from General himself. Then the new orders hit hard: quit the security team and become Wendellin's permanent retainers. The rewards are insane. Paul is set to be promoted to a baronet, and he'll get his own land to rule. His men will rise as his official retainers, and they'll get rewards all their own. Once it all clicks, they'll get undeveloped land and money on top of that from both Wendelin and Herman. Basically, they're being crowned the founding members of brand new branch families under Wendelin. Taking down Kurt is a brutal grind, but the reward afterward hits like a life-changing miracle. The men explode with joy, swarming Paul in a wild celebration, because now their futures are safe. And so are their kids' futures too. Their excitement flips to dread in an instant because their gratitude hardens into a horrifying Zillus-level loyalty. They kick things off with a straight-up plan to protect Baron Baumeister, joking that if anyone gets in their way, yeah, even his eldest brother Kurt, they might accidentally cut them down. Wendelin has to step in and cool down these way too amped retainers before they spark a full-on civil war on the spot. Back in the present, Wendellin's next play is all about money. He's opened a shop in the new territory and put the brilliant Roderick in charge. The shop will clamp down on every shipment from the outside world and effectively crown itself the ultimate trade monopoly. He's making a ruthless strike at the power structure by taking control of the salt supply. He's cutting the domain off from outside merchants and making them depend on him instead. Kurt totally threw a tantrum right on cue while their father cut him off hard. And R laid it out. Kurt hadn't done a thing when the Margrave ran the trade. So what claim could he possibly have now? Especially with Wendelin already paying his taxes. But this is only the warm-up. Wendelin drags Roderick to his next big job, a brand new plantation field so huge it disappears the moment you try to look past the horizon. Roderick can't even find words. He's completely speechless. Wendelin flashes a grin and blurts out his true motive: "I want to eat new rice." But under that sweet little wish, there's a sharp, calculated plan waiting to spring. Nobody in his family ever dared to tame this wild land, so when he does it himself and blasts through it at lightning speed, he doesn't just succeed, he puts Kurtz's incompetence on full display for the whole world to witness. He unleashed magic to scrub the land clean, carve irrigation channels, and even supercharge the soil for the next harvest. Roderick immediately jumps at the chance to run the new venture. Gwendolyn finally spills the plan once that land starts paying off. He's handing it to his other brother, Herman, as a money boost move to lock in even stronger alliances. This whole project is Roderick's battle gym training him up for the massive development that's coming for him next. Roderick raises a sharp, legit worry about security. This land was left wild for a reason, and it's crawling with dangerous beasts. How in the world are they supposed to guard something this massive with barely any people watching? Gwendolyn just grins. He's already handled it. With earth magic, he hauled up a gigantic defensive moat and a heavy earthwork wall around the whole plantation. Local workers are already singing his praises because he made the land safe and the job feel effortless. But here's the catch: the workers are stuck with one nasty problem. They've got no fertilizer. They've got all the raw ingredients, but the way it has to come together naturally takes way too long. For Gwendolyn, this is total child's play. He boasts he's a master of fermentation magic, then blasts his power and instantly turns those piles of waste into huge, top-notch mountains of fertilizer. The farmers stand there utterly stunned, like they can't even breathe. With this one spell, the first harvest is basically locked in, and the grateful farmers swear they'll take care of the rest of the work themselves. And on top of that, Gwendolyn will push the new workers he just brought in into training, no time to waste. So who are these new workers? Are they just some fresh recruits from the capital? Nope. The Margrave's seasoned rice farmers have been pulled in, sent specifically to train the rookies, and every single detail is already locked in. Later that night, Roderick can't stop replaying everything because the more Gwendolyn rises, the more Kurt's whole position starts to fall apart until it's one hard collapse after another. He sneers that Gwendolyn's method is brutal, a way to crush someone's future with a smile, all while you never even have to dirty your own hands. Gwendolyn won't dodge the truth magic, can't just fix this mess, and he turns to Roderick, demanding, "So, do you see me as disgusting?" Roderick's answer is ice cold and straight to the point. He clocks Kurt for exactly what he is. A man who inherited power, never earned it, refused to change, and threw his brilliant little brother aside just because arrogance wouldn't let him respect anyone. Roderick insists that sometimes nobles have to learn exactly when to drop their pride and bow low behind the scenes. With the massive wealth and power Gwendolyn has in his hands now, he pulled off in one shot what his family couldn't manage for generations. Because one simple truth fuels everything. Magic is an incredible, almost unfair advantage. Your party plunges deep into a never-before-mapped corner of the continent, where the jungle is so lush and alive it feels unreal. Nothing they've ever seen matches it. The air clings to your skin like a wet blanket, and the plants around them look nothing like anything they've ever seen before. As Brantark, the battle-worn adventurer, buries his nose in a book to figure out where they are, the girls start feeling the heat rising fast. Louise gripes that her armor weighs her down, wishing she'd pick something lighter. Then Ian instantly panics, convinced she's nudging him to get her to wear something more revealing. As they bicker back and forth, Brantark finally snaps and speaks up. He'd grabbed a huge encyclopedia of monsters and local products from the Lord, praying it would crack what's going on in this place. He leans in and tells you it's ancient and old book packed with how different creatures live and exactly which parts you can harvest. But here's the twist. The author literally tags a whole chunk of the book as half-fiction, packed with illustrations of things nobody's ever been able to prove exist. Ina points out a tropical fern from that very section sitting right beside them. So now the question hangs there. Sharp and scary. If this is in the book, what else in it might be real? Brantark shot a grim look upward, and the whole party snapped their eyes to where he was staring. Dangling from the branches are bananas so huge they don't even make sense. The book says they're supposed to be around 20 centimeters long, but the ones dangling overhead are way bigger than Ina-like. They don't even belong in her world. The insane amount of mana flooding this land is making everything blow up to ridiculous, unreal sizes. They spot a coffee fruit so comically huge it's almost unbelievable. And when they slice it open, the seed inside is totally normal. It's like the magic in the air has blown up the fruit's flesh into something massive. And Vel realizes these freaky, perfect souvenirs are exactly what they need, so they start scooping them up fast. Their exploration suddenly turns into a full-blown treasure hunt for giant fruit. Then they discover mangosteen and cocoa in the middle of it all. Lychee, a pomegranate that glowed with sweetness, and a pineapple so massive it could feed a whole small army. But Brantark's expression hardens, and he points out the scary truth lurking in this discovery. If there are this many giant, juicy fruits scattered everywhere, you can bet your last bite those monsters are out there gorging on them. Right on cue, The jungle shadows snap to life glowing, predatory eyes everywhere. And the party feels their blood turn ice cold. Because these monsters are every bit as massive as the fruit. Next, we're dropped into a screaming, desperate brawl for survival. Primal beasts crash the scene, and a saber-toothed tiger and a hulking armored dinosaur tear through everything. The battle wipes the whole party clean out, each of them slumping onto the forest floor, dead tired and running on empty. Right as they finally catch their breath, a calm voice slices through the silence. Vel, rock solid and unfazed, he grins and congratulates them for a job well done, then says he's here to pick them up. As they finally catch their breath, Vel leans in and says he'd love to run wild with them. But first, he has to focus on taming the savage land. And Erwin calls out the brutal irony. He's busting his ass for territory that'll end up in Herman's hands anyway. But Vel has a plan. He tells everyone that if his brother Herman truly realized how priceless this new territory will become, he'd finally find the nerve to kick out their Aragorn brother Kurt. Vel leans in and demands to know how the exploration went. And even Brantark the veteran gets completely tongue-tied, admitting the continent is way bigger and far more mysterious than he ever dreamed, packed with wild wonders no one has ever laid eyes on. Belnode leaned in and said, "This wild, untamed wilderness is the whole reason we're not at war right now. Because while his kingdom and the neighboring empire both push deeper into the unknown, they've got no time left to clash with each other." With the mission finally nailed, the party wastes no time and storms back home. Meanwhile, back in the Baumeister domain, someone is absolutely furious. Kurt, the eldest brother, the heir of the family, locks eyes on the booming new plantation with pure venom, because he can practically feel his birthright slipping away. He stops, stunned as memories crash in how Vel came back, purified the forest, then marched straight to their father for permission to develop the land, cutting him clean out of the loop. He even built a mansion so lavish it made the family estate look plain. Kurt protested, but his father shut him down and demanded he tough it out. He storms up to his father, Arder, and demands answers, only for Arder to shrug and say everything's moving along perfectly. Kurt blows up with raw rage, screaming that Vel's victory has nothing to do with him, and that it's just making him, the future lord, look like a total fool. Vel's magic pulls off in an instant what would take normal guys years of brutal, back-breaking work, then crushes their efforts, like they never mattered. He's panicking that Vel will rip the domain out from under him, like it's nothing. His father stays maddeningly calm, calmly telling him the new area will end up under their control sooner or later. But when Kurt hears the new settlement already has over 360 people, his stomach drops, because it's bigger than the original village. Arder just shrugs and says, "Yeah. When a domain grows, its center of power shifts. That's normal." Kurt doesn't see growth. Here he sees a hostile takeover coming for everything he knows. Desperate, he hurls an accusation at Vel dodging taxes. But his father coolly snaps back that Klaus has been poring over the books this whole time. Then Archer leans in and dares Kurt to check the finances himself. But Kurt, noble as they come, yet never taught basic math, can't pull it off. And now he's been outsmarted at every turn, cornered by the very ignorance he never bothered to fix. He storms out, cursing his father and raging at how helpless his own power leaves him. Kurt's next play is to rally the people on his side, local craftsmen and wealthy farmers whom he's convinced are bitter toward Vel. But the moment he shows up for the meeting, the hall is nearly deserted. One of the few guys there finally spills the ugly truth. Everyone's out of work because all their customers have ditched them to flock straight to Vel's brand new developments. And it gets worse. Vel has already grabbed the next generation, shipping the local craftsmen's kids to the capital to become apprentices using his connections, with the full intention of coming back later and seizing control of the family businesses. The older crowd either clocked out for good or shipped off to work at Vel's brand new rice plantation. In one brutal sweep, Vel tears apart Kurt's power base so cleanly there's not even a real scare. Then Kurt scrambles to pivot, tries to warn them about the crisis, faces the domain, but his words hit dead air because their eyes have already gone elsewhere. Or when he corners them and demands an answer, they flat out tell him they have nothing left to say it's done. All the support he had, gone. Kurt bolts into the night and a blinding fury swallows him whole. He finally clocks it. Vel has been sabotaging him since they were kids, always playing the boss, always showing up with results. He still remembers that sickening rush of false hope the moment a messenger showed up with a letter saying Vel was dead, just to rip that hope away and turn his hatred into something even darker. Suddenly, a voice slices through the darkness, and a cloaked man in a wide-brimmed hat steps out from the shadows like he's been there all along. It's the exact same messenger who carried that fake news. He leans in and tells Kurt that time is precious, then hands him a tiny box straight from his client, Baron Rudtregner. Inside sits a creepy magical artifact, warped and ominous like it's waiting to unleash something. With a chilling smile, the man spills the truth. This is no ordinary tool. It's meant to assassinate Baron Wendelin von Binnenbaumeister. With his back shoved to the wall and everything he fought for collapsing, Kurt faces a brutal, blood-soaked road ahead, because the moment to wipe Wendelin off the map has officially begun. Deep in a secluded forest, a secret meeting is going down right as a man in a top hat slips a tiny, ornate box into Kurt's hands, while Kurt's bitter older brother Wendelin watches on. Inside was an ocarina-like weapon meant for one chilling job, the assassination of Wendland. Kurt's expression hardened into a mask of suspicion and resentment. The hat-wearing man broke the silence, laying out their shared trap, and then demanded, "Let's join hands. We're both getting cornered." The man lays down the political chessboard, because for Baron Ruchner, Wendel's rise is a roadblock. But for Kurt, that success is a full-blown disaster. Back in the capital, the nobles are swarming like vultures, desperate to grab a cut of the new land's concessions. Because they don't see Wendland as a home at all. They see it as a jackpot goldmine. The man rips Kurt with a brutal truth when the game's packed with heavyweight powerhouses. A rural lord's heir like him is nothing but dust that the wind blows away. Those words slammed into Kurt like a punch to the chest, because somewhere deep inside, he knows it's the truth. Whoa, things are getting wild. The capital's nobles are circling Wendland's massive wealth. And with only a tiny bunch of retainers, he's barely got anyone to guard it. The man confessed that his own client tried to spread fake rumors about Wendellin's death to get ahead, but the scheme exploded in his face, smashing his standing and costing him his place. Now desperation hits. He grabs Kurt and hauls him into this mess, praying he can salvage something from the wreckage. He scoffs, then can't help listening. The answer is right in his hands. Use that ocarina to kill Wendelin, inherit all his land and properties, and wrestle control of the development concession for yourself. And greed twists across Kurt's face like a storm. Kurt squints at the ocarina, unimpressed. Seriously, is this thing really going to be useful? The man leans in and swears the ancient rune finally coughed up a legendary magic item one that can call up a force so deadly it will seal Wendland's doom for good. And the best part? It's free. He just demands payback later, in the form of favors he'll call in someday. And once the deal's sealed, he shoves the manual into Kurt's hands and orders him to get ready. The plan is locked in, and in just 3 days, Wendelin's set to inspect that lonely stretch of undeveloped land. That's the perfect window to strike. 3 days later, Wendelin and his crew are just chatting casually, like it's nothing about that inspection they're still locked onto. They laugh it off as Kurt's wild obsession grabbing everything like it's his birthright, nothing more than a childish fantasy. And they already know. Kurt's grip is slipping fast. At the main village's big meeting of power players, fewer than half even bothered to show up for him. Right then, Brantark cuts in with a stone-cold, serious look, and he confirms their fears are dead on true. He's been stalking Kurt for a while, and he finally saw the moment his help collapsed and panic ripped through him. Then, bam, Kurt drops the bomb and vows to settle everything today. Today, Brantark tells the wild story of how 3 days ago he watched Kurt slip away and meet a suspicious outsider. Wendelin snaps the clues together in an instant. He's sure the man's working for Baron Ruchner, the same noble who cooked up those fake rumors that he died. Brantark confirms it. This man hands Kurt a magic item, and the hit is scheduled to strike right during today's inspection. Erwin's face tightens with worry. So going sounds risky, right? Brent grins like he knows better. Don't worry, it's totally not dangerous. He explains that with the exact item Kurt was handed, Wendelin basically can't be killed at all. Look, this isn't a threat, it's bait, and it's the perfect opening to lure the truth out and shut it down for good. He even steps up and volunteers to go with them. Right when they're about to step out, a massive pillar of light slams down outside the mansion with a deafening roar. Everyone barrels to the window, faces frozen in shock at the crater that just tore open in the yard. When the dust clears, it's none other than Armstrong, the royal head magician, bursting with the same loud, unstoppable energy. But it's not just him. Everyone at the party gawks in total disbelief at what's standing right behind him. A colossal dragon, bruised and battered beyond belief, is sprawled out on the ground, completely crushed and under control. Armstrong casually tells them, "Yeah, I was flying at full speed, right up until the dragon slammed into his view. Then he lost no time beating it up and decided to drag it along as a gift." But his big, grand entrance wasn't for some crazy drama. It was simply because he still hadn't had breakfast. Moments later, he's scarfing down a mountain of food like it's his last meal, even jumping into a totally ridiculous eating contest with one of the girls, which he immediately drops, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled kid. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Kurt and his cloaked followers crouch in the shadows, ready to strike. One of them shoots off a shaky question about whether the assassination will work. Then Kurt, gripping the ocarina like it's a weapon, flashes a fearless grin and calls it the Flute of Malice, claiming that once he plays, Mountains will erupt and unleash a whole swarm of dragons and wyverns. An army so massive even Wenlan can't survive standing in its way. When one of his followers admits they're scared for their own safety, Kurtz answers in a way that chills your bones. He brings up the Wendelin's master, who got drowned by pure numbers, then declares the flute will shield whoever holds it, and the rest of them? They're totally expendable. They hold their breath as Wenland's party barrels closer, their figures cutting through the trees like a warning. Kurt scans the crowd and spots his other brothers Herman and Paul right there. What perfect timing, he sneers through a grin. He lifts the ocarina to his lips and spits. All those fools who butter up my stupid brother are going to die together. Then he says, "Here I go." A ghostly flute melody slices through the mountains, echoing like it's hunting for someone. The Wendelin slam to a stop. Wait, is that some kind of summoning flute? One of them blurts. Brantark's eyes blow wide. He spots the tune immediately. That infamous flute from the Dragon Tamer. But he snaps the truth fast. It doesn't call dragons. It summons something far, far worse. Kurt, totally clueless to the truth, scoffs from a distance at their confusion, and then he smirks. You're wrong. The dragons are going to rip you to shreds. A roiling dark cloud swells on the horizon and barrels straight toward them. Kurt's men snap their heads up in pure terror. Those aren't dragons. Kurt's so hooked on winning that he tunes everyone out while they shout at him to stop playing. He refuses to listen. Armstrong slams a raging, impenetrable magic barrier around the whole party the instant they need it. That swarm isn't some beastpack at all. It's a boiling wall of black smoke, pure malice given shape. Kurtz's followers start to crumble in terror, shouting for him to stop as the haze swallows the distance. They get swallowed by the dark, and their screams tear through the forest like lightning. Kurt just stares them down and spits. Cowards, like it's a verdict. Huddled behind the barrier, Wendelin watches the nightmare play out, and he realizes the followers' bodies are showing the black smoke's true brutal horror. Kirk and Kurt are still in the game, and with sheer numbers, they're convinced they're about to crush Wendelin. He didn't even realize he was feeding the cost to his own men. The cloaked figures start to crumble, shattering into dust right before their eyes. Their bodies buckled and twisted as they morphed into grotesque, zombie-like beasts, groaning and clawing for meat. Their humanity crumbles as screams rip through the air like a living nightmare. Only then, Kurt's blood turns to ice. He yanks at his flute, but it won't come loose. It's fused to him. Then it hits him like a nightmare. He's been tricked. Once the game starts, there's no walking away. Rage explodes from his throat as he screams, cursing the nobles from the capital, and his dream of power crumbles to ash. Despair crushes him, and he snaps into a final, spy-driven move. So, yeah, if that's the plan, let's go and take out even more. Inside the barrier, Armstrong stays cool as ice and lays it all out. Those swirling black smoke clouds aren't a monster at all. They're pure grudges taking form. Forget the Dragon Tamer's flute. This is the flute of grudges, a cursed relic built for revenge. So it siphons the hatred floating in the air and forces the player to rise as an undead monster, hunting their target like a nightmare given flesh. Armstrong lets out a chilling laugh, and everyone can't stand Baron Ballmeister. The whole crew finally gets it. This curse won't quit until they smash the magic item itself, not the guy wielding it. The air turns venomous with pure malice. One breath and any normal person drops dead. But this barrier is the only thing standing between them and certain death. When Dylan drops the grim truth, Kurt and every one of his followers are already dead. That flute won't stop until it finally wipes Wendelin out. Brandhart jabs a finger at the black smoke vortex twisting in the air, because as the one who controls the grudges, the power is already flipping him into an undead. From the dust and creeping shadows, a monstrous form starts to take shape. Kurt's followers got zombified first, then their hatred swallowed Kurt whole, turning him into the core of a brand new nightmare. A massive black giant. Then the brand new giant, an ugly, pure rage monster, snaps into motion and immediately charges straight for their position. It slams its fists into the magic barrier over and over, but that shield just won't budge. As the tension keeps exploding, Armstrong steps right up. All right, it's my turn. Back off, let me handle this. He snaps. He lifts his hand and snaps a personal magic barrier into place, blocking the giant's crushing strikes with terrifying ease. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a raging torrent of fire, and with my pillar of flame, you'll be burned to ashes, shattered into nothing. The party stares in stunned silence as the black giant gets swallowed by a blazing holy inferno. But that raises a brutal question. If it's some undead with a grudge, why aren't they blasting it with holy magic to purify it? Brantart finally snaps the pieces together. Armstrong isn't chasing the giant at all. He's digging straight for Kurt's soul, right down at the core. That hatred is so thick it could choke the sky burning in hell's flames. And still, the giant's furious march toward Wendlin won't let it die. Deep in the inferno, Kurt's wraith refuses to die hollow. White eyes blazing, and that cursed flute still clamped to his lips. The fight rages on. Kurt's leftover hatred has crawled into the shape of a monstrous, shadowy giant, and it hammers the party's defenses over and over without mercy. Wendling snarls through clenched teeth as their magic barrier fractures under the brutal weight of the assault. With all their power pushing at once, the barrier is barely clinging on and the malevolence is leaking through, sending icy dread straight into their bones. This thing is zeroing in on him, just him. Gwendolyn realizes a defense is a dead end, snaps to Elise, and begs for her power and her help. Because if they want even a shot at pulling this off, it has to be together. They've got to strike first, but they'll need a little time to stack up enough magic to land a final game-ending hit. He decides to pull the same insanely concentrated holy magic they used in the Enchanted Forest only. Now he has to buy himself enough time to set it up. While Elise piles up a mountain of holy energy, Wenblin rockets into the air and zips around the giant like a non-stop, annoying fly. His plan is simple. Move faster than it can track and unpredictable enough to shove into its blind rage, so the monster locks onto him while the others stay back in safety, watching from a safe distance. But the party realizes the nightmare fast. The creature is pure smoke and malice, and every attack just makes it snap right back together in seconds. And everyone knows the truth. Wendelin can't cast a single holy spell himself. He's only there to draw attention. Right when the tension hits a breaking point, Alice's voice slices through the mayhem. Her magic power is fully restored. With eyes blazing, she thrusts the condensed sphere of holy power straight into Wendelin's hands. He swoops in, clutching the sphere, and blasts the deadly, high-concentration purification spell straight into the monster's core. As soon as it hits, everything erupts. One blinding flash, the creature shrieks in terror, and its shadowy body starts to dissolve under a surge of holy power. It's working. Watch the monster vanish right before your eyes. But just when the celebration hits its peak, everything gets cut short. The instant the light dies out, all those scattered sparks of grudges and smoke start snapping together into something whole. In the blink of an eye, the monster is fully restored, like that brutal attack was just a tiny scratch. Darbus lays it bare. As long as the grudges that fuel it are still alive, it can't be truly erased, because the whole thing is doomed to grind on in a never-ending fight of attrition. And to make it worse, Elise has burned through almost all her magic in that one giant blast. Now they're left with nothing, because without her, they've officially lost their only shot at stopping that immortal menace. With their ace in the hole wiped out, Wendelin rockets back to the crew. Now it's time to huddle up and plot their next move. While they're locked in a heated debate, Dorbus's master cuts in calm, unstoppable, and 100% sure, saying the solution is simple. Everyone whips around to stare, and with a dramatic pose, he declares, "All right, time to unleash holy magic." The whole party goes dead silent, like everyone just got hit by a brick of shock. And right when hope flares up, it gets snuffed out as he rubs the back of his neck and admits it, he can't actually use it. He only tried once in his entire life, and it totally failed. Erwin can't even process. He's trying to swing this brand new magic at a monster this terrifying, and it feels like suicide. He proposes a retreat, but the moment the words hit the air, someone shuts it down. No hesitation. If this rage-filled manifestation gets loose, it'll crash into every corner of the Baumeister domain and tear the whole place apart. Criticism bounced off Dorbus like nothing, because rage sparks were already lighting his eyes. This was his moment, the perfect opening to finally master holy magic. He rips out a spellbook on the spot, the Holy Magic Color Guide for Beginners written by his old master Alfred, and swears it's so simple even a newbie can grasp it. Armed with this fresh, book-learned confidence, he rockets straight at the monster alone. He drifts right up to the giant, sucks in a deep breath, and locks in his energy with total focus. He japs his hands forward, pouring every ounce of his power into that spell. A tiny, pathetic little spark of light bursts out of his hand. It drifts right up to the monster and then fizzles out harmlessly across its chest. Right there on the ground, the whole party goes stone still with pure secondhand embarrassment, and when someone finally demands a comment, Wendell smartly shuts his mouth and says nothing. Still, Dorbus refuses to lose hope. He swears that this monster is weaker than it was 20 years ago, and that this is their golden opening. His fresh attempts still clawed out the same sad, feeble sparks of light. Wendelin's watching this comedy of chaos when a bolt of realization hits. He snaps at his master, warning him that his real fighting style is hand-to-hand, not long-range magic. He tells Darba to ditch the holy magic shots and instead fuse it right into his own body. And the master's eyes blaze, because it's a brilliant idea. Dorbiz starts pumping holy energy straight into his body, and a blinding aura erupts around him as overwhelming power blasts off his skin. With the battle cry tearing through the air, he rockets forward, poised to land the first devastating blow. But instead of punching or kicking, he pulls off a move so wild it'll make your jaw drop. He rockets straight into the monster and clamps onto it with a fierce hug. Everyone's horrified touch, a manifested grudge, and you're supposed to die. But it's working anyway. The monster shrieks in agony as Dorboss wholly purges it from the inside out. He grabs the opening, screams at the others to go all out, and their combo of magic crashes into the already battered creature. As the dust finally settles, one thing smolders on the scorched ground, a cruel flute of grudges, cracked and shattered. The fight's finally over, like, for real this time. Dorboss throws his head up and confirms it. Yeah, the magic item actually dropped. But just as he says it, the last wisp of Kurt's grudge slips out of the flute and streaks toward the horizon. Wendelin blurts out what they should do, but Darba just shrugs it off. There's barely anything they can do for a leftover remnant like that, so they'll have to drag it to the church and report it. And just like that, the brutal, exhausting ordeal with Kurt finally grinds to a stop. After the chaos finally dies down, the party huddles up and chews over the official report. Kurt set Baron Rockner loose to assassinate him, but the plot crashed hard and the attempt got stopped. Now they rush to spill every single detail to Arderdano. Wendelin even spots the wisp of Kurt's grudge already streaking toward the royal capital. Brantark instantly clocks the danger and eagerly vows to blast a magical message to both General Hohenheim and the king himself. Once the urgent mess was finally dealt with, they rushed to the Baumeister family home to deliver the news face to face. Arthur Baumeister, their father, slumps under the weight of his elder son's death and lets out a heavy sigh. That stupid son, he spits, hiding his face in his hands. He can't stop mourning Kurt's pride because it's the very thing that sealed his fate. He tells you the royal family's punishment was set in stone long before no one was changing it. And according to the official word, Kurt and his crew were the only criminals behind it all. True to their deal, Archer stepped down to retire, and Hermann surged in as the new head of the family. As for Kurt's punishment, the kingdom swept up most of his family's undeveloped lands and wasted no time handing them over to Wendland. The king even has a long game Semtricators planning to upgrade Hermann's title to a baronet one day, locking the family's status in place for good. It was the whole bigger political chess move, one savage play to control everything, claiming that undeveloped land now officially Wendelin's felt like conquering his destiny. Wendland's got the development money lined up, and that's what makes his move so bold. He's set to hang up the adventuring gig around 30, then finally buckle down and run his domain the right way. That's a rock-solid life plan, straight up, unshakable. But Brantark drops yet another bombshell, clearing the underground ruins, crushing a corrupted duke. And now the Wendelin's rank is getting bumped up twice, because he's about to be made an earl. The whole room goes dead quiet as the shock of this promotion lands like a heavy punch. At the meeting, Wendelin whips around and faces Klaus, his old mentor from back in the village. Are you really satisfied with how this ends? He demands. Klaus snaps his head side. This isn't about satisfaction. He doesn't care about that at all. He's dead set on one thing. Kurt can't be the next head of the family. Because he wants a different son to inherit. Arthur snaps that no matter what, he and Klaus end up exactly the same. And now those sons who despised each other, they're both gone. This leaves Arthur reeling. He's sure his other sons were happy with the choice. So he slams the brakes on the drama and vehemently denies there's any conflict between them. Archer leans in and fires the question at Wendelin. What did Klaus tell you? Dylan just shrugs it off and says reality is all about how you choose to see it. Seeing the rift tear them apart, Klaus steps in and dares to speak the absolute truth about what really happened all those years ago. Archer clenches his jaw, braces for impact, and agrees, no hesitation. Klaus drops a painful secret back. Then his son Gordon and the wealthy farmer Sunheim were so close they might as well have been brothers. But Hain's greed exploded. He craved the village headman title for himself. Klaus stumbled on it by accident. He overheard the two going at each other viciously out in the woods. Trying to patch up their friendship, he dragged them out hunting then. Highness snapped and tried to kill Gordon, pretending it was just an accident. The struggle sent both of them tumbling off a cliff, and they died. Wendelin finally snaps the question everyone's been avoiding. Why did Klaus marry his own daughter-in-law, Layla? Klaus admits that with Hein and Gordon gone, the other villagers were already lining up their sons to claim control. Marrying her was the only move that kept the peace from cracking apart into open war. He took her hand himself, and with that choice he steadied the whole village and kept her safe. And that's the real truth, straight from him. Later on, Wendelin spots Emilie Kurt's widow and rushes over to spill the whole situation. She finally grasps just how dark her husband's sins really are, and she willingly shuts herself away from the world. She only cares about her kid's future, and Wendelin swears he'll do everything he can to help them so. When the worry finally breaks, she's overwhelmed with relief and thanks him through tears. Now we just have to sit tight and wait for the royal family's final verdict. It's done. But what happened is going to echo through their lives for years, hitting them long after the dust settles. After that brutal fight with his brother Kurt, Wendelin and his crew finally slid into an easy, steady groove, while Armstrong, the ultimate show-off, threw himself into mastering his brand-new, fully magic powers. Wendell splits his life between two worlds. One day he's out adventuring through crumbling ruins and clawing his way through monsters, and the next he's sitting on the throne, plotting how to build up his new domain. For one sweet heartbeat, it looked like he might finally live wide and free. Then the second he stepped back onto his estate, that dream snapped to pieces. And his friends were there, waiting with grim, tense faces that said trouble was already here. Before he could even open his mouth, the words hit like a savage punch to the gut. And whatever came next was nothing but disaster. In the royal capital, a horrifying massacre tore through the streets. The horror wasn't something he could have ever dreamed of. Kurt's final grudge didn't fade. It rotted and spread. And in just 2 days, it stormed into the capital as a monstrous phantom made of pure hatred. Then it swept down on the noble party, slaughtering over 80 people and ripping their bodies into mindless zombies. The crew finally drops into their seats, trying to swallow the gut punch of that horrifying news. Because the target wasn't random at all. It was Baron Ruckner's brother. Elise lays out the grim truth: this thing carries Kurt's personality and consciousness, then hunted down the one man he despised most, the puppet master who ruined him, and unleashed its revenge. She adds that the zombies she spawns don't just wander, they track sound and scent, snapping at anything like their hunger will never end. Kurt's grudge ran way deeper than they ever could have imagined. But this wasn't some spooky little haunting. It was a surgeon's purge, a targeted massacre that wiped out an entire faction of nobles tied to Baron Ruckner in one single night. Political chaos hits. Instantly 13 top officials vanish overnight, and the capital's entire financial world erupts into total disaster. Wendelin gets it instantly. This is a power vacuum, and every greedy noble is going to scramble, clawing to seize it for themselves. But politics doesn't even register. Ice-cold dread surges through him when he thinks about his sister-in-law, Amelie, and her kids. He'd planned for them to lay low in the capital, then one day calmly inherit the old family lands. But now that their father caused this royal catastrophe, the whole court is turning on them, and they're about to become the main targets. No choice remained. He had to ride straight to the capital himself. Wendelin and Armstrong didn't waste a second. They snapped through space and teleported straight into the kingdom's heart to link up with their allies. First, they lock in Cardinal Hohenheim's support, and he pledges his full power to help them. Next up is General Edgar. He's in on the help too, but he can't resist teasing Wendelin, reminding him, with a smug grin, that he still has to marry his adopted daughter, Wilma. Even when everything hits the fan, one thing stays the same. Next, they're headed to the finance minister's estate, and what they find there turns into a full-blown circus. A massive crowd of nobles is packed together, shamelessly clawing at the titles and lands left behind by the dead. It's a vile move of opportunism, one that still lands exactly how Wendell didn't see coming. When a guard tries to stop them, they drop a quick word about their ties to the Duke and the Baron, and the guy instantly folds, bowing and scrambling to usher them inside. Inside, they spot Finance Minister Ruckner, eyes hollow, shoulders sagging like the crisis has crushed every ounce of sleep out of him. They waste no time. Kurt is the one behind the massacre, and now they have to find a way to stop it. But then the minister drops a jaw-dropping twist, and suddenly the real nightmare hits even harder. That disaster? Broderick is the reason. Turns out Ruckner was the one who fed Kurt that magic item for the assassination attempt. Now Roderick, the ultimate opportunist, is cashing in that secret, blackmailing him for power and influence. Wenland can't believe the nerve. This guy helped plot his attempted murder, and now he's strutting around like nothing ever happened. The minister's trapped, crushed from every direction, even the king pointing the blame so he can only see one escape route. With a cold, ruthless move, he wiped out the dead Baron Rucker's whole family line and publicly cut every single tie because he needed to save his own skin. The very next day, the king's verdict hits like lightning inside the royal palace. Baron Ruckner's whole family is branded as accomplices, and their property gets seized for good. Right after the announcement, Wendelin is greeted by his brothers Eric and Helmut, who rush in with their heartfelt condolences over the entire nightmare. Then bam, all three of them get dragged up before the king. In a jaw-dropping twist, the king slams Eric and Helmut with brand new baronet titles, praising their loyal, steady service. Then he whips around to face Wendelin right there. The king takes the undeveloped Baumeister lands away from the now-gone knightly house and hands the entire estate to Wendelin. And just like that, the land comes with a brand new title, Earl Baumeister. Outside the audience chamber, Armstrong can't believe his brothers just got promoted out of nowhere. Eric, sharp as ever, snaps it all into place. This is inconvenience compensation, a royal apology for the mess their family name caused, and a political chess move to lock them in behind the new Earl. Armstrong slams a clap on Wendellin's back, reminding him that being an Earl isn't just a title, it's a whole new level of responsibility. But Wendelin just grins, like he's already sorted every boring formality out, and he knows exactly who to dump the admin chaos on, because Roderick is about to get slammed with work nonstop. With the capital finally calmed and the political chaos settled, Wendelin wastes no time. He rushes his focus back to home. The real dream he's chased from the start is about to ignite. He's finally ready to carve out his own massive territory. Now he's Earlbaum, Eyster Lord of more than half the land stretched south of the Liege mountain range. Church, along with his brothers Herman and Paul, now swear allegiance as barons beneath him, serving as his vassals. A tense final family meeting snaps shut the last loose ends once and for all. Amali proudly declares that she'll pack up herself and her kids to move into Paul's brand new domain, along with Wendelin's parents too. And it's a smart move, because it gives the children room to grow in peace, far from the capital's suffocating shadow. Paul's practical father steps in and helps him run his new lands, using every ounce of hard-earned experience. The other men tied up in Kurt's plot? Their families don't even know what's happening. Still, they'll be uprooted too, because Kurt wants to stop prejudice before it ever starts. Wendelin hands him over to Paul, and he grabs that new duty with iron resolve. A few days later, Wendelin proves an Earl's true weight. Paul, now stuck in his brand new, empty domain, rips through the air with his magic and snaps an entire village into place in a blinding flash, leaving everyone frozen and speechless. Staring out over the lush wetlands, his thoughts were already sprinting ahead, mapping out exactly how he'd turn it into something new. Then comes the toughest gut punch goodbye. On moving day, Wendelin watches Amelie and her kids off as they leave. As the moment breaks, she thanks him, right there in front of the new Earl, the Dragon Slayer, and the air turns heavy, packed with everything nobody dares to say. He can feel it. Those kids look at him like he's the monster who ended their father's life. Amali swears that once they're old enough to finally understand, she'll spill the whole truth, no secrets left behind. With a soft, "see you later," the wagon rumbles off into the distance, hauling away the last scraps of his old life. As they vanish into the distance, a crushing sense of this is the end slams into Wendelin. That family drama, those betrayals, dual biome Aether domain. Building a brand new domain from absolute zero is a mountain of work, and right out of the gate, they hit a question so simple it's terrifying. Where do they even start? Honestly, our hero looks totally lost, because that map they're using is just a rough sketch he made himself, and you can hear the panic in his voice as he admits it. Now it's a full-on race against the clock, and they're navigating blind. But his ever-on-it retainer, Rurik, isn't worried about maps at all. Straight up says it's time to head out and pick the headquarters site in person. Vel is left totally stunned, and Radarich just grins like he already has it all handled because he's done the legwork. He's already cut the hunt down to just 356 possible locations. Vel's base drops good. That wasn't a big answer at all. Roderick's voice turns ice cold, dead set on this. Picking a headquarters isn't just a today decision. It rings out for generations, and one wrong move can crush their descendants for centuries. Once Vel sees the logic, he's in, so he asks the real question. How could they possibly hit all those places? Roderick grins and says, easy. With Vel's teleportation magic, we'll inspect every single site in one day. Suddenly, Roderick's power blasts through the roof. He lunges straight into Vel's space and roars about the king's observation, yelling that they need to hurry, while Vel just wants him to back off. The rest of the party cracks up at the whole mess while Erwin openly laughs at Vel's suffering. But his happiness lasts about a heartbeat. Roderick jabs a finger at him and snaps that as my lord's bodyguard. He's awake now, and there's zero room to argue. With the girls sending them off with heartfelt wishes and promises that everything would be handled back home, the boys kick off their epic grand tour. Brace yourself, next comes a brutal head-spinning teleportation montage that'll fry your brain. They bounce from spot to spot, Roderick scrutinizing every last detail like it's life or death. Then they hit this ground, and the soil is downright awful. The ground feels like concrete, the elevation's all wrong, and the water source is miles away. The hours smear together as he keeps leaping from site to site, then slamming the door shut on every single one. After chewing through all 356 candidate sites, I finally slammed the final door. It's over. Roderick practically sparkles with joy, thrilled they nailed it in one day exactly like they planned. Vel is utterly wiped out. His magic is tapped dry, and all he can think about is crashing into bed and passing out. And the next morning, while everyone's still crawling out of bed with exhaustion, Roderick barges into the room like he just woke up from a nap, all bright-eyed, and announces he's made up his mind. He lays out his reasoning, says he even eyed a coastal spot for trade, then shuts it down because the enchanted forest right next door would choke off any future expansion. Instead, he jabs a finger at a spot dead center in the undeveloped grasslands. It's got solid, flat ground right the way it needs to be, perfect for a sprawling city to spread out and thrive. When Ina asks how they'll get there, Wilma nails the answer: those magical airships are the ones they'll uncover inside the ancient ruins. Roderick's already struck a deal with a royal family to run regular flights to this brand new land, so everyone's left completely stunned. With the scene locked in, Wilma fires off one more crucial thought: this town needs a name. And it needs one now. Vale immediately freezes solid. He's awful at this kind of thing. And he blurts out a few shaky ideas before just giving up completely. Roderick jumps in with a safe, classic pick Ballberg, and everyone nods because they'd rather play it safe than get trapped debating naming conventions. Next, it's go time. Roderick calls it out and says they'll have to build a security squad plus an advanced construction crew. And he makes it clear, it's on them. Roderick points out that Vel is the only one who can teleport them, so they can't jump in. Yet they've got to start small with a group he can actually handle. The very next day, they're standing right in the heart of the land they pick, surrounded by nothing but an endless ocean of grass. Roderick, the ultimate showman, steps up and delivers a massive, dramatic speech kicking off the Baumeister family's mind-boggling 10,000-year reign. He kicked things off by building a massive mansion-turned-government HQ right in the heart of the future city, so it could stand as both an office and a fortress. There's one problem, and it's the grass. Roderick flashes a grin and jabs his finger at Vel, right? Then we knew we had to bring Milord. With a heavy sigh, Vel dives into work and unleashes his windcutter magic, blasting through acres of land in seconds. Its backbreaking labor and magic laughs in its face, making it look easy. While he's out doing the landscaping, the girls turn into pest control badasses, driving off Wolfpack's wolves that they'll end up using as their very food supply. Meanwhile, Roderick storms around like a hyper-intense tennis coach, screaming encouragement at them nonstop. Their very first symbolic move? They slam one stake into the ground to kick off the whole construction, then everyone erupts in applause, and Roderick is so overwhelmed he's nearly in tears. Vel's running on pure exhaustion right now. He's completely worn out. That night, he finally catches his breath, Jin resting on Alace's lap. Like the world goes quiet for the first time, and it feels absolutely perfect. Everyone in the party is wiped out from the non-stop hunting and grind, everyone except Roderick, still grinding through an all-nighter, buried up to his eyes in paperwork. Bell has to swallow his pride. Turns out the guy he once labeled a total weirdo is an unbelievably skilled, hard-working machine. This brutal grind drags on for days, and Roderick's logic never falters. The more land Vel levels before the construction crew even shows up, the smoother everything runs. The party storms the area to hunt monsters and clear the danger, only for the wildlife to come at them non-stop. They fend off the wolves. And when a rampaging horde of bears crashes in, Wilma doesn't even flinch. She drives a savage kick straight into them to protect their new home and lock down ingredients for that stew. 5 days of non-stop labor finally crush her, and Louise admits it. She's okay, but Velzai looks completely dead. He slips into his entrance and, like a machine, starts clearing the land on autopilot. But all that hard work paid off big time, smashing their schedule down fast. Then, right in the sky, a breathtaking masterpiece comes into view. A crackling magic airship drops from the sky, blasting the first wave of workers, surveyors, and security forces into action. The lead worker stands there, stunned. Those planes glide so flawlessly, it feels like only real magic could pull it off. Bell's instantly overwhelmed with relief. Tears stream down his face as he welcomes them, and you can tell it hits him. He's finally free. Right as he greets the newcomers, his eyes lock on a familiar face: Tristan, General Edgar's son, now technically his step-sibling. Roderick leans in and admits he pulled strings, stacking the security team with the sons of military nobles, all thanks to his insane web of connections. Roderick jumps in at once, grabs control, and steamrolls the chaos with pure, master-level efficiency. As Vel watched him grind, a wave of responsibility crashed over him. If Roderick was pushing this hard for his sake, there was no way Vel could ever slack off. At the very first security meeting, Vel lays down an epic master plan that leaves everyone staring. First things first, build at least 10 airship ports, no excuses. The kingdom will hand over the ships. The Baumeister family will buy them, and retired veterans will step in and crew them up. The ultimate dream is to run an entire fleet on their own, fully independent, no strings attached. Roderick slams road construction onto the top of his urgent task list. Vel finally realizes this isn't just about raising a city. Every airship they build, every road they carve, they're planting the roots of a whole nation. Over breakfast, The whole crew huddles up and grills out the day's plans, and Vel drops the bomb that he's heading for the enchanted forest, straight up classic adventurer vibes. He's grinning. Sure, but there's a snag in his eyes like he doesn't really want to do this. And honestly, it's been ages since he stepped into anything connected to the Adventurers Guild. But Roderick snaps in immediately. This isn't some game. It's serious work. The kind that's building Ballberg. Elise leans in and gently reminds him that from now on, this is his duty as the head of the Meister family. Then the crushing weight of responsibility sinks in, and all he can do is sigh and agree. With a blinding flash, Roderick rips them through space and dumps them onto a brutal, wild mountain range. He lays out the plan to save them time and money on the giant project, then orders Vel to handle the raw materials himself, top-notch stone from the mountains and tough timber pulled straight from the forest. Roderick scrambles for a cover story, claiming all that brutal manual labor will somehow jack Vel's adventurer rating higher. Vel isn't buying any of it for a second. This isn't even remotely adventurous, he deadpans. Roderick, trapped by his own flimsy excuses, finally throws up the real truth: no materials means no construction. Yeah, there's no arguing with that. Kel lets out a tired sigh and mutters, "All right, I'll do it." Vel takes a deep breath, then rips his mana loose like a thunderbolt. He lifts a hand, and a blade of pure wind, his wind cutter, spell slashes straight into the mountainside, ripping out huge slabs of rock. With a sharp flick of his hand, he carves the raw stone with a water cutter, slicing it into perfectly even blocks, ready to be stacked for construction. Then he whips around toward the forest and, with the very same razor-precise magic, he drops tree after tree. He ripped their branches off and ground them into perfect timber in seconds. The nearby workers can only gape in shock, because this dragon slayer is carving stone and hauling lumber at a rate that makes zero sense. And just as they start gushing praise for his building skills, Vel feels a sickening drop in his gut. This is not what he asked for. He wants glory as an adventurer, not to be treated like some one-man quarry and lumber mill. He grinds through the whole day in the same relentless loop, cutting, shaping, churning out resources by the mountain until the sun finally crashes out of the sky. That evening at the mansion, the whole place was buzzing with celebration. The rest of the party is throwing an all-out celebration in the forest, stuffing themselves on their hunt, bragging through wide smiles about their adventures, savoring every prey they caught and every valuable herb they dug up, and still buzzing from the rush of battling monsters. The sky couldn't have been more perfect, like the world itself was begging an adventuring party to go out and chase something legendary. And there's Vel, slumped over the table, a dark cloud rolling over him as he listens to their wild stories and bright excitement. And when they finally press him for how his day went, he mutters that he snagged a few materials too. Materials? They blurt out, totally baffled. First, he lays it all out: stone and timber piled high, tons of it. The table hits a stunned silence for half a second, then Erwin explodes out of it. That's unreal, Wendell and Sama. But come on, that's not exactly an adventurer's achievement, is it? Right when Vel's hope is about to crash to rock bottom, Elise cuts in with pure awe in her voice. I know it's amazing, but don't you get it? Look at the scale of this, building cities and roads out in a deserted land. And she's the only one who really understands. She tells them that hauling that much material would normally take years, then it hits the others, one stunned realization at a time. Because she grew up watching people pour their hearts into building churches, she instantly knows just how mind-blowing Vel's feat really is. Her words hit like a healing balm once Vel feels seen. A grin snaps onto his face, and his energy comes roaring back. Yeah, I will. Elise really is an angel. That next day hits, and it's even less glamorous than before. Roderick snaps his orders. Get to it. Dig the holes. Vel gets dumped with the job of digging up the foundation for the new mansions, and when he stares at the marked-out plots, they slam him with a flashback to the ancient ruins he used to see in textbooks from his old world. And an hour later, those tiny markings we made have exploded into massive, perfectly dug foundations. The workers are stunned. This job took one of their fathers 2 years to finish for just one mansion, and now they've veiled several in a single hour. But there's zero time to celebrate. Roderick scoops up the drain bling bell and hauls him straight into the next mission. Vil can't believe it. This project is roaring now, and he realizes he's become the magic team's construction tool. While Vil takes on the brutal heavy lifting, everyone else dives into their jobs. Elise and Ina slam together a first aid station and handle the documentation. Roderick runs the whole operation, calling the shots at every site, haggling with merchants, and shutting down worker complaints like it's all part of his plan. While Eru, Louise, and Wilma drive the security teams, they hunt down the wild animals that crash onto the site, forcing everyone to tighten up their defenses with moats and mounds. Next on Roderick's hit list, Roadse orders a veil to carve wide main roads that blast outward from the heart of the central construction site. To stop any future disasters, they're starting big, really big, by making them oversized from the get-go. Vel turns into a human road paver, slamming the ground with stone blocks like giant hammers, using his magic to crush and compact the earth. He levels the ground, carves drainage ditches along the sides, and finishes every last prep job in a blink. His magic just snaps into place like the world's heaviest machinery, only better, and without a single wrench. The whole operation is racing forward at a jaw-dropping speed. With all these fresh workers on a job, Roderick realizes they can't afford a shaky water supply. For Vel, that's a joke. He taps the earth and drills a deep well in one single spell. Ina can't help but stare in disbelief. She knows firsthand how brutally hard it is to break through deep bedrock. Realizing they're months, hell, maybe years ahead of schedule, Roderick practically bursts with excitement and yanks out the clipboard like, "All right, we're pushing the second construction plan forward too." Vel freezes in pure horror. He's trapped. And the scarier part is this. The more efficient he tries to be, the more work he summons for himself, until it's like he's clawing out his own grave. Later on, Vel finds himself parked inside Roderick's office, voice tight with worry. Those workers are still stuck in tents, and he knows their drive will crash the second their basic needs are ignored. Roderick, pure strategist, leans in and tells him, "Don't worry, my plan is already rolling." He pitches a trip to the royal capital for everyone because they've earned a real break. After weeks of dust and grind, the party finally rolls into the capital. And it's pure relief to see it gleaming in front of them. They dive headfirst into the city's best treats, stuffing themselves with fancy desserts at a cafe. But Erwin knows this vacation trip is hiding something way bigger than rest and sunshine. Will snaps his suspicion into place, saying they're here to find the one person who can finally help crack their housing crisis. Right then, a flashy figureway, two familiar bursts in, blaring loud congratulations to Vel for his promotion to Earl, and it's none other than Baron Lingenham, the same guy who sold them that busted property back then. Its guard snaps up immediately. Lingenham drags them over to a row of used houses, then hypes them up as the perfect cheap escape. Just slap on some quick refurb, and they're good to go. But then it hits him an even better plan. He drags them into the suburbs, and just like that, a gigantic new housing development explodes onto the scene. He explains these are spec homes built by carpenters who can't even afford to live in them. Then Baron Rembrandt's crew scoops them up in bulk and hauls them wherever they need to go. It's a genius scheme, housing Baleberg in the process while pumping the capital's economy full of life. But wait, Louise just nailed it. If robots can infiltrate normal places, what about government offices and military bases? Lingenham grins like it's all going to be fine. He drags them into a lavish mansion, and the place is dead silent, empty as a tomb. The last owner went bust, so now they're dumping the place at just the land's price, because the building might as well be free. It's a total win-win, and Vel can't stop herself from being impressed, even though getting swindled by this guy is still burned into her memories. Lingenham proudly brags that he learned his high-turnover business playbook straight from Vel himself. The tour isn't over yet. Far off, a palace-like building towers in the distance, waiting for them. Right when they draw near, General Edgar steps out and greets them. He leans in and tells you the building isn't just for show, it's a full-on recreational facility for the royal military. The whole party freezes in shock. How in the world does the military pull off this kind of luxury when their budget is razor thin? With a weary sigh, the general finally cracks and admits it was a total vanity disaster foisted on him by his predecessors. The fees were so brutal that nobody dared touch it, and now it just keeps siphoning their money dry. The military scrambles to dump it fast before it blows up into a full-on public scandal. Lingenham, the king of opportunists, sniffed out that white elephant and seized the moment to strike a deal. He marches into General Edgar's office and sells the plan as the perfect fix for everyone. The desperate general can't stand being stuck in that building for a second longer, so he immediately agrees to sell. And just like that, Lanham's sturdy schemes claw Vel into yet another massive facility for his new territory. Once their real estate shopping spree wrapped up, they ship those brand new houses and towering buildings straight to Baleberg, and in no time, barren ground exploded into a booming city. All right, buckle up. Let's jump into the next chapter of Vel's wild ride. After that brutal fight to grab his new domain, you'd think he'd finally get to breathe. But nah, being a noble, especially a brand new earl with a giant, totally unfinished territory, means the grind just started. Roderick, his loyal retainer, lays it all out. Earl Ballmeister's land is massive, and to make it prosper, they've got to build everything from scratch. We're laying down transportation routes to haul crops, carving water channels to keep farms alive, and popping up brand new towns and villages, because the checklist never ever ends. Staring at the map, he could see it, an insanely bold plan, a brand new southern port, salt and sugarcane businesses to light up the economy, and even new mines to pull out the resources. Bell isn't just drawing plans. He's the chief architect driving this whole nation-building project. Roderick Assure adjusted Vel's schedule so it feels doable. But that wry smile on Bell's face says the real story. He already knows exactly what's about to hit. And just like that, right in the next heartbeat, Roderick is on his knees, pouring out apologies like his life depends on it. The schedule is straight up brutal, and he's already driven Vel to the edge of magical exhaustion. Vel, true form, shrugs it off and insists it's the perfect way to train hard and shove his limits to the edge. But Roderick sees straight through that brave act. He's got the real heart behind it, and he leans in, asking Vel what he's truly feeling under all this crushing pressure. And right then, Bel's face cracks into this massive, totally genuine grin like he can't stop smiling, and he straight up admits he's having a blast. Literally conjuring roads, towns, and ports from nothing with his own magic. Because honestly, that thrill is unreal. This isn't just another monster-bashing power fantasy, it's creation itself. And for Vel, that feeling hits like pure, electrifying satisfaction. After a brutal day, they throw in the towel and call it a night. Before he finally lets himself rest, Vel takes a breath and reaches out to his fiancée back home. One after another, they pop up in his communication crystal, each dragging their own worries with them. Elise, the graceful one, leans in and asks, "So, are you really okay?" But Louis and Inna go straight for it, telling him to stay warm. And even more, don't flirt with other girls. So Vel just cracks up and reminds him, "Hey, this is an all-male construction site. And yeah, Wilma's got one goal burning in her chest." She makes him swear he'll come with her when he gets back. Seeing them hits Vel like a spark. Suddenly he's back to his roots, because deep down, he's still that restless adventurer. He weaves through a loud pop-up market built just for the workers. While the air reeks of sizzling grilled food, he snatched up grilled tripe skewers and a huge mug of beer, savoring every bite like it was pure comfort after a brutal day. Just for a moment. He wasn't an earl. He was simply a man, finally letting himself breathe. While he's kicking back with his retainers, talk turns to marriage. Then one of them mentions that Vel, with his 4 fiancées, is stepping right into his father's footsteps. Now everyone else starts panicking about their own futures, about their lord's retainers, and about the marriages they have to make to keep their family lines alive. In this world, it hits hard. Vel never really thought about it until this exact moment. For guys like Tristan, the 4th son of a mistress, a good marriage isn't about romance at all. It's their lifeline for political power and social survival. That yanks a memory out of Vel right, then he brings up marriage and pulls free a pouch. The finance minister Ruckner handed him, but he thrusts it into Roderick's hands and Roderick just stares, utterly lost. In our marriage interview photo set, there's this massive stack of them just piled up. Roderick somehow, overnight, went from nobody to the kingdom's most eligible bachelor, and now he's set to become the future governor of this brand new territory. He's drowning under the sheer mountain of candidates, and his brain can barely keep up. But when they start digging through the photos, one pic jumps out, and it's for all the worst reasons. Everyone's frozen solid when they spot the picture, because that tiny, tiny girl is the finance minister's own granddaughter, and she's only 8 years old. Ruckner's political chess moves snap into focus in a way that's almost nauseating. This is a calculated play to claw back his family's barony and bind his bloodline straight to the rising might of House Baumeister. For Roderick, this is political checkmate, no escape, no leverage. He's forced to swallow the deal, even with that brutal 15-year age gap staring him in the face. And Vel can only shake his head, because the tangled, often ridiculous power games of the nobility are still something he can't wrap his mind around. A few days later, work takes center stage again. Vel heads to the coast and personally supervises the new port's construction. With sheer, overwhelming magic, he rips the seabed open and drags it back, carving deeper shipping lanes as Eru stands watch. An insane job, yet Vel makes it look like child's play. Meanwhile, Eru isn't just Vel's bodyguard, he's getting formal training from the royal military, locking in his special role as Vel's right-hand man and oldest friend. And that rare bond is exactly why Eru matters. Because as Roderick warns, a lord can vanish into isolation before anyone even notices. Finding a childhood friend, you can trust someone, you can be totally yourself with his pure gold. And you know it's true the moment one of the retainers jokes that bringing up friends is Vel's absolute sore spot, like it hits a nerve. Vel's mouth hits max volume, he explodes into this wild, yelling rant, and yeah, I get it, he's got no one in his corner except ERU. And that goofy outburst screams just how tight their bond really is. Later, Eru's offhand talk about wanting to fool around with women, right before he planned to settle down, lands him in serious trouble. In a blink, Vel's fiancé showed up out of nowhere, every face screaming straight-up menace. Ina snatches her spear and loudly declares herself the guardian of Vel's virtue, as Elise drops a sweet, bone-chilling reminder of all the responsibilities he can't afford to ignore. The message couldn't be clearer. Noble society might tolerate mistresses, but random flings are out of the question. So Iru is left sweating bullets, trapped in the middle of a tribunal of terrifying women. After all the brutal politics and non-stop work, Vel finally snags his long-awaited day. Off now, it's time to cash in his promise to Wilma and hunt through the enchanted forest. For once, he's not Earl Baumeister, the nation builder, he's Vel, the adventurer, living for the hunt and soaking up every wild moment with his party. The forest was a gold mine of rare monsters and loot, packed with cocoa beans. So Vel used her earth know-how to turn them into a luxury commodity, chocolate. As they push deeper into the woods, Belumbly leans in and warns Brantak not to set his hopes too high, because in his eyes, he's still nowhere near a mature adventurer. Then, right in the clearing, a voice slices through, dripping pure condescension. Era. Even the Dragon Slayer hero looks shocked by how humble he's being. Out of nowhere, a woman slips into view and her stealth is so flawless that even Vel never even senses her coming. She steps forward and declares, "I'm Katharina Linda von Weigel." And the moment the name lands, it sounds straight out of royalty. That formal cloak she wears, deep in the forest, screams her intentions clear as day. As Vale breaks it down, that kind of cloak screams high status, something you wear only for formal, top-tier occasions. Wearing that here isn't an accident. It's a deliberate punch to the gut. She's a fallen noble, and she's showing up to make sure everyone gets her message. Vel's alarm bells are blasting in his head. He knows this is trouble about to explode. Katharina snaps his own words right back at him, mocking the humble act like he's nothing but an immature adventurer. Brantak clocks it right away. She's throwing down the gauntlet, challenging him to see who's truly better. Vil steps in to calm everything down, arguing that the forest is huge and nobody needs to turn this into a competition. But she shut down any explanation. She wasn't interested in reason at all. She's got one mission burning in her chest, crystal clear Tim, and she'll prove it by crushing the legend himself, Earl Wendelin von Binnebaster, then using that win to claw her family's name back from the dust. That tension snaps. Velux meets his gaze dead on, and his patience is completely gone. "So you're telling me you want a real fight with me, huh?" Her smug grin tells him everything he needs. Then the hunt gets snatched out from under them. Right as we're setting the scene, a fresh challenger closes in on Wendelin. It's Katharina Linda van Weigel, all aristocratic pride, all fire in her eyes, and ready to strike first. She comes from a noble family that crumbled, and now she's hunting for a way to drag her house back from disgrace. So her move is simple. Beat Wendelin in a public match and earn the reputation that'll prove she still belongs. Wendelin, the ultimate pragmatist, snaps out a clean idea winner takes all with a whole day of hunting. Katharina nods with a sly grin. And then she slaps the rules down in front of him. They've got until sunset, and her magic reserves are way bigger than his. She's so sure she's basically telling him the truth he'll be out of magic long before she even starts to sweat. Wendelin just shoots her a look totally unbothered and fires back that if his magic is lower, then she's the one who should be terrified of falling behind. Just as they're about to start, a hulking armored man, probably Katharina's guardian, steps in, blocking the path and declaring that he won't let her go alone. Wendelin, craving a true fair fight, instantly agrees. No full party chaos, because that'd be overkill, but he can't hide that he's got a nagging fear. Rodrich, his own guardian, will blow up. Still, he's dead set on keeping this a clean one-on-one duel. Right when they're about to lay down the rules, the sky turns pitch black, and a colossal figure hammers into the world from above, shaking the ground with a thunderous crash. As the dust finally clears, everyone freezes. Then the girls blurt out startled cries that snap straight through the silence. That newcomer is a mountain of a man, with a wild mohawkie, barrels in and roars his intro like thunder. It's Christoph von Armstrong, the royal head court magician, and he's stepping in as the referee for this match. Katharina freezes on the spot because she just recognized the name of one of the kingdom's most terrifying mages. Armstrong shrugs off the question and lays it bare. He's here to make sure Earl Baumeister doesn't get blindsided, pure and simple, more high-level bodyguard than referee. Katharina insists that if she wins, she'll keep Wendelin safe, but Armstrong waves that off like it's nothing. Chillingly clear that he's only there as a precaution. He crosses his arms and couldn't care less about Wendell or whether he's safe, then no warning at all. Armstrong yanks a totally unsuspecting Wendelin by the back of his collar. "Let the gang in," he bellows, nearly flinging our hero straight into the jungle. Then Wendelin gets totally blindsided, yelping as the match kicks off with zero warning or ceremony. While Wendelin gets thrown into the chaos, his party barely even blinks because they're too busy with their own mission, hauling themselves to gather cocoa instead. Bell glances back with a downcast look, realizing they're way more pumped to make chocolate than to face that high-stakes duel. But his friends just grin and wave at him, swearing they'll guard the rest of the crew while he's gone. At least now he understands just how dangerous this really is. She snaps her gaze to Wendelin, eyes set and serious because she knows Katharina only shuts up once someone forces a real, face-to-face beatdown. No shortcuts, no escape. She takes his hands in hers and sends him off with a grin, swearing she believes in him. No doubts, not even once. With Wendelin's confidence sparked by her encouragement, she nods once and then rockets into the sky, ready to tear into the hunt, with a bubble of magic floating around him. Wendelin kicks off his search and right beside him, Armstrong's just casually munching like they're on a picnic. Wendelin doesn't waste a second. He spots his first target, snaps his windcutter spell loose, and drops the wild impala in an instant. He rips open his monster encyclopedia and checks the identity like it's life or death. A lightning-fast plan snaps into his mind. He's not just hunting, he's hunting smart, using the impala's blood as bait to lure in bigger, fiercer carnivores that pay way more. The plan hits and hits fast. One breath later, the air turns metallic with blood, and out of the deep jungle, a pack of saber tigers crashes into view. These aren't ordinary beasts. They were once shrugged off as mere legend, only ever spotted in dusty old picture books. But a recent hunt shattered the illusion these beasts were real, and their pelts sold for an insane fortune at auction. For Wenland, this isn't just hunting. It's a gold rush. With a savage burst, the tiger flung forward and its claws shot out. And Wenland doesn't even blink. He casually snaps up a magic barrier that slams the beast to a stop. Now the real hunt is on. He has to take them down fast, but he can't scratch a single strand of their priceless fur. A vicious spell like Windcutter would slice through the pelts in seconds, leaving them ruined and totally worthless. He knows he needs a finer touch, and just like that, an idea hits. He glances at the trees around him and grins. With a snap of magic, he squeezes the nearby branches tight, sharpening every tip into deadly wooden stakes. Simple, brilliant, and merciless. Then he lines up a stealth hit from behind, going straight for the medulla oblongata for a fast, clean kill. The execution is flawless. One by one, the tigers drop in silence, their magnificent pelts left perfectly preserved. But when Wenland stares at his handiwork, boredom hits hard because this was way too easy. Still, efficiency comes first, so he vows to stick with this method for now. After effortlessly mowing down several packs of saber tigers, Wenland, all right, time to break for lunch. He drifts down, locks eyes on Katharina asleep nearby, and then freezes because her guardian is nowhere in sight. She's thrown an absurdly lavish multi-course feast right in the middle of the jungle. When he demands to know where her master is, the guardian can't even meet his eyes, confessing that the man spotted some tasty berries and ditched his post on the spot to go wild foraging. Wendelin steps in and praises the wild, impressive reach of her spread. Katharina swelled with pride and proudly declared that, as a noble, she still kept her elegance razor-sharp even out in the wild. She caught him off guard and invited him to tag along, bragging that she wasn't petty enough to start any rivalry during a mere lunch break. Wendelin's eyes light up. She accepts her offer without a second thought. Right as they dig into lunch, a massive southern grizzly barrels out of the trees, shattering the calm. Wendell calmly yanks out his encyclopedia, flips to the right page, and starts identifying it. And Katharina looks genuinely blown away by how calm he is and how much he actually knows. While she's feasting, Wendelin slips away and digs into his own plain stash, just a couple of rice balls. Scuffs glared, muttering that his meal was bland. But then he shrugs and explains big breakfasts and huge dinners are his thing, so all he needs for the day is a light lunch. Katharina drops her gaze, and vulnerability flashes in her voice as she admits it. Sure, her family has been stripped of lands and titles, but she's still a noble, and that's exactly why a meal like this belongs to her station. When Wendelin asks how she made it, she grins and swears only an adventurer as skilled as her would have cooks on their level. Wendelin's mind is spiraling. There's no way, not a chance. He's dead sure this place is untouched, just a tiny guild outpost and nothing else, and the thought of her having servants here to cook up a gourmet feast sounds completely impossible. He locks eyes on her, and for the first time, he finally sees past the arrogant noble facade. He spots that familiar loneliness clinging to her like perfume, the frantic need to look okay at all costs, and empathy flashes in his chest as he chooses to back off and let it slide. After they finished their lunch, the two nodded and jumped right back into the competition, then split up and headed off in opposite directions. Wenlan keeps his hunt rolling, cutting down beast after beast with ruthless speed until he spots and takes out a rare white saber tiger. As the sun dips, he hurries back to Armstrong, burning with purpose. The head court magician pauses, stares in awe, and heaps praise on Wendelin for using magic to track the target without wrecking a single material proof. He's the real deal. Armstrong admits the theory sounds simple on paper, but staying calm when monsters are crushing your way is a whole different beast. Then Wendelin leans in and asks how Katharine is holding up, and Armstrong goes. Her hunting style is pure spectacle, and out comes her nickname in the West, Katharina of the Storm. Turns out she's a legendary adventurer. She skyrocketed to the top ranks within a single year of her debut at just 15. Wendelin is blown away, but Armstrong just waves it off rankings, and rumors don't mean a thing in the adventurer world. Wendelin nods with his whole heart. Number 1, number 2, whatever, he doesn't care at all. All that matters are the results. They come back to a room full of joy. Everybody in the party is grinning with pride. Aru steps forward and declares the win. They've hauled in a mountain of cocoa pods. The experimental farm has already kicked into gear, but right now, this enchanted forest is still their main lifeline. Katharina barrels in at the last second, and right then, the cocoa mountain comes crashing into view. She scoffs at Wendelin and snaps that he has zero ambition, as an adventurer way too busy stuffing his basket with fruit instead of hunting monsters. But Wendelin's done totally fed up with all this now. He just wants to measure their catches, trade bragging rights, and be out of here. Katharina explodes in a rage, barking, "Where's the thrill of victory and defeat?" But he just locks eyes and goes stone cold like. He doesn't care at all who wins or who loses. All he wanted was to slip through this with zero new enemies, and he had no clue that whatever was coming next would turn everything way more complicated. The stage is set, and Katharina, the self-proclaimed #1 adventurer in the West, steps up first, ready to unveil her prize. With a smug smirk, she reveals the proof, an enormous saber tiger, and it drops with one single, impossibly spotless strike. The crowd buzzes with loud, grateful murmurs. That kill wasn't just violence, it was art. A perfectly placed strike straight into the carotid, showing a level of skill that smashes right through brute force. She flicks a look at Wendelin, a silent dare blazing in her eyes. Shifi snaps back, but her tone screams that she doesn't think he stands a chance. The appraisers are already buzzing like sparks, marveling at how spotless that pelt still looks. A kill this clean? That's almost unheard of. And the moment it lands on the auction block, its value is going to skyrocket. Katharina leans in and tells you the aristocracy can't get enough luxury goods. Forged from enchanted forest monsters are the hottest trend around, and this saber tiger alone will sell for a fortune. She stands in front of her party, soaking up every ounce of praise, then grins and declares, "I can't wait to see who ends up winning." Then it was Swendyland's turn. With a soft word, he unmasks his own blade, and the whole clearing goes dead silent. Because it's not a single saber tiger, it's a whole mountain of them. The appraiser's jaw hits the floor. So many, he stammers, stunned, and there are barely any scratches at all. Wendelin shrugs and confirms they're in perfect shape so the valuable monster blood can be harvested without a single hitch. Katharina stares in shock, her composure snapping for the first time. He calmly tells her he put every single one down with a perfectly aimed strike to the base of the skull, then shoved them straight into his magic bag to keep them perfectly preserved, and it's a brutal showcase of pure overwhelming power, and it doesn't even break a sweat. She snaps through the numbers in her head and realizes he's brought in at least double what she managed. Right when she's still trying to process it, one of the appraisers suddenly gasps in shock. Tucked deep in that pile is the ultimate prize, a flawless albino suppered tiger. Almost mythical, the kind of creature the aristocracy would snatch up with the king's ransom. So that's it. She's had enough. Katharina snaps, her pride bleeding, and she basically dares him to think he's already won. She points at her other kills, daring anyone to try to outshine her. With pure frustration sparking, she snaps the rules right on the spot. An adventurer earns it by proving they can stay consistent, she declares. And then she makes it clear, this isn't a one-day showdown. It's a full week. That sudden twist whips the whole room into chaos. Wendelin can only think back to his childhood, because it's just like that sick little lure in rock, paper, scissors, changing the rules right when you're about to lose. Still, to everyone's shock, he just grins and nods like it's settled. He doesn't care a bit. He actually sees it as the perfect chance to have a blast, turning the hunt into a full-on game for an entire week. His knight, Erwin, shoots up in immediate protest, panicked that he's supposed to escort his lord, but Wendelin just waves it off like it's nothing. Katharina scoffs at the thought of needing an escort, then flings her pride in the air. saying a top-notch adventurer like her doesn't need anyone because she's conquered everything on her own. In that instant, Wenlin slices through her bravado like it's nothing, seeing the lonely version of himself trapped in her eyes. She keeps ranting, gloating that she turned down Noble's party invitations left and right, but Ina's had enough. She snaps back. Just because you're on your own doesn't give you the right to trash our party. And in her eyes, being alone is way better than drowning under everyone else's weight. Then she slams in a critical hit. Sure, you call it glorious loneliness. But, really? People just keep dodging you because your personality is twisted. Ina drops a shockingly razor-sharp lecture, laying out how society really runs, partnerships and mutual benefit power, everything from everyday companies all the way up to aristocrats. Ina fired back with full conviction. Maybe I'm not as much a major earn as he is, but I still carry my pride as an adventurer. She snaps her weapon up at Katharina, daring her to step into a fight. But right away, the rest of the party rushes behind her. Erwin, Wilma, and even the soft-spoken Elise step forward too, sick of being labeled parasites. Wendelin, still shaken by everything that just happened, turns to his master and blurts out what he's supposed to do about his escort. Armstrong bursts into laughter and announces he's jumping into the competition as well, because that sounds like the time of his life. The guildmaster steps in as the referee and shuts it down in an instant. He slaps the hulking warrior in as the official watcher, and the poor guy is furious about it. So now it's official. Ina's 5-person party slams into Wendell and Katarina's solo powerhouses, with Master Armstrong looming over the whole fight. They nodded through the deal and split off, agreeing to meet again when morning finally hit. The guildmaster drags Wendelin aside and warns him that Katharina's taunting won't quit, but Wendelin just shrugs, smiling like it's already over. I'll win big, no doubt. And with morale soaring higher than ever, his whole party erupts, cheering for the victory that's about to land. The very next morning, they slam the rules into place, a 5-day hunt and gather challenge where the winner is picked by the total worth of everything they managed to bring back. The guildmaster leans in and tells them, "Slow down, keep your pace, or you'll burn out." Katharina slams down one final condition. This is the last round, and there's no more room for changes. Everyone agrees. With a hard stare at both Ina and Katharina, the referee steps in and bans any fighting between them. The two women nod at once, and a silent, raging fire glints in their eyes. As they march into the forest, Ina snaps into action and lays out her party's game plan. They won't even try to match Wendelin's raw power, because their real mission is to hunt down rare medicinal plants and fruits. Hunting is a gamble where one mistake can cost you everything, but gathering brings in steady, dependable coin. Katharina overhears their cheap trick and snorts at it, but the guildmaster slams in to defend the whole strategy. He tears into her narrow-minded thinking without mercy, saying that a real adventurer's work isn't about putting on a show with flashy kills. It's all about hauling valuable goods back again and again without getting yourself killed. And trust me, this guild prizes steady, reliable earners way more than reckless glory chasers. Once the lecture finally ends, the 5-day game kicks off officially, for real. And Wenland, it's same old chaos. He shrugs it off and drops another saber tiger with effortless ease, then just idles there like, why do they keep sprinting straight into doom? Just as he drops into his seat for lunch, surprise hits him hard. Someone unexpected shows up at the door. Katharina shows up, eyes locked on him, her curiosity blazing over that plain onigiri. He leans in and spills the truth. This pickled plum isn't just flavor, it's a preservative, and then offers her a taste. She takes a shot, and then admits it's way better than she ever expected. In return, she slips him some of her own food professional-grade guinea fowl, while it basically scoffs at the idea that she'd ever bother cooking for herself. It's absolutely delicious, obviously. To show his gratitude, Wendelin whips up an amazing dessert, stirring a fruit drink right in the cup with his magic. His wind magic is so razor clean, not a single drop spills, and it leaves her genuinely awestruck. So it all spirals into them teasing her nickname Storm. As she recounts those school days, she remembers the moment a wolf attack slammed into her class and she ripped open the sky with a massive tornado spell to save every last one of her classmates. No one got hurt, but her insane power sent fear rippling through the whole crowd, and from that day on, they cast her out. Wendelin finally cracks the code behind her prickly, loner streak, and as the days roll by, something unexpected clicks. Real camaraderie sparks between them during their lunch breaks. She teases him nonstop for eating those plain, boring meals. And then it hits him behind her brutal attitude. She's actually got a really sweet side. He tells her he finally gets where she's coming from, that the weak can't just drain the strong. And her face lights up with real shock because she can't believe he read her mind. Still, that competitive spark ignites in her, and she swears she'll beat him before the day ends. Wendelin, though, he's totally calm, like this whole thing was never about winning or losing. At last, the 5-day showdown finally blasts to a finish line. And now brace yourself. It's time for the final score. Wenlin's results. At first, his hunt is unreal. The numbers are staggering. The pile of untouched carcasses is easily triple what Katharina pulled off, and she's left completely stunned, unable to even speak. But this competition's not finished right after that. The appraiser heads straight to Ina's party. After they sift through every herb, fruit, and rare stash they've gathered, he drops a jaw-dropping announcement: this haul is worth more money than even Katharina. Ina and her crew burst into wild cheers because they just won. Elise humbly admits that what she learned about herbs from the church turned out to be a massive lifesaver. But wait, there's one more shock. The appraiser leans in and reveals that besides their big haul, the party even pulled off a hunt for a few saber tigers. Wilma steps up with a grin and, like she's just sharing a secret, she laughs. Oh, about that? Yeah. I hunted every single one of them. She tells them she tore through their heads with her one-of-a-kind magic, using internal destruction to crush their brainstems from the inside, so the bodies come out perfectly untouched, and it's so brutally efficient that even Wendelin feels ice-cold fear crawl down his spine. Across the clearing, Katharina isn't angry at all. She snaps into a slow, impressed grin, because she knows exactly what that insane technical skill means, and she respects it. The hunting competition's over, and right now, the results are about to get announced in front of every adventurer packed into the crowd. As he steps up on stage, the announcer blasts out the first-place winner, and everybody already knows who it is: Count Baumeister. Belle's whole party grabs second place, but the ruthless wizard Katharina snatches up third. But as the official scans the room, his stomach drops. Where is the man of the hour? He's nowhere to be found. Belle's party is just as lost. He was standing right there a second ago, and now he's gone. They all start shouting his name, and their voices slam through the clearing like thunder. Suddenly, a voice snaps from the tree-lined Vel. He flicks his hand like it's nothing and beckons them over. His friends stared in total shock at what they were seeing. Behind him sprawled a mountain of monster corpses, proof of slaughter so insane it felt impossible. The other adventurers are completely stunned. This isn't a hunt, it's an all-out extermination. Brentek, deadpan as ever, asked Vel how the heck he pulled it off, so he just punched his way through everyone, fist first, packed with pure magic power. Vel just shrugs it off: simple, brutal, and ruthlessly effective. And deep down, he knows he's probably the only one on Earth who could actually pull it off. Right as the shock starts to fade, Brantak drops it casually, saying that while he was out hunting, he'd stumbled on ruins hidden deep in the forest. Everyone's hooked the second it starts. He's already thinking about tomorrow's adventure, and with Vel's crushing wind basically waving him into first place, he just can't stop mulling it over. The others shrug it off and hand him a weak right on the spot with a resigned yes. Another adventurer, Tabuki, laughs and tells Brantak to stop stealing jobs from the younger generation. Brantak flashes a massive grin and drops the bombshell. His second and third wives are both pregnant. He's got to rake in serious cash for the new arrivals, and he jokes that an ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure every single time. He bursts out, roaring with pure conviction that this time he's going to get his daughter. Then, no subtlety at all, he barrels in like a charging boar and declares that if a girl is born, he'll marry her off to Count Baumeister. The whole crew, especially Vel's fiancée, stares in pure shock, while Vel himself is left absolutely mortified by that sudden proposal. Elise, always the calm one, steps in, snuffs out the tension, and tells them the rankings don't matter at all, insisting first place should go to their master Brantak. Bill snaps up the idea right away, desperate to ditch the awkward talk once the plan's locked in. They race home and start prepping for the ruin exploration tomorrow. Right when they're packing up, Tabachi and Brantak press Bell to give them a ride using his instant transfer magic. Vil lights up and agrees, then brags that his powers have just leveled up, letting him teleport as many as 20 people in one shot. With a blinding flash, he snatched the whole crew straight out of the deep jungle and into who knows where. He marched straight into the courtyard of his Baleberg estate. As Vel strides up to the mansion, he tells his guests, "Make yourselves at home." He seems totally distracted, and Elise leans in, softly asking, "What's wrong?" A sudden, thoughtful look flashes across his face like he's about to miss someone important. Elise smirks, totally in on it. "Wait, is it Katharina?" she asks. "The one you were up against?" For a split second, the gears in his mind start grinding into motion. Then it smashes into him like lightning from the sky boom. That's the whole moment. Later that night at dinner, Bell snapped and started venting to his party. He couldn't believe how brutally tough Katharina was, and he swore wrestling with her pushed his magic right to the breaking point. But everyone else just sits there, grinning as his frustration boils over. Erwin can't help himself. He keeps teasing him, smirking like, "So, is Katharina your type?" Veal snaps back right away, saying she's pretty, sure but far too combative, and honestly missing every hint of femininity. But when he tries to talk his way out, he accidentally blurts it. He even admits he's been helping her out a little, only to slam into the shocking truth he'd been having lunch with her every single day of the competition, all 5 days. The whole table explodes in surprise, and Vil scrambles to save face blurting that she's not that bad and that she's honestly weirdly good at cooking for herself. The next morning rolls in, and they rush straight to the Adventurers Guild. An ice-cold staircase is waiting right there, daring them to climb. Katharina storms up to Vel, seething because he bolted before they even settled the outcome of their battle. And when he tries to talk his way out of it, claiming he only fled for that mad brand tax proposal, she shuts him down instantly, not believing a word. He fires off reassurance that the result was obvious. Then she snips him off mid-sentence. For her, the fight isn't even close to being finished. Vil steps in and tries to reason with her, reminding her that she's already a top-notch wizard. He tells her, keep grinding and fame and fortune will come to you, no problem, just natural. But the moment he speaks, her rage spikes. She snaps that it's not that simple. She tells them straight up since she's a woman, no title or land will ever be handed to her, and every victory she earns will just lure in a pack of greedy men who want her for one thing, her money. She's not just chasing fame, she's clawing for prestige so she can snatch back the noble title her ancestors lost and finally prove her worth to the whole world. Seeing the desperation in her eyes, Bel's heart aches, so he flips the plan and begs her to join their expedition to the brand new ruin. He tells her the place is uncharted and probably deadly, but she latches on to that warning like it's a dare, and her eyes instantly blaze with pure excitement. She flashes a fearless grin, declares escape is off the table, and eagerly steps into it. Vel lets out a secret breath of relief because another powerful wizard in the mix is pure gold, even if she's a little intense to deal with. Katharina then drops the rumors about Baron Ruker's looming downfall and pins it straight to a failed assassination attempt on Vel. Roderick, the financial auditor, spread a brutal rumor claiming the Baron and his men never came back from the mission, and that's why they were dead. Bill doesn't even try to set the record straight, he just shrugs like he had it coming, and leaves it at that. Once it's all settled, Katharina gives her full yes straight up, telling Vel she's counting on him, and he'd better keep a close eye on her abilities. Later, Katharina steps up and addresses the group like she means business. She shoots back an apology for how she acted before. With a confident grin, she declares, I'm joining the exploration to make sure it stays safe. The rest of the party just traded awkward, silent looks like nobody dared to say what everyone was thinking. Aina, of all people, looks like the new arrival is already driving her up the wall. Louise is suddenly fascinating to him. But Erwin just shrugs it off and says he doesn't care, he only wants her to pull her own weight. Innocent as ever, Bilma tilts her head and asks if Frosama is coming with them. Vel snaps back at her, insisting Katharina is handy right now, nothing more than right now. It gently nudges Vilma to remember, when you go exploring with someone, you use their proper name, because that's how you show respect, which nets him a gentle M from Katharina. This kicks off a dazzling, formality-drenched introduction between the two noble women, Katharina Linda von Weigel included, and Elise Katharina von Hohenheim traded perfectly polite smiles. Yet the tension between them simmered the whole time. Once the whole party was finally together, everyone nodded and swore they were in perfect shape. Brantak steps up like he's taking command and fires back, don't worry, leave it to me. An hour later, and the tension was still hanging in the air. He guides them to a tiny stone door tucked deep in the jungle, so plain it feels like it shouldn't exist. And when you ask how he even found it, he hangs his head and admits, with total sheepish honesty, he just needed somewhere to pee. Right before they step inside, Brantak demands a full trap check. Erwin fires off his trap-sensing magic, instantly scanning the ground for danger, but still digs around and comes up empty. Right in front of them sits a giant, modern-looking combination lock, and it's the only thing standing between them and their goal. The crew is totally baffled. Then they realize it's not some magic ward or tricky machine at all. It's just a plain old lock, and somehow that's way more annoying than it should be. Katharina snaps that if you try every single combo on a 4-digit lock, you'd be there for an eternity. Brantak, the ultimate realist, blurts out that they should just blow the door off its hinges. But the others slam him down fast. They don't have a clue what's waiting on the other side, so they're forced to gamble, punching in every number, one after another, just to see what happens. So here's the real question. Who's stuck with that mind-numbing job? They shrug and hand the decision to the newcomer. Vilma steps in and says, forget all this. Let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Vel and Katharina are totally thrown off. Turns out, in her part of the world, that whole game just doesn't exist. Veal tells them, I taught this to Vilma, and now it's become their go-to weapon for settling every single thing. Poor Erwin mutters through gritted teeth that he's never once won against her. Katharina shrugs and calls it pure luck, insisting everyone's got the same odds, totally missing how dangerously skilled Vilma really is. Erwin steals his nerve, refusing to let this moment slip away, and the entire party steels themselves for the final decisive showdown. 3 exhausting hours later, Erwin hunches over the lock, cranking those dials with sweaty focus, while the girls spread out for a picnic, munching mouth-watering chocolate candies and laughing like the world can wait, and a kickback, chatting like it was no big deal. Erwin's clearly getting crushed, but Vilma just shuts him down. "You lost. You don't get my spot." He groans through clenched frustration, but Katharina coolly snaps him back, because as an adventurer, you don't rage at losing, you swallow it with grace. At the end of his rope, Erwin snarls a furious yell and smashes the lock with everything he's got. Then click. The door bursts open. He's frozen, in shock somehow. He just dialed the exact last combo. Velpat slumps with a heavy shoulder, muttering that whoever built this lock has a sick sense of humor. He'd even wagered 999 as his final shot, and got hit with monumentally bad luck. Staring at that plain door, Brantak looks crushed, like all hope just slipped out of him, and he admits that he's feeling kinda low right now, telling me how these look small but schemes big ruins, with their sneaky little entrances, almost always turn out to be a total bust. He remembers when he tracked down a spot like that, then stumbled on a creepy, empty food warehouse that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Bill finally spots the pattern. Every huge breakthrough always leads straight into massive underground complexes. These smaller ruins are usually nothing special, just busted old storerooms or gloomy basements with zero treasure inside. And most of the ruins people haven't found yet are hiding in demon-tainted territory, making this a rare find that'll probably play out without much happening. Then a spark of hope ignites in Brantak's eyes. What if the answer is a liquor warehouse? The mere thought of that vintage-age booze sends his excitement skyrocketing. With dreams blazing in their heads, the party huddles up and kicks off the search. They move with bated breath, firing off detection magic at every step just in case trouble jumps out. Brantak grabs the lead, and just like he swore would happen, no traps. The first room is totally empty, just a giant warehouse with nothing inside. Irwin says it plain: if there's nothing worth protecting, then traps are pointless. Brantak blasts the area with light magic, flooding the space with glowing brilliance. That brilliant glow spills across the chamber, lighting up every last corner. At the very end, there it is, another door, and another lock, daring them to break through. The party pushes deeper into the underground ruins, and boom, an enormous, reinforced door slams shut in their path. Staring at that ridiculously simple lock, the whole crew goes silent, stuck cold, and Brantak, the action king, cracks his knuckles like he's about to end the problem. If a key won't do it, then brute force will. He flat out declares there's no choice, so they smash it down. Right when he's about to wind up for a brutal strike, Katharina's voice slices through the air. "Please wait." She steps forward with a proud spark in her voice and declares she can use unlocking magic. She leans in and says it's a rare, fragile magic spell, one that conjures a pure magical key, letting her crack open any lock without so much as a scratch. The rest of the party is frozen in shock, because what they just saw is an absurdly niche skill. Gwendolyn, the analyst at heart, spots its true worth instantly, because this kind of magic demands insane control and surgical finesse, and that's exactly why almost no mage ever even tries to learn it. Brantak, practical as ever, straight up asks why she'd risk the trouble of learning such a specific spell. With a shy little sigh, she confesses she picked it up just hoping she'd get the chance to explore the ruins all on her own someday. She lights up like fireworks, beaming because even Brantak, the famous wizard, has finally spotted her talent. He confirms he's heard the rumors about that prodigy from the West who shot from nobody to a top-tier adventurer in just one crazy year. With a sharp grin, he whips around to Wendland and needles him for being totally clueless about how famous she is. Gwendolyn just shrugs, like, "Yeah, I know," admitting he's been buried in his own duties so deep he hasn't even had a chance to catch up with what the adventurers are up to. The girls snap that he got shut out of the usual networking scene because he never even attended the prep school in the capital, trying to keep pace. Gwendolyn corners Katharina and asks how long she's been an adventurer, and she confirms it's only been about a year. He blurted out with zero social grace, "Wait, I thought you were older than me." Then he paused, then added, "Nope, you're basically our age." Katharina freezes for a heartbeat, then explodes into fury, shouting that the stress and crushing responsibility of trying to revive her fallen noble family, the Weagles, is what's aged her. Her voice shatters with raw emotion as she bears how she spent her childhood alone, hammering away at magic day after day, because everything she did was for her family's name. In that split second, Wendland catches his own reflection staring back. Then the memory hits hard. his lonely grind, that outsider pressure that shoved him to the limit, and he realizes she's carrying the exact same fire. Swallowed by a sudden wave of empathy, he reaches out and softly pats her head, shocking her so hard she can't even brace herself. And he tells her she's amazing because it's not just her magic that blows him away, it's the foresight to train a skill she might need the moment she finally finds friends. Red in the face and totally flustered, Katharina whips to the door and snaps the lock open with a flash of light. She acts unfazed, bragging that a measly lock is nothing for someone who's been trained for solo ruin diving. Gwendolyn grins and praises her as a trustworthy big sister, and the second those words land, she blushes like crazy while the other girls erupt into giggles behind their hands. Now that the way is clear, the party charges straight into the unknown. They stumble into a long, dead silent corridor, and it just slams shut ahead one lone wall, no way through. A brutal dead end. Brantak shoots up a hand, eyes full of certainty. Nope, he says. This is a magic elevator. Wonderland's eyes flare wide in elevator. Just like in his old life. It's still running. And the panel clicks open to reveal a terrifying truth. This ruin drops you 20 floors underground. This place is way bigger than any of them ever dreamed so when they cram into the elevator. Gwendolyn starts theorizing that even if the ruin is only an old warehouse, the elevator might be a chunk of lost ancient tech, and that would make it a jackpot find. Brantak claims this elevator is leagues beyond the one in the royal castle. Its tech is on a whole different level. The ride down is so cramped you can barely breathe. Suddenly, Katharina lets out a sharp yelp. She realized she just touched my butt. Gwendolyn finally cracks, admits it was him, and rushes in with a sincere apology for stealing all that space. Chaos keeps exploding. Someone keeps yelling, they got groped, and right when the doors finally slide open, Louise is smiling and asking for permission to beat Brantak up. They spill into another endless hallway, and it screams plain underground storage at first glance. Then Brantak's eyes lock onto a special door, and when he opens it, he realizes it's no ordinary storeroom, it's a magic warehouse. Wendell quickly breaks it down. It's a room-sized matted bag soot, that door, and time itself stops, freezing everything inside flawlessly. Right on cue, they spot a shiny gleam burning inside. It's a magic crystal still blasting out insane power after more than 10,000 years. This is it, jackpot. Elise inhales fast, convinced this whole place was carved by a legendary master from the ancient magical civilization. Everyone can feel it, this ruin is about to explode into a legendary discovery. The party bursts into the magic warehouse, and the place flares to life on its own. Lights snapping on as glowing runes and intricate magic circles crawl across every wall and ceiling. They stumble on wooden boxes that look and smell brand new, like they were made just yesterday. Gwendolyn realizes time runs again the moment the door's left open, then the moment he shuts it, the door's preservation magic kicks back in and basically rewinds everything inside. Louis slices right into the problem. If you're keeping perishable food, every time you crack the lid, it's still doomed to spoil eventually. So, tell me, what was the real reason this place even exists? Gwendolyn scours for answers and stumbles on a battered old document and inventory list. But it's way more than that. This place reeks of everyday junk. And right in the middle of it all, there's this giant ad-like display for a massive department store. A wave of déjà vu crashes over him. He snaps the pieces together, lays out his theory to everyone, and boom, back in that ancient world, magic tools were everywhere and dirt cheap. So the market got flooded. The overproduction businesses went under, and big companies swooped in, buying all their busted competitors' stock in massive bulk. He grins and, honestly, this place feels like the warehouse version of an outlet mall from my old life. If their discovery is this huge 20 floors, 20 rooms each, that's 400 storerooms packed wall to wall, with flawless goods from a lost civilization. For Katharina, this isn't just money. It's the ticket to dragging her family's honor back from the dirt. Even if other countries would crown her a noble, her loyalty stays welded to her own people, because she's hell-bent on tearing back her rightful status from her homeland. And just like that, Gwendolyn stared down the mountain of paperwork, cataloging it all, clearing it out, and sorting every last piece, then only managed a heavy sigh, knowing his other projects are officially going to be stuck on pause for ages. After trekking through the enchanted forest's massive underground ruins, Gwendolyn and his crew finally stop at a towering stone gate, the moment their long hunt has been leading to. This place is a relic from an ancient magical civilization, an endless maze of underground warehouses stretching for miles. They've already busted open 7 of these vaults, and now they finally found the 8th. The only thing between them and freedom is a laughably insane combination lock, and Ducker, poor guy, looks utterly wiped. He groans about having to slog through thousands of possibilities. A patience test he's already failed 8 straight times. The final lock clicks open, they shove the massive doors aside, ready to feast their eyes on a mountain of gold and jewels only to get slammed with shelf after shelf of boring, everyday household stuff. Ducker and Irwin can't mask the crushing disappointment. This isn't the romantic adventure they dreamed would save the day. But while Wendelin and the others inspect the goods, the whole situation snaps into focus right in front of them. Elise points out the catch. Sure, each item costs little, but the sheer pile is unreal, and this isn't some little treasure chest, it's a fortune just begging to be cashed in. They've dug up this insane stash of seeds, so many kinds it could even hold rare, maybe even extinct species. He hauled everything with it, from furniture and tools to barrels of liquor and even kids' toys. Then Wenlin trips right into the real prize. Hidden in the corner are magical appliances that look way too familiar to him. A magic oven, a washing machine, even an air conditioner. Like someone built a whole slice of his old life into this world. And somehow, he even stumbles on a magic mobile communicator, basically a working smartphone, that's still alive and ticking after all this time. Staring at a battered flyer, he gets hit with full-on déjà vu, like he's seeing 0-cent contract ads all over again. And it's wild to realize the cell phone world was basically a war zone even in this ancient age. Then they spot magic cars, motorcycles, and agricultural machines too, and he can feel it. These aren't just gadgets. They're tech treasures that could flip the whole world. Just like everyone predicted, news of that massive discovery tore through the world overnight. The enchanted forest outskirts exploded into a non-stop boomtown, packed with travelers racing in to hunt for their very own hidden warehouse. The local Adventurers Guild is overflowing wall to wall, and with the sudden population boom, public safety crashes fast hard. They rush in a new security chief to crush the problem. Cornelius von Armstrong, the third son of the muscle-bound Master Armstrong. Wendell yanks his hand up and shakes it, and that wave of reassurance hits him hard. Cornelius might not have his father's body, but when he flexes, Wendelin catches that same savage, bloodthirsty stare in his eyes. And yeah, he's absolutely the right guy to whip those rowdy adventurers into shape. Once security was locked down, the brand new settlement exploded into life and kept thriving. More adventurers poured in, and that meant more development. And with it came a tidal wave of tax revenue for Wenlin's domain. Back in his office, his retainer Roderick is flying high. He unveils a plan for Wendelin that juggles being a proper lord with keeping up his adventurer work. Roderick can't stop smiling because this fresh income eases the pressure on the Baumeister estate. And seriously, Wendelin's magic-powered development projects have been laying the groundwork all by himself, and the price tag is absolutely brutal. Sure, they've still got that brutal logistics nightmare shifting all those goods, but Wendelin steps in and lays out the plan. He'll pull out his magic bag and cart everything out of the warehouses. But their city's too cramped to fit everything, so they'll have to crank up new storage facilities right on the site. They split the warehouses. One ships to the kingdom, one heads for Brichburg, and the rest gets carved up for the party. Katharina jokes that she wants one back to rebuild her family, and Wendelin, smiling warmly, tells her she'll get one as part of her share. He swears he'll make it happen. And for one breath, Katharina's guard drops. She looks genuinely moved by his sincerity. Back at the mansion, everything finally settles into a steady rhythm. Yet Irwin's baffled to see Katharina jumping right into the household, hauling baskets of fresh produce like it's no big thing. She says she's staying right there to guard her cut of the profits from the ruins. No slip-ups, no miscalculated numbers. She even refuses to let anyone else foot the bill. She insists on paying for her own room and board, swearing that even as a fallen noble, her pride won't let her do anything that could invite gossip. But that pride doesn't touch manual work. When they tell her to peel vegetables, she shuts the idea down cold and snaps back that she's noble-born. Wendelin Riley points at Wilma, another noble with a knife so perfectly controlled it just shuts Katharina's complaint down cold. Later, Wendelin ends up on the balcony with the lease in his hands. He finally admits he's been itching to know if there's some hidden reason, something more behind why Katharina is still staying with them. Elise blurts out that she's been curious too, especially about how the Weigel family crumbled. They both admit it's a touchy subject, something they can't just walk up and ask her about face to face. Right when they're whispering, Katharina suddenly appears behind them, and they jump out of their skin. She's been listening the entire time. But she doesn't snap or rage, she just shrugs and tells him it's not a secret. She hustles everyone into the parlor, and finally, she's ready to lay out the whole truth. She finally cracks and admits the real reason she's sticking with them, and it all traces back to her family's catastrophic downfall. With a cold blaze in her eyes, she declares she's here to squeeze the loathsome Marquis Ruckner family until they crack. He connects the dots, firing off one question: did the Ruckners' conspiracy wipe out her family? Katharina confirms. Did Marcus Ruckner pin the blame on the Wahals? seize their lands and mansion, and strip them of their noble status down to the very last shred. Katharina kicks off her family's whole story, and you can feel the past snapping to life. The Wahals were a rich knight-bearing clan, and their tiny slice of land sat perfectly on the road to the capital's strategic gold, right where it mattered. They fed the capital from their rich, fertile fields, then grew into a thriving town stuffing the treasury with massive tax revenues. But the moment they crushed it, everyone turned on them. Elise can't forget the tale of the royal family ordering minor lords to uproot their domains, and how the Wahals flat-out disobeyed it. Everyone thinks it was just a reckless act of defiance. But Katharina finally drops the truth her grandfather had been ready for that order all along. So what went down? It was all noble protocol back in Helmut's kingdom. A nobleman was expected to refuse a royal order once. Wendelin is absolutely stunned by it, like his brain just short-circuited. Katharina breaks it down. This isn't just stubbornness, it's prestige. By turning them down first and then letting the terms get sweetened, she makes the whole deal sound way easier to swallow for their people, turning it into a full-on political performance. Bruckner the Marquis turned the custom into a weapon. The moment her grandfather broke protocol and disobeyed an order, they yanked his rank right there, and forever like it was never his to begin with. It looked like justice on the surface, but underneath, it was a cold political hit and assassination dressed in honor. Marquis Rupner unleashed a brutal scheme to wipe out his rival. She tells you the real reason was a brutal power clash between the old Lord Ruchner and Count Lilienthal, who was Minister of Finance back then. The Weigel family stood shoulder to shoulder with Count Lilienthal, and they rolled with a massive war force stationed right near the capital. Rupner clocked him as a lethal threat on the board and knew he had to smash them out before he dared to make his move. Gwendoline remembers hearing the Ruchner and Lilienthal families rat each other's throats, but somehow that old bitterness has already started to die out. Katharina nods and seals it. Those ancient grudges are finally dead, buried with the old generation. The new generation only chased what they wanted, and the Weigel family's troubles got buried so deep they became ancient history. The Lilienthals, once their allies, turned their backs on them without a second thought. Through all of it, the Weigel's vassals never wavered, staying loyal and backing them to this very day. She spits it out with fierce resolve. This is for them, and she swears she'll bring back the honor of her family, no matter what. Later, Wendelin corners Roderick and spills everything about the situation. Rebuilding a noble house that's been robbed of its land and title feels almost impossible, unless a child can inherit it all and start it back up. Roderick, the ultimate pragmatist, skips the small talk and goes straight for the real point. So why not claim her as your wife already? He leans in with a slick grin and throws the idea out there, and Wendelin totally loses it, flustered beyond belief. Roderick brushes aside the other candidates, and Erwin's mentor, Brantak, has turned him into a full-blown playboy way too much to handle now. Like Wendelin flashes back to just a few days ago, when Katharina spotted them training shirtless and shrieked an adventurer's reaction that felt way too clueless. Looks like Erwin might not be the right guy for her after all. With every other option slammed shut, Roderick whips back toward Wendelin. So he's declaring it, "My lord, you're the one." And he points straight at him, right on the money. Perfect fit. He lays out the logic, and it turns out Katharina is a top-tier adventurer strong enough to fight right beside him. From her point of view, if she had Wendelin's child, that baby would basically be handed a royal palace spot. It's a win-win deal that helps both of them. Wendelin isn't sure she can do it, but Roderick won't let it go. He swears a real heart-to-heart is the best move to forge the Baumeister and Weigel families stronger than ever. Just as their intense talk finally wraps up, Roderick's eyes snap to something else and he blurts, "Hey, what's with that mark on your cheek?" Wendelin traces the faint lipstick stain, lets out a heavy sigh, and tells Elise it's from what happened that morning, yet she refuses to heal it for some reason. But she won't even let him heal it himself. She's punishing him for his mistakes. And Roderick is left totally stunned, begging to understand what he could have possibly done wrong. After finishing his morning magic training, Wendelin finally exhales in pure relief. He's drenched in sweat, like the training just ripped through him with every ounce of effort. A bone-cracking smack bursts through the whole mansion as her hand finally slams into his face. From his office, Roderick hears the chaos bursting in, sighing that it was a total mishap while his subordinate points out the wild part. For all of Mullard's monstrous power, he still couldn't slip a simple slap. Braterick just nods like he gets it, because in a moment like this, you read the air fast, and taking the hit is the smart play. Back in the room, it all spirals into full-on drama. Katharina sobs and screams that she can't get married anymore. Elise rushes to comfort her, and she glares daggers at Vel. Seriously, what's with you two? Calm down. Vilt bleeds is totally thrown off, like it's over in a minute, but the icy death stares from both women hit him like a brick wall, and he realizes once again that he just said the one thing he absolutely shouldn't. He can't stop thinking. In my old life, this would have been nothing. But this world runs on different rules. So he drops his head in defeat. I'm sorry. At least when the future head wife hands down his sentence. You can tell it's Wendell and San who messed up. So here's your slice of remorse. Keep that face on for the rest of the day. Vel tries to object, panicked about how he looks to the vassals. But Elise shuts him down with one hard no, and he goes quiet. Is absolute. But fate won't wait, so he has no choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, his other fiancés are whispering about the whole fiasco. Yet their real worry hits harder. Vo. So what about Katharina's figure? Still clutching his cheek, he shoots out an admission. Yeah, she's pretty busty too. And as he remembers the sight, it all clicks into place. The girls chatter nonstop, buzzing as they size her up and compare her to Elise. Just as the tension spikes, Vilma blurts out she's spotted something. Velsima. And it totally looks like that royal capital starfish pancake they sell. Her eyes blaze with one unstoppable goal. She's dying to try that legendary starfish pancake. Vel can't help grinning at her sweet innocence. All right, I'll grab some next time I'm there. Watching her pure joy wash over everything is the perfect break from the morning's chaos. As they lay it all out for Roderick, the whole mystery finally clicks into place. Your lord's getting dominated straight up. Roderick smirks, and he lays it out. Elise isn't spiraling by accident. It's a strategy. Karina wants her family revived, so she has to play it like a proper no-blue woman. This kind of scandal could torch her whole reputation. So Alyssa's public reprimand wasn't just for show. It was her way of shielding herself. Roderick then lays out the cleanest play. Katerina has to be married in like a son-in-law, so her and Vel's child will grow up to become the next head of the Weigel family. Bring this up with Katharina, she'll lay out exactly what you should do. He can't believe how far Vel's come, because someone with wizard talent like that isn't just good news. He's exactly the kind of asset that belongs in the nobility, properly folded into their world. The plan gets laid out to everyone. Wendelin and Katharina are going to have a child, and that baby will carry on the Weigel name and title. Katharina swears this is the most realistic road, but she won't gamble alone. She snaps that she has to talk it over with the others. The old vassals still loyal to her family. Even after the Weigel family got stripped of their lands and title, plenty of people still cling to her grandfather's memory because everyone knew him as a man of pure virtue. She begs Vel to come with her as they go meet them for a consultation. When he looks at her, he's convinced she's a real leader. She cares about her people, and you can feel her grandfather's spirit blazing through her. All right, he says. Boy steel solid. I'm going with you. A few days later, they finally roll up in a carriage, coming straight into the old Weigel domain. The town is alive, streets buzzing, lights blazing, and the whole place feels electric. Right away, Heinen, elderly man with a warm heart, surges out to greet them, grinning like the sun, and he says, Katharina-sama, you're back. He's the one in charge, the leader of all the vassals she has left. He snaps his focus to Vel right away, and the moment he sees him, it clicks Count Barmeister, the legendary dragon slayer. He's totally blown away by the powerhouse ally she dragged in with her. Heinz notes that it's a total shock. She almost never brings anyone home, and he remembers her as a lonely kid ever since she left for adventurer prep school, at just 12. Bellis muttered to himself, convinced she was still a lone wolf. Then Louise leaned in and whispered, Yeah, I complain all the time, but I'm happy to be here with us, right? Vel has to give, and he remembers she's a high-born noble, yet she never complains when the civil engineering work gets dull, and somehow she still nails every detail perfectly. He clicks she's his kindred spirit, another lonely soul. Because for the first time, she's found the rush of having real friends. Katharina drags Heinz and the others to his house, promising an important talk that can't wait. As they stride through town, she proudly gestures at the massive mansion of the current governor. She says it used to be the Weigel family's main home. Then her voice turns razor sharp with bitterness. The governors, all tied to the corrupt Rookners, don't just kick them out. They also take their salaries. The whole party gapes with pure disgust. Inside Heinz's home, the descendants of the old Weigel vassals have all packed in together. They greet Katharina with open smiles, then stare at Vel like he's a legend come to life. Katharina rallies everyone in one go, her voice booming with fresh, fearless confidence. I'm here today because this matters, he starts. Listen up. I finally cracked it. I can bring my whole family back. A surge of hope and pure excitement crashes through the crowd like a lightning-fast wave. She admits her old plan was a disaster, because no matter how brilliant her achievements are, she says a woman could never rise to become the head of the family. That's why I'm switching tactics. I'm going to marry Count Baumeister, and then let the kids we have rise up and take over the Weigel family. The room explodes into cheers. While Vel's mind races about how slammed his life already is, he gets it, because to her, this is the absolute best move she could make. Katharina then laid out a simple deal: stick with her, or if they can't, she'll still repay them handsomely for all those years of service. Her compassion hits Heinz like a wave, and tears flood his eyes. He lays out her family's tragedy and reveals the brutal truth: she's been fighting for this revival all by herself since she was just 5 years old. His words light a spark in every vassal's chest. "I'm with you wherever you go. I'll follow you," they shout together as one roaring voice. Catherine, bowled over by their loyalty, clamps her hand over her mouth as hot tears spill into her eyes. Vel slips an arm around her like a warm promise, and it feels like they're all ready to go with you. Now that her people are safely locked down, Vel leans in and lays out the next move. Tomorrow is when it all gets real. She grabs the plan and says they're heading straight for the capital to make it official. The very next day, they're marched right up in front of the terrifyingly powerful Cardinal Hohenheim. He welcomes his future grandson-in-law with open arms, then proudly identifies Katharina as the daughter of the legendary Weigel family. He clocks the political stakes on the spot and throws his support behind it without hesitation. While they're talking, the cardinal drops a bombshell. Another suitor has already come courting Katharina, the third son of Count Lilienthal. She told me. He swore he'd brought the Weigel family back and said, "Will you be my wife?" Then I shot back, "In your dreams." And I shut him down. She whips her gaze to Vel, and her face softens like a warm sunrise, because Wenlin-san is the kind of man you can trust with your whole life. Dependable. Big-hearted. The melon, anyone better for my husband. And she blushes and adds, "I love being out in the sand with Wendell. And you treat me really well, too." The rest of the party just freezes in shock as stoic wildcat Katharina suddenly flips into full lovey-dovey mode. Even the cardinal has hauled him back. So what, is this some wild dare the kids are obsessed with? He can't stop staring, completely baffled. First, the whole crew crowds together. But nope, they're not marching for the royal palace. Cardinal Hohenheim calmly sips his tea like he's already 4 moves ahead, then tells Wendelin their first stop is the mansion of Finance Minister Ruchner. Wendelin gets blindsided. He thought going straight to the king would be the easiest move. But welcome to the world of aristocrats, nothing ever comes easy. The cardinal tells him that His Majesty would probably grant Wendelin anything he asks for. But showing up out of nowhere would shake the nests of all the powerful people who hold the real strings. You've got to set the pieces in motion first, win the right people over, grab the key players, and make them back you. Because this is a world where favors and influence decide everything. Wendelin gets it, and it slams him right back to his old life as a salaryman, stuck butting heads with stubborn, pride-drunk bosses. No matter where the world tosses him, some things never change. They pull up at the finance minister's ridiculously over-the-top mansion, and Lord Ruchner himself greets them like he hasn't slept a single second in days. He spots Wendelin, the kingdom's rising star, standing right beside Karina, the final heir of a disgraced house, and his face basically blurts, "Why the heck am I stuck with this?" Wendelin shuts down the small talk like a corporate shark on the hunt, straight to the point. "I'm marrying Katharina, and I need your permission so our future child can inherit and revive the Weigel family." Ruchner looks like he's about to blow a fuse, like you can almost hear him spitting curses at his father, the cardinal, for tossing him into every mess. His first move? Flat out refuse. With Cardinal Wendelin and the whole party glaring at him, he realizes, oh, he's trapped. A defeated sigh slips out of him. I can allow it. But Wendelin isn't starting slow, he's warming up to swing. Because this isn't some please request, it's a full-on negotiation. And he shows up with a demand list in hand. First, Katharina becomes an honorary baronet right away, and that status stays in place until their child is born, so she has the proper standing. He even throws out a precedent back in the day. Daughters of high nobility got this exact exception granted. Before now, all he needs is a letter of recommendation from the finance minister. Before Ruchner even gets his bearings, Wendelin slams down the second condition: he's taking the land for the new Weigel domain straight from his own territory. That's a masterstroke. He's basically tossing the crown a deal right on the spot. "This won't cost you a single thing." Then he smirks. "I already built a whole land myself, and I'm handing it to them as a gift." Ruchner, growing weaker by the second, finally nods and agrees to throw his name behind the cause. Seriously, is that all? He's basically begging with every breath. And right there, Wendelin pushes on. There's more. Oh, there's more. Wendelin steps up and orders it. Every original vassal and every soul from the old Weigel domain is packing up and heading with Katharina to the new one. This is a power play on the scale of legends. He's not just breathing life back into a name, he's relocating an entire loyal populace like it's transplant surgery. And just to finish it off, Wendelin, straight up the Lord Treasurer of Helmut's Kingdom, demands one last thing. A tiny development fund was set aside to yank the Weigel family back onto their feet. Rogner freezes for a beat then. Wendelin snaps the trump card, smiling calmly as he says, "If this turns into a problem, I'll just appeal to the Countess of Lilienthal." The room suddenly turns freezing because in the capital, the Rückner family and the Lilienthal family are two giant, bitter political juggernauts, locked in a dead-even power struggle. If the Lilienthal family gets credit for helping restore the Weigel house, it'll slam a political link right between his rivals and the exact family Rückner is supposed to be watching. It would be a brutal hit to his reputation, and it would send his power crashing down. Rückner's freaking out. "Please, don't let this drag him in." He's basically begging as the words tumble out. Checkmate done, sealed, over. Wendelin smirks and Rückner, utterly crushed, slumps out. "I'll provide the aid," like he's had the life squeezed out of him. Now that the deal's locked in, Wendelin leans in and demands a word from the silent Katharina. She takes one step forward, and her face stays locked. No one can read what she's thinking. She thanks Lord Rückner with icy, diplomat-cold precision, says she won't nurse a grudge against the Marquis of Rückner-Alonen for her husband's sake, insisting it's done. Even though her eyes scream that it isn't, then smirks, pretending to be practical. "Let bygones be bygones," she says, while the tension in her gaze says otherwise. Rückner pulls off a total social power move. Everyone already knows the Weigel family was wronged, so by helping them come back, he saves his own skin. And Katharina gets to look unbelievably generous and forgiving. Wendelin swings in his final peace offering. He pitches a marriage alliance between Katharina's heir and a daughter from Rückner's family, sealing a future of cooperation instead of fresh sparks of hatred. And just like that, boom, the deal's locked in, and the Weigel family's revival is officially secured, right there, with everyone watching. From the top, Wendelin stared down at the capital and let out a satisfied breath, because everything had gone exactly as he planned. Back at the Cardinal's place, the whole room buzzes with celebration. Katharina finally thanks Wendelin the way he deserves. The Cardinal leans in and declares the deal is ironclad, no cracks, no second chances. And the next day, a royal envoy is set to arrive and formally hand Katharina her temporary title of baronet. Once the deal was wrapped up, the whole party decided, "We're not heading out tonight," and settled in for the night. They lead you straight into a dazzling, luxurious room that feels straight out of a dream. But the second they finally settle in, Katharina suddenly stumbles, flooded with emotion. All that relief, all that pressure, the whole lifelong fight finally spilling out of her, she just collapses into a chair, clutching her ring tight, and gasps, "I can't believe it. Tomorrow I'm finally a noble again." They all stare in silence, finally grasping how much this moment truly meant to her. They can't forget it ever since. She was just 5, she's been dragging this crushing hope, praying she can someday heal her family and put everything back together. Of course she's overwhelmed, everything finally hitting her at once, and that crushing weight makes even the strongest person crumple. When Dylan lays eyes on her, a soft smile blooms on his face as he watches her glow with tearful happiness. The very next day, the ceremony goes down. Kneeling in front of the royal envoy, Katharina officially accepts her new station with a powerful formal bow. She's become the heart of her house's comeback, the woman who'll soon welcome the next Baron of Weigel. At last her dream had finally burst into reality. Later, in a calm courtyard, Katharina paused and realized her ceremony was way simpler than anyone led her to expect. Wendelin nods along, shrugging it off like those succession ceremonies are nothing more than a fast oath and done. And that's how the talk spirals straight to his brother Herman. Because Herman's own succession is getting tangled in the brutal politics of tracking down a concubine. Because Herman's wife comes from a lower status family, tradition demands he take a concubine from a higher, more influential household. Yet both of them refuse to go along with it. It's the perfect example of how a nobleman's life comes with non-stop trouble and heavy duties. While they're still chatting, Erwin strides in, calls out how hard they've been working, and keeps the moment rolling. He's talking about Wendelin's wild magic meditation, this technique he forged from what he remembered in his past life. It's so brutal that even Master Armstrong and Brantark have copied the whole thing into their training. Irwin's jealousy rages while Wendelin is still young and his magic is exploding upward, growing faster than anyone can keep up with. Katharina can feel her strength slipping, like she's seconds away from hitting her limit. "Alright, Air Whiz Flash, that grin, buddy, why don't you and Wendell jump into a vessel that matches?" Katharina snaps beet red, hides her face, and melts into full-on embarrassment in an instant. Meanwhile, Wendelin is totally clueless. His master never taught him a thing. "What's vessel matching?" he blurts. Irwin starts explaining that it's some ritual where a man and a woman combine their magic, and the picture that flashes in Wendelin's head? "Yeah, it's definitely not SFW. He figures out this isn't just any kind of practice. It's usually saved for married couples or tight master and disciple bonds, and if he sees it done with a random man, it screams romance. Louise and Aina pop out of nowhere and casually drop the bomb that they've already synced their vessels with Wendland. Louise straight up figured it was a sure thing now that they're engaged. This only cranks the confusion even higher, especially when Erwin whips back to look at Katharina. So tell me, you're really not planning to do it, right? But he swears it'll push her past her limits and sharpen her magic control for real. Shyly, Katharina spits. It's not that I don't want to. Then Bamshi cuts in. I'm taking a bath and changing. And bolts before anyone can even react. Everyone's left staring completely frozen, like the world just stopped for them. Gwendolyn tries to get a grip on everything, then drops the big question. So vessel matching is basically just holding hands, right? And Erwin makes it crystal clear as checked the basics of magic for every wizard. And that's when the wild, horrifying realization hits Gwendolyn. Katharina's weird blushing, then sprinting off to Baze like she's hiding something. Don't play with me? He snaps. She's convinced you can get pregnant just by holding hands. An hour later, Katharina bursts back in, draped in a breathtaking silk gown, roses clinging to her, and she's ready to dive into the ritual. Gwendolyn fights to stay serious, then just blurts, okay. They lock fingers, and magical energy explodes between them on the spot. Katharina's eyes widen as pure power surges through her, instantly sending her into pure bliss. Thank you so much, she beams and then admits, half laughing, I feel like I'm doing something way too naughty. The others only sigh, because that sweet, clueless innocence is exactly what makes her impossible not to love. As the day crashes to a close, a classic misunderstanding explodes. Katharina storms up to the other girls and bellows that Bindolin's magic is vanishing, leaving everyone utterly mortified. Back in the capital, Roderick, one of the Wendelins' own, finally slams a new plan on the table. An in-town for adventurers right near the Enchanted Forest, a project that's been sitting untouched for ages. Belle couldn't believe it. He remembered drawing up the plans, but it felt like a dream they'd shoved into limbo, indefinitely frozen in time. Lately, his entire schedule has been hijacked by helping Katharina build her new domain, and he hasn't had a single second left to focus on his own projects. That's when Roderick drops a bombshell. Katharina-sama. Thanks to her, we can finally speed up everything, fast. Belsma just goes blank, and I'm like, what? Katharina helped? How could she possibly pull that off? But Roderick shoots that down fast. This isn't about her construction magic, even though it'd help, because that's not the real choke point. He makes it brutally clear. The real problem is the manpower. Running a whole town for adventurers would demand hiring and training an absurd army of workers. Belle finally understands the logic, but the answer keeps slipping away until Roderick spells it out in plain words. Katharina's vassals will take care of it. Heinz, the former head of the Weigel family, steps back into the spotlight, now serving as a consultant for Roderick. This hits like a full-blown game-changer. Heinz is the king of running ends, the Weigel family's bread and butter, and he's got the kind of deep, trusted connections that the Travelers Guilds can't ignore. Suddenly, this ambitious plan doesn't just feel possible. It screams promise. After that heated talk, Heinz wastes no time and sets up a meeting for Vel in the royal capital. He's itching to bring him face-to-face with the Travelers Guild's most powerful leaders. Right when Vel and his crew roll up, a creepy déjà vu hits him hard, like he's lived this exact moment before. The man Heinz drags into the spotlight is loud, flashier than a showboat, and way too familiar. It's Rinnenheim, the same noble Vel once had to help salvage because his property was already falling apart. Rinnenheim practically glow as they shower Vel with praise for his win, then eagerly offer their services. Even with that shady aura hanging off him, Vel still nods and agrees to hear him out. Rinnenheim wastes no time. Too huge, perfectly kept properties show up right in front of you, like they're ready to be used immediately. The rest of the party is left scratching their heads. Who in their right mind would give up buildings like that? It feels like a huge, unforgivable waste. Vel knows the capital runs on brutal economics. There are endless, cheap, convenient, newly built inns run by the traveling lot, and he's telling you straight. In a market this cutthroat, if you don't keep innovating and winning over customers, you don't just lose money, you get wiped out. This plan isn't about running them through the capital at all. It's about hauling the buildings themselves into the new town, piece by piece. Dornan, the ultimate pragmatist, can't help but wonder why they don't just hand the entire operation over to a massive commercial firm. Heinz instantly shuts that idea down, yelling that if they do it, every profit will drain straight out of the Baumeister domain. This isn't about padding some outside merchant's pockets. It's about strangling the local economy's lifeline. The party finally digs into the plan's real strategy, and it hits them like a revelation. Heinz unveils his plan. The Weigel and Baumeister families will smash their capital together to form an association, then bring in innkeepers under one shared system. Belle instantly gets it. This is a modern business hustle plopped into a fantasy world, and it's basically a franchise straight from the future. Heinz lays it all out. Those Weigel innkeepers were getting bullied out by bigger merchant associations. So he pulls a move so smart it's almost ruthless. Before they even step into their new domain, he sells the prime land their old inn stood on to a rich merchant for a massive payout, locking in the capital they need to launch the next phase. Bell can't stop grinning. Pulling this off takes serious business genius, and somehow he's got the best team backing him up. Just a little later, Rinnenheim ushers them out of the city and swears he's got even more properties waiting for them out in the suburbs. They rattle across open fields in a carriage, with nothing but rolling hills stretching as far as the eye can see. The party is totally baffled. This place is empty and there's nothing here at all. Rinnenheim just grins and says, "You'll see them. Those buildings are right beyond the trees." After a quick stroll, they crest the hill, and the whole group slams to a stop, stunned by what they see. Right in front of them stretches a whole, untouched, pristine town. This isn't just a couple buildings, it's a full-blown resort village, like no one has ever set foot there. Bill locks eyes with the man from Rinnenheim and realizes it's Treasurer Bruckner. Rinnenheim explains that this place is all that's left of a resort plan that blew up in his cousin's territory. This is a classic bad plan disaster. One local lord bet he could build a tourist town, but the area had absolutely nothing worth seeing, so tourists never had a reason to show up. They built the whole village on a shaky prayer that money would magically show up, and now the bills are piling up so fast they're digging everyone's grave. The lord is panicking. He's desperate to get rid of this monument he ruined with a bad investment, just so he can finally wipe out his crushing debts. For Vel, this isn't a bust, it's a jackpot. He's got the perfect plan for this ghost town. With his teleportation magic, he'll yank the whole village into his domain and build an instant town in the blink of an eye. He nods instantly and orders Rinnenheim to take the negotiations, then straight up buy everything. 1 week later, the whole plan hits like a thunderclap, utter success, and right by the enchanted forest, the newly relocated town is already buzzing non-stop. Bale can't shake it. His thriving town is built on the rubble of other nobles' failed dreams and disastrous investments. When he catches Katharina's gloomy look, he realizes she's felt the cruel sting of aristocratic collapse firsthand. The moment one project wrapped, Heinz wasted zero time and blazed straight into his next idea, building hot springs. Belle's eyes flare with excitement. Hot springs? In this world, he's ready before the question even finishes. Heinz spots a promising spot nearby. Steam is hissing up from the ground like something is about to blow wide open. So Vel decides to mix work with fun. She's planning a quick getaway to scout a real hot spring resort, all for her research. A few days later, the crew finally rolls up to the legendary Reykjavik Hot Springs, the kind of place tourists practically worship, and it's right in front of them now. Vel is practically vibrating with excitement, counting down the moment he can finally soak in his first hot spring in this brand new life. But the moment they step into town, a creepy hush smothers everything. Empty streets, shuttered shops, and not a soul in sight. A local manager storms up to them with grim news. Those hot springs are gone. They dried up a month ago. Curious as hell, Will asks to be taken to the excavation site. As they press deeper in, a thunderous crash rips through the trees and a voice roars out. Vel's jaw hits the floor because the one smashing the earth to pieces is none other than his master, Armstrong. He was a regular at the resort, and the second he heard the news, he jumped in to find a fresh spring. No subtlety, just his own explosive way. Of course, with all that insane power at his disposal, he still couldn't find a single thing. This looks completely hopeless, so much so that even mighty Armstrong is genuinely crushed at the thought of losing his beloved vacation spot. A few days later, back in his own turf, Vel and his crew rush in to investigate the very spot Heinz had singled out. And just like that, steam starts blasting up from the rocks. Realizing he's got to go all in, Balloon hurls a brutal earth drilling spell, an enraged vortex of power that tears straight into the ground. As the spell burrows deeper, the earth starts to shake violently, and he slams up a magic barrier to keep everyone safe from the deadly flying debris. His hard work finally pays off. Those hot spring experts he dragged in are absolutely thrilled, and they're already mapping out plans for their brand new hotel. Yeah, the whole party is buzzing with excitement until one of the girls drops the big question. So, is mixed bathing even allowed? And Elise calmly explains that married couples are allowed to bathe together. A spark flares in Belle's eyes, and just like that, this project becomes his top priority. He's absolutely fueled and unstoppable. With the big threats finally crushed, it's time to build. Wendelin fires up beside Katharina, ready to kick off the construction of their brand new hot springs resort. Katharina clocks that he's more fired up than ever, and he's so close to blurting out that he's dreaming about a mixed bath. He shoots back fast, basically blurting, hot springs are just great in general. He barely dodged a painfully awkward conversation. Katharina, though, clicks into the bigger picture. She knows the strategy is real, because hot springs have been a meeting spot and a bonding haven since ancient times. After they kicked back and chatted in a warm soak, she grabs a cold drink, and when he suggests it, she lights up and says, "Yeah, it's a brilliant idea." Gwendolyn is buzzing that she got pulled into his story because she's got the loner trait too, and she instantly gets why you need a place to connect with people. With both of them locked in and fully fueled, the construction rockets forward at a superhuman pace, powered by their combined magical force. And just like that, no time at all, a gorgeous hot spring resort is finally finished, and they even pull in the staff from a recently shut down place. The men are the first ones to test it, and right away everyone agrees it's absolutely mind-blowing. For the older guys, a hot soak hits like pure heaven, melting all the pain out of their tired bones. But the younger ones' thoughts instantly sprint off to somewhere else. Every one of them snaps their heads toward the wall that blocks them from the women's bath. Whispers hit the air right away. One voice begs him to touch something he can't even see. Eru, the ultimate troublemaker, lures him with the idea of taking a sneaky peek, but the other guy shuts it down fast, pointing out they'd get fired the second they got caught staring at the Lord's fiancée like that. But Eru just shrugs it off and says Belle would probably be fine with it, right? As the tension spikes, a gigantic splash explodes from the water. Armstrong bursts out like a vengeful sea god, roaring that he'll tolerate zero messing around with his nieces Elise and Katharina. It caught him clean on the head an instant, perfect hit, and he never even had a chance to notice it. Armstrong, always the go-to helper, steps in and offers a cure using his signature holy healing to mend that bump on the spot. Eru panics the second he realizes what's coming. One of Armstrong's bone-crushing hugs is about to hit. Fresh out of their bath, Eru gets a total dressing down because his big mouth finally caught up to him, but he keeps trying to act clueless. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn's fresh out of the bath and ready to kick off the classic tradition. He gulps down a glass of delicious juice, while the others get wasted with booze. Gwendolyn's stomach growls, and he confidently declares he's got a special snack ready to go. A massive basket packed to the brim with eggs. Yeah, everyone's totally baffled, but he just tells them, "Relax, sit tight, and watch." He tells them these are eggs from a horo bird and warns that the boiling time is the one thing that decides whether they're perfect or ruined. He grips the hourglass for perfect timing, then slowly lowers the basket right into the scorching, steamy hot spring water. As he yanks the eggs out, the crowd freezes in pure shock. Every single one is pitch black, and everyone assumes he's blown it. But Gwendolyn just smirks and tells them, "Trust me, the inside is completely fine." He pops it open, and there it is, an ultra-soft boiled egg with a glossy, jammy yolk that practically begs to be tasted. That bite hits harder than you'd expect. One little sprinkle of salt, and suddenly it's pure savory perfection. Everybody dives in and goes, "Whoa, the flavors hit so good they're stunned." The moment the resort managers saw it, they knew they'd struck gold. Hot spring eggs, the one thing that could make them their new signature specialty. Gwendolyn nods and says, "We can even cook up other dishes with that steamed meat, fish, and veggies included." Wilma and the other big eaters go absolutely wild, and the whole crew digs into the new cuisine like it's pure treasure. The managers are bursting with joy, swearing they'll do everything they can to turn these fresh ideas into a resort that truly shines. And, just like that, the hot springs by the Enchanted Forest blew up into the kingdom's hottest spot. Everyone flocked there for the one-of-a-kind food you couldn't find anywhere else. Later on, Gwendolyn stands on a balcony, surveying his domain like a proud king. Everything's coming together beautifully, and it's finally starting to look like a real town. Roderick nods and insists Ballbird is going to turn into something amazing. Then he calmly credits Gwendolyn for it all. The Lord's mansion is rising way ahead of schedule, like they're racing the clock and winning. Later, while Gwendolyn is kicking back with his fiancé, he clocks how Elise is weirdly silent and clearly falling apart. She finally gathers the courage to tell him, because her mom is about to show up for a visit. Katharina reacts on the spot, and she's honestly entertained by the whole mess, which is a terrifying sign. Elise's mom, Nina Meyer von Hohenheim, doesn't just have a personality, she's the kind of chaos you can practically hear coming. Aina straight up admits it. She's not a monster, but dealing with her is a nightmare. Gwendolyn feels the truth lurking deeper and asks if she's really just here for fun. Elise snaps back that he's right. She's coming as her father's representative to check how the church is doing in the new domain. With a heavy sigh, Gwendolyn snapped and teleported straight into the Viscount Hohenheim mansion in the royal capital. Sebastian the butler steps in, greets him with a grin, and congratulates him for finally being promoted to count. just as Sebastian, the young mistress, will be ready any moment now. She shoots right up to him, smiles warmly, and greets him so fast it leaves him totally blindsided. She scolds him for all that stiff formality, then tells him he can just call her Mum. Gwendolyn's cheeks burn as he stammers that he'll do it right after him. And Elise tie the knot. She can't help but find his serious side totally adorable. Just as he tries to steady himself, she's already locking in ready to storm straight into his domain. The moment she clamps onto his arm, Wendland's brain starts screaming. He's totally overwhelmed. And yeah, that's exactly why he can't handle her. He knows she's never really trying to seduce him. And somehow that truth makes his embarrassment explode, flustered out of control by the reaction he can't even hide. Nina demands they lock arms for the teleportation, and the butler can only shoot her a silent, apologetic look. Just as they're about to head out, she tosses the butler a casual warning like she might be stuck later for dinner. As if the whole thing is a date, the second they pop into his mansion, Elise is already there staring down her mother with a sharp, stern look. "Why are you crossing your arms with Wendell and Sama?" she snaps. Eyes narrowed like she already suspects something. In a blink, Nina flips the switch. She lets go of Wendland, drops the casual vibe, and snaps into a crisp, professional tone, telling Elise not to stress about public appearances in a private house and to get to work. She pressed a letter into his hands, packed with every detail about the new church construction. As the domain keeps expanding, the church has to spread its presence right along with it. She even showed up with gifts for every construction worker on the site. Gwendolyn is completely thrown off. He can't stop wondering if all this razor-sharp detail is exactly why they sent her, but he just can't stitch those two personalities together. The flirtatious, way too comfortable woman from moments ago, and this razor-sharp, perfectly composed noble. He figures out he's just awful at handling people who flip their attitude on a dime. The moment the business is wrapped up, Nina swings straight back in and quizzes him about how she did. Then Elise barges in fast, coldly saying her mom only blows up when she's hungry. At lunch, Gwendolyn gets marched into the dining room and finds it totally empty. Then it hits him pure horror because everyone else slips out with some excuse, and they flat out run away, leaving him behind. Before he even has time to process that betrayal, Nina is already leaning in, offering him food. Elise stares at her mother with a stone-cold face, while Nina raises a spoonful of food toward Wendland's mouth. Nina whips around to her daughter and tells her to hustle her heart out to stay lovable, or risk watching her husband slip away to some other girl. With a blush in her cheeks but steel in her heart, Elise takes the spoon like it's a dare, and then she even offers to feed a mortified Wendland. Nina grins, practically vibrating with excitement to show her daughter exactly how it's done. After a while, the rest of the party barges back in, only to find Wendell collapsed on the sofa. And yep, the mother-daughter duo straight up stuffed him until he passed out. Nina rolls up with a charming smile and gives them all a proper, formal welcome. Katharina clocks that she's basically Elise's twin, while Wendella's charm kill panic spirals out of her control. Then the rest of the day drifts by with zero trouble. And now Wendland has one job: grab Nina and bring her safely back to her home. The whole crew sees them off, but Elise is still clearly not happy because her mother is way too close to her fiancé. They pop back into existence right at the entrance of the Hohenheim mansion. As they trade one last goodbye, hearts heavy and hands trembling. Nina scoots closer and whispers one final warning. "Honestly, I think it's fine to touch Elise in secret, even before you two marry." Gwendolyn can't even get a word out as she waves goodbye. He lets out a heavy sigh, once again admitting to himself loud and clear that he's absolutely, positively hopeless with her. Just as Vel finally gets a rare breath of peace, sipping his tea, Ina and Louise crash in with shocking news: both their moms want to meet him. That question slams into the silence, loaded with implications. No one dares say so. He blurts it out, and a knot of confusion tightens hard in his gut. Erwin, always the voice of reason, is about to lay out the crazy political maze they're marching through. And with Fel's grip on Belberg growing fast, the world is demanding a real, battle-ready military. Erwin's got it figured out. Smart defenses are everything, and even a huge domain can't stay guarded, peace or no peace. Bell nods along, and yeah, the logic checks out. But the moment conflict even flickers in his mind, unease tightens his chest. He'd rather dodge a fight than jump into one. Still, Erwin pushes for a cleaner way to train: proper martial arts education meant to forge strength without hunting war, and the idea catches fire fast, especially when heavy hitters like Margrave Brithild already have their own specialized vassals. Ina and Louise beam as they brag that their families rule at spearmanship and magic fighting. And it finally clicks for Vil: if he wants to rise as an upper lord, he's got to gather retainers with totally different skills. And right then, Erwin drops the bombshell: construction is already rolling for brand new dojos built to forge these future vassals into warriors. But when Louise lays it out, these new facilities need their runners. Vel can't shake the feeling that they're making this way bigger than it has to be. Is it really that important? He snaps. It's just a dojo. He instantly regrets what he said because Ina and Louise clamp in on him, glaring with furious indignation, and they practically shout, "Of course it is." After all, for martial artists, this isn't just pride. It's life or death. Bell jerks back, apologizing through clenched teeth, because once again he's been reminded that this world runs by totally different rules. Back home, martial arts was just a hobby. Here, it's a calling, a career, and his ticket to everything. The girls break it down. These dojo spots are solid, coveted jobs that'll pull in a mountain of applicants. They can't just fling those doors open, with no plan, and that's exactly what they finally confess, because their mothers are stepping in to give their thanks and back this whole new venture. But Vel's still totally lost. If nobles run on strict ranks, shouldn't the fathers, the heads of each family, be the ones to arrange this formal visit instead? Arwen's menacing bulk surged back into the murky waters of noble etiquette, because their fathers served as vassals to the Margrave, so if they ever bowed to Vel, it would be a brutal insult to their own lord, a traitorous slip of allegiance. It's a political minefield, so they dodge it with a clever workaround, leaning on the mother's humming to cover their tracks, using their daughter's engagement as the official excuse. And yes, when they march, they'll even bring their sons, the kids from concubines, not the legal wife, because only those heirs are forced to swear themselves straight to the Margrave. Things get way crazier when they say the legal wife's own kids also want to come to Ballberg. Vel is completely stunned. "Our territory is that popular?" he blurts out. And you can feel the worry hit like a punch, because pulling this off is a tightrope act meant to dodge political backlash. By sitting down with the mothers, Vel dodges a full-blown diplomatic disaster like it's on a leash. He lets out a tired, defeated sigh. Seriously, nobles are the worst, always smothering their real motives under layers of flimsy lies. A few days later, they burst into the provincial city of Brichburg, ready to roll out the red carpet for their guests. True to form, the mothers walk in like living royalty. Ina's mom, Zuzanne, and Louise's mom, Irina, greet them with warm, welcoming smiles. After the stuffy introduction wraps up, Vel steps forward and slams right into handshakes. Zuzanne immediately starts fretting over Ina, but Ella steps in effortlessly, calming her down and insisting that Ina is a truly sensible woman who always looks after everyone. Meanwhile, Irene acts like Louise's drama doesn't even touch her. She couldn't care less. Zuzanne and she are joking around like old buddies, and Vel can't help staring at Irene because she looks less like her mother and more like Louise's older sister. When he says that, she bursts into laughter, admitting she's almost 40, so Vel's like, no way, convinced she's secretly cheating time with some kind of age-defying magic. Once the greetings are done, Vel clenches his plan and prepares to teleport the whole party straight into his domain. The mothers can't believe how easy his magic makes everything. Louise snags him aside with a warning. "Don't step into my mother's trap," she whispers, and her eyes say it all. She's more witch than mother. Vel, gulping, he almost bought every word. They burst up to the dojo construction site for an inside tour. It's a total heart-melter. These moms watch their sons charging into the work like champs, and from far away, they wave back with big, happy smiles. Later, over steaming cups of tea, the mothers trade their secrets and spill the whole story. They started out as childhood friends from low-ranking vassal families. Then life threw them into the palace-turned concubines while they quietly honed their martial arts whenever they found spare time. Ina and Louise waste no time calling their moms seriously mediocre, then bragging that their own talent blows them out of the water. Irene bursts into laughter, grinning as she says she's thrilled her daughter got that kind of luck. Then everything shifts, serious as stone. The mothers step in to run the dojos, but it has to stay hidden, no exceptions. Irene leans in and drops a brutal piece of advice for Vel. If he's hiring instructors, make it only the ones her husband personally vouched for. A fresh decree from the Margrave just dropped. Only a handful of approved families can secure instructor spots under Vel, but his fiancée is the one shocking exception. Vel's mind was spinning. He never thought dojo politics could cut this deep. His mothers blast the warning into him. Other nobles, especially the ones hovering near the Margrave's legal wife, are about to sneak their own people into position. He has to scrutinize every single person's origins, down to the smallest detail. Vel feels a sharp pang for anyone just trying to find work, but Louise snaps it down instantly, because this isn't about help, it's about protecting appearances and keeping the political scales perfectly balanced. It's a brutal world out there, Bauma says. After a while, the talk flips and the whole crew starts grilling everyone about their parents. Irwin shrugs through life with zero urgency, because his real mom died when he was just a kid, and ever since, he's clashed with his stepmother at every turn. Wilna shrugs it off and calls her story normal, and everyone nods along like, yep, that's exactly the best way to handle this. Then the conversation shifts to Katharina, and her voice cracks as she admits her parents are gone. Then her imagination goes full throttle. She sees them as outrageous, impossibly proud nobles, and the moment the idea lands, everyone else just freezes in stunned silence at how wildly absurd it is. Right when life finally starts to calm down, a message hits straight from Vel's brother Herman. Their family's sneaky scheming retainer is barging in. He demands an urgent meeting right now. Dread creeps into the room, and Herman panics so hard that he grabs Vel and demands she come with him. Elise calls it out like it's staring them in the face. Klaus didn't make peace until his attempt to assassinate Vel blew up, so yeah, they've got every right to be suspicious. Scared of what they might find, the whole party sticks together. And Erwin is shocked he wasn't the only one who panicked. They roll up to the Baumeister estate, and his brother Eric greets them like it's no big deal. Calm even with all that chaos swirling around. They've spruced up the whole mansion like the domain's brand new development is shouting at everyone the moment they arrive. Eric breaks it down sure. He's planning a new home right in the heart of the territory, but his real focus is getting practical, helping immigrants and boosting the local industries. And it's all made possible because Vel has his back. And he even thanks Elise for getting a priest dispatched to their church, because he's downright praising Vel for landing a fiancé this capable. When Vil presses him about civil administration, Eric's expression turns a little colder. They've got people in the ranks, but the only one who can truly lead them is the class. Katharina quickly lays it bare. Handing your money to someone like him is a straight-up disaster waiting to happen. The talk shifts to Klaus's grandkids, and you realize they're Vel's half-brothers too. One idea. Give them special treatment so the class stops boiling over and you can keep the peace. But the moment they catch on, they know this plan would just turn them into his puppets. This was made to poison safe in tiny sips, but one wrong amount and it turns lethal fast. And right now, this feels unbelievably deadly. Because Klaus gets shoved to the margins by the villagers, they hatch a new plan. Herman takes a concubine, and their kids are set up for power so they can cancel out Klaus's reach. The moment they suggest it, Herman's whole world flipsy, gets wildly flustered. Like his mind can't keep up. Vel slices right through the noise and fires the real question. What does Klaus want? Louise snaps into action and screams at the top of her lungs. This is a trap meant to get you killed. Everyone else brushes it off and calls it impossible. Yeah. Klaus is a master of schemes, but he's not an idiot. Someone throws out a honey trap theory, but Bell shuts it down instantly. Wearing a deadpan face, he stares down his 5 fiancées and asks, "Why would I even be tempted? You're all way younger and prettier." That blunt, totally unexpected compliment hits the girls like a firework, and the whole room freezes into an awkward silence. After they've stared it down and figured they've speculated enough, Vel finally steps back in. The only way to know what's really going on is to go straight to Klaus themselves and peel back the mask to uncover his true intentions. So Vel shows up thinking it's just a quick tour, but the air feels heavy with a stiff kind of formality, way beyond what he expected, and right away Klaus, the new man running his old family's territory, steps in to greet him and ushers him into a room full of unfamiliar faces. Vel nods politely to the crowd, but his smile stays locked in place while his thoughts sprint in every direction. Klaus singles them out. Walter, Carl, and even the husbands of his half-sisters, Agnes and Corona, one by one. Vel just flashes an awkward little smile. Because these people have zero place in his life. Blood makes them family. But in every other way, they're total strangers. Vel barrels past the awkward small talk and straight up asks, "Is the tour ready to kick off?" Klaus nods and, with one sharp gesture, sends the whole group sprinting forward. Their journey kicks off at an apiary, where the air roars with buzzing wings and non-stop, chaotic life. Klaus tells you the yeoman family he married into basically ran the honey and mead business here like it was their private kingdom. Now he's blown the operation wide open, pulling the whole community in to crank productivity sky high, while Volab keeps checking the workers in their protect gear, smugly noting it all feels so smooth, it's almost like the machine doesn't even need him anymore. Then Klaus blurts out something unsettling. Those bees are huge, practically twice the size of the last generation. Before Vel can even process the fallout of those magically upgraded insects, they get yanked away straight to the honey wine factory. Brandstax's dream of a tasting dies fast. The factory is dead silent, and the barrel is bone dry. Klaus steps in and says production is shut down for now. First, they have to refill the honey supply, because they can't brew that mead again until it's back. They slam the industrial buildings behind them and charge straight into the endless open fields. Klaus beams as he proudly unveils the glittering rice stalks, bragging that these shiny fields have become the main crop for the brand new villages, and the second Vel lays eyes on them, His rice love lights up instantly while everyone else grins, already mapping out the feast they're about to destroy. The tour isn't done. Klaus still has one final stop to reveal to them. He steers them straight toward the edge of the developed lands and tells them, right there, that the next village starts in the untamed wilderness, because they'll have to push out and survey the site themselves. Vel trusted his guide and immediately told him, "Take me there, lead the way." The group slips in after Klaus through the thick forest, and the vibe snaps overnight from a casual stroll to something tense and dangerous. Under that thick canopy, the light slowly dies out. Out of the darkness between the trees, shapes suddenly crawl into view. Boom, an entire platoon of soldiers in heavy, unfamiliar armor surges out and closes the circle, weapons leveled and ready to strike. Vel's party snaps into full alert mode, and everyone yanks their hands to their weapons in an instant. They're massively outnumbered, and then bam, they get trapped in a flawless ambush with no way out. But while his companions gear up to fight for their lives, Klaus stays unnervingly calm. "Don't worry," he tells them, voice rock steady, explaining those guys are just adventurers who hunt on dragons, and they're only passing through from the east. Veal's eyes snap shut. Then narrow dragon hunters? Heavily armed and disciplined? Nothing about it makes sense, so he straight up asks Klaus if he recognizes them. This question cracks open a total political storm. Klaus lays it out. The East is run by Margrave Braua, and Braua's already got a nasty feud brewing with their own ally, Margrave Breithild. He even says he once fought beside Brauard's troops when he was young, but back then, their gear was nowhere near as good as this. Klaus barrels on, laying out a brutally bleak picture of the political world ahead. The Baumeister estate stays shut off from the world, so Vel's kept totally in the dark about what's really going on. He snaps the truth. Margrave Braua is gravely ill, and his sons are trapped in a brutal succession war, tearing their whole territory apart from the inside. They're losing ground, staring as Vel's lands bloom, while their own world stalls and resentment festers and multiplies. Then Klaus hits Will with a chilling question. What would a noble family do if they're drowning in trouble from both inside and out? Will breaks it down with cold logic. Since they're all tied to the same kingdom, there's no way they're going to start an open war. The only way out was negotiation, but with the Margrave gasping on his deathbed, that route is completely shut. Klaus nods, jaw set, and eyes grimacries. That's usually how it goes, but his face hardens fast, because he's telling you this doesn't shut the door on every other option. Vel looks totally stumped. What other choice is even left at this point? Klaus drops a chilling alternative spark, a showdown, and to make it stick, he orders a fire in the south to yank everyone's attention away and squeeze out concessions. To make Margar of Berthild cough up the profits and hand over the development rights to the land they're literally standing on. The realization slams into Vel like a brutal gut punch, because to kick off a war, all it takes is that, as he glares at the adventurers encircling them, and it all suddenly clicks. These aren't dragon hunters at all. They're Ray Braua's soldiers, planted here to spark a full rebellion, and when Klaus starts to protest, the old man just calmly shuts it down and insists he has nothing to do with Braua. Soldiers don't hang around for the talk to end. Roars tear through the air, and their commander screams, "Attack." Damn it. Will snaps, furious that he's been hauled into yet another aristocrat's power game while his companions brace their spells, all of them cursing the chaos. But before anyone can even lift a blade, Vel's party detonates a blast of pure magic boom. The whole area gets swallowed in glowing energy, and the soldiers get caught in it, dropping to their knees as they freeze solid, unable to move a muscle. Silence crashes over the forest. Every last soldier in the platoon that once looked unstoppable is now wiped out, completely neutralized. Next, Vel scans the scene, then whips a furious glare at Klaus. This wasn't meant for Vel at all. It was a trap for these soldiers, and the real reason you dragged me here, he growls, was to pin down these rebels before they could launch their plan. Klaus stays completely silent, and his face gives away nothing. But his men straight up confirm it. There's no way they can crush a rebellion this massive with their own numbers. Going toe-to-toe with them would have slammed the domain's growth shut for years. One of them even breaks down and apologizes for leaving Vel's brother Hearn in the dark, admitting they needed Vel's unbiased perspective to get things right. If this rebellion had actually erupted, it would have slaughtered countless people. As Vel meets that cold, hard logic, the rage in him drains away, and grudging respect takes its place. He lets out a heavy sigh and admits the flawless plan deserves every bit of the credit. Even after the win, Unease claws at his gut like the victory was just a move on a bigger board, and he's only a piece in someone else's game. Before anyone can catch their breath, the aftermath heads fast. Word slams across the realm that Count Braua's vassals tried to rebel, and it got crushed cleanly. No casualties at all. Klaus, the ever-brilliant strategist, tries to brush off his own role, but Vel instantly sees the truth. That move was a masterstroke. and it's begging for a serious reward. Right when they're still reeling from the incident, a messenger bursts in. Panicking Margaret Brithil just sent word. Margaret Brawa's real army is hitting the road, charging in from the east and driving straight toward the southern territories. No one knows what the force is for or how massive it really is. But Brithil doesn't just sit back, he's already building his own army, gearing up for a brutal counterattack. Then the plot's real truth snaps into view. And it's terrifying. That rebellion wasn't the point at all. It was just a feint, a distraction meant to trap Vel and his forces while the main army slipped in to strike. But thanks to Klaus, they've got the upper hand, full control, plus every prisoner. And Klaus announces he'll march those captured soldiers straight to the border as final proof that Brawa betrayed them. He blurts out, shaking, wondering what those guys must be feeling after getting fooled so completely. His own men stood firm as stone, swearing their loyalty would never bend. Klaus, older, drained, and worn to the bone, finally admits his life is slipping away. As he did all of this to shield the younger generation from a brutal bloodshed, he steps up and offers to shoulder the whole scheme himself, then lets his fate hang in Vel's hands. Deciding how to handle Klaus isn't just tough, it weighs on him like a crushing boulder. One of Vel's retainers strides up and snaps that Klaus's move is unforgivable. He didn't even warn his own lord, and the punishment won't be exile or execution at all. It's a promotion. Bill roars that the class is heading to the capital to tally up Baumeister's domain. And guess what? Walter and Karl, his grandsons, are about to get crowned as the heads of brand new villages. And once those granddaughters are married, their husbands will get power, 2 key positions, straight from the top. With a domain starving for skilled administrators, this is exactly the kind of solution they've been praying for. Klaus is slammed by emotions he never saw coming, and the best-case future he prayed for just becomes real. His family's legacy is locked in for good. The very next day, a magic airship swoops in, piloted by Vilma's brother, Mortz, and you can practically hear his frustration that he missed all the action. As the prisoners get shoved onto the transport, they roar with curses at Klaus, screaming that he betrayed them. The old man just stares them down with tired eyes, muttering that life isn't fair. And in the end, maybe they're the real winners, the ones who got lucky. They just call him a liar. And the worst part is, everyone's starting to believe he's leading them straight to doom. With the mess finally settled, Vel turns to his new vassal Klaus and speaks with ice in his voice. From here on out, you'll work my domain until you can't anymore. Klaus dips his head low, swallowing his fate in silence. There's nothing I can do, he whispers, then lifts his eyes like a vow. But I'll give it everything to serve you until my final breath. And just like that, the shrewd old strategist snaps into place, becoming Vel's loyal vassal. As Vel watches him, defeat hits like a punch he won. He ended the war. He even forged a ruthless new ally. But somehow it all slips into place exactly the way Klaus planned from the very start. We kick off at Margrave Brawa's massive estate, but the place feels anything but glorious. An icy silence hangs over everything, thick with tension nobody dares to say out loud. Carla, a young woman, sits by her sick father's bedside. This once powerful ruler now looks like a walking ghost. And when the quiet crushes her, she can barely breathe before he finally blurts it out. Do you hate me? Carla won't answer. Her mind is racing as she fixates on that old man, on her father, one of the 3 great margraves of the Helmut Kingdom. He's lying on his deathbed, and he still refuses to name a successor. And she knows if she dares defy him, it'll spell ruin for her mom and the whole family, so she swallowed her voice and endured in silence. His legacy is a colossal estate so huge it feels like it could swallow a whole small country. And just like that, vultures are already circling because her 2 brothers, Philip and Christophe, are locked in a vicious blood battle, clawing for the chance to be the next head of the family. Even with his strength slipping away, the Margrave snaps. The whole thing is madness. What the hell am I hearing? There's no time to bicker about succession, he rasps. Carla can only nod along. This family's got bigger problems than infighting, and there's no room for that kind of drama. The Brawa name is crumbling fast after those brutal disaster wars. With their rival, Margrave Brithil, their strength has bled out, and thousands of lives were lost. Carla sees the twisted logic in her brother's ambition, and she snaps at her father. This is why her stupid sons are so desperate. They're trapped in a critical situation. Each of them swears they alone have the charm and strength to flip their family's fate, becoming the great leader who rescue everyone. Her tired father stares at her, and surprise flickers in his eyes. Then he blurts out, "Wow, you're way smarter than I ever expected." It's a wild compliment, considering they've only had a year together after being apart for 15. You can practically see that razor-sharp political mind ticking beneath her calm, quiet facade. Then his voice drops into a heavy, patriarchal ache. I wish you were a man. He then lays out a terrifying future because when a succession crisis like this explodes, war usually follows, and to crush their own internal chaos, he may just shove their armies outward, cooking up a fresh conflict to snatch undeveloped land. A clean, no-drama military win would be the ultimate flex proof that one of them is the true heir and nothing else. Carla sharply calls out the trap in their plan. Because her brothers are so paranoid, they won't even go on an expedition, scared the other will swoop in and steal power while they're gone. The Margrave size? It sounds petty and stupid on the surface, but once you've got those two factors lined up, it's honestly highly likely. This is the moment Bro1 family is about to crumble. With fire blazing in his eyes, the Margrave snaps his gaze to Carla and unleashes his last desperate gambit. I'm going to play the worst, most twisted aristocrat imaginable right up until my last breath. He's got an absolutely insane plan. He'll openly pick a fight with the fast-rising Count Ballmeister and bait the young lord into snapping up the family's development rights. He knows his sons are still too raw, too clumsy, too unready to ever control a power on that level. He's convinced the only way to rescue his people is to burn the family's pride to the ground, but he's sick of doing it all alone. He jabs a shaky finger at Carla, then at you. Broa family, you've got her. His voice hits like a hammer, no begging, no room to argue. She's going to Gamister's domain, and this isn't a visit, it's forever. With a calm, unshakable determination, Carla swallows her fear and accepts her fate. As she slips out of that mansion that never really felt like hers, she thinks through gritted teeth that her father is hands down the worst human being she's ever met. But that's nothing. Because if it went wrong, it would have been a far worse nightmare. Meanwhile, in Count Baumeister's world, Wendelin Aka Vel gets hit with news that a strange visitor is finally here. Broderick's face twists with worry, and even his loyal retainer can't hide the same troubled look. The guest is Carla von Braue, the daughter of the very Margrave they've sworn to see as an enemy. Then she showed up completely on her own, no guards, no backup, not a single soul with her. And this whole thing makes zero sense. Braue's knights bankroll a rebellion, then they get wiped out. And now Braue is just stuck in a cold war with another Margrave. Why would he dare to send his own daughter, alone, straight into the enemy's territory, right in the middle of their world? Vel barges into the receiving room, and there, standing like a jewel, is a young woman radiating pure, stunning elegance. She steps up and says her name, and Vel's whole world suddenly flips on its axis. It's not only that she's drop-dead gorgeous, she also looks and sounds exactly like the girl he loved in Japan during his last life. He's totally off balance. His head as a storm of old life memories crashing into the confusion of right now. He blurts out a compliment about her beauty, and you can see her freeze in pure shock. She says nobody's ever told her that. And when Vel is still trying to get his bearings, he shoots back that every man she's met must have just had awful eyesight. Before he can even react, Louise right behind him pinches him hard, and that silent squeeze screams, "Get it together." Once Vel finally steadies her nerves, she leans in and demands to know why she came. Carla drops her official explanation. She's here to inspect how his domain's developing, sent by her father. They chased answers that could save their own lands. She clocks the tension between the two houses, then boldly insists her visit is the first step to set everything right. Then, she finally hits the real problem. Because of all the recent chaos, she's certain Vel's domain is about to run out of development materials, and fast. She's absolutely nailed it. Broderick confirms her assessment is 100% right. These never-ending feuds have wrecked their construction supply lines because the exact same materials are what they'll need to wage war. Hunting down a new supplier is a dangerous move. One slip, and the whole kingdom would sniff out their weak spot. Broderick was moments away from unveiling a brand new plan, one that stacked even more overtime on everyone, and it instantly crushed Bel's spirit. Carlos nailed his timing perfect to the second. She drops a plan right there. She'll introduce them to a merchant from the east, and the Brahe family will play the matchmakers in between. This isn't some helpless cry for help. It's a razor-sharp business pitch. Bel spots a lifeline for his development projects and, without wasting a second, snaps up her offer. He sets up a whole room for her, then nods and says she can stay at least for a while. Later, Bel plops down with his wives and spills the details of this wild turn, because all of them can't shake how weird it feels. A noble lady from a hostile land. Showing up alone, no escort, no protection, like that's normal? Absolutely not. They're convinced she's a secret messenger on a dangerous mission. Their conversation keeps getting heavier as they dig deeper, trying to figure out who she really is. Roderick leans in and confirms she really is the Margrave's daughter. But trust me, the situation gets messy fast. She's his biological daughter, but he ignored that fact until just the past few days. Years ago, Braue went and had an affair with a lowly baronet's wife. And that scandalous night eventually gave birth to Carla. Terrified of his wife's wrath, He hid their daughter like a forbidden secret and gave her just the barest scraps of support. For him to suddenly notice her right now is way too suspicious to ignore. Elise's sharp instincts snap into place, and suddenly she knows it. Margrave Braua is using his new daughter as a bargaining chip. He's pushing a political marriage on the table, hoping it'll forge an alliance with Vel and pull his crumbling house back from the brink. Beo's eyes realizes they just shoved a political hot potato into his hands, and the truth is getting involved is the very last thing he wants. Even his parents and his wives agree on one thing: dragging a move like this into the open could spark a whole mess because their other powerful allies would turn on them. Belle has to admit it to herself. Her face looks just like his ex, and one wrong move could spell disaster. So the real question hits hard: who's gonna step up and take care of her? None of the wives feels cut out for something this delicate and tangled. Just then, Erwin strode forward with a confident grin and stepped up for the job without hesitation. The whole crew stares at him, glances around, and bam, a plan clicks into place. From their side of the story, Carla is the enemy lord's daughter, and everyone in the whole domain knows it. Assigning Erwin as her official escort and caretaker is the perfect move. He'll watch over her, shut down any harassment before it turns into a diplomatic nightmare, and keep her at a safe distance from Vel. The call is made. Erwin is officially taking charge as Carla's escort, and let's just say, happy doesn't even cut it. He's practically vibrating with joy, already picturing every single moment he'll get to spend with her. The rest of the group looks totally lost, so Elise barrels in, raises her hand, and shuts the celebration down. Hold up, she snaps. Iru, don't you think he'd just fumble when Carla-san gets involved? The meaning hits hard. So, is Iru really the right guy for this job? Iru's confidence crumples on the spot. Doubt hits him hard, so he stammers, waving his hands like no, absolutely not. Because in his head, he's just a lowly vassal, a simple knight of the Baumeister family. All he can think about is this. His one job is to guard Miss Carla the entire time she's here on a diplomatic mission. The girl gives his new super serious dedication a sharp look, clearly not ready to believe it just yet. Bell, the king of practical answers, cuts in right away. It's not that far. It's right here in the same kingdom, he says, slashing through Uru's over-the-top tale of some faraway land. And Katharina just fixes Uru with a hard stare, bluntly asking, "You okay?" The others swarm him in seconds, feeling his forehead for fever and firing off questions about whether he ate something weird. And yeah, it's painfully obvious this wild level of concern is totally not like him. Vel finally spills the real reason having Uru as her escort makes everything way easier for Belle to sniff out the information and keep eyes on her at all times. And just like that, he makes it official. He tells the escort team to drop Im's Carla because he's rolling Ruru straight out. Later, up on a balcony, he soaked up the sweet glow of victory like it was burning hot in his veins. He can't hold back his excitement escorting her. Or not, he's still getting to stand right by her side. He closes his eyes and relives the instant he first spotted her, and emotions crash over him like a tidal wave. Her beauty hits him so hard he can barely breathe. And in that lightning bolt realization, he knows this has to be his first love. But reality hits hard. She's Count Braua's daughter, and their families are basically sworn enemies. The social gap yawns wide and the politics are sitting on a live fuse, but Tiru won't back down. He stares at the night sky and dares the world. No victory comes without a fight, and his courage hardens. With fresh determination burning in his chest, he strides up to Carla's door and finally introduces himself the proper way. He drops his full name, Erwin von Arnemann, with a steady, professional voice, promises he'll escort her. When she answers, her voice hits him like pure music straight from his wildest daydream. And then she finally says her name, Carla von Braua. Up close, he's absolutely wrecked. He's so captivated by her that he forgets everything and gets completely swallowed by her presence. Then she drops the bombshell and tells him, "Call me Carla," just like her close friends do so in return. She demands he calls her Iru. Iru's bursting with joy inside, and he can't stop comparing this soft, kind soul to the sharper, more aggressive personalities he's been stuck with. Like Katharina. The moment she invites him to call her by her first name, just outside their official duties, his mind goes into overdrive. A sudden blush spreads across his face as he wonders, wait, do I actually have a chance? He clenches his fist, swearing he'll push with everything he's got to get closer to her. Next morning, Eru spots Carla in the hallway already wide awake, already dressed in full archery gear. She leans in and tells you, "It's just my habit." The second he hears she's headed to practice with Count Baumeister's blessing, he instantly steps up and offers to join her. Her answer lands with a bright, happy sparkle, and right then, Eru's heart skips hard. His brain instantly frames it like a date. As they walk, Carla finally cracks open telling him how, before her family was rich, she and her mother lived a simple, humble life, and how she wasn't even officially recognized as the Count's daughter for a long stretch. To stay alive, they'd team up and hunt together, no lone wolves allowed. Ira finally clocks it. This is where Carla the Hunter truly comes from, and the exact reason her skills are so terrifyingly good. At the practice range, she proves it, snapping her bow with effortless grace. She releases an arrow that lands dead center in a perfect bullseye. Stood there, totally stunned. She waves off the praise like it's nothing because in her mind, it wasn't luck at all. It was survival grinding her craft into instinct. Ira finally steps up, snaps an arrow into place, and lets it rip. Watch it slam into the target dead on. Strong and steady, just not a perfect bullseye. Carla praises his talent anyway, and he instantly turns beet red, stammering that she's wrong and he's nowhere near as good as her. Then he practically begs her to teach him a few tricks, and she beams, saying yes without hesitation. Everything was lining up perfectly for him. Later, he drags her to the cafe he swears by, and the moment she tastes that cake, her face lights up like it's everything she ever wanted. As they settle in, Carla leans toward the window, staring in disbelief at how far Vel's territory has exploded. She nails the guess, thanks to the sheer punch of his magic. And just like that, her smile fades into something heavy. Then she finally confesses the truth. Her father shoved her here with orders she can't refuse. She blurts out she never wanted to show up in the first place, but at least it beats being stuck at home because she feels like a pawn with Vel watching her every move. She makes it crystal clear she's not lifting a finger to help Count Brala, and the feud between their families is already burning hot enough. Marrying Vel won't fix a single thing. She lowers her gaze, her voice turning gentle as she tells him, "I won't build the kind of relationship that would please Count Baumeister." And in those words, her despair spills wide open. Iru realizes just how much she's endured, and Carla adds that she's heard Vel actually gets along great with his fiancé. Then she admits she can't help but envy them. She snaps herself back, cheeks burning from oversharing, then breaks into a shy little smile and admits she only opened up because Aru is so kind and effortless to talk to. For Aura, this is the biggest compliment he could get. He's practically floating on clouds, fully convinced they're meant to be together. Back in the war room, Yer fires off his report to Vel and all his advisors. He confirms that Carla is here only because she couldn't defy her father's orders. He's convinced she's got no hidden agenda with Vel. But deep down, a little voice screams that maybe she's just an absolute master of acting. Vel stays on guard, still not buying it, like there's no way she hasn't tried to win him over. Then Klaus, the wise old strategist, finally steps in and speaks up. He fires off a brutal question. With everything Carla's lived through, being sidelined for most of her life, would she really throw her own life away to save the Broa family now? After hearing Ura's report, it's clear she feels like she's just an unwanted spare in her own family. And even now, Roderick still misses the point, convinced it's a total waste not to cash in her status. Uri barrels in with fire in her eyes right away. Carla refuses to be branded as the Brokoff family's daughter. Klaus nods hard, fully buying what Uri just said. But with this in hand, Belle decides she can stay put because it keeps one of Count Brau's biggest potential trump cards off the board. As Eru turns to leave, his heart's in a full-on fight. Because how is a plain knight like him supposed to chase a lady from the highest ranks? Klaus clocks his troubled face and slams the brakes, stopping him mid-step. Eru tries to brush it off, but Klaus steps in with his wisdom after all. With a lifetime that long, he's got advice he's dying to share. If you can't get it out of your head, just say it out loud, it might actually help. The roof finally gives in. Klaus drops a jaw-dropping story because he's been there too. A romance that dared to cross straight through the gap between social classes. With his late wife, even as the loss still haunted him. He tells them, right off the bat, I wasn't even supposed to end up in line to become the village headman. Back then, he was promised to the woman he loved most, the second daughter of a farmer nearby. Then tragedy slammed into him. His older brother died out of nowhere, and Klaus was thrown into the spotlight as the new heir. The village elders didn't waste a second. They started harassing him to find a wife right away. So tell me what happened, because Aru's locked in like she's hanging on every word. A blaze of fire sparks in Klaus's eyes. I rebelled, he says, and then he marries my original fiancée, Marta, while Arrow just stands there, stunned and completely impressed. But then the tale turns brutal. Klaus admits that the crushing pressure of Marta's new role broke her down, and she dies young from illness. He glances down, and a heavy sadness swallows his eyes. He blurts out that he'd been wrecked for years, convinced Marta was suffering because of him until her last breath, when she told him she was happy. But I was happy, Klaus says, and a shy smile flickers across his lips. Marta was my partner, my one and only for my entire life. Peru finally gets it, now that's why the class never dared to remarry. And it lays bare the bitter rivalry between Klaus and Vel's father, showing exactly where the bad blood started. Klaus stares straight into Uru's eyes, then tells Erwin Dono in a calm, burning voice, "Please make sure you don't end up with regrets." Those words slammed into Eru like a thunderbolt. Then came the crushing weight of regrets. Right then, his resolve turned into unbreakable steel. He clenched his fists and swore in silence, "I'm confessing to Carla, and someday I'll make her my wife." He doesn't have a clue how, but he's determined to forge a path that finally makes his first love come true. A whole week rips by in the blink of an eye. The Margraves' bloodshed has started choking the flow of materials into Vel's domain, and it's a headache he never asked for. And that's not even the worst of it. Roderick keeps dangling the upcoming wedding for Elise and the others. The one they were set to hold right when the new mansion was finally finished. And that mansion is almost finished. Everything's coming together fast. But the Margrave of Bleikradar, the big guest everyone's counting on, gets trapped right in the middle of the chaos. So, he can't make it. It's going to get delayed. Bellis slumped in his chair, lumpy irritation swelling as he sighed, because nobles are nothing but non-stop trouble. Right when he's stuck drowning in frustration, Klaus bursts into the room with a proposition. He drops a wild suggestion, one he swears could wipe out most of their problems at once. Vel's curiosity sparks, but he snaps into guard mode right away, because this is Klaus, the master strategist, and you never know what cold schemes are already spinning inside that mind. Klaus cuts straight to that Chasey tells everyone that Lord Wendelin has to step into this fight. Bale just freezes there, utterly stunned by that suggestion like, did I seriously hear that right? The War Council is roaring with debate, and Wendelin suddenly finds himself right in the middle of a political storm he never wanted, while his advisors clash over whether to step into the ongoing conflict. Next thing you know, everyone's united. They're ready to throw Count Baumeister's army straight into the battle. But Klaus, the ultimate strategist, shuts it down fast. There's no need for some giant army. Why march an entire army when you can unleash a living, breathing tactical nuke? Lord Wendelin's magic is rumored to be pure force of nature capable of flipping the whole battlefield with his own hands, a power that's worth 1,000 soldiers by itself. This isn't a war of annihilation. Wendelin spells it out here. Killing is off limits. Even in these noble little feuds, so instead of some massive slaughter, a small elite team is the smarter play. The aim? Not to erase Margrave Broig, but to crush him hard enough that he's forced to make his move. Klaus lays out the game plan, crushes any chance of resistance, drags them into negotiations, and wrings massive concessions out of their side. Winning this would do more than stop the fighting. It would smash the Broig family so hard that the Margrave's bedroom and his whole house would erupt in chaos. This is where the Wendelin discomfort finally flares up. He's got no real beef with them, and the idea of crushing them just to score political points feels completely wrong in his gut. Do we really need to do this? He blurts out, almost praying someone will say something else. But Klaus won't budge. Yes, we do. This isn't just pride. It's a full-on flex, revenge for what happened before, and a thunderous warning to the whole kingdom. Don't ever underestimate the Baumeister family. Then the magic word hits. Military merit, and everything shifts. Roderick practically rockets out of his chair, eyes burning with pure fire, because for nobles who straddle the line between politician and soldier, nothing buys respect faster than real military glory. Wendelin insists that killing 2 dragons should be the perfect resume, but Klaus slams the idea down like, that's just adventurer work. He says it belongs to some wandering mage, not a legacy, and he wants Wendelin to prove he's a truly powerful noble. Right now, the 2 armies are locked in a brutal staring contest. Neither side dares to blink, and the battlefield freezes into a tense stalemate. They're holding back on purpose, daring Margar Brithhild to bite on their trap and make one reckless move. The Broig faction is crumbling, woeful and desperate because their leader is sick, their expansion plans blew up, and this war's their final do-or-die move. Now it's Wendelin's turn to step in, shatter the deadlock, and flip everything. But the talk suddenly turns personal, and they swear this whole clash is a golden opening for Wendelin's vassals, especially for Erwin, because his feelings for Lady Carla were messy, intense, and downright complicated. Everyone knows Iru's head over heels for her, but the brutal gap in their social ranks makes that love feel totally out of reach. Wendelin finally spills his real motive. He fires the one question that matters. Does winning this war tie back to Eru being with Carla? Klaus answers him. And yeah, there's your connection. With a fresh surge of purpose, Wendelin finally knows exactly what's next. He has to go talk to Lady Carla himself. He spots Erwin guarding the hall and slips in for a quiet word with Lady Carla, then tells his friend to stand watch so nobody interrupts them. Inside Wenlin, they waste zero time straight to the point. He lays out his intentions like a vow he's joining the war to back his foster father, even if it shoves his own wedding and the growth of his lands to the back burner. Carla clocks the whole situation in an instant. She stares him down with a face you can't read and goes, "So you're heading to war?" What's one Carla supposed to do? No one saw her reply coming. She stays perfectly calm and just says, "I pray for your success." Wendelin and Klaus get hit so hard with shock that their mouths just go numb and they fall silent. Carla drops her act and spills the truth. She's been the daughter of that poor banker family for over 15 years, and she's got zero interest in being anything else. Then, boom, the bombshell drops. And honestly, I don't care if the Broig family crumbles in this conflict. The chill in her voice hits like a punch. Wendelin can't help but wonder what kind of man Margrave Broig is if his own daughter carries that kind of bitter resentment. Then she goes for Bro Count by Meister. She challenges, "Can I join this fight?" Flustered beyond belief, Wendelin whips around to Klaus, begging for guidance. The strategist's brain is already firing on all cylinders, and Carla joining their side doesn't feel too weird after all. Her mission was to negotiate with them. Keeping her close is way safer than ditching her, because out there she might spark trouble. Her mere presence flips the whole game because the Brogid command is in full chaos and the Margrave sons are already tearing into each other over succession. With Carla on their side, her brothers are going to be thrown into total chaos, staring at her like she could be either a traitor or the one lifeline they have for negotiation. Either way, Wendelin uses her knowledge like a key, slipping straight into the enemy's mind. And, after the war, the Broig family is likely to cast her out for being a traitor. Everything clicks into place for Wendelin. This plan fixes it all. And best of all, Eru's going to be happy. Lady Carla, the moment the decision lands, he leans in and orders, "Please come with us and our army." She graciously accepts. And just like that, the stage lights up, everything's primed for the chaos to begin. In a rare, quiet breath, Wendelin finally drops the news to Aru in this, and Carla walks free, and his friend's dream can become real. But when Wendelin looks up, Aru's eyes are blazing with a fire Wendelin's never seen, and he snaps that he's the one who'll land the final blow. Right when the tiny but deadly army gets ready to roll out, Wendelin's stomach drops because he's never been to the Echo Grasslands, and that means teleportation is totally off the table. Meanwhile, those magical airships are stuck in the middle of development back home, tangled up in projects like they've hit a dead end. But right when it looks like they're about to march, a colossal airship orros out of the sky and comes down like a royal omen. It's a private joyride. The Armstrong family chartered their own vessel just to make sure they had the ride to themselves. Wendelin's forces were stacked with Lady Carla, his own 50 soldiers, and a jaw-dropping twist 20 former prisoners, picked right from the enemy's side. Wendelin stays on guard, but Klaus leans in and promises, "Our loyalty is locked in." These guys got thrown in as cannon fodder and then ditched by their old lord. Now they've got zero love left for the Broa family. Klaus's plan is pure genius. He's dangling a brand new life in front of them. A real shot at becoming official vassals of the rising Baumeister family. And that prize is so massive they'd fight for it without blinking. Klaus didn't just recruit them, he earned their respect and slammed the door on any NF retreat, proving he's a truly cunning strategist. To crank everyone's spirits to the max, Klaus swings the biggest prize in sight, then drops the bombshell that the massive matchmaking event meant for the nobles? Yeah, it's been expanded. He swears on Wendelin's name, earn military merit, become a proper vassal, and you'll win yourself a seat at the event. The moment marriage is on the table, it sparks a fire in the soldiers. Then they explode into cheers like thunder. Chasing glory, land, and love, that fearless crew charges off to war with hearts blazing. They burst into the sprawling Echigo grasslands, where Margrave Brayfield is waiting to meet them. The Margrave lets out a huge breath when he spots them, and the moment he does, his eyes snap to Lady Carla, his special guest. Knowing this delicate political game, he doesn't even ask why she's there. He tilts toward Wendelin with a wicked little grin, and he murmurs, "So you're up to something nasty, aren't you?" Wendelin won't dodge the truth if we're doing this. He says with a grim, unshakable resolve, "Then we're gonna finish it the right way." With these fresh recruits rolling in, the war's tide is about to flip for good. Inside a war tent, the air feels heavy enough to choke you. Wendelin gets yanked into a briefing about the current military situation, and the numbers they toss out are straight-up jaw-dropping. Their combined army already slams into the thousands, and fresh reinforcements are sprinting in, but the enemy's count is just as terrifyingly huge. This isn't some tiny scuffle, it's the spark before a massive war. Vel barrels right in, cutting to the chase. Has there been any movement from the other side? Not a chance. Zero. Absolutely nothing. It's a brutal standoff, two giant armies locked in place, because if they kick off a full-scale battle, everyone pays the price. A wave of blood, shattered armor, and total devastation. Vil snaps it all together. This isn't the start of a war. It's a political deadlock. Both sides have hauled their armies out just to flex, playing a lethal game of chicken where nobody will blink first. Right when it hits him, an advisor cuts in and drags him into yet another problem. He snaps open a map and boom, shows a whole different battlefield sitting hundreds of kilometers away. It's a full-blown scrap over a copper mine between two rivals, Baronet Ransel and Baronet Henkel. Vel realizes this fight isn't new at all. It's an ancient wound ripped open again and again over the years. Right now, Henkel's forces have taken the mine, and Ransel's men are stuck in a tense standoff scrambling to rip it back before it's lost for good. Alright, Vel's first move is obvious. We've got to even the odds again, and we're not taking a single casualty to do it. The advisor lets out a heavy sigh and admits that for nobles, these little power scraps are a sick tradition. Everyone uses force to blow off steam, wrestle for control, and settle grudges for good. The chat suddenly turns serious. Bill realizes he needs non-lethal options, and dread hits him hard because he hasn't even prepared a single training weapon. Then a brand new man at the table, Sir Tristan, steps in and tells him, calm as ice. The weapons are already loaded onto Lord Henrik's airship, so there's nothing to fear. Tristan, the Minister of Military Affairs' son, somehow mastered how to handle the kingdom's wars, and he took the first step himself. Tristan then drags Vela into a crash course on the weird etiquette of noble battles, because in their world, you don't kill your enemy, you capture them and thin their numbers. Then you sit down for hard negotiations, and in the end, this all gets settled the only way that works, by paying a massive ransom. It hits Vel like a lightning bolt. This isn't war at all, it's business. Capturing and ransoming pays way more than killing, and it keeps the death toll low. The kingdom bans noble-on-noble strife on paper, but everyone slips through the cracks with an unofficial loophole. A messy rule everyone tiptoes around, nobody ever says it out loud. Then the real bomb drops. An advisor steps in and tells them that more than 80 noble houses are tangled up in brutal border disputes. Vel can't believe his eyes, and it just keeps getting worse, because right now, about 40 of those disputes have erupted into full-on little wars. It slams into him like a ton of bricks. This whole fight won't be finished for real until every one of these 40 conflicts is settled. And the enemy's been busy everywhere they've hit. They've already sprung ambushes and shoved the local forces clean out. Luckily, the big noble houses haven't actually started a full-scale war with each other yet. But yeah, these are technically small fights, all about who controls the land or who owns the water. But when Tristan breaks it down, if they don't strike with troops right now, they're basically handing the enemy the reins and calling it defeat, because a noble's honor is dangling right over the edge. Vale sank into memories of his old life, realizing that back on Earth, territorial standoffs like these weren't rare. They were just how nations postured and clashed. Now it hits him. Being a noble isn't some fancy title. It's a non-stop expensive war for power and status. They've managed to halt the enemy at many homes, but now they're forced to sit and wait, stuck in arbitration while their land is still under occupation. Determination clenches into iron resolve. He clenches his fist because he knows exactly what's coming next. If he doesn't tear back the territories they stole, this war will never end. Later, up on his airship, one of his retainers points out that Master Armstrong isn't tagging along for this mission. Via lays it out plain. This isn't some random drama. It's a deep internal clash between the kingdom's southern and eastern regions. As the chief court mage, Armstrong stands as the neutral face of the royal palace, because if he picked a side, it would spark a catastrophic political disaster. His son cracks a joke that his dad would probably leap right in anyway just to have fun. And Vel can't stop laughing, basically admitting he'd probably do the same thing. They burst onto the first battlefield, locked in over a disputed copper mine. From a nearby cliff, Vel pegs it at about 300 soldiers staring down the opposing army in full force. Right on the ground, they run into Baronet Lancel, the same man who got his mine taken from him. After they locked in a strong handshake, they instantly agreed to team up and work together. Vel de Claras didn't even pause. He charged right back into the copper mine and told everyone, "Let's retake it." Baronet Lancel is stunned by the sheer nerve, and Vil snaps the whole situation into focus, firing back asking if Lancel's really worried about cutting down unnecessary casualties. The Baronet locks in and makes it crystal clear. This is his main mission, no distractions. As long as neither side bleeds out and takes real damage, they can finally settle this peacefully. Bell flashes him a calming smile, then promises the same trick he honed in the rebellion, a huge area detect sweep paired with a brutal stun combo that wipes everyone out clean. Right before they can move an inch, a man steps in and slaps his name on the table. Ruber Brewer, the military overseer. But his job is crystal clear. Keep tabs on every scrap of land, log every captured soldier, track the ransom cash, and write down every last war spoil. He's stepping in to stop a nightmare that keeps happening. Those mighty nobles who show up to help usually swoop in and take every achievement and reward for themselves. War spoils, he realizes, always stir up nonstop trouble. With the pleasantries done, Bell drops his plan first. He'll blast his magic and freeze every last soldier inside the mine solid. Lancel gets hit stunned, frozen in place while everyone else just stares in shock. Bilcom drives the point home, then lays it out. Lancel's men will seize the captives and stand guard, defending that mine they've just reclaimed. And here's the dangerous rule. Lancel can't hit back by taking his opponent's turf, because that would spark an endless revenge loop. If this fight spirals out of control, the kingdom will have no choice but to step in and seize their property and took it all away from both of them. Bill clears the air fast, saying he's got zero senile interest in the mine's rights. The ransom is going to be paid with the money pulled from the captured soldiers and even their stuff, and while the Ballmeister household steers the negotiations, they'll still come back later and slap Lancel with the bill for running the captives. Once they locked in the deal, they slap their signatures on the official contract. Vale fires off one last question, do they have any mages? And Lancel answers, yeah, a few hired adventurers, but their big spell is just a plain old fire arrow. So for Vel, that means nobody out there can stand up to his magic. No one can counter it. The plan's locked in, now we storm that copper mine and take it back. Vildic Lars. His troops surged forward, charging up the path without hesitation. And just like that, the lookout on the cliff locks eyes on them. The alarm shrieks to life. Someone just launched an attack and we're in the middle of it. But it's already over. Vel's eyes glow surges with raw, magical energy. He rips out his spell area stun, and a lightning-like blast crashes over the whole clifftop, dropping the enemy soldiers instantly as they freeze in place, helpless, and fully paralyzed. Bill snapped his gaze to his own men. Yaff, you got caught in the blast. But they're already clawing their way back and shouted, all right, everyone, lock in and move. He hands the cleanup over to them and steps back as part of the battle is already done. Back at camp, something curious pops off. Baronet Lancel is sitting there, getting served tea like it's the most important moment of the day, by Vale's own fiancée, Elise. The Baronet is totally rattled, stammering that it's an incredible honor for him to be served by Count Baumeister's wife herself. Belle gently tells Lancel they're not married yet, but he still feels like dead weight just sitting there while everyone else throws down and fights his battles. Sips gulped down his tea like it was pure magic. He's straight up asking, do fights over the mine like this happen all the time? Lancel leans in and admits it's turned into a bizarre ritual. Each side sends 5 reps to clash in a duel, and whoever wins walks away with the mining rights until the next fight ignites. But this time no warning at all. Someone hit them with a full-scale occupation, and Elise instantly calls out what they both fear. This isn't random. It reeks of Count Blois. Wells' face twists dark the moment I realize it. 2 hours later, the report hits mission accomplished. Vel and his crew swept the copper mine, grabbed every last target, and didn't lose a single soul. With the copper mine crisis finally settled, Head Squire Felix snaps to attention and salutes Viscount Lancel, reporting everything's under control. The defenses are locked down, and for one wild second, it looks like this is finally going to be a total clean win. But Felix isn't done. He drops the bomb that they've captured Viscount Henkel, the mastermind behind the attack, and the whole Viscount staff freezes as Henkel himself lets out a loud, stunned gasp in disbelief. He can't wrap his head around it. Every scrap of intel says Henkel's been calling the battle from the safety of the rear, and it's totally unreal. But Wendelin? He's completely unfazed. And Aide nods, saying their intel checks out. And that only makes the mystery of why Henkel is on the front lines burn even hotter. Wendell stays cool, mutters that he probably got tossed into some inspection and got nailed by the crossfire, then snaps the conversation back with a sly grin, because if it's a Viscount, that ransom is going to be absolutely massive, and from his side of the story, that's pure good news. Wendland seized the reins and barked his orders. He ordered Viscount Lancel to run the mine's defenses and keep the prisoners locked down until they got a proper formal verdict. With a hard, no-nonsense handshake, he hands over the area like it's done in one shot, already thinking about the next hotspot waiting to explode. Several hours later, Wendland's magic airship rips through the clouds, and the whole settled dispute gets left miles behind. He peers down from the sky, zeroing in on their next move, and there it is. 2 armies locked in a brutal standoff inside a tent, facing each other across a wide river. Brewer, a military overseer trailing right alongside them, leans in and spots the factions below. On their side of the riverbank, Sir Becker is right there as an ally, while across the water, the Boymarch family's troops stand facing them down. Wendelin is blown away the second Brewer starts talking. Brewer lays out exactly what he does as a herald. basically saying that back in the old days, it was his job to spot nobles on the battlefield by their crests. In this shaky piece, their real mission hits hard: hunt intelligence on allied nobles, memorizing every detail, family ties, political leanings, everything. For Wendelin, who doesn't know a thing about the region's tangled politics, having a brewer by his side is a huge advantage. He skips the small talk and goes straight for the truth, demanding to know what set this whole disaster in motion. Brewer explains the river was once a clear border, but then a flood hit and a fresh sandbar sprouted right in the middle, scrambling the whole territory map overnight. Wendelin thinks it's some petty land feud, but Brewer shuts that down because the land is basically useless. This is really a fight over who gets to fish, and both sides are already screaming that the other one's been poaching. Wendell just keeps shaking his head. Two armies mobilizing over something this petty? That's a full-blown overreaction. Their airship glides down and settles gently on a nearby patch of grass. Wendelin steps out with his fearsome party at his sides, whips around to face them, and asks, "Are we going to end this the same way we did last time?" It's obvious they've got a system in place this time. Ellipse surges forward and announces she'll take care of it. With one graceful flick of her hand, she unleashes a violent wave of crackling energy. A spell crackles across the enemy line, and in the blink of an eye, every soldier goes rigid, drops to the ground instantly, fully incapacitated but miraculously unharmed. It's done before you even catch your breath. Now this is their new routine, jumping from one war-torn disaster to the next on their airship, because they're a rapid response magical task force built to rush in the moment trouble ignites. Wendelin, Katarina, and the legendary dragon-slaying hero Brantak trade turns, firing deadly wide-area stun magic, blitzing enemy forces with ruthless efficiency while they stay perfectly synced with their local allies. In the middle of the clash, a lone enemy mage crashes onto the scene like a lightning strike, throws his arms into a power stance, chants, "I am Firewall," but he never even gets to finish his little Gramps and intro, because the moment he starts, he's instantly neutralized and crumples to the ground. Wendelin's crew doesn't even flinch. Katarina just shrugs and says they shouldn't have wasted time letting him get that far, even though Wendelin figures it was pointless to begin with. Everyone agrees on one thing: he's painfully weak, barely even a beginner, and here, you don't see intermediate mages, not to mention advanced ones. Alice points out that mages are so rare they barely exist, so the Blois family would be scrambling to hire literally anyone they can find. Landing a beginner mage on their payroll would be the kind of luck they almost never get. Still, Wendelin can't shake the feeling that the guy's completely useless, like a foreign pro athlete who grabs a massive signing bonus and then spends the whole season parked on the bench. In an ordinary brawl with dozens of soldiers, a mage who could forge a blazing wall of fire would instantly tip the entire fight. But when the party finally clocks what's happening, they realize this mage isn't just weak, he's cursed with bad timing, because he stumbled straight into two archmages who work on a whole different plane of existence. Alice pushes the truth even farther. There's a terrifying pattern, and for the past decade, the number of mages in the eastern region has been shrinking year after year. Fresh reports of newly appeared mages, ones with intermediate power or even higher, are basically non-existent. This mage's scarcity has left the Blois family in full desperation mode, which is why they were itching to plunge into war, especially once the Brithhild family pulled Count Bamister out as their final ace. Brantak cracks a joke that none of this would have happened if Wendelin hadn't been tormenting them just by standing on the enemy's side. Then Wendelin lets out a sigh because it hits him. His very existence practically guarantees he'll get dragged into this mess. He knows exactly how to land in trouble, like it's his specialty. Brantak just ruffles his hair and tells him to drop it, because that's how he is, and he's not changing for anyone. Wendelin's face tightens. He clenches his fists and snaps into action, like the weariness just evaporated. Because whatever brought him to this battlefield, the Baumeister household isn't taking a single loss. And that's why he comes out swinging, no holding back, not for even a second. For more than half a month, they tore through the world like a magical storm, sweeping from skirmish to skirmish and wiping out every last conflict connected to the Brithilda family. At last their job was done, and the airship shot back to the main encampment. Count Brithhild greets them in person, grinning from ear to ear, and he's already devoured Brewer's detailed reports. He leans in and tells Wendelin that he basically knocked the Blue family off their feet. That ransom cash from every captured noble is going to rake in a staggering fortune all by itself. He heard rumors that magic was used to haul in a staggering pile of prisoners, and Wendelin backs it up, saying the whole thing worked because they had 3 mages. So they traded shifts and kept the capture moving cleanly without burning out. But what blows Count Brithhild away the most is that final report, 0 fatalities. And he's calling that achievement absolutely splendid. Wendelin humbly thanked their allies, and the whole crew looks lighter proud, relieved and ready to celebrate what they just pulled off. The Count thrusts his hand forward and pours out his deepest, most heartfelt gratitude. Once Wendland stepped in, the worst balance flipped fast, and it slammed hard in the Brithild family's favor.